Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 4412 to Chapter 4494. From the 8th round onwards, the number of battles between the 12-star combatants increased. Not long after the 8th round began, a battle broke out. Dark Knight Rose vs Xianxia. The battle between the two peerless beauties broke out immediately. True to her name, Xianxia also controlled 3 types of heavenly powers. She used the 3 types of heavenly powers to transform into red leaves that filled the sky. These red leaves were extremely sharp and comparable to divine weapons. At the same time, they were ever-changing and could form all kinds of attacks. Sometimes, they would form all kinds of beasts, and other times, they would transform into various divine weapons. She could even create a red leaf domain. She could stand in the red leaf domain and control a part of the world. She possessed great power. As for Dark Knight Rose, she held a strange flower in her hand. The flower was dark gold in color. When the petals opened, dark gold light constantly flew out. The light was extremely terrifying and contained a deadly poison. At first, Xianxia didn't care, because at their level and combat strength, they were basically immune to all kinds of poisons. Especially since she controlled 3 types of heavenly powers. She could refine any kind of poison, so she was very confident. However, when the two exchanged hundreds of blows, Xianxia's expression changed. She felt the poison enter her body and continuously devour the 3 types of heavenly powers in her body. This shocked Xianxia greatly. Her face was filled with horror. What kind of power is this? How can it devour my heavenly powers? Xianxia exclaimed. She was extremely shocked. The 4 types of heavenly powers of the heavenly human tribe were almost the strongest forces in the universe. Only a small number of forces could compete with the heavenly powers. The power of each type of heavenly powers was extremely terrifying when cultivated to the great accomplishment level. But now, there was a poison that could devour the 3 types of heavenly powers at the same time. That was terrifying. What kind of poison was this? How could there be such a poison in the universe? Why hadn't she heard of it? Could it be that flower, the sky devourer rose? Among the spectators, an elderly celestial venerate seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in surprise. His aged face revealed a trace of shock. What? The sky devourer rose? The expressions of the other heavenly venerables and some divine master heavenly humans also changed drastically. In the surroundings, those who had never heard of the heaven-devouring rose were even more shocked. Even an Empyrean-level character let out a cry of surprise. Just what was the origin of this heaven-devouring rose that it was so shocking? Many people were curious. However, those important figures of the heavenly human clan didn't want to explain. They just stared at Dark Knight Rose. They wanted to see her clearly so that they could discuss among themselves. It can't really be the heaven-devouring rose, right? In the battle back then, didn't the heaven-devouring wild rose vanish into thin air, turned into scattered ashes? That's right. Back then, I personally saw the heaven-devouring wild rose being killed. Could it be the power of reincarnation? The power of reincarnation. You're saying that the heaven-devouring rose had already peered into reincarnation back then? That's impossible. If she had already reached such a level, how could she have been killed by us? I'm not sure. This is really strange. And that woman called Xianxia. Her temperament is very similar to one of the daughters of the Tang family. That's even more impossible. The 2 daughters of the Tang family also died back then. I heard that Xianxia seems to be Fei Huang's disciple. That Tang Qing was also Fei Huang's disciple. It's normal for their temperament to be similar. The higher-ups of the heavenly human clan discussed. Secretly, they transmitted their voices so that others couldn't hear them. The heaven-devouring wild rose. Could it be her? On a lotus near Lu Ming, Xianxia's body trembled slightly. She whispered and was heard by Lu Ming. Little Qing, you know about the heaven-devouring wild rose? Lu Ming transmitted his voice and asked. Of course I know. I once subdued a plant life as a pet in my previous life. That was the heaven-devouring wild rose. Back then, she died together with my previous life. Could it be that she also reincarnated? Xianxia replied. What? It's actually your pet in your previous life? Lu Ming was shocked. I'm not sure, but it's very likely. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw her. In my memory, there's only one heaven-devouring wild rose in the entire Eldritch universe. There's no other. Xianxia said. Perhaps your feeling is right. This is the one from back then. Since she's your pet, did she die together with you? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the heaven-devouring wild rose died together with me back then. Xianxia said. That's right. You've reincarnated and she's also reincarnated by chance. She obviously recognized you, so she was so shocked when she saw you. Lu Ming said. He recalled the expression of Dark Night Rose when she saw Xianxia and became more certain. Lu Ming really didn't expect Dark Night Rose to have such a dispute with Xianxia. Things in the world were really strange. However, many of Lu Ming's doubts were answered. Dark Night Rose always gave people a mysterious feeling. It turned out that the other party was a person who had reincarnated. In his previous life, his cultivation was extremely high and his background was great. That was why he was so unfathomable and had unparalleled means. He was able to win over a large number of geniuses and use them for his own purposes. The battle in the fighting ring continued. However, Yiling Hongya was on the verge of death. As the three supreme heavenly powers in her body were continuously devoured by Dark Night Rose's poison, her strength was getting weaker and weaker. Dark Night Rose's attacks were steady. Thus, Yiling Hongya was no match for Dark Night Rose. In the end, Yiling Hongya coughed up blood and retreated out of the fighting ring. Dark Night Rose won the battle. In this way, the two strongest heavenly daughters of the heavenly human tribe, Yichu Tianji and Yiling Hongya, were defeated. One was defeated by another dark horse of the heavenly human tribe, and the other was defeated by Dark Night Rose. This made the faces of the heavenly human tribe turn ugly. Losing to Yi Xian was one thing, but losing to Dark Night Rose was something that made him feel displeased. He felt like he had lost face. After Dark Night Rose defeated Yiling Hongya, the crowd's speculations about the rankings changed again. Previously, everyone thought that Yi Xian was the most likely contender for first place. However, they changed their minds now. Dark Night Rose defeated Yiling Hongya. Her poison could devour supreme heavenly powers, which was equivalent to restraining the power of the heavenly human tribe. Although Yi Xian was stronger than Yichu Tianji, the power that he controlled was also the strongest heavenly energy. Wouldn't that mean that he would be restrained as well? Since Dark Night Rose could counter the strongest heavenly powers, wouldn't that mean that Dark Night Rose's chances of getting first place were even higher? In everyone's hearts, Dark Night Rose's chances of getting first place had greatly increased. But now, no one dared to be completely sure. This was because Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Wan Shen had not truly fought against anyone with a 12-star battle prowess. They had not truly fought with their full strength. Although Xianxia and Wan Shen had met Lu Ming, they had admitted defeat immediately. The outcome of the battle was very unpredictable and confusing. Who knew the specific battle prowess of Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Wan Shen? However, everyone's curiosity was quickly verified. This was because in the 8th round, after the battle between Dark Night Rose and Yiling Hongya, another important battle was about to take place. Wan Shen against Yichu Tianji. It's finally my turn, heavenly human tribe, hee hee. Wan Shen licked his lips, his eyes revealing a sinister look as he stepped forward and arrived on the battle stage. Yichu Tianji also arrived on the battle stage. You are a pure-blooded primordial divine spirit? I'm really curious. How can a pure-blooded primordial divine spirit be born in this era? Yichu Tianji said. He had already walked out of the disappointment of being defeated by Yi Xian and had readjusted his state, regaining his strong battle intent. You have no right to know. Wan Shen said indifferently. I have no right? Ha ha ha, primordial divine spirits are as proud as the rumors say. But you have forgotten one thing. In front of my heavenly human tribe, primordial divine spirits are defeated. Even at their peak, primordial divine spirits were slaughtered by my heavenly human tribe. Even if there were a few fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Today, I will once again prove that primordial divine spirits are nothing in front of my heavenly human tribe. Yi Tianji sneered, deliberately provoking Wan Shen. At the same time, he exuded a powerful aura. 3 types of supreme heavenly powers condensed into 3 ferocious beasts that charged toward Wan Shen. "Humph, watch me break your absolute heavenly power," Wan Shen coldly shouted. It was as if a volcano that had been hidden for countless years had erupted within his body. A terrifying aura surged out as his muscles bulged and his body grew taller. At the same time, a spear appeared in his right hand and a sword in his left. Above his head and around his body, dozens of rays of light appeared. All of them were origin source secret techniques, and there were more than 30 of them. Roar, an angry roar came from the Sovereign's gate. A primitive god spirit rushed out and charged at one of Ye Tianji's beasts. The other origin source secret techniques also blasted towards Ye Tianji. His body charged towards Ye Tianji. The spear and sword in his hands were also aimed at Ye Tianji. Boom! 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 Terrifying rumbling sounds erupted as thousands of shockwaves swept out in all directions. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. Although Yi Tianji's 3 ultimate heavenly powers were mighty and invincible, ordinary divine powers were nothing in front of them. However, what Wan Shen controlled was not ordinary divine powers. The divine powers in his body were extremely pure and vigorous. They were the most primitive divine powers and were not any weaker than absolute heavenly power. Coupled with dozens of origin source secret techniques, the power was astonishing. His attacks were like a storm, constantly smashing towards Yi Tianji. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 100 blows. Around them, the other spectators were all dumbfounded and dazzled. They were especially shocked and impressed by Wan Shen's various origin source secret techniques. One had to know that apart from the heavenly human race, most of the people present cultivated various divine powers. They were of the same origin as Wan Shen, but compared to Wan Shen, they were trash in all aspects. Wan Shen was the ancestor of divine powers. Soon, the 2 of them exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, Yi Tianji's face was getting gloomier and gloomier because he felt an immense pressure. The myriad gods were like primordial beasts that never knew fatigue. Their strength was limitless, and their attacks were like a tidal wave that never stopped. Under such ferocious attacks, Yi Tianji was already beginning to feel the strain. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Ah! Yi Tianji roared and pushed the 3 ultimate heavenly powers to the limit, wanting to counterattack and seize the initiative. "Why are you shouting so loudly? You've already lost. It's useless no matter how loud you shout." Wan Shen sneered. His long hair danced in the wind as his burly body stepped forward. His skin turned bronze as he charged into Yi Tianji's attacks like an invincible war god. Bam! A ferocious beast formed from the power of the utmost heaven struck the myriad gods. This ferocious beast was formed from the power of heavenly punishment. Immediately, the myriad god's body was covered in pure white lightning. However, Wan Shen's body only trembled a little before he continued to step forward as if nothing had happened. The spear in his right hand stabbed out like lightning. Pfft! Ye Tianji was stabbed, and a hole appeared in his body. The berserk power forced Ye Tianji to retreat. Die! Wan Shen smiled savagely like a demon god. He stepped forward, causing the battle stage to shake. His burly body continued to charge at Yi Tianji. "Damn it," Yi Tianji roared, his body flickering as he charged to the side. That move had severely injured him and weakened his battle strength. He no longer dared to face Wan Shen head-on. He wanted to use a roundabout method to stall Wan Shen and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, he had made the wrong decision. Wan Shen had dozens of origin source secret techniques. They were of all types and had almost no shortcomings. Ding-ling-ling, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the battle stage, spreading out and attacking the soul. A huge net, like an inescapable net, covered the sky, wanting to trap Yi Tianji inside. At the same time, a pair of wings appeared on Wan Shen's back. They looked like a roc or a phoenix. With a flap, his burly body charged out like a phantom. Yi Tianji could not dodge or escape from Wan Shen's pursuit. As the 2 sides closed the distance, Wan Shen's attacks were like a storm that pressed down on Yi Tianji. Boom! Boom! Boom, Yichu Tianji barely managed to block a few moves before he coughed up blood and flew out of the battle stage. However, Wanshan did not want his opponent to be defeated so easily. He flapped his wings and chased after Yichu Tianji. The spear in his right hand stabbed at Yichu Tianji's forehead while the battle sword in his left hand slashed at Yichu Tianji's waist. He wanted to kill Yichu Tianji. In the previous battles between 12-star battle strength, he had only defeated Yichu Tianji. If he could kill Yichu Tianji, it would be a huge blow to his opponent. Don't even think about it. Yichu Tianji roared. The 3 types of heavenly strength turned into a shield in front of him, while his body madly rushed out of the battle stage. Wanshan's attacks landed on Yichu Tianji's shield, causing it to explode. However, Yichu Tianji managed to gain a brief window of opportunity to rush out of the battle stage. Although the battle stage wasn't small, for an expert like Yichu Tianji, it would only take him a short moment to rush out of the battle stage if he went all out. If it wasn't for the huge difference in combat power, it would have been very difficult to kill him. However, Yichu Tianji's escape from the fighting ring meant that he had lost. What a pity! Wanshan muttered. He was very unhappy that he couldn't kill Yichu Tianji on the fighting ring as he wished. Of course, Yichu Tianji was even more unhappy. He had lost again. He had already lost twice in a row in a battle between 12-star combatants. If this continued, he wouldn't even have a chance to get into the top 4, let alone compete for first place. He made him furious and impatient. Yichu Tianji lost again. He has lost twice in a row. It seems that Yichu Tianji's strength is at the bottom among the 7 12-star combatants. I heard that Yichu Tianji and Yichu Hongya's strength are about the same. I'm afraid the 2 of them won't be able to get into the top 4. Now, only Xianxia and Lu Ming haven't fought with someone of the same level. I wonder how strong they are. If they are weaker than Yichu Tianji, they might still have a chance. If they are stronger than Yichu Tianji, then Yichu Tianji and Yichu Hongya won't have a chance. If that's the case, the 9 heavenly children of the heavenly human tribe will be completely wiped out. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. This made the faces of the heavenly human tribe very ugly, including the heavenly venerables and the Lord of Heaven. Indeed, the results of the 9 heavenly children of the heavenly human tribe could be said to be terrible. It was possible that none of them would be able to get into the top 4. This was a great humiliation for the heavenly children of the heavenly human tribe. This was because the heavenly children of the heavenly human tribe were synonymous with invincibility. It was easy for them to suppress the other prodigies of the universe. Now, the strongest heavenly children of the heavenly human tribe were losing consecutively. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere and managed to save some face for the heavenly human tribe, the heavenly human tribe would have been utterly humiliated. The Lord of Heaven's celestial exalts expressions were grim as their bodies constantly emitted powerful pressure, making it difficult for many people to breathe. Looks of terror appeared on their faces. The myriad god did not mind at all. He laughed and returned to the lotus. Congratulations, myriad god. Lu Ming smiled and congratulated him. It's a pity that we can't kill him on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, I'll leave this important task to you. Myriad god sighed, a look of pity on his face. Don't worry, unless he admits defeat, I'll definitely kill him. Lu Ming said. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. This was a blatant provocation. The purpose was to make it difficult for Yichu Tianji to admit defeat when he met Lu Ming later. Damn it, despicable be ** starred, I'll tear you apart, Yichu Tianji growled in his heart as he stared at Lu Ming with a murderous look. He wished he could tear Lu Ming apart. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you said it so loudly. If he hears it, I'm afraid he'll just admit defeat, the myriad god laughed and continued to provoke Yichu Tianji. At this moment, the next round of the competition continued. However, the following rounds were all battles between 11-star combat strength. Although they were equally exciting, the crowd was no longer interested in them. What they wanted to see was a battle between 12-star combat strength. They wanted to see who would be able to stand out from the crowd, seize the first place, and truly suppress an era. In this round, Lu Ming's opponent was an 11-star combat strength existence, Di Jiani. Di Jiani's eyes opened and closed, revealing a strong battle intent. The battle sword in his hand kept trembling, but in the end, he did not attack and chose to admit defeat. He knew about Yin Jioling's strength. Since Lu Ming could easily kill Yin Jioling, he knew that he was definitely not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming, it's nothing to be ahead temporarily. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you and even surpass you. After Di Jiani admitted defeat, he secretly sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was not bothered. After a while, the 8th round of the competition ended. After the 8th round of the competition ended, the 9th round of the competition began. In the 9th round, it was still the same as before. Although the battle between 11-star combat strength was exciting, it did not attract the crowd's attention. Most of the people's attention was on the battle between 12-star combat strength. In the 5th round of the 9th round, there was finally another battle between 12-star combat strength. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose, two exceptional ladies, stood opposite each other. Sky-devouring Rose, long time no see. Xianxia spoke faintly and sent a message to Dark Knight Rose's ears. She stared at Dark Knight Rose without blinking. Dark Knight Rose's pupils shrank abruptly. She did not know why, but there was a tinge of fear in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. I never thought that there would be a day when we would meet again. Dark Knight Rose replied with a voice transmission. Surrender and continue to rely on me. You should know my character. I will not mistreat you. Xianxia said. Impossible. Dark Knight Rose shook her head and said coldly, back then, I signed a contract with you to be your pet. Now that you and I have reincarnated, the effect of the contract has long disappeared. You can forget about controlling me. Back then, I never thought of controlling you. I have always treated you like a sister. However, your ambition has never disappeared. Instead, it is getting bigger and bigger. Xianxia said. I am the sky-devouring Rose. I am unique in the universe. My talent is peerless. No one can control me. On the contrary, I should be the one controlling the universe. What is the heavenly human race? What is the human race? Only I, who is unique, am the noblest creature in the universe. As Dark Knight Rose spoke, the madness in her eyes became more and more intense. They seemed to know each other. What are they talking about? The surrounding people were curious. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose were communicating with each other through voice transmission. The surrounding people could not hear them, but they could see that the two of them were communicating. They were very curious. The few heavenly venerables of the heavenly human race looked at each other as if they had thought of something. Their eyes were filled with light. It seems that you want to fight with me. Are you sure you are my opponent? Xianxia said coldly. The demonic qi around his body almost turned into stone. Many black lotus flowers appeared. Dark Knight Rose's eyes flickered a few times. She seemed to be hesitating and struggling. However, in less than a breath, Dark Knight Rose made a decision. She smiled sweetly and said, everyone has their own ambitions. However, it is not necessarily impossible for us to work together. There is no need to harm the harmony between us. I will let you win this battle. After saying that, Dark Knight Rose floated back and returned to the lotus flower. Dark Knight Rose returned to the lotus and admitted defeat. Xianxia did not pursue and allowed Dark Knight Rose to lead the fighting ring. In this world, no one knew better than her how terrifying the heaven-devouring Wild Rose was. Although she had the means to counter the Dark Knight Rose, if she really wanted to fight, even if she could win, it wouldn't be that easy. She would have to go through a bitter battle. Xianxia won the battle and many people were disappointed. After all, Xianxia had not fought with a 12-star battle strength until now. He was still mysterious and gave off an unfathomable feeling. In this way, it would be difficult to speculate who was stronger and who was weaker among the 7 existences with 12-star battle prowess. After Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose, there were a few more 11-star battles. When the 8th battle of the 9th round began, there was finally another heavyweight battle. Yi Qiuxian vs Xianxia. It was another battle between the heavenly human tribe. Facing Yi Qiuxian, Xianxia's face was solemn. However, it was impossible for her to admit defeat. Her strength was similar to Yi Qiuqian's. Yi Qiuqian had lost to Yi Qiuxian, but it did not mean that she would lose. There were some people who could restrain each other. Moreover, the difference in strength between them was not that big. She might have a chance of winning. Unfortunately, Yiling Hongya was disappointed as soon as they exchanged blows. Yi Qiuxian's battle strength was above her expectations. They did not exchange many blows and Yiling Hongya was already at a disadvantage. After about 100 blows, Yiling Hongya coughed out blood and retreated. She was severely injured. Yi Qiuxian won the battle without any suspense. Yi Qiuxian's strength is really strong. He should have reached the limit of 12-star battle strength. Yi Qiuqianji and Yiling Hongya should only have average 12-star battle strength. That's right. Among the 7 of them, I still think that Yi Qiuxian has the highest chance of winning. However, Dark Knight Rose and Wan Shen have defeated Yi Qiuqianji and Yiling Hongya respectively. Their chances are also very high. Don't forget that the Dark Knight Rose can restrain the ultimate heavenly energy. Yi Qiuxian might not be a match for the Dark Knight Rose. However, the Dark Knight Rose admitted defeat in front of Xianxia. This battle, everyone was discussing and analyzing, but the more they analyzed, the more complicated the situation became. From the looks of it, Yi Qiuqianji and Yiling Hongya were not very competitive, but the same could not be said for the others. Even though Yi Qiuxian's battle prowess seemed to be unparalleled, the venom of the Dark Knight Rose was able to devour the utmost heaven's powers. If they were to fight, it was hard to say who would win. However, Dark Knight Rose seemed to be extremely wary of Xianxia. She directly admitted defeat against Xianxia. And Xianxia admitted defeat in front of Lu Ming. As a result, the battle situation became complicated. Even heavenly venerates would find it difficult to determine who would emerge victorious. After the battle between Yi Qiuxian and Yiling Hongya, there was nothing worth paying attention to in the 9th round. Lu Ming did not encounter any strong opponents in this round and easily defeated them. Soon, the 10th round began. In the 10th round, Lu Ming finally met a decent opponent. Yi Qiuqianji. In the 3rd match of the 10th round, Lu Ming met Yi Qiuqianji. It has finally begun. Lu Ming, the Forbidden Body, has finally met a strong opponent. This match is very important. If Lu Ming can defeat Yi Qiuqianji, it will prove that he has the qualifications to compete for first place. If he is not a match for Yi Qiuqianji, or if they can only fight to a draw, then he will not have the qualifications to compete for first place, even if Wan Shen and Xianxia admit defeat in front of him. That's right. Let's see if Lu Ming can defeat Yi Qiuqianji. Everyone was discussing. When Yi Qiuqianji heard this, he almost vomited blood. What was the meaning of this? This was clearly using him to measure the strength of others. He had become a stepping stone for others. Only by stepping over him would they have the qualifications to compete for first place. He was the strongest son of heaven. Before entering the Taishang Immortal City, he only had one opponent, Yiling Hongya, who was able to suppress an era. Who would have thought that he would become a stepping stone for others to measure their strength? Humiliation, endless humiliation. Lu Ming, I must defeat him. Yi Qiuqianji roared. He needed to win a match, and it would be best if he could defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming had the Forbidden Body. The name of the Forbidden Body had shaken the universe for eons. Only by defeating Lu Ming could he wash away the humiliation on him. Yi Qiuqianji, I'll give you a chance. Admit defeat, lest I have to take action. Lu Ming said calmly with a mocking look on his face. Don't even think about it. Yi Qiuqianji's eyes were filled with anger. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano. Roar. Roar. Roar, 3 types of heaven's force condensed into 3 ferocious beasts. They let out earth-shattering roars and pounced towards Lu Ming. The 3 ferocious beasts were as big as mountains. One of them was formed by heaven's punishment energy. Dense lightning could be seen on its body. Every time it struck, endless lightning would strike out. Its power was terrifying. An 11-star battle power of the same cultivation level would be severely injured in a single strike. The other one was gray and was formed by heaven's extermination energy. The third one was a goshawk. It exuded an extremely sharp aura. It was formed by heaven's punishment energy. The 3 ferocious beasts were as big as mountains. Their violent auras pressed towards Lu Ming crazily. It was as if a few hundred planets were smashing towards Lu Ming. Yichu Tianji's battle power was not weak. Even the most ordinary divine master would have to avoid such an attack. Unfortunately, his opponent was even more perverted. Especially Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming activated the battle character art and unleashed his forbidden force. His body soared into the sky and punched out continuously. The fist force left his body and expanded rapidly. It collided with the three ferocious beasts. The speed of their attacks was too fast. In just an instant, the two sides had exchanged more than 50 blows. Break for me! Lu Ming roared. His aura erupted like a raging tide. His fist force surged and had the power to break through everything. The terrifying power continued to gather and condense. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. With a loud bang, one of the three ferocious beasts formed by Yichu Tianji exploded. Yichu Tianji's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. As he retreated, Lu Ming's power became even more unrestrained. It was unstoppable. Bam! Bam! The remaining two ferocious beasts of Yichu Tianji also exploded. The power that Lu Ming had gathered rushed towards Yichu Tianji crazily. Yichu Tianji's body shook violently. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. His killing intent was like a rainbow as he charged towards Yichu Tianji with unparalleled power. He had promised Wanshen that he would kill Yichu Tianji on the fighting stage. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he charged at Yichu Tianji with a chilling killing intent. He swore to kill Yichu Tianji on the fighting ring. Yichu Tianji's face revealed a trace of fear as he frantically retreated, wanting to leave the battle ring. After the previous exchange, he knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. If he continued to fight, he might be killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, he decided to admit defeat by leaving the fighting ring. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lu Ming's cold voice rang out as he caught up with Yichu Tianji in an instant. He waved his hand and spear radiance shot toward Yichu Tianji. Block it! Yichu Tianji roared as he used all his strength to attack. He unleashed the three supreme heavenly powers to the maximum and formed three giant beasts in front of him. As long as he could stop Lu Ming for a few moments, he would be able to fly out of the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming knew what he was thinking. At this moment, light spots lit up all over Lu Ming's body. There were tens of thousands of light spots. Tens of thousands of light spots, each of them incomparably bright, like stars. These were the cells that had been fused with secret skill runes. Lu Ming had activated tens of thousands of secret skills. Countless rays of light filled the air around him. The surrounding spectators all widened their eyes in shock as they witnessed this scene. Oh my God, am I seeing things? These are all secret skills? Yes, they are definitely secret skills. Those that are brighter must be ancient secret skills. Those that are dimmer must be ordinary secret skills. Oh my God, there are more than 1,800 secret skills and tens of thousands of ordinary secret skills. How did he cultivate all of them? How can a person master so many secret skills? Pervert, pervert. Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. Ordinary people usually cultivated a few secret skills. It was already good enough if they could cultivate a few secret skills to the greater success level. This was especially true for ancient secret techniques. Not to mention that most of them had already been lost. Even if they still existed, the average person would only cultivate one type of secret technique. They would constantly unearth and comprehend it to develop its might. To be able to cultivate several ancient secret techniques at the same time was already quite impressive, and could be considered a top genius. However, compared to Lu Ming, there was simply a world of difference. The difference was too great. They could not imagine how a person could have so much energy to cultivate so many secret techniques. Even a taboo body would find it difficult to do so. While everyone was still in shock, Lu Ming had already made his move. Great sealing art, great binding art, great cage art, Lu Ming shouted and pushed out with both hands. Various trapping ancient secret techniques were launched at Yichu Tianji. This secret technique swept past the three beasts conjured by Yichu Tianji and appeared around him. All of a sudden, countless runes appeared from the great sealing art and silently crawled up Xianxia's body, covering his entire body. These runes intertwined with each other to form a powerful sealing formation that was about to seal Xianxia away. "Break for me!" Xianxia roared. All kinds of energy burst out of his body in an attempt to break the great sealing art. However, Lu Ming did not just use the great sealing art. The great binding art created thick vines that looked like they were made of metal and wrapped around Xianxia. The great prison technique formed a large prison, trapping Xianxia within. Xianxia was surrounded by all sorts of ancient secret techniques that were used to trap enemies. Xianxia unleashed all his energy in an attempt to break these secret techniques. With his strength, it was not difficult for him to break 1 or 2 secret techniques in an instant. However, it would be difficult for him to break 8 to 10 secret techniques in an instant. What Lu Ming wanted was to trap Xianxia for an instant. This was because Lu Ming had already arrived. Whoosh! Lu Ming formed a long spear with his taboo power and stabbed it at Xianxia's forehead. It was as fast as lightning and as swift as thunder. It was powerful and shocking. Ah! Break! Break! Xianxia roared madly, trying to break open a crack and escape. However, it was too late. Lu Ming's spear light was about to reach him. At this moment, he really did want to admit defeat. However, he hesitated the moment he was about to do so. After all, he had previously declared that he would kill Lu Ming. At that time, he had been so proud, confident, and arrogant. He had thought that he was invincible and that only Xianxia could match him in the entire world. At that time, he had not taken Lu Ming seriously. Even if his opponent had a taboo body, he was still confident that he could suppress him. However, not only had he suffered consecutive defeats, but he also had to admit defeat in front of Lu Ming. He could not do it. Because of this hesitation, Lu Ming would not give him a chance. Xianxia also lost the chance to admit defeat. Whoosh! The dazzling spear light was faster than lightning and pierced Xianxia's forehead. With a puff, Xianxia's forehead was directly pierced by the spear light. The terrifying destructive power in the spear light exploded in an instant. Xianxia's head exploded, and he died on the spot. This scene caused the scene to fall into silence. Many people revealed looks of shock in their eyes. Xianxia had been killed. This was the first time that someone with a 12-star battle strength had been killed on the fighting stage. In the previous battles, even if he was no match for Yichu, he could still escape. But now, Xianxia, the once invincible son of heaven of the heavenly palace, had been killed by Lu Ming on the fighting stage. This was extremely shocking. Fortunately, he could be resurrected here. If it was outside, Xianxia would have been dead. The once strongest son of heaven of the heavenly human tribe would have completely fallen. After Xianxia was killed, his corpse turned into streaks of light and flew back to the lotus. In the next moment, Xianxia was reformed. Lu Ming, Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with hatred in his eyes. Of course, there was also a trace of fear. Although he had been resurrected, it was true that he had been killed by Lu Ming. He had truly felt the smell of death. That feeling made his heart tremble. Unknowingly, he had developed a trace of fear toward Lu Ming. This was instinctive. Ha ha ha, good kill, good, the myriad god laughed. Previously, Lu Ming had promised him that he would kill Xianxia on the fighting stage. Now, he had done it. The strongest son of heaven is just SOSO. Lu Ming held the spear formed by the forbidden power and pointed it at Xianxia. His voice was filled with contempt. Damn it, Xianxia roared in his heart. The other members of the heavenly human tribe also roared. They either glared at Lu Ming angrily or stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Lu Ming had killed Xianxia on the spot. To the heavenly human tribe, this was a great humiliation. Xianxia was known as the strongest son of heaven and was one of the 2 strongest people in the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe. He represented the heavenly human tribe. Killing Xianxia in public was equivalent to slapping the heavenly human tribe in the face. The heavenly human tribe was naturally displeased. Xiaoxian, you must avenge Xianxia. Xiaoxian, you must kill Lu Ming. Many heavenly human tribe members roared and pinned their hopes on Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian was the only one in the heavenly human tribe who could deal with Lu Ming. When Lu Ming killed Yi Chu Tianji, he only displayed 12-star combat strength. He did not reveal his 13-star combat strength. Therefore, everyone thought that Lu Ming only had 12-star combat strength. With the combat strength that Yi Qiuxian had displayed, he might be able to deal with Lu Ming. Amidst the hubbub, the competition continued. Next, there were a few battles between 11-star combat strength. After that, the 9th round was over. Soon, the 10th round began. The first battle of the 10th round was a heavyweight battle between 12-star combat strength. Wanshan vs Xianxia. This, Lu Ming was a little stunned. He did not want to see a battle between Wanshan and Xianxia. However, according to the rules of the competition, they would meet sooner or later. I hope it won't hurt their friendship, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, it was not convenient for him to intervene. One was his best friend and the other was his wife. He did not want to see either of them get hurt. At this time, the surrounding people were also discussing and guessing who was stronger between Wan Shen and Xianxia. Wan Shen had previously defeated Yi Chu Tianji and had already displayed his powerful combat strength. As for Xianxia, he had always been very mysterious. Until now, he had never crossed swords with an existence with 12-star battle prowess. However, when Dark Knight Rose faced Xianxia, she immediately admitted defeat. This made people wonder how strong Xianxia was. They wanted to see Xianxia's strength through this competition. On the battle stage, Wan Shen and Xianxia faced each other. Myriad God looked at Xianxia before looking at Lu Ming. Finally, he shook his head and said, "There's no need to fight this round. I admit defeat." Xianxia was also taken aback. He never expected myriad gods to admit defeat so quickly. The surrounding people were also stunned and speechless. He wanted to use this battle to see Xianxia's strength, but he never expected myriad god to admit defeat again. "I'm friends with Lu Ming and you're Lu Ming's wife. That means we're on the same side. I don't want to fight with my own people. Moreover, you give me the feeling that you're very strong and threatening. Even if we really fight, I don't have the confidence to win. I might as well admit defeat," the myriad god mumbled before returning to the lotus with a flicker. Xianxia won this battle. The first battle of the 10th round ended in a hurry. They thought there would be an exciting battle, but the result was disappointing. After that, 8 consecutive battles were between 11-star experts or 11-star experts against 12-star experts. It was either not exciting enough or there was no suspense. When it was the 10th battle of the 10th round, the crowd finally began to get excited. This was because this battle was between Yi Qiuxian and Dark Knight Rose. The two top experts finally faced off. Regardless of whether it was Yi Qiuxian or Dark Knight Rose, they were both considered to have the highest chance of obtaining first place. Yi Qiuxian defeated Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongye consecutively and became the true number 1 expert of the heavenly human tribe. As for Dark Knight Rose, she was a sky-devouring rose flower. She was extremely strange and the poison she produced could even devour the ultimate power of heaven of the heavenly human tribe. Previously, when she fought Yi Ling Hongye, she devoured Yi Ling Hongye's ultimate power of heaven, causing Yi Ling Hongye to become weaker and weaker. In the end, she was defeated by Dark Knight Rose. This caused the crowd to have a guess. Since Dark Knight Rose's poison could devour Yi Ling Hongye's ultimate power of heaven, could it devour Yi Qiuxian's ultimate power of heaven? In theory, it could. Since it could devour Yi Ling Hongye's poison, it could also devour Yi Qiuxian's poison. However, Yi Qiuxian's strength was stronger and it was hard to say. Therefore, who was stronger between Dark Knight Rose and Yi Qiuxian had always been the focus of the crowd's discussion. Everyone had their own opinions. However, they had to let the facts speak for themselves. Only when the two of them fought would they know who was stronger. Now, they were finally going to face off. After a round of discussion, the crowd quietened down and looked at the fighting ring quietly, waiting for the battle to break out. "Handsome guy from the heavenly human tribe, you are no match for me. Why don't you just admit defeat? We can be friends and get closer in the future." Dark Knight Rose's eyes were like water as she stared at Yi Qiuxian. Her voice was filled with charm. Dark Knight Rose was an outstanding beauty. Whether it was her figure or her appearance, they were the best in the universe. Facing Dark Knight Rose, not many people could resist her temptation. Many of the younger generation around them swallowed their saliva and stared at Dark Knight Rose with their eyes wide open. However, Yi Qiuxian's expression was normal and he was unmoved. "Make your move. Let me see how powerful your poison is," Yi Qiuxian said indifferently. Yi Qiuxian said indifferently. His voice was cold. However, within that cold voice, there was an invincible conviction. How boring and unromantic. "Then don't blame me for being heartless." Before she could finish her sentence, Dark Knight Rose made her move. She shouted softly and pushed her hands forward. Suddenly, rays of dark golden light exploded around Yi Qiuxian. These rays of light immediately enveloped Yi Qiuxian. These rays of light were both an attack and a lethal poison. Bam! Yi Qiuxian made his move. The moment he moved, 3 different types of heaven's powers exploded. The 3 types of heaven's powers formed 3 different colored battle swords and slashed out. The sword chi whistled and pierced through the dark golden light. Yi Qiuxian's body rushed out and charged towards Dark Knight Rose at an astonishing speed. The sword chi whistled and hundreds of sword lights slashed towards Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose's face was solemn. A huge rose appeared in her hand. The rose was dark golden. When the petals opened, the center of the petals was like a strange black hole. It was like a bottomless abyss that was filled with terror. From the black hole, dark golden light rushed out continuously and densely towards Yi Qiuxian. Boom! 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 Both of their attacks collided and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The 3-colored sword light and the dark golden light collided continuously. The entire fighting ring was covered by various kinds of light. The speed was too fast. In an instant, both of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. However, there was still no clear winner. End of chapter. Kill. Yi Qiuxian roared as he controlled the 3 swords to launch a fierce attack. The sword chi was like a torrential wave that swept towards Dark Knight Rose. The attack was extremely terrifying. It was as though anything that stood in its way would be destroyed mercilessly. The petite Dark Knight Rose looked as though she would be torn into pieces by the boundless sword chi at any time. However, the Dark Knight Rose was as steady as a mountain. The rose in her hand seemed to be emitting boundless dark golden light. It was bursting forth unceasingly, blocking Yi Qiuxian's tide-like sword aura. If this goes on, Yi Qiuxian will be in danger. Someone sighed, winning the approval of the others. Especially those from the heavenly human tribe. Their faces were solemn. Previously, when Dark Knight Rose and Yi Xianxia fought, they were in the same state. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, later on, Yi Xianxia was poisoned by Dark Knight Rose's poison and the poison started to devour her ultimate heaven energy. Yi Xianxia became weaker and was defeated by Dark Knight Rose in the end. The current situation was exactly the same as before. It was obvious that Dark Knight Rose wanted to use the same method to defeat Yi Qiuxian. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Yi Qiuxian. If Yi Qiuxian was defeated, the heavenly human tribe would suffer a crushing defeat. When the news spread across the universe, the heavenly human tribe's reputation would suffer a great blow. Yi Qiuxian had obviously thought of this too. Triple Demise Sword Formation, kill. Yi Qiuxian shouted as his heavenly energy exploded. The 3 swords that were formed by the ultimate heaven energy quickly grew in size and stood tall between the heavens and earth. The 3 swords formed a strange pattern and formed a sword formation. Boom! 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 The heavens and earth shook and the battle stage shook violently. The sword formation formed a gigantic sword light that fell from the sky and pierced towards Dark Knight Rose's head. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. The power of this move was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the sword chi wave from before. It was obvious that Yi Qiuxian had not used his full strength previously. He had not used his killer move and had only used a normal attack. At this moment, the sword formation was the true killing move. Its power was simply too shocking. The gigantic sword light gave off a strong pressure. Ordinary emperor gods would not be able to block such a sword light. Their minds would have collapsed before they even came into contact with it. Of course, it did not mean that the power of this move had surpassed the 12-star level and reached the 13-star level. Not at all. The further one's cultivation level, the harder it was to raise one's level. Once one's cultivation level, it would be extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation level. But without a doubt, this move had definitely reached the limit of a 12-star battle prowess. Dark Knight Rose will be defeated. Dark Knight Rose will be defeated. Yi Qiuxian is truly astonishing. Even at a time like this, he actually still has a trump card up his sleeve. Once he unleashes his trump card, he will be able to defeat the Dark Knight Rose as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. With that, her poison will be rendered ineffective. Facing this sword, many people cried out in surprise. As for Dark Knight Rose herself, her expression was solemn. Sky Rose. Dark Knight Rose yelled. Her body emitted a dark golden light. Her body was shrouded in the light. In the next moment, the light disappeared, and the Dark Knight Rose's body also disappeared. What replaced it was an incomparably huge rose. That rose was over 300 meters tall. Furthermore, it was growing at an astonishing speed. It appeared to be exactly the same as the rose that Dark Knight Rose held in her hand earlier. However, its aura was much more terrifying. That was Dark Knight Rose's real body. The real sky-devouring rose. Boom, the huge sword light pierced the heaven-devouring rose, exploding with a shocking boom. Then, the sword light vibrated and collapsed. As for the heaven-devouring rose, it shook violently and retreated. However, the roots of the sky-devouring rose extended out and took root in the void, stabilizing its body. Triple sword formation. Slash. Yi Qiuxian shouted slash 3 times. His aura was like thunder. Then, the 3 swords in the sword formation vibrated. This time, 3 sword lights appeared and slashed towards Dark Knight Rose. The 3 sword lights were all incomparably large and terrifyingly powerful. They looked as if they were going to crush the sky-devouring rose. However, at this moment, the sky-devouring rose's flower suddenly grew in size. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. The black hole in the middle of the flower was especially large. It was like a giant mouth that devoured humans. A terrifying devouring power erupted from the black hole and bit down on the 3 sword lights. Buzz, the 3 sword lights vibrated non-stop and released sword lights to attack the flower petals. However, they were all devoured by the terrifying devouring power and were all sucked into the black hole. Furthermore, the flower continued to grow in size. Its devouring power continued to erupt and devour the 3 sword lights. It was going to devour the 3 sword lights. The sword lights vibrated and fought against the sky-devouring rose. However, they were no match for the sky-devouring rose and collapsed. After all, it was only 3 sword lights. It was normal for them to not be able to last long. After devouring the 3 sword lights, the sky-devouring rose began to charge towards Yi Qiuxian. It was going to devour Yi Qiuxian and the 3 swords. Yi Qiuxian's gaze was calm. He was under the protection of the 3 swords. At the same time, the 3 swords were arranged in a mysterious trajectory and were rotating continuously. The speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. In the process of rotating, powerful sword lights were formed and slashed towards Dark Knight Rose continuously. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Soon, both sides were in a stalemate for a few minutes. At this moment, a dark golden light suddenly spread out from Yi Qiuxian's body. This dark golden light was like a mist that seeped out from every pore of Yi Qiuxian's body. Yi Qiuxian's body seemed to be dyed with a layer of dark golden paint. Ha ha ha, Yi Qiuxian, you've been completely poisoned by my poison. Now, the poison is devouring your supreme heavenly power. You're going to lose. Dark Knight Rose's arrogant voice could be heard from the gigantic sky-devouring rose. How could this be? Many heavenly human tribe members turned pale and looked terrible. Yi Qiuxian was going to lose, they found it hard to accept. Yi Qiuxian was extremely powerful. He was already at the limit of a 12-star battle power. Such battle power was enough to dominate the entire universe for an era. However, Dark Knight Rose grew even bigger. After transforming into her true form, her battle power also increased tremendously. During the stalemate between the two, Dark Knight Rose's poison erupted and invaded Yi Qiuxian's body. As such, Yi Qiuxian was likely to follow in Yi Ling Hongya's footsteps. The supreme heavenly power in his body was being devoured. The consequences were imaginable. Is that so? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Yi Qiuxian said indifferently. His expression was still calm. Even though Dark Knight Rose's poison gas had entered his body, Yi Qiuxian's face was still calm and his voice was filled with confidence. At this moment, Dark Knight Rose's face changed abruptly. Why? Why is the ultimate heavenly energy in your body not weakening at all? Dark Knight Rose's voice was filled with shock. Dark Knight Rose had perfect control over her poison gas. She could clearly sense how much of the enemy's energy it had devoured. However, when the poison gas entered Yi Qiuxian's body, she realized that her poison gas did not devour any of Yi Qiuxian's energy. This was impossible. Although the ultimate heavenly energy was powerful and mysterious, her Sky Devourer poison was no small matter. It was unique in the entire universe and could devour endless energy. Previously, Yi Ling Hongya's ultimate heavenly energy was also devoured by her. However, the ultimate heavenly energy in Yi Qiuxian's body did not seem to be affected at all. No matter how she tried to activate or control the Sky Devourer poison, it was useless. The energy in Yi Qiuxian's body was like a rock that was indestructible. I don't believe that there's any energy in this world that I can't devour other than the forbidden energy, Dark Knight Rose roared. The Sky Devourer rose swayed and more Sky Devourer poison flowed out from the center of the flower and entered Yi Qiuxian's body. However, after a while, it was still useless. Dark Knight Rose could feel that she had not devoured any of Yi Qiuxian's energy. Instead, she had used up a lot of energy to release the Sky Devourer poison. How is this possible? Why is the energy in your body so strong? No, the energy in your body is not right. At this moment, Dark Knight Rose seemed to have discovered something and shouted in shock. Let me show you my true strength. Yi Qiuxian's cold and confident voice sounded. At the next moment, boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Yi Qiuxian's body. A vast and majestic energy burst out as if it could destroy everything. The Sky Devourer poison that Dark Knight Rose had used to invade Yi Qiuxian's body was quickly destroyed by this energy. Yi Qiuxian was shrouded by the ultimate heavenly energy. This ultimate heavenly energy had 4 different colors. At this moment, many people couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. You. 4 types of ultimate heavenly powers, the Dark Knight Rose roared in shock. The gigantic rose kept swaying as if it was shaking. The petals were trembling from the shock. Yes, 4 different utmost heavenly powers. Yi Qiuxian did not control 3 different utmost heavenly powers. Instead, he controlled 4 different utmost heavenly powers. Tianfa, Tianzhu, Xianxia, Xianxia, the heavenly human tribe only had a total of 4 types of supreme heavenly energy. Yi Qiuxian had actually grasped all of them. The scene fell into a deathly silence at first, and then an uproar ensued. Among them, the celestial clans people were the most excited, the most horrified, and also the loudest. Heavens! 4 types of ultimate heavenly powers. Yi Qiuxian has actually mastered 4 types of ultimate heavenly powers. How is this possible? Legend has it that the 4 powers of the heavens are the true perfect powers of the heavens. However, it's extremely difficult to master them. In the history of the heavenly human race, not many people have been able to master them. Too strong. Yi Qiuxian is too strong. Is this Yi Qiuxian's true strength? The heavenly human tribespeople were discussing in shock. Even the exceptional skyprides were trembling. It was unknown if it was because of excitement or envy. There was only one thing in common, and that was shock. They were too shocked. Only the heavenly human tribe could truly understand what it meant to master 4 different utmost heavenly powers. That was perfection, true perfection, the perfect and flawless heavenly powers. Legend had it that in the history of the heavenly human tribe, only 2 people had truly mastered the perfect heavenly powers. One of them was an old ancestor of the heavenly human tribe from countless years ago. No one knew how long it had been since then, and no one knew if he was still alive or not. It was also that old ancestor who had brought the heavenly human tribe to such a prosperous state. The second person was an exceptional prodigy of the heavenly human tribe from 60 stellar years ago. This prodigy from 60 stellar years ago had also mastered 4 utmost heavenly powers and was extremely powerful. Back then, he had fought a bloody battle with the taboo race and killed his way to the top. Now, this existence was known as the #1 powerhouse of the heavenly human tribe, suppressing the entire universe. Of course, that was under the condition that some of the old ancestors of the heavenly human tribe did not appear. And now, there was a third one. Fortune, the fortune of the heavenly human tribe. In the sky, the heavenly venerables of the heavenly human tribe were also extremely shocked. Then, they became excited. All of them trembled with excitement. They knew better than anyone what it meant to master the perfect heavenly powers. This meant that the heavenly human tribe would become stronger and stronger. Countless years ago, an old ancestor of the heavenly human tribe who had mastered the perfect heavenly powers led the heavenly human tribe to overcome all obstacles and finally led the heavenly human tribe to prosperity. 60 stellar years ago, the heavenly human tribe faced a huge crisis. At that time, 2 taboo races and some other heaven-defying prodigies appeared in the universe. They all rebelled against the heavenly palace and wanted to overthrow the heavenly palace. At that time, another prodigy who had mastered the perfect heavenly powers appeared in the heavenly human tribe and fought against the taboo races. In addition, with the help of some old ancestors of the heavenly human tribe, the heavenly human tribe finally protected their position in the universe. The appearance of every existence who had mastered the perfect heavenly powers was of great significance to the heavenly human tribe. This time, there was a third one. Did this mean that the heavenly human tribe could finally destroy all the rebels and truly control the eldritch universe? At that moment, the heavenly venerables thought about many things. The fusion of the 4 supreme heavenly powers can form the perfect heavenly powers. It's perfect and flawless. Although your poison is powerful, it can't devour my perfect heavenly powers. Xianxia said calmly. The confidence in his eyes was even stronger. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone understood why Dark Knight Rose's poison couldn't do anything to Xianxia. The perfect heavenly powers were perfect and flawless. It was perfect and flawless. The heaven-devouring poison couldn't be dealt with at all. You have mastered the perfect heavenly powers, Dark Knight Rose's incredulous voice came from the huge rose. 60 stellar years ago, she was Tang Qing's pet and had followed Tang Qing through all the battles. Back then, she had witnessed the prodigy of the heavenly human tribe 60 stellar years ago. That was an existence who could truly compete with the taboo race. He could even suppress the taboo race and was extremely powerful. Facing such an opponent, she was a little scared. Originally, I wanted to save it to deal with the taboo race. I didn't expect it to be exposed so early. Dark Knight Rose, you should be proud, Xianxia's cold voice sounded. Then, he took a step forward. End of chapter. Xianxia took a step forward and unleashed his perfect heaven's energy, forming a battle sword and slashing towards Dark Knight Rose. Sword chi whizzed through the air, causing the sky to tremble. In the face of this attack, Dark Knight Rose's heart trembled. She felt an immense pressure. However, Dark Knight Rose did not want to give up just like that. Block it. The Dark Knight Rose shouted, and the huge rose started to spin rapidly. The flower was already huge, but it was still growing rapidly. The flower continued to spin, and at the center of the flower, an incomparably powerful devouring force burst out, wanting to devour the battle sword. However, Dark Knight Rose's heart started to sink. This was because the power of Xianxia's attack was beyond her imagination. As the sword light landed, Dark Knight Rose's attack was extinguished. In the end, the gigantic battle sword landed on the heaven-devouring rose and split the powerful devouring force into 2. Boom, the battle sword landed on the flower, causing it to shake violently. Then, the violent sword chi struck the flower, causing it to explode. The petals were being extinguished one by one. In the end, the entire flower was split into 2. With a loud bang, the gigantic Dark Knight Rose exploded, revealing Dark Knight Rose's body. Her face was pale as blood flowed out of her mouth. She was forced to retreat. I admit defeat, Dark Knight Rose shouted as she retreated. There was no need to fight anymore. Through that sword strike, she knew very well that she was no match for Yi Qiuxian. There was a huge gap between them. If she continued the fight, she would be killed in the next attack. 13 stars of battle strength, Dark Knight Rose sighed helplessly. She was very clear that Yi Qiuxian's battle prowess had already reached 13 stars. Although there was a difference of 1 star between 13 stars and 12 stars, the difference was huge. There was a legend in the chaotic universe that 12 stars of battle strength was the limit for god emperors. Only the strongest geniuses in the universe could reach 12 stars of battle strength. However, once one surpassed 12 stars and reached 13 stars, their battle strength would increase tremendously. Under the same cultivation level, 13 stars of battle strength could easily crush 12 stars of battle strength. No matter what tactics one used, it would be useless. As for Yi Qiuxian's battle power, it was very clear that he had surpassed 12 stars and reached 13 stars. This was a true peerless genius who was invincible among those of the same level and could suppress the universe. It was rare for even one to appear in countless eras. Dark Knight Rose admitted defeat and left the fighting ring. She returned to the lotus and began to heal herself. Yi Qiuxian's expression was calm as he returned to the lotus. He didn't want to kill Dark Knight Rose, so he let her admit defeat. If he didn't want his opponent to admit defeat, he could have continued to unleash a torrent of attacks after the previous move. His opponent wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat and would have been killed on the fighting stage. Everyone's gazes landed on Yi Qiuxian. Their eyes were filled with shock and awe. He actually has perfect control over the power of the heavens, Yi Chu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya, and the others sighed in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with envy and helplessness. They knew that they could no longer compete with Yi Qiuxian. In the future, Yi Qiuxian would be the undisputed number 1 person in this generation of the heavenly human tribe. After this battle, they would have to be respectful to Yi Qiuxian when they saw him again. Even though they had mastered 3 supreme powers of the heavens, 3 supreme powers of the heavens and 4 supreme powers of the heavens were 2 completely different concepts. 3 supreme powers of the heavens were immature and imperfect. 4 supreme powers of the heavens represented perfection. Imperfection and perfection were only 1 step apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. It was almost impossible to go 1 step further and master 4 supreme powers of the heavens. In the history of the heavenly human tribe, after countless eras, there were still a few people who could master 3 supreme powers of the heavens. Every few eras, there would be one. However, in the vast history of the heavenly human tribe, there were only 3 people who could master the perfect power of the heavens. This showed how difficult it was. 3 supreme powers of the heavens would be suppressed and easily defeated when faced with a perfect power of the heavens. After this battle, Yi Qiuxian's status in the heavenly human tribe would increase tremendously. He would definitely be far above them. Even though they were envious and jealous, they knew that they had to change their attitude towards Yi Qiuxian in the future. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer. This person is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming looked at Yi Qiuxian. His eyes flickered and revealed a trace of shock. Previously, he had felt that Yi Qiuxian was not simple. He vaguely gave him a strong sense of pressure. He had always felt that Yi Qiuxian might be hiding his strength. The truth was indeed so. However, even though he was a little shocked, he was not afraid. Instead, there was a strong desire to fight in his eyes. Yi Qiuxian had 13-star battle strength. Wasn't he the same? Both of them had 13-star battle strength. Who was stronger between him and Yi Qiuxian, he would only know after the battle. As if sensing Lu Ming's desire to fight, Yi Qiuxian's gaze turned towards Lu Ming. His sharp gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced towards Lu Ming. Forbidden body. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yi Qiuxian spoke, his voice spreading far and wide. Haha. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not reply too much. It was useless to say anything now. They would know after the battle. However, in the eyes of others, Lu Ming's attitude turned into fear and dread. Lu Ming is afraid. He doesn't dare to accept the battle. That's normal. Yi Qiuxian has 13-star battle strength. How long will it take for another 13-star battle strength to appear in the entire Eldritch universe? Even though Lu Ming has a forbidden body, it is impossible for him to have 13-star battle strength. How can he not be afraid when facing Yi Qiuxian? That's right. Yi Qiuxian is undoubtedly the number one person in the Eldritch universe. Looks like there is no doubt about the number one person in this battle for the origin seed. Amazing. The heavenly human tribe is indeed the heavenly human tribe. They are still invincible. There were discussions and exclamations all around. Many of the heavenly human tribe could not help but reveal a proud expression. That's right. The heavenly human tribe was still number one and was still the overlord. Previously, when Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya were defeated consecutively, all the members of the heavenly human tribe felt that they had lost face. However, because of Yi Qiuxian, they felt that they had regained their lost face. Because Yi Qiuxian proved that the heavenly human tribe was still invincible. The first place still belonged to the heavenly human tribe. F***ck Wan Shen licked his lips and looked at Yi Qiuxian. His eyes flickered with fighting spirit, but he felt a huge pressure in his heart. At the scene, everyone had different thoughts. However, it was undeniable that they were all shocked by Yi Qiuxian. As a result, from the beginning of the last 11 rounds, everyone was a little dazed after a few consecutive battles. It wasn't until another heavyweight confrontation arrived that everyone came back to their senses. Xianxia vs Yi Ling Hongya. End of chapter. The fifth match of the 11th round was between Xianxia and Yi Ling Hongya. Everyone was looking forward to this match. It was mainly because of Xianxia. Xianxia had encountered people with 12-star battle prowess 3 times, but he had never really fought. The first time he faced Lu Ming, Xianxia admitted defeat. Later on, when he encountered Dark Knight Rose and Myriad God, Dark Knight Rose and Myriad God also admitted defeat. Xianxia had only fought against people with 11-star battle prowess. He had not fought against anyone with 12-star battle prowess. The others did not know Xianxia's true strength. Now, through the battle with Yi Ling Hongya, they should be able to see some problems. Now, Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya had completely become tools for others to measure their strength. Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya were naturally very unhappy about this. I must defeat this traitor in this battle. Yi Ling Hongya stared at Xianxia and roared in her heart. She was filled with determination. She swore in her heart that she must win this battle and wash away her shame. This was her last chance to wash away her shame. She had been defeated by Dark Knight Rose and Yi Qiuxian. In addition, Wan Shen and Lu Ming had not fought with her, but Wan Shen and Lu Ming had defeated Yi Chu Tianji one after another. Her battle prowess was about the same as Yi Chu Tianji's. Since Lu Ming and Wan Shen could defeat Yi Chu Tianji, she was most likely no match for them. Now, only Xianxia's battle prowess was unclear. As long as she defeated Xianxia, she could regain some face and not be so humiliated. It seems like you don't want to admit defeat. Then make your move. I'll give you a chance to make your move. Xianxia said. These words directly provoked Yi Ling Hongya. Lowly person, shut up. Yi Ling Hongya shouted coldly and rushed toward Xianxia. As she rushed out, she pressed her hands together and the red leaf domain erupted, enveloping Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to be stunned. He stood there motionless, allowing Hongya's domain to approach. In the next moment, Xianxia was enveloped by the red leaf domain. Great! Seeing this, Yi Ling Hongya was overjoyed. Once he was enveloped by her red leaf domain, her chances of victory would increase by 20%. They both had 12-star battle prowess, but their chances of victory were increased by 20%. That was a huge difference. I'm definitely going to win this battle. Red leaves of 10,000, kill. Yi Ling Hongya shouted. Within her red leaf domain, countless red leaves suddenly appeared and flew towards Xianxia. Each of these red leaves was comparable to an incomparably sharp divine weapon, and their power was extremely terrifying. The power of a single piece was already very shocking. But now, there were at least 10,000 pieces. With so many red leaves attacking at the same time, one could imagine how powerful they were. Moreover, within the red leaf domain, her attacks would be endless. Just as Xianxia was about to be enveloped by the thousands of red leaves, a black halo suddenly appeared on Xianxia's body. Moreover, the black halo was rapidly expanding. Let's see if your domain is more powerful than mine. Heavenly Demon Domain. Xianxia shouted. The halo on his body was rapidly expanding, enveloping Xianxia in an instant. Zzz, the two domains collided and rubbed against each other, creating ear-piercing sounds. The void was distorted. The thousands of red leaves that were about to attack Xianxia also stopped. They were suspended in midair, unable to move forward. You've also mastered a domain? Xianxia's expression changed. 3 types of ultimate heavenly powers erupted wildly, merging into the red leaf domain, trying to break Xianxia's heavenly demon domain. However, it was useless. The two domains continued to clash, but Xianxia's heavenly demon domain did not budge. Your domain is only SOSO. Let me break your domain, Xianxia said. Then, a black lotus appeared under her feet. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the lotus. Her fingers formed a strange seal, and a huge figure appeared on her body. This figure was incomparably huge, but it was not Xianxia's figure. It was a woman's figure, but her appearance could not be seen clearly because she was shrouded in demonic qi. As soon as this figure appeared, Xianxia's heavenly demon domain became more powerful. Suddenly, it suppressed Xianxia's red leaf domain, causing it to tremble and distort. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. In terms of domain, she was actually suppressed. Once her red leaf domain was broken, she would be enveloped by Xianxia's heavenly demon domain. She would be in a passive position, and her chances of winning would plummet. Kill! Xianxia shouted. 3 types of ultimate heavenly powers turned into 3 weapons, carrying her towards Xianxia. She wanted to defeat Xianxia in one fell swoop. As long as she defeated Xianxia's domain would be broken. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was close to Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia also moved. She gently pressed out her right hand, and the huge figure also extended a hand and pressed forward, pressing down on Xianxia. After the huge hand pressed out, it became incomparably black, as if it was formed by demonic qi. Heavenly demon palm, boom, the huge demonic palm collided with Xianxia, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. As the energy spread, Xianxia's body frantically retreated. However, the heavenly demon palm did not stop. It continued to press down on Xianxia. How is this possible? Xianxia was extremely shocked. She found that she was no match for Xianxia in a head-on confrontation. She was completely at a disadvantage. In the face of the heavenly demon palm, Xianxia could only continue to use all her strength to resist. However, this time, she was even more embarrassed. She staggered back, her face pale. There was a sweet taste in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, she was already injured. She had only taken 2 moves head-on, and she was already injured. Obviously, the gap between their strength was not small. Heavenly demon palm, suppress for me, Xianxia shouted and continued to attack. The huge figure pressed out its palm again, and another huge heavenly demon palm pressed down on Xianxia like a mountain. Rumble! Before the heavenly demon palm fell, the violent energy had already caused Xianxia's face to change drastically. Clang! There was the sound of a sword. Xianxia fully activated the 3 types of ultimate heavenly powers, and the 3 types of ultimate heavenly powers turned into a large number of blood-red leaves. These leaves intertwined to form a huge battle sword, slashing at the heavenly demon palm, trying to split it open. Bam! The two exchanged blows for the 3rd time, and the energy swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the battle sword formed by the blood-red leaves shook violently, and then exploded. The violent energy of the heavenly demon palm pressed down on Xianxia. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body flew back like a sack, and fell heavily on the fighting ring. After 3 moves, Xianxia was severely injured. Xianxia was severely injured, and it was even harder for her to maintain the power of the red leaf field. The red leaf field was completely crushed by the heavenly demon field, and it kept collapsing. The power of the heavenly demon field was getting stronger and stronger. In the heavenly demon territory, black lotuses appeared one after another. They were densely packed and filled the void. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and she looked terrified. I admit defeat. Yi Linghongye yelled and admitted defeat. There was no need to compete anymore. She knew that Xianxia's combat strength was far above hers. If they continued, she might not be able to get out of the fighting ring, and she would be killed on the fighting ring. With Yi Linghongye's admission of defeat, Xianxia won the battle. However, the result shocked everyone. Xianxia won too easily. What terrifying combat strength! How can Xianxia be so strong? He defeated Yi Linghongye in just a few moves? Could Xianxia's combat strength have also reached 13 stars? Many people discussed in shock. Most importantly, Xianxia had won too easily. How many moves had it been? He defeated Yi Linghongye in just a few moves, which showed the huge gap between them. No, it's not 13 stars. Xianxia's combat strength hasn't reached 13 stars. It should be the limit of 12 stars. That's right. His combat strength should be at the limit of 12 stars, which is far above Yi Linghongye's. However, he shouldn't have won so quickly, mainly because Yi Linghongye was restrained. Both of them controlled fields, but Xianxia's field was stronger, so Yi Linghongye was completely restrained, and her combat strength was greatly reduced. That's why he defeated her so easily. Some Divine Master-level existences spoke up and analyzed the issue thoroughly. The others were also enlightened. Xianxia's combat strength was indeed above Yi Linghongye's, but it was obviously not normal for him to defeat her in just a few moves. The main reason was that Yi Linghongye was restrained. If Xianxia fought Yi Tianji, he wouldn't have won so easily. However, everyone was still shocked by Xianxia's battle prowess. Such battle prowess was already extremely terrifying. From the looks of it now, it was only second to Yi Qiuxian and not weaker than the Dark Knight Rose who had unleashed her full battle prowess. No wonder Dark Knight Rose admitted defeat to Xianxia. His combat strength was not inferior to Dark Knight Rose's at all. If he had some means to counter Dark Knight Rose's poison, then it was normal for Dark Knight Rose to be no match for him. What amazing combat strength! This time, Xianxia will definitely have a place in the top 3. That's right. If it wasn't for Yi Qiuxian being so strong, she might even be able to fight for first place. There are too many experts this time. It's really shocking. Many people discussed in shock. Damn it, how is this possible? Yi Tianji roared. He was the most shocked among the crowd. This was because he had fought with Xianxia before. At that time, the two of them were evenly matched. Now that he thought about it, one reason was that he was not countered by Xianxia. The other reason was that Xianxia did not use his full strength at that time. He originally thought that he could be on par with Xianxia. At least, he would not be at the bottom of the 12-star battle prowess. Now, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. This made him extremely unhappy. After this battle, there were a few more ordinary battles. When it was the 9th battle of the 11th round, it was finally a battle between 12-star battle prowess. Lu Ming against Dark Knight Rose. When the two of them stepped onto the fighting ring, many people were curious and expectant. They were all guessing who would win between Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose. This was because the battle prowess of the participants had become clearer. Everyone was secretly guessing the specific ranking. For example, everyone was sure that Yi Qiuxian would be in first place. There was almost no suspense. The bottom two were Yi Tianji and Yi Linghongye. As for Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose, everyone believed that they would be in the top 4. The greater suspense was whether Lu Ming or Wanshen would be in 5th place and not in the top 4. Now, Lu Ming was up against Dark Knight Rose. Many things could be seen from this battle. For example, Lu Ming was able to defeat Dark Knight Rose. Needless to say, he would definitely be in the top 4. If Lu Ming was not a match for Dark Knight Rose, it would depend on how far Lu Ming could fight Dark Knight Rose and how the battle prowess he displayed compared to Wanshen. However, the crowd thought from another perspective. Even Xianxia and Wanshen had admitted defeat to Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming was not too bad, he would basically be in the top 4. However, most people did not have high hopes for Lu Ming. They believed that Lu Ming was most likely not a match for Dark Knight Rose. The main reason was that the battle prowess Dark Knight Rose had displayed was too strong. She was definitely at the peak of 12-star. She had forced Xianxia to reveal his strongest battle prowess. It was very difficult to achieve such a level of battle prowess. Although Lu Ming had a taboo body, the chances of him having such battle prowess were very small. Hence, the crowd did not have high hopes for him. However, there were people who objected. They believed that although Lu Ming might not have the same battle prowess as Dark Knight Rose, he had a taboo body after all. The taboo power was the strongest power in the universe. Dark Knight Rose's heaven-devouring poison might not be able to do anything to the taboo power and would be countered by Lu Ming. It was hard to say who would win. Some people agreed with this view. On the battle stage, Dark Knight Rose looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She said softly, "Lu Ming, I really didn't expect you to grow to this stage and even have a taboo body. If I had known, I would have eaten you no matter what." Ha ha ha. Lu Ming could not help but recall the first time he met Dark Knight Rose in the Taishu dynasty. At that time, Dark Knight Rose showed a strong desire for him, as if she really wanted to eat him. "Unfortunately, you missed that chance. You won't have another chance," Lu Ming said lightly. "Is that so?" Dark Knight Rose's eyes flickered. She looked at Lu Ming and smiled sweetly. "Lu Ming, I don't want to eat you anymore. What I want is a collaboration. Why don't you join us and fight with us? I'll give you whatever you want." As she said that, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Anyone could understand what she meant. Many young men began to breathe heavily. In different directions, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Ling Yui's gazes all fell on Lu Ming. They wanted to see Lu Ming's reaction. Lu Ming was expressionless. His current mental fortitude was extremely strong. Although Dark Knight Rose was extremely tempting, it could no longer shake his heart. "Dark Knight Rose, cut the crap. Do you want to admit defeat, or do you want me to do it?" Lu Ming said coldly. "Sigh, how unromantic." Dark Knight Rose sighed and said, "Although the taboo power is powerful, it also depends on the person who uses it. In the hands of different people, the difference in power is like heaven and earth. I would like to see how powerful the taboo power you use is." Before she finished speaking, Dark Knight Rose had already rushed towards Lu Ming. The Dark Knight Rose dashed toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. In the process of dashing out, her body was already filled with a rich dark golden glow. Afterward, a rose appeared from within the glow. Dark Knight Rose turned into her original form and pushed her combat strength to the limit. The rose grew rapidly, and the glow filled the sky. The center of the flower was like a huge black hole. It was so dark that one couldn't see the bottom. A powerful devouring force was constantly erupting from it. Hoo hoo hoo, the terrifying devouring force shrouded Lu Ming. At the same time, dark golden rays flew towards Lu Ming like sharp blades. Facing Dark Knight Rose's torrential attacks, Lu Ming was calm. He activated his taboo energy and condensed a long spear in his hand. Whoosh, the long spear shook and stabbed forward. In an instant, dozens of spear shadows flew out and blocked Dark Knight Rose's attacks. Even the powerful devouring force had a few holes in it. "Devour!" Dark Knight Rose shouted. The rose was still growing. At this moment, it had already covered the entire fighting stage. The huge black hole in the flower was aimed at Lu Ming. The devouring force was constantly erupting, trying to devour Lu Ming. This devouring power was extremely terrifying. If an ordinary expert were to face this devouring power, they would be torn to pieces in an instant, not to mention resisting it. However, Lu Ming wasn't an ordinary expert. He successfully blocked the devouring force. His body was like a nail nailed to the fighting stage. He didn't move at all. He only used his long spear to resist the dark golden glow. In an instant, the two sides had exchanged dozens of blows. At this moment, Lu Ming was completely shrouded in the dark golden glow. Not only that, but the pores on his body were also emitting a dark golden glow. Poison, Lu Ming's body had already been poisoned. "Devour!" Dark Knight Rose shouted. She controlled the poison, trying to devour Lu Ming's strength. However, in the next moment, Dark Knight Rose's face darkened. She realized that her heaven-devouring poison couldn't shake Lu Ming's taboo energy at all. Although she had expected it, she was still very disappointed when it actually happened. Dark Night Rose, so this is your heaven-devouring poison. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming's voice sounded. Previously, he had been passively defending and did not launch too strong of an attack because he wanted to test just how powerful the heaven-devouring poison was. It was capable of devouring absolute heavenly energy. However, it was unable to devour perfect heavenly energy. Thus, he wanted to see if the heaven-devouring acute poison was capable of devouring forbidden heavenly energy. This way, he would be able to determine which was stronger between the taboo energy and perfect heaven's energy. Reality proved that the taboo energy was strong enough, definitely not weaker than perfect heaven's power. It successfully blocked the heaven-devouring poison. The heaven-devouring poison couldn't shake the forbidden power. Since he had already tested it out, there was no need to continue. It was time to counterattack. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. A spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the firmament. The spear light grew larger and larger, piercing towards the gigantic heaven-devouring wild rose, wanting to pierce through it. The spear light was huge and indomitable, shocking everyone. What a terrifying attack, what a terrifying power. This power has already reached the limit of 12-star battle prowess. It definitely doesn't feel any weaker than Xianxia's battle prowess. Amazing, there are too many experts this time. At the scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air and discussed excitedly. That's right, Lu Ming still hadn't revealed his 13-star battle prowess. The battle prowess that he unleashed was the limit of 12-star battle prowess. This was because there was no need to reveal his 13-star battle prowess to deal with Dark Night Rose. Devour. Dark Night Rose still didn't want to give up and wanted to resist. She activated the devouring force with all her might. In the middle of the flower, the black hole spun wildly. The violent devouring force erupted like a huge mouth, wanting to devour Lu Ming's spear light. At this moment, the indomitable spear light also blasted into the center of the flower. Rumble, a series of violent roars sounded. The wild rose trembled continuously and then began to explode. One by one, the wild rose withered and flew out. With a final boom, the wild rose completely exploded, revealing Dark Night Rose's figure again. However, at this moment, Dark Night Rose's face was pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She had been severely injured by the previous attack. As expected, Dark Night Rose is no match for him. She's going to lose. The most terrifying thing about Dark Night Rose is her poison. Coupled with that poison, her battle prowess is at the limit of 12-star battle prowess. However, when the poison loses its effect, her battle prowess will be greatly reduced. It's normal that she isn't a match for Lu Ming. From the looks of it, the second place belongs to Lu Ming. The crowd discussed animatedly. In their hearts, there was a change in the ranking. Lu Ming's battle prowess was beyond everyone's imagination. He was stronger than they expected and defeated Dark Night Rose head-on. Among the crowd, Xianxia was definitely stronger than Lu Ming. Other than Xianxia, Xianxia's battle prowess might not be weaker than Lu Ming's. However, Xianxia had already surrendered in front of Lu Ming previously. Therefore, Lu Ming was already certain that he would be in second place. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Lu Ming had already stepped forward. The long spear in his hand was buzzing as he locked onto Dark Night Rose. A powerful aura was constantly exerting pressure on Dark Night Rose. I admit defeat. In the end, Dark Night Rose shook her head gently and admitted defeat. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. There was no need for another battle. Dark Night Rose admitted defeat and left the fighting ring. She returned to the lotus flower. Just like that, Lu Ming won all 11 battles and obtained 11 consecutive victories. Until now, only 2 people had obtained 11 consecutive victories. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. The specific ranking can be guessed. That's right. There's no doubt that Xianxia will be in first place. As for Lu Ming, there's also no doubt that he will be in second place. In addition, Xianxia and Dark Night Rose should be in third and fourth place respectively. It's hard to say who will be in fourth place. Wanshan's strength is unfathomable. He might not lose even if he hasn't fought Dark Night Rose before. That's right. I think so too. It's hard to say who will be in fourth place. However, there shouldn't be much change in the other rankings. The crowd was discussing the specific ranking again. Am I in second place? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. The corner of his mouth curled into an expectant smile and a strong fighting spirit. Second place wasn't his goal. His goal was to be in first place. Although Yi Qiuxian had a battle prowess of 13 stars, so did Yi Qiuxian. They would only know who was stronger after a battle. After a few more battles, the 11th round came to an end. Soon, it was the 12th round. Not long after the 12th round began, there was a battle between 12 stars of battle prowess. They were Yi Tianji and Yi Hongya, the tragic heavenly daughter of heaven. Yi Tianji and Yi Hongya were almost certain to be the last two among the 7 12-star combatants. Now, it was time to see who would be 6th and who would be 7th. Neither of them wanted to be 7th, so they engaged in an intense battle. However, they were old rivals. They had fought many times in the past for the top spot of the heavenly human tribe. Every time, there was no clear winner. This time was no different. The two of them fought fiercely for more than 1,000 rounds, but there was still no clear winner. Both of them were exhausted and the battle ended in a draw. After this battle, there were a few more battles. Finally, there was a battle that everyone wanted to see. It was the battle between Wan Shen and Dark Knight Rose. This was the battle that everyone had been looking forward to for a long time. This battle would show who would be in the top 4. Without any superfluous words, Wan Shen and Dark Knight Rose engaged in an intense battle. Wan Shen was definitely powerful. He was born from the flesh and blood of many primordial divine spirits. He had unparalleled talent and was born with the strongest and most primordial divine power. In addition to his powerful primordial divine body, he had dozens of origin source secret techniques. He was like an invincible war machine. However, the origin of the Sky Devourer Rose was even more shocking. The Sky Devourer poison was extremely terrifying. In the entire universe, there were few powers that it could not devour. Even though Wan Shen's divine power was strong and condensed, it was still restrained by the Sky Devourer poison. As the battle dragged on, the divine power in his body was constantly being devoured. His strength continued to weaken until he was defeated by Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose won this battle. After this battle, although the battle was not over, everyone had a clear ranking in their hearts. First place, Yi Qiuxian. Second place, Lu Ming. Third place, Xianxia. Fourth place, Dark Knight Rose. Fifth place, Wan Shen. The last two were Yi Tianji and Yi Hongya. Therefore, the crowd wasn't that interested in the rest of the competition because the final result was within their expectations. For example, in the 13th round, Lu Ming fought Yi Hongya. There was almost no suspense. If Lu Ming could easily defeat Yi Tianji, he could also easily defeat Yi Hongya. There was another battle, Yi Qiuxian against Wan Shen. Although the outcome of this battle was within everyone's expectations, the battle at the beginning was still very exciting. Yi Qiuxian did not unleash his 13-star battle strength at the start. Instead, he used 12-star strength to fight Wan Shen. Myriad God was extremely powerful. After exchanging more than 100 blows with Yi Qiuxian was still unable to do anything to Myriad God. And Yi Qiuxian had to use his perfect heaven's power to defeat Wan Shen. On the 14th round, Wan Shen defeated Yi Hongya without much suspense. There was another match, Yi Qiuxian vs Xianxia. In this battle, Yi Qiuxian used his full strength right from the start. 4 types of utmost heaven powers burst forth. Xianxia was even more straightforward. He directly admitted defeat and didn't even fight. Xianxia was very clear that although she had many tricks up her sleeve, she was absolutely no match for Yi Qiuxian. Soon, they entered the 15th round. In the 15th round, there was only one battle between 12-star battle prowess. That was Dark Knight Rose vs Yi Tianji. Of course, there was no suspense. Dark Knight Rose won. The other matches were all between 11 stars of battle prowess or 11 stars of battle prowess against 12 stars of battle prowess. Lu Ming and the other 12-star battle strength won easily. They did not even have to fight. Their opponents admitted defeat. Then, they entered the 16th round. In this round, there was only one battle between 12 stars of battle prowess. Xianxia against Yichu Tianji. Xianxia won without any surprise. After this battle, among the 12-star battle strength, only Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian did not fight. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or deliberately arranged. The two of them did not meet in the next few rounds. They did not meet in the 17th round, 18th round, 19th round. There were a total of 21 people. Each of them had to fight others. There would be a total of 20 rounds. When it was the last round, the 20th round, Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian finally faced each other. Moreover, it was the first battle of the 20th round. Everyone was a little excited. Do you think Lu Ming will fight with Yi Qiuxian or admit defeat? Someone asked. I think there will definitely be a battle. Legend has it that the taboo constitution is a natural enemy of the Heavenly Palace. If he doesn't even dare to fight and admits defeat, it will be a big blow to the morale of the Heaven Destroyer. It will also weaken the invincibility of the taboo constitution. I think so too. Even if he can't win, he will definitely fight. Anyway, he won't really die here. He can also train himself. Many people felt that Lu Ming was most likely not a match for Yi Qiuxian. However, he would choose to fight. He would not run away or back down. You're half right. I won't back down and I will win. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring from the lotus. At the same time, Yi Qiuxian also got on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you won't admit defeat? Yi Qiuxian's first sentence was to ask Lu Ming to admit defeat. No one in this world can make me admit defeat, including you. Lu Ming replied calmly. Haha, is that so? That's great. Let me kill a taboo constitution with my own hands. Although you won't really die here, as he spoke, Yi Qiuxian's eyes shone with a fiery light. Since ancient times, the taboo constitution had been the nemesis of the Heavenly Palace. For example, the Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Lord of the Grand Ancient Celestial Court, Fei Huang, Tang Feng, these people were the nemesis of the Heavenly Palace. They had caused great losses to the Heavenly Palace. All the heavenly humans wanted to kill the taboo constitution. Now that he had the chance, how could he not be excited? You want to kill me? Yi Qiuxian, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming replied indifferently. He was in high spirits and was very confident. Don't have the ability? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, show me what you've got. I know you haven't used your full strength before. Let's see how many moves you can take from me. Yi Qiuxian laughed and took a step forward. A violent aura erupted like a volcano. 4 types of supreme heavenly forces appeared and formed a huge battle sword. It slashed down at Lu Ming. The battle sword slashed down as if it wanted to split the entire space into 2. It was extremely powerful. If they were outside the chaotic universe, this sword would definitely be able to split the starry sky into 2 and destroy countless planets. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. A long spear formed in his hand. Then, the long spear started to spin rapidly. It shot up into the sky like a drill and rushed towards Yi Qiuxian's battle sword. Clang, boom, the 2 attacks collided. In an instant, the void shook violently. A destructive force swept out in all directions. Fortunately, there was an invisible barrier around the fighting ring that blocked the energy that was sweeping in all directions. Buzz, the long spear that Lu Ming had formed vibrated continuously before collapsing. Then, Lu Ming's body was pushed back until he reached the edge of the fighting ring before he could stabilize himself. His face was a little pale and the blood in his body was in turmoil. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, is this your full combat strength? If this is all you have, I'm really disappointed. You can't even take 3 of my moves. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. There is indeed a huge gap between 12-star and 13-star combat strength. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Just now, he had not used his full strength and had only displayed the maximum combat strength of 12-star combat strength. When he exchanged blows with Yi Qiuxian, he was indeed at a disadvantage. What's the hurry? I was just testing the waters. Now, it's my turn to attack. Sky-splitting form, kill. Lu Ming growled as the battle character art and taboo energy. were fully unleashed. At the same time, he used the sky-splitting form and spear radiance emanated from every pore of his body. Swoosh, he turned into a dazzling spear radiance and pierced towards Xianxia. This spear was stunning and extremely stunning. It was as though it could pierce through the universe and destroy everything in its path. Its power was much stronger than Lu Ming's previous attacks. When this spear was unleashed, the surrounding spectators were shocked and their eyes widened. Oh my god, this power, could this be 13-star combat strength? A few exclamations were heard and their voices were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian's eyes were filled with excitement. Interesting, interesting. Come on. Yi Qiuxian roared as his perfect heavenly powers erupted. This time, 4 battle swords formed around his body. Each of the supreme powers of the heavens formed a battle sword. The 4 battle swords took turns flying towards Lu Ming. Swoosh! 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 The first of the 4 battle swords had already neared Lu Ming. With a loud boom, it collided with Lu Ming. This time, the explosion was earth-shattering. Sword chi and spear radiance swept out in all directions. Wang, Yi Qiuxian's first battle sword trembled incessantly before finally collapsing. However, the second sword immediately rushed forward. 4 consecutive swords clashed with Lu Ming. In the end, Yi Qiuxian's 4 swords were all destroyed by Lu Ming. Yi Qiuxian's body staggered backwards. However, the spear light on Lu Ming's body was also destroyed. His body shook violently as he retreated backwards. This move was evenly matched. So you've been hiding your strength. You've actually reached 13-star battle prowess. Yi Qiuxian stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were burning with passion, and his battle intent was extremely strong. It's lonely at the top. Invincible is lonely. Previously, Yi Qiuxian had always had this feeling. In a battle of the same level, there was no one in the entire universe who could match him. It was as if he was the only one standing at the top, overlooking the thousands of other geniuses. This made him feel lonely. Now, after seeing Lu Ming unleash a 13-star battle prowess, he instead felt a sense of excitement. At his level, having an opponent could stimulate his motivation and allow him to continuously improve. In fact, Lu Ming also had this feeling. Therefore, he had already revealed a strong battle intent. At this moment, the surrounding people were in a state of shock. Oh my god, it's really 13-star battle prowess. Lu Ming has 13-star battle prowess. He's been hiding his strength all this while. Terrifying, too terrifying. This is crazy. There are actually 2 13-star battle prowess people in the same era. Looking at the entire history of the Eldritch universe, this has only happened a few times. Looking at the entire history of the Eldritch universe, such a grand occasion only happened when the universe was first formed or 60 stellar years ago. Is the taboo body really that terrifying? Many people found it hard to calm down. They were discussing excitedly and expressing their opinions. This kid, the divine masters and heavenly venerables of the heavenly human tribe had ugly expressions on their faces. They looked at Lu Ming eerily, revealing a strong battle intent. Lu Ming's battle prowess was truly beyond their expectations. Not every taboo body could be so powerful. In history, the taboo body had not appeared many times, but it was not rare either. Some taboo bodies had fallen before they reached the great accomplishment stage. They did not become famous in the Eldritch universe and were passed down through the ages. In the history of the Eldritch universe, there were 4 most famous taboo bodies. One was the Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, and the other was the Lord of the Primordial Divine Court. The other 2 were Fei Huang and Tang Feng. However, these 4 most famous taboo bodies could not all reach 13-star battle prowess when they were in the Divine Emperor realm. In fact, there was only one person who could surpass 12-star battle prowess and reach 13-star battle prowess in the Divine Emperor realm. That was Tang Feng. The other 3 did not surpass 12-star battle prowess. They were all at the limit of 12-star battle prowess. Therefore, no one would have thought that Lu Ming could reach 13-star battle prowess before. Even if they knew that the taboo body was very powerful, they would at most think that Lu Ming's battle prowess was at the limit of 12-star battle prowess. The limit of 12-star battle prowess was still acceptable. However, 13-star battle prowess was terrifying. They had to get rid of him. Once such a person reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be a disaster for the Heavenly Palace. Take Tang Feng for example. Many Heavenly Human Tribe experts had died in his hands back then. Until now, many Heavenly Human Tribe members would feel fear at the mention of the taboo sword ancestor Tang Feng's name. They did not want another taboo sword ancestor. Damn it, how could it be? Why is it like this? Yichu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya, Yichu Qianyue, and the other Heavenly Human Tribe geniuses who had conflicts with Lu Ming were trembling. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Unwillingness, doubt, and even fear emerged from their hearts. Lu Ming. Di Jiani whispered. The battle sword on his back kept buzzing and jumping. There was also a strong sword intent on his body. However, it was hidden in the end. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He had always regarded Lu Ming as his opponent and wanted to defeat Lu Ming. However, he now realized that the gap between him and Lu Ming was too big. There was a huge gap between 11-star battle prowess and 13-star battle prowess that was difficult to cross. No matter what his future achievements would be, at least in a battle of the same level, the gap between him and Lu Ming was too big. Anya Rose's delicate body was also trembling. Her eyes were flickering with shock, fear, and doubt. In her previous life, she was Tang Qing's pet and naturally knew Tang Feng. She had seen Tang Feng fight many times and knew how terrifying Tang Feng was. Was the current Lu Ming in existence like that? She kept thinking in her mind. No one knew what she was thinking. Ha ha ha, amazing. My brother is indeed different. Wan Shen laughed. Dandan and Bubbles also wanted to laugh, but because of their respective tribes, they had some scruples and forcibly held back what they wanted to say. Young master will always be number one. Qiu Yu said in a low voice, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Ming. There was no surprise in her eyes. Because in her heart, no matter when and no matter where, Lu Ming would always be the strongest and the most dazzling one. What she needed to do was to try her best to keep up with Lu Ming's footsteps and share some of the burden with Lu Ming. Xianxia's face was calm. Everything was within her expectations. Ling Yue's expression was complicated. She looked at Lu Ming again and again. At this moment, Lu Ming became the focal point of the entire place. Just like when Yi Qiuxian revealed his 13-star battle strength. The battle intent in Yi Qiuxian's eyes grew stronger and stronger. The aura on his body also grew stronger. Around his body, the 4 battle swords condensed and revolved around him. Defeating you with your 13-star battle strength is meaningful. In the end, I will prove that I am number one, the true number one. Yi Qiuxian roared as his golden hair fluttered in the wind. His invincible belief was unwavering. Whoosh, he made his move again as he took a step forward. His body was like a ray of light as he charged towards Lu Ming. He held a battle sword in each hand as he slashed towards Lu Ming. The other 2 battle swords attacked in the air. The sky was filled with sword chi and there were 4 different types of sword chi. Heavens. Punishment, Heaven's extermination, Heaven's punishment, and Heaven's wrath. Boom, Lu Ming also unleashed his full strength as tens of thousands of light spots lit up all over his body. It was as if tens of thousands of stars were embedded in his body. Tens of thousands of secret techniques and taboo powers combined and exploded. They then gathered into a long spear that was held in Lu Ming's hand. Whoosh, Lu Ming charged towards Yi Qiuxian. The 2 figures met in the middle of the fighting stage with unparalleled power. Their attacks collided once again and a dazzling light exploded. This time, the 2 of them only swayed slightly before they started fighting again. Kill, kill, kill. Fight, fight, fight. The 2 of them roared as they fought. Powerful energy exploded as they charged towards each other. The 2 people's speed was swift to the extreme. In an instant, they clashed over 100 moves. Around them, many people widened their eyes and stared at them. They wanted to see who was stronger. Previously, practically everyone had thought that Yi Qiuxian would definitely obtain first place. But now, everyone dispelled this thought. Lu Ming also had 13-star battle prowess. It was hard to say who would win or lose. Only at the very end of the battle would the victor be decided. This battle would determine who would be number one. Whoever won would be number one. Whoever won would get the best position and be able to better connect to Universe Ocean. The fierce battle on the battle stage continued. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged more than 300 moves, but there was still no clear winner. Boom, after another collision, the two of them retreated and stood facing each other. At this moment, the battle intent on their bodies had almost solidified. Their gazes were as sharp as divine light as they clashed in the void. Haha, very good. It has been a long time since someone forced me to this extent in a battle of the same level. This is the first time I've felt this way ever since I cultivated the perfect power of heaven. Now, I'm going to use my most powerful killer move to defeat you. Lu Ming, be proud of it. For Extinction Sky Sword Formation. Xianxia roared as 4 battle swords flew up into the sky. They formed a strange trajectory that was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. Xianxia had used this move before. But previously, it was just 3 types of supreme power of heaven that formed a sword formation. Its power was astonishing. But now, it was 4 types of supreme power of heaven. A perfect sword formation formed by the power of heaven. How terrifying would its power be? Obviously, Xianxia had not used his full strength in the battle just now. Wang! 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 The 4 battle swords vibrated and sword chi shot up into the sky. As they combined, a huge sword light was formed from the sword formation and slashed towards Lu Ming. Before the sword light arrived, Lu Ming could already feel the immense pressure. Skybreaking style. Lu Ming immediately used his strongest secret skill. His body turned into a spear and clashed with Xianxia's sword light. Boom, a light pillar shot up into the sky as the spear light and the sword chi clashed. But after a few breaths, the sword chi suddenly surged and suppressed the spear light. The spear light was pushed back and finally, the sword chi wave hit the spear light completely. Bam, the spear light collapsed and Lu Ming's figure retreated. His face was a little pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Not good. The faces of the 10,000 gods, Autumn Moon, Xianxia, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others changed drastically. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. On the other hand, those from the Heavenly Palace, especially those from the Heavenly Human Tribe, were ecstatic. Lu Ming is no match for him. He's going to lose. In the end, our Heavenly Human Tribe is still stronger. Xianxia is invincible. What taboo physique! It's nothing in front of our Heavenly Human Tribe. Many celestial beings shouted loudly, venting their own gloominess. Lu Ming, you're going to lose. Sword formation, rise. Xianxia shouted. His figure appeared in the middle of the 4 battle swords and appeared at the core of the sword formation. He formed a seal with both hands and this time, 4 huge sword lights were formed and slashed towards Lu Ming with unparalleled force. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. His expression was extremely grave. He activated the energy in his body to the extreme. He squeezed out all his energy and continued to activate the heaven-splitting style. His entire being had completely transformed into a long spear, dashing toward the sky. Boom, the spear collided with one of the sword lights and there was an earth-shattering explosion. Then, the spear vibrated and was sent flying. The second sword light had already slashed down. When the spear collided with the second sword light, the spear vibrated even more violently and was also sent flying. Then, the third and fourth sword light slashed down one after another. The entire fighting ring was enveloped by the sword formation and it was impossible to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Block it. Lu Ming roared and braced himself to block it. Boom, after 2 booming sounds, the long spear was cut into 2 at the waist. It then dissipated, revealing Lu Ming's true body. Lu Ming's body smashed into the fighting ring like a cannonball, causing the fighting ring to shake violently. Lu Ming spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. There were several sword wounds on his body. The wounds were very deep and even his bones were broken. His body was almost cut into several pieces. Energy constantly flowed out of the 60 trillion cells in his body, repairing his injuries. However, his aura was still a little weak. That move just now had seriously injured him. At least a few trillion cells had been annihilated in an instant. What a terrifying power. Yi Qiuxian's full power is almost at the peak of 13 star. Lu Ming thought to himself, and his face was extremely solemn. His battle prowess had just reached 13 star. The power of Yi Qiuxian's 4 extinction heavenly sword formation was almost at the peak of 13 star. Such combat strength was completely above Lu Ming's. What should I do? Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a solution. Lu Ming quickly thought of a countermeasure. Yi Qiuxian's 4 extinction heavenly sword formation was simply too powerful. It had already surpassed Lu Ming's current combat strength. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he wouldn't be a match for Yi Qiuxian even if he went all out. If this continued, he would only lose. Lu Ming. Young Master. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dan and Bubbles, and the others were all worried. As for the heavenly human tribe, especially those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, they were overjoyed and laughed loudly. Yes, that's the way. Kill him, no, cripple him. Cripple his cultivation, cripple him, Gabbert roared with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression. His face was filled with excitement and anticipation. His angelic wings had been torn by Lu Ming, and his talent and potential had been greatly reduced. It could be said that he hated Lu Ming to the core. At this moment, seeing that Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage, he was extremely excited. He was looking forward to Yi Qiuxian being able to cripple Lu Ming and avenge him. Lu Ming, it seems like you don't want to admit defeat. Come at me again. Yi Qiuxian roared and activated his sword formation. Another 4 huge sword lights slashed towards Lu Ming. The sword gleams were huge. They charged toward Lu Ming from all 4 directions of the fighting ring. Their speed was extremely fast, completely covering all directions. Lu Ming used his body movement to avoid the 4 beams of sword gleams. However, he realized that it was futile. This was because this area was filled with terrifying sword gleams. No matter which direction or where he dashed from, he would be hit by the violent sword aura. There was no way to evade. Skybreaking stance. Lu Ming roared and used the skybreaking stance again. As Lu Ming continued to use the skybreaking stance, his understanding of the skybreaking stance deepened and its power gradually increased. However, he still couldn't stop Yi Qiuxian's attack. Boom. 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 After a series of explosions, Lu Ming was defeated once again. His body smashed onto the battle platform and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There were several more terrifying wounds on his body. This was also because his vitality was extremely strong. If it were anyone else, they would already have no strength to continue fighting. Outside the fighting ring, Xianxia and the others looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Young Master will definitely win, definitely. Autumn Moon muttered under his breath. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Although she trusted Lu Ming very much, the worry in her eyes was no less than that of the others. Is there any other way for me to increase my combat strength? Even now, Lu Ming still hadn't given up. He stared at Yi Qiuxian with bright eyes as he thought of a countermeasure. To be honest, Yi Qiuxian was indeed very strong. Ever since Lu Ming started cultivating, Yi Qiuxian was the strongest among his peers. He had never fought so hard against an opponent of the same level. Yi Qiuxian, who controlled the perfect power of heaven, was truly the strongest in the universe. The perfect power of heaven was said to be able to suppress even taboos. Only very few taboos could contend against it. This wasn't just a saying, it was really too strong. Of course, there was another reason. Yi Qiuxian had probably reached the 13-star level for a long time. The 4 extinction heavenly sword formation had been cultivated to the great success stage. Its power was extremely shocking, causing Yi Qiuxian's combat strength to almost reach the pinnacle of the 13-star level. As for Lu Ming, it hadn't been long since he reached the 13-star level, so he didn't have much time to strengthen himself. If Lu Ming was given more time to cultivate more secret techniques, then his combat strength would increase even more. It wouldn't be impossible for him to reach the limit of the 13-star level. Lu Ming's disadvantage was that the time he had to cultivate was too short. After all, when he entered the Taishang Immortal City, he was only a deity emperor, not a divine emperor. As for Yi Qiuxian, when he entered the Taishang Immortal City, he had already reached the 6th layer of the divine emperor realm. He had even accumulated a lot of energy, and could break through to the Divine Master realm at any time. In fact, many of the people fighting for the origin seeds had already reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. They could already break through to the Divine Master realm. Yi Qiuxian, Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya were the same. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose were also the same. After all, when they entered the Taishan Immortal City, their cultivation had already reached the 6th or 7th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. After entering the Taishan Immortal City, with the help of the Desolate Pill, their cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. The reason why they hadn't broken through was because they had deliberately suppressed their cultivation. Once they broke through to the Divine Master realm, they would only be a low-level Divine Master. How could they compete with the Lord of Heaven? Therefore, they had deliberately suppressed their cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. Their goal was to fight for the origin seeds. As long as they could condense the origin seeds, once they broke through to the Divine Master realm, their cultivation would increase quickly. Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm from the peak of the Divine Emperor realm in a short period of time. However, it was normal that his battle strength was not as strong as Yi Qiuxian's. Lu Ming, I'll give you a chance. Admit defeat. Yi Qiuxian floated in the air, looking down at Lu Ming from above. He was not in a hurry to attack. He wanted Lu Ming to admit defeat. He wanted to attack Lu Ming's invincible belief. People like them had always been invincible. They had accumulated the belief that they were invincible. This belief allowed them to show off their abilities. They could cut through all obstacles, break through, move forward, and cut through all obstacles. However, once they admitted defeat in front of others, their invincible belief would be severely damaged. In the future, their cultivation and breakthroughs would not be so smooth. This move could be said to be ruthless. He wanted to attack Lu Ming's foundation. Once Lu Ming admitted defeat, Lu Ming would no longer be a threat to Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian could suppress Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Admitting defeat and being defeated were two different things. It was normal to be defeated. It was normal to be weaker than others. Some people could become stronger after a setback. But if he admitted defeat, it would mean that he was denying himself, and his sharpness would be thwarted. You want me to admit defeat? Yi Qiuxian, you're not qualified. Lu Ming shouted. His body stood up again, tall and straight like a mountain peak. You overestimate yourself. Then I'll kill you on the fighting stage. I'll let the world know that the taboo body is nothing more than this. Kill. Yi Qiuxian shouted coldly. The sword formation was activated. Four huge sword lights formed again and slashed down at Lu Ming. What should I do? Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, pondering continuously in his mind. In an instant, dozens of ideas came to mind. However, they were all rejected by Lu Ming. The reason for that was because none of those methods would be able to stop Yi Qiuxian, nor would they be able to match him. The sword lights were about to slash down. Right, Qi cultivation art. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of Qi cultivation art. Although he was in his present body and did not cultivate Qi cultivation art. Back when he was in the 5 Elements Immortal Mountain, he had comprehended the hieroglyphs on the Golden Wall. The hieroglyphs on the Golden Wall of the 5 Elements Immortal Mountain were a type of Qi refinement art. It was equivalent to the secret arts of the primitive universe. That kind of Qi refinement art was mysterious and powerful. However, given Lu Ming's inherent mindset, he had been using the taboo force and the ancient secret skills that he had mastered during the battle. For a moment, he did not think of the Qi refinement technique at all. Now that he thought of it, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. There was no time to hesitate. Lu Ming quickly formed hand seals with his hands. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! His fingers were like blooming lotuses. A strange wave spread out from his hand. Then, a ball of flame suddenly condensed, and it quickly grew bigger. Finally, the flame was like a sun. It shone brightly and emitted a terrifying heat. It collided with Yi Qiuxian's sword light. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Scorching flames covered the entire fighting stage. Then, the flames exploded. However, Yi Qiuxian's sword light also collapsed. It's effective. I blocked it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. However, Yi Qiuxian's face darkened. He let out a low roar and the other 3 sword lights were about to hit him. However, Lu Ming's fingers did not stop. He continued to form hand seals for qi refinement art. At that moment, the sound of a sword could be heard. 3 sword lights were condensed between Lu Ming's fingers. They shot up to the sky and slashed at Yi Qiuxian's 3 sword lights. There were 3 consecutive explosions. The 6 sword lights collided with each other and released billions of sword qi. In the end, Yi Qiuxian's 3 sword lights were blocked. The 6 sword lights disappeared at the same time. What? The surrounding people stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming actually blocked Yi Qiuxian's attack. Just now, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. He was no match for Yi Qiuxian. After Yi Qiuxian used the 4 extinction heavenly sword formation, each of his attacks caused Lu Ming to be severely injured. But now, Lu Ming suddenly burst out and blocked Yi Qiuxian's sword formation. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength? How was that possible? He was already severely injured, yet he was still hiding his strength. What kind of technique is Lu Ming using? It looks very mysterious, but also very unfamiliar. It doesn't seem like any kind of secret technique. Some people were puzzled. Even though the attack was very similar to many of the secret techniques that were currently being used, Xianxia's attack was very similar to that of many secret techniques. But only on the surface. The fluctuations produced by Lu Ming's hand seals were incomparably mysterious and unfamiliar. Many people couldn't recognize them. That seems to be a qi refinement art from the last era. Could it be that Lu Ming has mastered a qi refinement art? Someone cried out in alarm, finding it hard to believe. There were many experts at the scene. There were also divine masters of the heavenly human tribe and even heavenly venerables. These people had explored the ruins of the universe and entered the ruins left behind by the previous epoch. They were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately recognized that Lu Ming's attack came from the previous epoch. You're talking about the qi refinement attack technique? How is that possible? When the others heard this, they were also in disbelief. After reaching the Divine Emperor and Divine Emperor level, the existing cultivation methods had already been stabilized. It was almost impossible to cultivate a qi refinement art at the same time. It was too difficult. Countless people had tried, but only a few of them could even scratch the surface. However, Lu Ming had mastered a kind of qi refinement attack technique, which was really shocking. How powerful! This qi refinement attack technique is actually so powerful. It's even stronger than my current skybreaking form. Lu Ming was also shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. This meant that he had another powerful trump card. However, Yi Qiuxian's face darkened. So what if it's a qi refinement attack technique? My perfect power of heaven and my 4-Ju heavenly sword array can cut through everything. Kill! Yi Qiuxian shouted. 4 kinds of supreme power of heaven burst out and rushed into the 4-Ju heavenly sword array. Buzz, the 4 battle swords kept vibrating and 4 huge sword rays slashed towards Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming was excited. His body soared into the sky and his hands quickly formed the hieroglyph seal. This time, it was no longer flames and battle swords. Instead, a few goshawks were formed. They looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Their sharp claws pierced through the air and grabbed at the 4 sword rays. Another series of explosions rang out. Several of the goshawks were defeated. However, Yi Qiuxian's 4 sword lights were also defeated. Yi Qiuxian's attack was blocked once again. It could not do anything to Lu Ming. Damn it. I don't believe it. Continue, slash again. Yi Qiuxian shouted and continued to activate the sword array. Another 4 sword rays were slashed out. As for Lu Ming, he continued to form seals. This time, a tall mountain emerged and filled the sky, successfully blocking the 4 sword gleams. Ha ha ha, the qi refinement attack technique contained in the hieroglyph seal is really mysterious. It's unpredictable and contains endless mysteries. I'm still far from mastering it. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. He was extremely carefree. The golden light wall of the 5 elements immortal mountain didn't contain just 1 or 2 hieroglyph seals. There were many of them. Every hieroglyph seal was a transformation. Therefore, this Qi refinement attack technique contained many transformations. Lu Ming counted carefully. It contained a total of 72 transformations. Moreover, he had a feeling that the more he used it, the more proficient he became. Yi Qiuxian, continue. Lu Ming shouted. This time, he took the initiative to attack. He formed seals and drew the power of heaven and earth. It turned into a battle sword and slashed at Yi Qiuxian's head. Lu Ming intended to use Yi Qiuxian to train his control of the Qi refinement attack technique. After all, he had only comprehended it for a while under the golden light wall. He then used it to break through the golden light wall and enter the golden light wall. After that, he had not used it again. It was inevitable that he would feel a little rusty when he suddenly used it. Yi Qiuxian was no doubt a very good opponent. He could stimulate his potential to the maximum. Damn it! Yi Qiuxian shouted angrily and activated the sword formation. Sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Boom, the two of them exchanged a blow and retreated. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming attacked again. The two of them exchanged blows and fought continuously. Soon, they had exchanged dozens of blows. As they continued to exchange blows, Lu Ming became more and more proficient in using the weapon refinement attack technique contained in the hieroglyph seal. His control also became more and more exquisite. As his control deepened, the power naturally became stronger. Gradually, Lu Ming began to suppress Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian kept retreating. Seeing this, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and the others were naturally ecstatic. As for the heavenly human tribe and those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, they were furious. They could not accept this. Impossible, I will not lose. For ultimate heavenly sword formation, explode. Yi Qiuxian roared. He looked a little crazy. He no longer activated the sword gleam. Instead, he personally wiped the 4 battle swords that were condensed from the supreme power of heaven and slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom, when the first ultimate heavenly sword slashed at Lu Ming, it exploded. Yi Qiuxian was going all out. He controlled the ultimate heavenly sword to self-destruct, creating a terrifying power. The first sword was formed by the heavenly punishment energy. When it exploded, the entire area was drowned in pure white lightning. Lu Ming's body was wrapped in layers of lightning. Sizzle, countless lightning bolts flickered with shocking power. Every single one of them could destroy a planet in the chaotic universe. With so many lightning bolts exploding at the same time, the power was imaginable. However, Yi Qiuxian was still worried. He continued to brush past the second combat sword. The combat sword that was condensed from the power of heavenly extermination charged toward Lu Ming before exploding again. Before the heavenly punishment energy dissipated, the terrifying heavenly extermination energy charged towards Lu Ming and drowned Lu Ming. Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the others couldn't help but worry. More people opened their eyes wide and stared at Lu Ming curiously. They wanted to see if he would be killed. Now, Lu Ming was completely shrouded in the light of the heavenly punishment energy. No one could see what was happening inside. They could only guess if Lu Ming could withstand it or not. However, they soon discovered a problem. That meant that Lu Ming was not dead. Once Lu Ming was killed, he would be revived on the lotus. However, Lu Ming's lotus did not appear. This meant that Lu Ming was not killed. Damn it! Continue to explode. Explode all of them. Yi Qiuxian roared. He charged towards Lu Ming with the last 2 swords and exploded them. The heavenly punishment energy and heavenly extermination energy drowned Lu Ming. Huff, Yi Qiuxian panted heavily. His face was pale, but his eyes were fixed on the other side. Exploding the 4 extinction heavenly sword formation took a huge toll on Yi Qiuxian. Although he was not injured, the consumption of heavenly punishment energy was shocking. It would be difficult for him to continue to form the sword formation and explode it in a short period of time. He hoped that this move would be able to kill Lu Ming. At the very least, he wanted to seriously injure Lu Ming. He was not the only one. Everyone present, including the reciprocity experts, stared at Lu Ming, who was enveloped by the power of the heavens. Soon, the power of the heavens faded and slowly dissipated. Amidst the power of the heavens, a figure could be vaguely seen. This was naturally Lu Ming's figure. At this moment, one could see that Lu Ming was enveloped by a translucent bell. Cracks could be seen on the surface of the bell. However, it was clear that it had successfully blocked Yi Qiuxian's attack. Lu Ming was unharmed. How is this possible? Yi Qiuxian's body trembled as his face turned even paler. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. As for the heavenly humans, including Gabbard and the others, their expressions were ugly. Of course, Xianxia, Mid-Autumn Moon, and Dandan's expressions were the complete opposite of the heavenly humans. Ha ha ha, what did I say? I told you that Lu Ming would be fine. After all, this guy is my follower. How could anything happen to him so easily? Dandan laughed heartily. However, he could not help but shut his mouth when the cold gaze of the Lord of Heaven swept past him. The young master is truly powerful. The young master is invincible. Impressive, Lu Ming. Give these heavenly humans a good thrashing. Ha ha ha. Mid-Autumn Moon, the myriad god race, and the others did not have such concerns. They laughed heartily and attacked the heavenly humans while they were at it, causing their expressions to turn ugly. Bang, the bell around Lu Ming exploded with a bang. Lu Ming stepped out. His long robes fluttered in the wind. He was calm and composed as if nothing had happened. That bell was naturally formed by Lu Ming using the hieroglyphic Qi refinement art. It was used to protect his body. Unexpectedly, its defensive power was so shocking that it could successfully block Yi Qiuxian's strongest attack. Yi Qiuxian, what other skills do you have? Use them all. Lu Ming stepped out and forced his way towards Yi Qiuxian. Xianxia swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and a sharp sword materialized in the air. Swoosh, the battle sword expanded rapidly. It was tens of thousands of feet long as it slashed towards Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian's expression changed drastically. He roared and the power of the heavens exploded once more. 4 battle swords formed around him once more. However, this time around, the glow of the 4 battle swords was much dimmer than before. They were also much smaller than before. After forming the 4 battle swords, Yi Qiuxian panted heavily. His face was even paler and he was sweating profusely. Previously, he had exhausted too much of his power of the heavens. Now that he was forcefully operating the 4 ultimate heavenly battle formation, it was very difficult for him. Moreover, its power was also much weaker than before. However, at this time, he could only go all out. For ultimate heavenly sword formation, kill. Yi Qiuxian roared and controlled the 4 battle swords to fly towards Lu Ming. They collided with the battle swords formed by Lu Ming. Clang! 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 Clang, the sound of sword chi clashing resounded through the sky. Then, Yi Qiuxian's 4 battle swords collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. However, Lu Ming's attack did not stop. After the first battle sword, a battle saber was formed again and slashed towards Yi Qiuxian. The speed of the battle saber was astonishing. With one slash, it was already above Yi Qiuxian's head. Am I going to lose? No, I want to fight until the last moment. Yi Qiuxian roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with unyielding and unwillingness. The power of the heavens in his body bloomed like flames. His entire body was burning as he charged towards Lu Ming and clashed with the battle saber. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The saber light flashed and then disappeared. Everyone saw Yi Qiuxian's body being split into 2. Yi Qiuxian's body was split into 2 by the battle saber. Then, with 2 loud bangs, his body exploded and turned into ashes. Yi Qiuxian was killed. He was killed by Lu Ming on the battle platform. The scene fell into a dead silence. Then, there was an earth-shattering uproar. Damn it, how is this possible? Yi Qiuxian was defeated. How could he be defeated with a 13-star battle strength and the perfect power of the heavens? It's fake, it's fake. This is all an illusion. I don't believe it. Many people from the heavenly human tribe shouted. They found it hard to believe and accept. Yi Qiuxian controlled the perfect power of the heavens and surpassed the 12-star battle strength to reach 13-star battle strength. Throughout the history of the heavenly human tribe, there had only been 2 such people. Including Yi Qiuxian, there were only 3 of them. Once such a person appeared, they represented invincibility. They could not be defeated in a battle of the same level. But now, Yi Qiuxian was defeated and killed by Lu Ming on the battle platform. This caused the beliefs of many people from the heavenly human tribe to collapse. They began to doubt themselves and their tribe. Was the heavenly human tribe really high up and invincible? Then why would Yi Qiuxian, who controlled the perfect power of the heavens, be defeated? Why would he be killed? Calm down. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Everyone will lose. As long as you become stronger after losing, you will be truly invincible. All of you, wake up. Suddenly, a loud shout exploded like thunder, shaking up the minds of those celestial clan members. Many people from the heavenly human tribe trembled and woke up. A heavenly venerable shouted, waking up many people from the heavenly human tribe, especially some of the young and middle-aged men. These people shuddered and woke up. Then, they broke out in cold sweat. Just now, they had almost lost their faith, leaving behind a heart demon in their hearts. The consequences of that were very serious. It would severely affect their cultivation in the future, making it difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Those geniuses at the 9th layer of the God Emperor realm might be trapped in the 9th layer of the God Emperor realm forever. Fortunately, a heavenly venerable woke them up in time. Similarly, the people from the Heaven Destroyer were overjoyed. Lu Ming could be considered as a member of the Heaven Destroyer now. Now that he had killed Yi Qiuxian, it greatly increased the prestige of the Heaven Destroyer and destroyed the morale of the heavenly human tribe. In the void, Fei Huang smiled and muttered to herself, I was right about him. This kid's future is limitless. Even I can't see through him. Amazing. The person that Junior sister likes is indeed extraordinary. This kid can't be comparable to Master in the future, right? The third demon sword also muttered. However, he still had a smile on his face. He was happy for Lu Ming and Xianxia. The other Origin Realm experts from the Heaven Destroyer also smiled. After this battle, there was no doubt that Lu Ming would take first place. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian's body reformed on the lotus. At the beginning, when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. But very soon, he hid it and became calm. Lu Ming, this is only our first battle. We will have many chances in the future. I will definitely defeat you in the next battle. Yi Qiuxian said calmly. He had regained his confidence. This guy is very scary. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As a peerless genius who had mastered the perfect force of heaven, he was regarded as the most powerful person in the universe. Suddenly, he was killed by Lu Ming on the battle stage. This was a huge blow to him. After suffering such a huge blow, Yi Qiuxian was able to recover in such a short time. One had to admit that this person's temperament was very terrifying. No wonder he was able to cultivate the perfect power of the heavens. I'll wait for your next battle. Lu Ming responded calmly. Although Yi Qiuxian was strong, he was also very confident. No one had ever been able to surpass him after being defeated by him once. Not in the past and not in the future. This was his belief of being invincible. Yi Qiuxian did not say anything more. His expression was calm. He knew very well that people like them all had incomparably firm beliefs. They all had their own paths that they were determined to walk. No matter how much others said, it was useless. After the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian, there were still 9 more matches. However, not many people were paying attention to them. This was because there weren't any more battles that were worth paying attention to. Not long after, the battle for the origin seat of the God Emperor realm came to an end. This battle was really full of ups and downs, making many people feel great in their hearts. That was because no one had been able to guess the result of this battle. The battle situation was unpredictable. Every round, there would be huge changes. It wasn't until the final round that the true result was revealed. Many people's hearts had been on edge the entire time. When all the God Emperor realm battles had ended, the old voice rang out again. The God Emperor realm battles have all ended. Alright, I will now announce the specific rankings. First place, Lu Ming. Second place, Yi Qiuxian. Third place, Xianxia. Fourth place, Dark Knight Rose. First place, you can enter the highest rank. Second to fourth place, you can enter the second rank. Fifth place, Wan Shen. Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya are both sixth place. The old voice continued to announce the names from the 5th to the 13th. This was because these 9 people could enter the third rank. Without a doubt, Bubbles and Autumn Moon had entered the top 13. They had obtained the third rank, the same rank as Yi Chu Tianji and the rest. This made Yi Chu Tianji extremely displeased. He used to be known as the strongest son of heaven with a 12-star battle strength, but now, he was in the same rank as some 11-star battle strength people. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. It's all because of these guys. Yi Chu Tianji's cold gaze swept over Lu Ming, Xianxia, Wan Shen and the rest. In his opinion, it was all their fault. If these people had not blocked his path, his ranking would not have been so low. He would have at least entered the top 4. Now, I will send you to the Cosmic Sea. How much you can gain will depend on yourselves. The old voice rang out. Lu Ming and the rest were looking forward to it. What exactly was the Cosmic Sea that could help one comprehend the origin seed? They were all very curious and looking forward to it. As soon as the old voice finished speaking, the lotus roots under the feet of Lu Ming and the rest started to grow crazily. There was a total of 130 people. The lotus roots under their feet kept growing taller and taller, sending them into the sky. About a few minutes later, the lotus roots stopped growing and came to a stop. As for the height of the 130 people, there was an obvious change as well. Lu Ming was high and mighty. He sat at the highest point and looked down at the others. Below him were Yi Qiuxian, Xianxia, and Dark Knight Rose. However, their height was about 10,000 feet shorter than Lu Ming. This was the second rank. Further down was the third rank. It was Wan Shen, Yi Chu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya, Bubbles, Autumn Moon, Di Jiani, and the rest. The height of these people was 10,000 feet shorter than the second rank. Then it was the fourth rank and the fifth rank. The height of the latter rank was 10,000 feet shorter than the previous rank. The 5 ranks were like a flight of stairs, clearly separated. At this moment, the lotus petals under their feet suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. A layer of multicolored light shrouded them. At this moment, Lu Ming was enlightened. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His heart entered a state of emptiness. The next moment, Lu Ming's soul seemed to leave his body and fly into the vast universe. He was roaming in the boundless universe. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared and sucked Lu Ming in. He seemed to have entered a tunnel and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. He did not know how long he had flown. It might have been an instant or billions of years. Anyway, Lu Ming could not tell. Suddenly, the tunnel came to an end. Lu Ming flew out of the tunnel and arrived at a strange place. Lu Ming was stunned. He realized that he seemed to have arrived at the sea. No, this was not the sea. However, it was as boundless as the sea. He looked around and realized that there were resplendent multicolored lights in all directions. It was boundless and filled with all kinds of multicolored lights. This feeling is so familiar. It's the feeling of the primitive universe. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the area he was in gave him a very familiar feeling. This feeling was exactly the same as the feeling the primitive universe gave him. Are these stars? There are also nebulas, galaxies, star regions. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that there were endless stars rotating in the area he was in. There were also galaxies and star regions. And he had become extremely huge. It was as if his palm could cover a star region. And between these galaxies and star regions, there were some multicolored lights. These multicolored lights seemed to be a special kind of energy. They were vast and unfathomable, high and mighty. Lu Ming was familiar with this kind of energy. This was because he could sense it from Origin Realm figures. Also, he could sense a similar aura from the Origin Realm ancient characters Battle and Quantity. Origin, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Was this the origin? This kind of origin was very clear. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to grab the origin and could clearly feel the touch. It was really unbelievable that he could directly come into contact with the origin here. In the primitive universe, the origin was a mysterious and illusory thing. It could only be comprehended, but it could not be touched or captured. But here, he could actually come into contact with it. How easy and fast would it be to comprehend it like this, as expected of the cosmic sea? It was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. It was no wonder that many people wanted to come here. They would rather suppress their cultivation and not break through to compete. What's further away? After sizing it up for a while, Lu Ming was curious again. He found that this area had a boundary. There was a boundary in all directions, and the places further away were enveloped by multicolored lights. It was impossible to see what was behind the multicolored lights. And the places further away gave Lu Ming a strange feeling. The aura was completely different from the aura of the primitive universe. Lu Ming was puzzled. Xiaoqing, autumn moon. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not far away, he saw Xianxia, autumn moon, myriad god, bubbles, and company. Lu Ming. Xianxia, autumn moon, and the others also saw Lu Ming. They were overjoyed and flew over. However, Lu Ming immediately discovered a problem. He realized that the bodies of Xianxia, autumn moon, and the others were much dimmer and more illusory than his. His body was very solid, as if it had materialized. As for Xianxia and the others, they were obviously much more illusory. Xianxia was still alright, especially myriad god, autumn moon, and company. They were a little hazy and it was obvious that they were not corporeal. Could it be that this is the result of being in a different position? Lu Ming's heart stirred. That was very likely the case. Lu Ming was in the first level, and his body was obviously the most solid. Xianxia was in the second level, and his body was second. As for myriad god, autumn moon, and company, they were in the third level, and their bodies were naturally more illusory. One had to know that the origins here could be touched with one's body and could be directly felt. The more solid one's body was, the better the feeling would be. The effect of comprehending the origins would definitely be better. In this way, the difference between the different levels was reflected. Soon, Lu Ming's idea was verified. Because they had discovered others. For example, the people in the fourth and fifth levels. These people's bodies were even more illusory, and some looked like they would collapse at any time. Obviously, the effect of comprehending the origin seed in such a state would definitely be worse. But there was a strange thing, and that was that they did not see a single heavenly human. This was not right. The heavenly human made up the majority of the top 130 who were qualified to connect to the cosmic sea. But now, there was not a single heavenly human here. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others fell into deep thought. But after thinking for a long time, they still could not find an answer. Forget it, let's start comprehending the origins. We have to hurry. Lu Ming said. The others also nodded, and then they all found a suitable place to start comprehending the origins. Even though they had more than 900 years, it was still a very short period of time for people at their level. Especially when it came to comprehending the origin. One had to know that when those existences in the origin realm were in seclusion to comprehend the origins, a few stellar years might have passed. Compared to a stellar year, 900 years was a huge difference. Lu Ming chose a place where the multicolored light formed by the origins constantly flowed. Lu Ming rushed in, and his entire body was enveloped by the origins. Suddenly, he had a strange understanding in his heart, as if he had caught something. There's an effect so soon. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The cosmic sea was indeed the cosmic sea. It was indeed mysterious and the effect was astonishing. Originally, with their realm, they were not qualified to comprehend the origins at all. In the primitive universe, with their cultivation realm, they were far from qualified to comprehend the origins. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to touch the surface of the origins. Because the difference in realm was too great. Only when their cultivation reached the peak of the Almighty Master realm would they be qualified to touch the origins and comprehend them. If their cultivation was not at the peak of the Almighty Master realm, they would not be qualified. But the cosmic sea had forcefully erased the gap between them, and the effect was very shocking. Of course, this was also related to Lu Ming's position in the first grade. His body was the most solid, and his perception of the origins was the clearest. The others did not have such an effect. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and began to comprehend wholeheartedly. Outside the Grand Supreme Immortal City, everyone only saw Lu Ming and the others sitting cross-legged on the lotus, enveloped by the multicolored light of the lotus, cultivating with their eyes closed. Other than that, there was no abnormality, just like those almighty masters. At this moment, the competition for those below the Almighty God Emperor level had also begun. After nearly a year of competition, the results for those below the Almighty God Emperor level had been decided, and a portion of them had successfully connected to the Cosmic Sea. However, whether the method they used to enter the Cosmic Sea was the same as Lu Ming and the others, and whether the effect would be the same, was unknown. This was because Lu Ming and the others had only seen the Almighty God Emperor level existences from beginning to end. They did not see any existences of other realms. Time passed quickly, and year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, more than 900 years had passed. The 1,000-year time limit for the Grand Supreme Immortal City to leave was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 10 years left before the Grand Supreme Immortal City would leave. Suddenly, boom, a terrifying aura erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. This aura came from those almighty masters who were connected to the Cosmic Sea. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction. What a terrifying aura. This aura is simply earth-shattering. It's like a universe. The primitive universe is ancient, powerful, and shocking. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels shouted in horror. Those with lower cultivations were shocked. Those with higher cultivations, such as Divine Lords and Origin Realm cultivators, were also shocked. This is... Someone is breaking through to Origin Realm. Someone is about to truly control Origin. Several Origin Realm cultivators spoke one after another. The others were all shocked. Someone was actually about to break through to reciprocity. This was a rare occurrence. How many years would it take for an Origin Realm cultivator to appear in the entire primitive universe? Witnessing someone break through to Origin Realm with their own eyes was a rare event. Who is it? A question popped up in everyone's minds. They used their eyes to carefully observe through the vast space. In the end, everyone's gaze landed on a burly figure. It's him. He's from the Heaven Destroyer. Everyone's hearts trembled. They were all in disbelief. The person breaking through was actually from the Heaven Destroyer. One had to know that the celestial race occupied the top 3 spots in the competition for Divine Lords. However, this burly man was only 4th. Clearly, the top 3 celestial race cultivators were superior to the Heaven Destroyer in terms of battle prowess, cultivation, foundation, and potential. However, the Heaven Destroyer's Divine Lord was the first to break through to Origin Realm. As for the top 3 Heavenly Human Clan Divine Lords, they had yet to make a breakthrough. How could this be? Many people were puzzled. Could it be that the Heaven Destroyer's talent and potential were greater, but his battle prowess was insufficient, which was why he was 3rd? Damn it, the primitive universe really is a barrier to our race. Otherwise, why would we let this person break through first? A celestial exalt from the celestial race growled angrily. However, his voice was suppressed, so no one else could hear him. Only a few people from the celestial race could hear him. There's nothing we can do about it. If our race wants to break through, we have to pay an even greater price. Therefore, we can't let the forbidden body grow, or it'll affect our race even more. Another celestial exalt spoke. That's right. It's best to get rid of the forbidden body. The 3rd celestial exalt spoke. He was very young and wore golden armor. He held a golden spear in his hand, making him seem like an invincible war god. He was Yalu Xingqiang, the sworn enemy of the 3rd demon sword. The conversation between the celestial exalts revealed a huge secret. Unfortunately, no one else could hear it. All right. On Heaven Destroyer's side, the white-haired Origin Venerate stroked his beard and laughed loudly. The 3rd demon sword and the others also smiled, unable to contain their joy. As long as this person succeeded in breaking through, Heaven Destroyer would have another Source Venerate. Source Venerables were too important. They were the true pinnacle of battle power in the universe. Every additional one was extremely important. There were over 10,000 powerful races on the desolate universe's myriad races, but only the top 10 races possessed reciprocity experts. Of course, other races might possess reciprocity experts as well, but they would be extremely rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. If the Heaven Destroyer could gain another reciprocity expert, it would be great news for the Heaven Destroyer. The people on Heaven Destroyer's side were very happy and secretly hoped that this person would succeed in breaking through. As for the heavenly human tribe, they were praying that this person would fail. Roar! The burly figure let out a loud roar as his body left the lotus and floated in the void. Then, his body started to expand rapidly. In the end, he turned into an indomitable figure. This was a primordial divine spirit, a pure primordial divine spirit. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a human. He was extremely huge and a vast aura spread out in all directions. He roared at the sky as he tried to break through to reciprocity. Lord Long Fan is about to break through to reciprocity and become an overgod. There were a few primordial divine spirits in the surroundings. They were all divine masters and they were all excited. An overgod was the highest level of primordial divine spirits. It was equivalent to a source venerate or a heavenly venerate of the heavenly human tribe. Long Fan was the name of the primordial divine spirit who was trying to break through to reciprocity. He was an existence who had lived since the incipient god era. He was extremely powerful and had accumulated a lot of power. This time, he had connected to the cosmic sea and obtained its help to break through the bottleneck and attempt to break through to reciprocity. Of course, breaking through to reciprocity did not mean that he would succeed. Failure often meant death, so many people were very nervous. Roar! Long Fan roared continuously. His indomitable body swelled up like a balloon as if it would explode at any time. His aura became more and more terrifying. Everyone waited and watched. They knew that this was the critical moment of the breakthrough. Either he would succeed or he would fail. However, Long Fan was still under the protection of the Taishang Immortal City. No one could affect his breakthrough. Otherwise, the people of the Heavenly Palace would have taken action long ago to interrupt Long Fan's breakthrough. Now, they could only watch helplessly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. At this moment, Long Fan's aura had reached its peak. The void was constantly trembling under his aura. However, the others who were connected to the cosmic sea on their respective lotuses were not affected at all. They were enveloped by the light of the lotuses, which cut off all senses of the outside world. The people outside could not attack them, and they could not sense what was happening outside. Therefore, the others, including Lu Ming and the others, were still quietly cultivating. Break! Suddenly, Long Fan roared. His long hair fluttered, and his originally powerful aura suddenly increased by a notch. Buzz! At this moment, everyone felt as though the entire universe was trembling. Then, a shocking scene appeared. All the stars in the universe shone brightly at this moment. All the stars were several times brighter than before. Then, from all over the universe, rays of light rushed in this direction. They were too fast. In just a few breaths, they had crossed the endless universe and rushed into Long Fan's body. This is the resonance of the universe. He succeeded in breaking through. Someone exclaimed. The hearts of the others were beating wildly. Legend had it that the universe would resonate when one broke through to the origin realm. The stars would shine as if they were cheering. Just now, such a phenomenon had appeared. This was enough to show that Long Fan had succeeded in breaking through. If he failed, he would not resonate with the universe. Origin was the most fundamental thing in the universe. Once one broke through and controlled the origin, one's lifespan would coexist with the universe. Every action would be closely related to the universe. Therefore, it could cause the universe to resonate. It was said that when someone in the origin realm died, the universe would also resonate. Long Fan was enveloped by the endless rays of light from all over the universe. These rays of light all merged into Long Fan's body in the end, forming a golden mark between Long Fan's eyebrows. The golden imprint flashed and disappeared. After controlling an origin, Long Fan has officially become an overgod. Fei Huang smiled faintly. Long Fan had officially stepped into the origin realm, and the Heaven Destroyer had gained another peak powerhouse. This made the people of the Heaven Destroyer overjoyed. Some were happy, while others were sad. The people of the heavenly human tribe had gloomy expressions. In particular, the Divine Lord existences looked at Long Fan with complicated expressions. They were originally in the same realm as Long Fan. Although Long Fan was strong, they were on the same level. But now, Long Fan had leaped through the Dragon's Gate and reached the Origin Realm in one fell swoop. He was no longer someone they could compare to. As long as the Origin Realm was not killed, they could live as long as the universe. As long as the universe was not destroyed, the Origin Realm would not be destroyed. Only when the epoch changed and the universe was destroyed would the Origin Realm be destroyed. This was the ultimate goal of countless beings in the universe. No matter how strong the Divine Lord was, they could not withstand a single blow from the Origin Realm. Slowly, the cosmic phenomenon disappeared. Long Fan's aura stabilized, and his body returned to its normal size. He opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword that pierced through the void. Then, he took a step forward and rushed out of the area covered by the light barrier, appearing beside Fei Huang and the others. He had broken through and reached the Origin Realm. He had lost the right to continue comprehending the Origin Realm. Long Fan, congratulations! Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others came to congratulate him with smiles. I would also like to thank all of you for your help and support. Long Fan clasped his fist in return. He was very polite, but his expression was more relaxed. He was not as restrained as before. He was only a divine lord in the past. Although he had lived for countless years, he was much older than Fei Huang and the others. But Cultivation knew that those who reached the Origin Realm were the seniors. Fei Huang and the others were far above him. In the past, he had to be respectful in front of Fei Huang and the others. Now, there was no need. He was also in the same realm. He could talk to them as equals. Time passed slowly amidst the congratulations from the Heaven Destroyer. Soon, the scene returned to calm. They continued to wait. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. At this moment, the Taishang Immortal City trembled slightly. Mysterious patterns flashed on it. Then, the light barrier that covered Lu Ming and the others disappeared. The lotus flowers under the feet of Lu Ming and the others also disappeared. Initially, Lu Ming was focused on comprehending the origin in the universe C. All of a sudden, he felt a powerful force pulling him toward a certain direction. The speed was beyond his imagination. Before Lu Ming could react, he felt his body tremble. He couldn't help but open his eyes. He was back. Lu Ming found that he had already left the cosmic sea and returned to the primitive universe, returning to the sky above the highest supreme immortal city. 950 years have passed? So fast. Lu Ming's heart stirred. When he was cultivating in cosmic ocean, he could not feel the passage of time at all. He felt that he had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Unexpectedly, more than 900 years had passed. How is your comprehension of the origin source coming along? With a thought, Lu Ming quickly used his inner perception to check the situation. In the next moment, he discovered a bright ball of light in his divine sense. This was a round bead about the size of a longan fruit. It was neither gold nor stone, and it was circulating with a mysterious aura. Origin source, Lu Ming sensed it and knew that the aura circulating on the longan fruit was the aura of the origin source. It was very dense and condensed. Origin source seed, this was the origin source seed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had condensed the origin source seed. On the origin source seed, the power of the origin source turned into countless tiny threads that flowed through Lu Ming's body, nourishing Lu Ming and improving Lu Ming at all times. With the nourishment of the origin source, Lu Ming could come into contact with the origin source at all times. This was very helpful for his future cultivation. When he broke through from the Divine Master realm to the Origin realm, the help would be even greater. It was equivalent to having a foundation in advance. It would naturally be much easier for him to break through than others. Lu Ming's mind stirred and he began to control the origin source seed. Immediately, the power of the origin source seed poured into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming had a feeling that his hands were now filled with terrifying destructive power. The power of the origin source seed can be used to attack. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. But soon, Lu Ming calmed down. After all, this was just an origin source seed. The power of the origin source it contained was very little. Even if it could be used to attack, Lu Ming estimated that it could only be used for one attack. After one attack, the power of the origin source seed would be exhausted and need to slowly recover. Therefore, this could not be used as a common method to fight enemies. It could only be used as a trump card at a critical moment. However, even if it only had the power for one attack, Lu Ming was still secretly delighted. This was the power of the origin source. How powerful was the power that only people at the level of a heavenly venerable lord and a Xingyuan venerable could control? Lu Ming was very curious about how powerful this attack would be. He was also looking forward to it. Unfortunately, he could not try it now. However, Lu Ming was sure that it would definitely be much more terrifying than his current strongest attack. Otherwise, how could he live up to the name origin source? Collecting his thoughts, Lu Ming looked around. Yi Qiuxian, Xianxia, Qiu Moon and the others had already woken up. Like Lu Ming, they all checked with their inner senses. Most of them smiled after checking it out. However, there were also a few people who looked gloomy and even wailed. I didn't get anything. My origin source seed. Where's the origin source seed? Did I fail to comprehend it? Impossible, impossible. No, this is not the result I wanted. No, some people wailed and wailed. Clearly, these people had failed to comprehend the origin source seed and did not condense it. They had fought so hard in hopes of condensing the origin source seed and increasing their potential. Not only did they want to reach the Divine Master realm in the future, but they also wanted to comprehend the origin source realm. However, they had failed to condense the origin source seed. Like the others, it would not be so easy for them to reach the origin source realm in the future. They had originally held great hope, but it turned into despair in the end. This difference was unbearable for these people. Let's go. Let's go near Senior Fei Huang and the others. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia, Qiu Moon and the others. Then, they all flew toward Fei Huang and the others. Now, they were still within the range of the Taishang Immortal City. Everyone was suppressed. The people of the heavenly human tribe naturally did not dare to make a move. However, 1,000 years had passed. The Taishang Immortal City could leave at any time. At that time, the people of the heavenly human tribe would probably make a move. Therefore, they could only guarantee their safety by going to Fei Huang and the others. Lu Ming, let's meet again in the future. Brother Lu Ming, I'll find a chance to see you in the future. Dandan and Bubbles did not follow Lu Ming and the others. Instead, they sent a message to Lu Ming and returned to the experts of their respective races. The World Turtle Clan and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse Clan naturally sent experts. After all, Dandan and Bubbles had their own races. With their ties, they couldn't brazenly follow Lu Ming and the others. Otherwise, it would implicate their entire race. On the second floor of the Supreme Immortal City, they had already gone overboard by helping Lu Ming. At that time, the Heavenly Palace would probably punish the two races. Dandan, Bubbles, if there's anything else, send me a message as soon as possible. Lu Ming replied via sound transmission. Alright. Dandan and Bubbles nodded. Ling Yue also remained silent as she arrived near the experts of the Elf Clan. When the experts of the Elf Clan saw Ling Yue, they were all overjoyed and bowed respectfully. They had all seen Ling Yue's previous performance. 11 stars of battle strength. This was equivalent to the level of the Heavenly Daughter of Heaven. In the entire universe's Heaven's Chosen list, only Ling Heng, who was ranked first, had such battle strength. Now that Ling Yue had comprehended the origin seed, it was very likely that she would break through to the origin realm in the future. Once the Elf Clan had an origin realm expert overseeing it, their status and strength would skyrocket. At that time, even if they couldn't enter the top 10 races, they would still be close. However, Ling Yue was expressionless as she casually nodded her head. The others also left one after another and returned to their respective races. The people of the celestial race also returned to the side of the experts of the celestial race. Lord Heavenly Sovereigns, this junior has failed you. Yi Chu Tianji came in front of the Empyreans and said with his head lowered. His face was fiery red, and he didn't dare to look at the Empyreans' faces. Before entering the Supreme Immortal City, he had once boasted in front of the Empyreans that he would easily suppress Lu Ming. Once he met Lu Ming, he would kill Lu Ming. But in the end. However, he had been killed by Lu Ming in public and on the fighting ring. It was a disgrace to the heavenly human tribe. With such a huge contrast, he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He didn't have the face to meet the Empyreans. Work hard in the future. The Empyreans said a few words indifferently and didn't say anything else. The tone was very cold. Clearly, the few Empyreans were all very unhappy. Yi Chutian's heart sank as he roared in his heart, "Lu Ming, it's all your fault, it's all your fault, damn it, Weng." At this moment, the Supreme Immortal City shook again, and it was even more intense than before. They were about to leave the highest Supreme Immortal City. Everyone's heart trembled. 60 solar years ago, they had already experienced it once. Once the 1,000 years were up, the Supreme Immortal City would break through space and enter the ruins of the universe. They would wander around the ruins of the universe and no one would be able to find them. Who knew how long it would be before he would appear again? Let's go out first. Fei Huang opened her mouth, her voice ringing in the ears of every heaven destroyer. Then, they flew in one direction, intending to leave the range of the Grand Supreme Immortal City before returning to the universe ruins. As soon as Fei Huang and the others moved, the heavenly human tribe looked over. "Follow them, don't let them go." An old celestial lord shouted in a low voice. His voice rang in the ears of the people in the heavenly palace, including some of the other powerful tribes. As soon as the voice fell, the heavenly venerables of the heavenly human tribe moved and followed behind Lu Ming and the others. Then, the Divine Master Realm experts followed closely behind. Are they going to attack the Heaven Destroyer? Follow them. Let's follow them too. The experts of the other tribes, such as the top 10 tribes, and the Divine Master Realm experts of these tribes also followed closely behind the heavenly human tribe, intending to attack the people of the Heaven Destroyer. The people of the World Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Rat clan did not move. Are you really going to help Lu Ming deal with the prodigies of the heavenly human tribe in the Grand Supreme Immortal City? An old man of the World Turtle clan asked Dandan and Bubbles. That's right. Lu Ming used to be with me after all. When he was in danger, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I couldn't help but make a move. Dandan said. If Big Brother Lu Ming is in danger, of course I have to make a move. I have to do it even if it means risking my life. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. This made the experts of the World Turtle clan and the Spacetime Spirit Rat clan look very serious. The people of the heavenly human tribe are very narrow-minded, especially when it comes to the taboo body. I'm afraid it won't end so easily. We have to think about it carefully. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go back as soon as possible and discuss this with the Patriarch and the others. That's right. Let's leave now. The experts of the World Turtle clan and the Spacetime Spirit Rat clan spoke one after another. Then, they took the backs of the two clans and set off, rushing in another direction. Now, the people of the heavenly human tribe were all focused on the Heaven Destroyer. How could they care about the World Turtle clan and the Spacetime Spirit Rat clan? They quickly left the area covered by the Grand Supreme Immortal City and flew toward the star field where the two clans were located. No one paid attention to them. When the two clans left, several experts of the elf tribe followed the people of the heavenly human tribe to kill Lu Ming and the others. Elders, don't go, Ling Yue wanted to stop the elders of the elf tribe. Princess, that Lu Ming is Mu Yun, and you were once very close to him. The heavenly human tribe will definitely blame us. Now is the best time for us to show our loyalty and render meritorious service. This time, we can dispel the doubts of the heavenly human tribe. This is a major matter that concerns the entire race. That's right. Princess, just stay here and don't move. We'll take care of everything. The elders of the elf tribe left behind a few words and followed the heavenly human tribe. Ling Yue opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The heavenly human tribe really won't let this go. Among the Heaven Destroyer crowd, Fei Huang whispered. So what if they won't let this go? Don't tell me we're afraid of them? Our combat strength is not weaker than theirs. Now that we have Long Fan as a general, how can they stop us? At most, we'll just fight. The third demon sword Dao was full of fighting spirit. His gaze swept towards Yalu Shenqiang behind him, filled with killing intent. Yalu Shenqiang's gaze swept towards the third demon's sword, also filled with killing intent. Our performance this time was too outstanding. Lu Ming, Xiao Qing, Wan Shen, Autumn Moon and the others are all peerless geniuses. Their overall potential is greater than that of the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe. They definitely won't let us go and will do whatever it takes to get rid of Lu Ming and the others, especially Lu Ming. So, it's better to be careful. I reckon they have other experts in the dark. Fei Huang said. The others also looked solemn and sped up. However, the experts of the heavenly palace followed closely behind them, maintaining a certain distance. Soon, the people of the Heaven Destroyer left the area covered by the Taishang Immortal City. As soon as they left the area covered by the Taishang Immortal City, their cultivation was completely restored without the suppression of the Taishang Immortal City. Kung, a terrifying sword intent rushed out of the third demon sword. Then, a battle sword flew out and expanded rapidly. With a wave of Fei Huang's hand, a black lotus appeared, and it quickly grew bigger. The white-haired elder also summoned a towering tree. The Heaven Destroyer had a total of 7 Origin Realm cultivators when they arrived. Now, including Long Fan, there were 8 Origin Realm cultivators. They all took out their treasures. Come up, quick! Fei Huang shouted. All those below reciprocity charged toward the huge weapons. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, Wan Shen, and the others all charged into Fei Huang's Black Lotus. A wave of energy enveloped them. After everyone entered the weapons, the 8 Origin Realm cultivators broke through the void and tried to leave. However, they didn't get far before the space around them began to tremble and collapse. Stay! An old voice rang out. Several terrifying attacks swept toward Fei Huang and the others from the dark void. These attacks were extremely terrifying. They were definitely the attacks of Origin Realm cultivators. 3 Origin Realm cultivators want to stop us? Break! Third demon sword shouted and slashed out. A vast sword light flew out and blocked one of the attacks. The other Origin Realm cultivators also took action and blocked the remaining attacks. It's enough to stop you for a moment. The void in front of them constantly exploded, revealing a pitch-black space. In the pitch-black space, several huge figures could be vaguely seen. Without a doubt, they were the celestial exalts of the heavenly palace. At this moment, the Taishang Immortal City trembled again. It was enveloped in a dazzling light and then flew away with a whoosh. It disappeared into the vast universe. The suppression of the Taishang Immortal City disappeared without a trace. The people of the heavenly palace immediately recovered their strength. Traitors, you can't leave. Stay! Yalu Shenqiang roared. The golden armor on his body shone brightly as he stabbed out with his golden spear. Whoosh, the golden spear pierced through the void and stabbed toward third demon sword. Good, I'll kill you this time. Third demon sword shouted, revealing a powerful battle intent. He swung his sword at Yalu Shenqiang. A demon sword cut through the starry sky and clashed with the golden spear. Boom, a shocking explosion took place as the 2 figures were knocked backward. Third, don't get caught up in the battle. Leave this place first to avoid being surrounded. Flying Phoenix against the third demon. Right now, the heavenly palace had more reciprocity experts than them. If they were surrounded, they would be in trouble. Yalu Shenqiang, I'll let you go this time, but I'll kill you next time. The third devil sword shouted, no longer attacking Yalu Shenqiang. Instead, he cooperated with Fei Huang and the others, rushing forward. Up ahead, only 3 reciprocity experts from the heavenly palace had appeared. With the 8 of them working together, it was not difficult for them to charge out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 8 reciprocity experts struck out together. 8 attacks shot forward, creating an earth-shaking scene. The entire cosmos shook. Some of the nearby stars were also exploding. However, the 3 reciprocity experts of the heavenly palace remained motionless in the dark space. They did not seem to be worried at all against the attacks of 8 reciprocity experts. The next moment, a few more figures appeared behind them. There were a total of 5 figures, all of them extremely majestic with shocking auras. 5 more reciprocity experts had appeared. Including the 3 from before, there were 8 of them. The expressions of Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others changed drastically. The 8 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace had struck out, successfully blocking the attacks of Fei Huang and the others. Ha ha ha, traitors, I told you, you won't be able to leave today. Yelu Xianxia laughed as he chased from behind. Behind them, there were 7 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace. On the Heavenly Palace's side, there were a total of 15 reciprocity experts, surrounding them. This made Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others extremely solemn. 15 reciprocity experts was almost twice as many as them. Moreover, they did not know if there were any extremely powerful reciprocity experts among them. If there were, they would be in danger. Most importantly, Fei Huang was only a soul clone. Her battle prowess was not very strong. She could only barely reach reciprocity with the help of a powerful divine weapon. In addition, Long Fan had only just reached reciprocity. Among reciprocity experts, his cultivation was the weakest. As a result, their situation became even more dire. Let's go all out. The third demon sword's eyes shone with a fierce light as his sword hummed continuously. The others also pushed their strength to the limit. Kill! Kill! The experts from the Heavenly Palace struck out. 15 reciprocity experts struck out together. 15 attacks shot toward Fei Huang and the others. Let's work together and focus on defense, Fei Huang said. Rays of light blossomed from the hands of Fei Huang and the others. It was not an offensive technique, but a defensive one. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. They were definitely not a match for them in a direct confrontation. If they focused on defense and waited for an opportunity to break out, they still had a chance of winning. Rays of light enveloped Fei Huang and the others. In the next moment, the 15 attacks fell. Boom boom boom, terrifying explosions rang out as large swathes of the starry sky were annihilated by the terrifying power. The surrounding galaxy was instantly swept away. The stars in the galaxy exploded and the stars were extinguished. In just an instant, a vast galaxy was destroyed. Fortunately, this place was close to the universe ruins and the conditions were too harsh. There were almost no living creatures in this galaxy. Otherwise, who knew how many creatures would have died in that attack? With a series of explosions, the defense formed by Fei Huang and the others shook violently before exploding. The 8 of them retreated rapidly. The weaker ones, such as Long Fan, coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Fei Huang's body also dimmed. She was almost annihilated. Oh no, there's a late reciprocity expert among them. An reciprocity expert from the Heaven Destroyer exclaimed. After reaching reciprocity, the division of cultivation realms was completely different from before. For example, reciprocity was generally divided into early reciprocity, mid-reciprocity, late reciprocity. The gap between each level was extremely huge. In the primitive universe, ordinary reciprocity experts were at early reciprocity. Those who could reach mid-reciprocity were few and far between. For example, the third demon sword was at mid-reciprocity. This time, the strongest of the 8 from the Heaven Destroyer was at mid-reciprocity. There were a total of 3. The others were all at early reciprocity. Of course, Fei Huang did not count. She was only a soul clone, so it was very difficult to measure her cultivation realm. However, there were late reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace this time. Earlier, it was these late reciprocity experts who had taken action that had destroyed their defense in a single stroke. This time, all of you will stay behind. This time, the heavens are really on our side. As long as we kill these people, the Heaven Destroyer will suffer heavy losses. Our foundation will be shaken, and we will lose all of our future strength. The day of our destruction will be near. Attack with your full strength. The reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace were filled with intense killing intent as they pushed their strength to the limit. The reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace circulated their origin energy and pushed their battle prowess to the limit. Every single one of them used their trump cards to attack Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others. This was an excellent opportunity. As long as they got rid of Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others, the Heaven Destroyer would definitely suffer heavy losses. 8 reciprocity experts, no, 7 reciprocity experts, to be more precise. Fei Huang was only a soul clone after all. Her true body was not here. 7 reciprocity experts were enough to make the Heaven Destroyer suffer heavy losses. The most important ones were the younger generation. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Yu, Wan Shen, and the others. Every single one of these people was extremely terrifying. Once they reached major achievement, they would definitely become extremely terrifying experts. They would pose a great threat to the Heavenly Palace. As long as they got rid of these people, the threat of the Heaven Destroyer would be greatly reduced. Then, once Yi Qiuxian reached major achievement, he would be able to destroy the Heaven Destroyer in one fell swoop and repel the demons. He would truly unify the primitive universe. At that time, the vast ruins of the universe would belong to the Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, the experts of the Heavenly Palace became fired up. When they attacked, they became even more powerful. Oh no! The expressions of the third demon sword, Long Fan, and the others changed drastically. They could not withstand the previous wave of attacks. Some of them had even been injured. However, this wave of attacks was even more powerful and targeted. For example, the terrifying late reciprocity expert of the Heavenly Palace had directly targeted Long Fan and the other weakest people. They wanted to defeat them one by one. They would first kill the weaker ones before dealing with the stronger ones. A terrifying attack shot toward Long Fan. It belonged to a late reciprocity expert. Another attack was aimed at Fei Huang. The late reciprocity expert had launched a total of 2 attacks. Even if Long Fan and Fei Huang were in peak condition, they would not be able to withstand a single attack from a late reciprocity expert, let alone the fact that they had already been injured in the first wave. The situation had suddenly become extremely dangerous. At this moment, a jade talisman appeared in Fei Huang's hand. With a bang, Fei Huang crushed the jade talisman. The jade talisman exploded, turning into a dazzling light that dissipated. And within the dissipating light, many figures appeared. Flying phoenixes, they were all flying phoenixes. The figures that appeared were all flying phoenixes. There were a total of 36 figures, each of them emitting a powerful aura. Soul incarnation? You actually have so many soul incarnations? How is this possible? An Empyrean exclaimed. Fei Huang didn't answer because her 36 incarnations quickly rushed to the soul incarnation at the front and fused together. Following the fusion of the soul incarnation, Fei Huang's aura began to skyrocket. Early reciprocity, peak early reciprocity, mid reciprocity. In the end, when the 36 soul clones fused into one, her presence reached late reciprocity in a single stroke. His aura had increased exponentially. This process seemed to take a long time, but it all happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Fei Huang completed the fusion, and then slapped out 2 palms. 2 pitch-black palms shot out, colliding with the attack of the late reciprocity expert from the Heavenly Palace, blocking his attack. Fei Huang, you actually have 36 soul incarnations with you. Ordinary people can only create a few soul incarnations at most, yet you have so many. Aren't you afraid of harming your foundation? The late reciprocity expert from the Heavenly Palace said coldly. He had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He was extremely old. His name was Yi Qiuxiang, and he was an ancestor of the Celestial clan. He had lived for countless years, and it was said that he had once participated in the war against the primitive gods. Many primitive gods had died at his hands. You're just ignorant. Do you think everyone is mediocre? Fei Huang's cold voice rang out. Her presence was unparalleled, and her body was so condensed that it was impossible to tell that she was a soul incarnation. Bang, she took a step forward, and a terrifying aura swept out like a wave. The 2 Empyrean exalts who were closer to her trembled and were forced back by the aura. The difference between each level of the reciprocity realm was extremely great. It was impossible to resist. However, Yi Qiuxiang's aura erupted and blocked Fei Huang's aura. Fei Huang, you're just a soul incarnation in the end. Even if you forcefully raise your cultivation to late reciprocity, how much of your strength can you use? Scorching Sun Finger, kill. Yi Qiuxiang roared and clawed at Fei Huang with his hands. At that moment, the tips of his 10 fingers shone brightly. One could see that there were suns emerging from the tips of his 10 fingers. Yes, suns. Each of his fingertips had a sun that shone with resplendent light. The power of each sun was probably thousands of times greater than the stars in the universe. This was because they were completely condensed from the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation could only be condensed into an attack like this. From the outside, it was impossible to see the lightning formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. This could only be achieved by someone who had an extremely profound control over the power of the heavenly tribulation. Xinjiang's claw became extremely large as he grabbed at Fei Huang. This was an extremely terrifying attack. A single sun condensed from the power of the heavenly tribulation contained enough power to destroy the world. Once it exploded, it could destroy an entire galaxy. Demonic tribulation finger. Fei Huang said softly. She extended 2 slender fingers and jabbed out 10 times in a row. Swish. Swish, swish. 10 consecutive bursts of energy shot out and collided with Xinjiang's attack. The entire region was turned upside down. The stars trembled. It was an extremely shocking scene. There was a black lotus beneath Fei Huang's feet. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the others were protected by the lotus. They could clearly see everything that was happening outside. Lu Ming and many others were shaken by this battle. They found it difficult to remain calm. It was just too terrifying. It was just too powerful. This was a battle between reciprocity realm cultivators. The strength was simply unimaginable. When existences at this level fought wildly, it would cause devastating damage to the universe. If there were too many of these existences, they might really be able to destroy the universe. It was no wonder that the boundless Eldritch continent had been destroyed in the last epoch. There were probably too many experts participating in this battle. Many people showed an expression of endless yearning. This was the goal of cultivation. If they could reach this level, how great would it be? After Fei Huang and Xinjiang exchanged a blow, they continued to fight and exchanged dozens of blows. The others avoided the area where the two of them were fighting. They did not dare to approach. In another direction, the third demon sword and the others gathered together to block the attacks of the other people from the heavenly palace. They defended with all their strength and could hold on for a while. However, as time went on, it would definitely be very disadvantageous for them. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed. Fei Huang and Xinjiang were locked in battle. The third demon sword and the others were at a disadvantage. Their opponents outnumbered them, and even if they focused on defense, they would not be able to hold on for long. Third demon sword, your fate has come to an end, prepare to die. Yi Lui Xingqiang roared, and his golden spear continued to attack. The sky was filled with golden spear shadows, and they were constantly attacking the third demon sword and the others. The third demon sword waved his sword, and he did not expect to win, but he did not want to make any mistakes. He used his sword as a shield, and it turned into a heavy sword shield that blocked the attacks of Xianxia and the others. Xianxia, you're just relying on your advantage in numbers. If we fight one-on-one, I will definitely kill you. The third demon sword shouted coldly. This is not a competition, this is a war. Third demon sword, die. Yi Lui Xingqiang shouted, and he stopped attacking. Instead, he retreated quickly, and the golden spear in his hand was replaced by a long spear. It was a gray long spear that looked like it was polished from stone. It did not have any beauty, but it exuded a terrifying aura. Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others' faces changed when they saw the long spear. Sky Destroyer Spear. The third demon sword's face changed drastically, and he shouted in shock. That was because the long spear's origin was too great. Legend had it that the long spear was one of the heavenly human tribe's ancestral artifacts. It had followed the heavenly human tribe through their entire history, and it had killed countless experts. It was said that the Sky Destroyer Force, one of the heavenly human tribe's 4 strongest heavenly forces, was comprehended from the Sky Destroyer Spear. The heavenly human tribe actually used the Sky Destroyer Spear to deal with us. The third demon sword's face was extremely solemn. There was no doubt that the Sky Destroyer Spear was one of the most terrifying weapons in the universe. So, you should feel honored to die under the Sky Destroyer Spear. Yi Lui Xingqiang said coldly, and the Sky Destroyer force was injected into the Sky Destroyer spear. Buzz, the Sky Destroyer spear shook slightly, and an incomparably terrifying aura exuded from it. It was a destructive aura. The power contained within it was very similar to the Heavenly Extermination Force. However, it was much more terrifying than the Heavenly Extermination Force. Die! Yi Lui Xingqiang shouted, thrusting out his long spear at the third devil sword. Not good. Before the attack arrived, the third demon sword felt a fatal crisis. His entire body was locked down. Even if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult. Most importantly, there were many other masters from the Heavenly Palace surrounding them. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Third, defend with all your might, shouted Fei Huang. Seizing the opportunity, she pointed out with her finger. A finger energy shot towards the Sky Extermination Spear at an astonishing speed. His finger strike landed on the Sky Extermination Spear. Clang! The Sky Extermination Spear shook violently. Fei Huang was currently at late reciprocity after all. Her attack was extremely powerful. Although it failed to block the Apocalypse Spear completely, it did weaken a portion of its power. Take care of yourself. Yelled Chu Xingyang. Seizing the opportunity, he attacked Fei Huang, causing her body to sway. Her body almost exploded, and her light dimmed a lot. She was now a soul incarnation, not a body of flesh and blood, so she wouldn't vomit blood. However, her body's light dimmed, which was similar to vomiting blood, indicating that she was injured. The Sky Extermination Spear continued to stab the third demon sword with its remaining power. 9-layered sword shield, roared the third demon sword. He attacked with all his strength. Endless sword light burst out, forming a 9-layered sword shield in front of him. As soon as the sword shield was formed, the Sky Extermination Spear arrived, stabbing into the sword shield. Puff! 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 The 9-layered sword shield couldn't withstand the Sky Extermination Spear's attack. It was pierced through one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 9-layered sword shield was completely pierced. The terrifying Sky Extermination Spear stabbed the third demon sword. Ah! The third demon sword cried out miserably as his body was blown away. He saw that the third demon sword's chest had been pierced through, leaving behind a large hole. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the terrifying power contained in the Sky Extermination Spear had entered the third demon sword's body and was crazily destroying his body. The large hole in his chest was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was being destroyed by the power. The third demon sword roared as he used all his strength to resist the terrifying power. In the end, the third demon sword paid a heavy price to resist the power. However, his body was gone. It was completely destroyed by the power of the Sky Extermination Spear. Only his head was left, and his aura was extremely weak. In one move, the third demon sword was severely injured. He only had his head left, and he no longer had the strength to fight. The power of the Sky Extermination Spear was truly astonishing. Moreover, the Sky Extermination Spear's power had been weakened by Fei Huang. Only then did it manage to pierce the third demon sword. Otherwise, the third demon sword wouldn't have been able to resist this move. He would have been turned into ashes. The Sky Extermination Spear was indeed worthy of being one of the heavenly human tribe's strongest ancestral artifacts. Yi Lui Xingqiang, who was originally on the same level as the third demon sword, used it to suppress the third demon sword. Inside the lotus, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were filled with worry. They couldn't wait to go out and fight. Lu Ming and the third demon sword could be considered as life and death friends. It was the third demon sword who had brought him out of the Heavenly Palace's prison. The third demon sword was Xianxia's senior brother in his previous life. Although Xianxia had the upper hand in this life, he still had the memories of his previous life. He still had some feelings for the third demon sword. At this moment, he was naturally very worried. Yi Lui Xingqiang was a little unhappy that he didn't kill the third demon sword in one move. He was holding one of the heavenly human tribe's strongest ancestral artifacts, the Sky Extermination Spear. He originally thought that he could easily kill the third demon sword with one move, but he didn't expect the third demon sword to survive. This made him feel ashamed. Third demon sword, the next move is to kill you. Go to hell. Yi Lushenqiang roared. His sky extermination power surged into the sky extermination spear, wanting to activate the sky extermination spear to kill the third demon sword once and for all. If you dare to kill him, I'll let you die. Right at this moment, a chilly voice suddenly resounded from the distant starry sky. When the voice first came out, it sounded very far away, but when the last word came out, it sounded very close. Swish, a golden sword light erupted from the starry space. The sword light traversed the starry space, spanning hundreds of millions of li, vast and boundless, slashing towards Yi Lushenqiang. Yi Lushenqiang's expression froze. Subconsciously, he swung the sky extermination spear to block the attack. With a loud clang, the sword light collided with the sky extermination spear. Yi Lushenqiang's body shook, and he couldn't help retreating. Then, a young man appeared in the starry space. A young man appeared in the starry sky. He looked very young and very handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was handsome. He was dressed in white and carried a long sword on his back. He also held a golden longsword in his hand. That's the second divine sword. Xianxia exclaimed from the lotus. The second divine sword? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. In my previous life, Tang Qing's father had 3 direct disciples. They were the first divine sword, second divine sword, and third demon sword. They were all peerless geniuses of the sword. Xianxia explained. Hiss. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia's father in his previous life was his father-in-law. The 3 disciples of this cheap father-in-law were actually so terrifying. The third demon sword was in existence in the origin realm. Now that the second divine sword had appeared, it went without saying that he was also in existence in the origin realm. Moreover, from the sword just now, he seemed to be even stronger than the third demon sword. Then, what about the first divine sword? Was he also in existence in the origin realm? The 3 disciples were all existences in the origin realm. This was too unbelievable. The origin realm was not a cabbage. It was the overlord of the universe, the peak battle strength of the universe. If the disciples were so powerful, then as the master, how powerful would he be? Lu Ming was more and more curious about this cheap father-in-law. During this period, he had also heard some stories about this cheap father-in-law. It was said that this cheap father-in-law also came from a small world. In the end, his name shook the primitive universe and he was called the Forbidden Sword Ancestor. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Second senior brother, ha ha ha, you're here. That's great. Seeing the second divine sword, the third demon sword was overjoyed. Second divine sword, I didn't expect you to also appear. Heaven Destroyer only sent you here alone? Yi Lushenqiang said as he looked around, as if he was looking for the person lying in ambush. Yi Chuxingyang and the other experts of the Heavenly Palace did the same. Their spiritual sense permeated every inch of the universe to prevent an ambush. You don't need to look for me. Today, I came alone. The second divine sword. What? Hearing this, the faces of the third devil sword, Long Fan, and the others fell, and their hearts sank. What was the use of the second divine sword coming alone? Although the second sword's battle prowess was great, he was only at mid-reciprocity. He could not reverse the situation at all. Only Fei Huang's eyes flickered. She glanced at the sword on the back of the second divine sword thoughtfully. You came alone? Yi Lushenqiang and the other heavenly human tribe experts were also stunned. However, they did not find any other Heaven Destroyer members around them. The Heaven Destroyer had only sent the second godly sword, or was it that the second divine sword happened to be nearby and noticed the situation and rushed over? Second divine sword, you actually dared to come here alone? Then die with your junior brother. At least you'll have company. Yi Lushenqiang said coldly, continuing to channel the heavenly extermination force into the heavenly extermination spear. The sky extermination spear was activated once again, emitting a terrifying aura. I alone am enough. The second divine sword smiled faintly, extremely calm. Shameless boasting, second divine sword, I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. In front of absolute power, only death awaits. Sky extermination spear, kill. Yellow Xingqiang roared, channeling the Sky Extermination Spear with all his might. The Sky Extermination Spear trembled, emitting an even more terrifying aura. It then turned into a ray of light, stabbing at the second divine sword. Yellow Xingqiang's furious attack had activated the Sky Extermination Spear's terrifying power. It was even stronger than the one he had used on the third demon sword. Senior brother, be careful. Second divine sword, dodge. The third demon sword and the others roared. Within the lotus, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. The Sky Extermination Spear was extremely fast, piercing through the boundless starry sky in the blink of an eye. It was about to hit the second divine sword. However, the second divine sword remained calm, standing in the starry sky without any intention of fighting back. Clang! At this moment, a sword chime rang out, instantly spreading across several star regions. In these star regions, all living beings heard this sword chime. This sword chime came from the battle sword on the second divine sword's back. At this moment, the battle sword automatically flew out of its sheath, piercing through space. It was a very ordinary-looking battle sword, similar to the iron sword used by ordinary martial artists. Its color was dull, and it looked very ordinary. However, an incomparably terrifying sword light burst out from it. Swoosh, the ordinary battle sword slashed at the void, accurately hitting the Sky Extermination Spear. Suddenly, the Sky Extermination Spear shook violently and flew back, crashing into Yellow Xingqiang's body. Yellow Xingqiang screamed, vomiting blood, and his face turned pale. Master! Seeing this sword, the third demon sword cried out excitedly. This aura, it's the Forbidden Sword Ancestor's aura. The other experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side were also overjoyed. Fei Huang's face also showed a smile. On the other hand, the people on the Heavenly Palace's side were shocked. What? It's the Forbidden Sword Ancestor, Tang Feng? Did Tang Feng come in person? He hasn't appeared for many years. It's said that he's in the depths of the universe ruins. Why would he suddenly come here? Is it for Lu Ming? Oh no, let's go. On the Heavenly Palace's side, more than a dozen Origin Realm experts were trembling in fear. They had no intention to fight at all. There was only one thought in their mind, and that was to escape. They wanted to escape even before they saw Tang Feng's shadow. Because they knew that they were no match for the Forbidden Sword Ancestor. The biggest possibility was that they would be killed by his sword. Don't worry, Tang Feng didn't come. It's just a sword. Yichu Xingyang shouted, trying to calm the people down. However, everyone was still trembling in fear. Even if Tang Feng didn't come in person, his sword was still extremely terrifying. At this moment, the same thought appeared in their minds. That was, the second divine sword came with his master's sword. No wonder he dared to come alone and was fearless. It turned out that he had brought a powerful weapon. Don't panic, this is not Tang Feng's sword. It only contains a wisp of Tang Feng's aura. It can't be strong. If we work together, we will definitely be able to break it. Yichu Xingyang shouted. Everyone sensed it carefully and found the problem. This battle sword was indeed a very ordinary battle sword. It was made of ordinary materials and was refined with ordinary methods. However, it contained a wisp of the Forbidden Sword Ancestor's aura. Long Fan and the others' hearts sank. It was just a wisp of Tang Feng's aura. Could it stop the people of the Heavenly Palace? A wisp of aura wants to stop us. Sky Destroyer Spear, destroy everything. This time, Yellow Xingqiang went all out. He even burned his heavenly energy and poured it all into the Sky Annihilation Spear. This desperate method allowed the Sky Annihilation Spear to unleash even more power. Weng, the ancient Sky Annihilation Spear trembled slightly, as if a terrifying expert was awakening. Terrifying energy spread out from it, causing the space around the Sky Annihilation Spear to crumble and be annihilated. Who cares about the Taboo Sword Ancestor? It's just a strand of aura. How dare it be so arrogant? Destroy it. Yellow Xingqiang roared and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh, the Sky Annihilation Spear turned into a beam of light and stabbed towards the second divine sword. It wanted to kill the Taboo Sword Ancestor's aura along with the second divine sword. Clang, the sword, which contained the aura of the sword ancestor and looked like an ordinary Qingfeng sword, let out a sword cry again and slashed at the void. In the next moment, the taboo sword struck the Sky Annihilation Spear. Weng weng weng, the Sky Annihilation Spear trembled even more violently. The terrifying ripples turned the surrounding space into chaos. No one dared to stand still. The third demon sword, Long Fan, and the heavenly venerables of the heavenly human race all retreated far away. As for the heavenly human race and the divine lords of the other races, they retreated far away with their clansmen. This was no longer an ordinary battle between Origin Realm experts. It had escalated and was becoming more and more terrifying. It was not something a divine lord could interfere with. The Sky Annihilation Spear is losing. How could this be? The divine lords of the heavenly human race exclaimed in disbelief. Because at this moment, the Sky Annihilation Spear trembled violently and flew back towards Yelu Xingqiang. Yelu Xingqiang's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to take it head-on and dodged far away. Bang! Bang! The Sky Annihilation Spear flew across the vast space, passing through dozens of planets and causing them to explode one by one. Suddenly, the void split open and a withered hand reached out and grabbed the Sky Annihilation Spear. The Sky Annihilation Spear buzzed a few times before it was grasped by the hand. Then, the void split open and a figure appeared. This was a skinny old man. His golden hair had already turned white. Needless to say, he was also a heavenly human race expert. Another old monster. Fei Huang whispered. She could recognize that he was an old man who had lived for a very long time. He was also at late reciprocity and was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was most skilled in heavenly devastation force. His name was Yechu Xingmia, and he was from the same generation as Yechu Xingyang. The two of them had similar cultivation levels, but what they were good at was completely different. Yechu Xingyang specialized in the power of heavenly punishment. On the other hand, Yechu Xingmia specialized in heavenly annihilation power. Yechu Divine Spear, step back and let this old man do it. It's just a strand of Tangfeng's aura. Today, it will definitely be destroyed. As Yechu Xingmia spoke, his entire body was enveloped by a gray power. This was the power of heavenly extermination. Yechu Divine Spear was also proficient in heavenly extermination power, but compared to Yechu Xingyang, it was God knows how many times weaker. Boom! Under Yechu Xingyang's control, the sky extermination energy erupted with a terrifying aura. Waves of terrifying energy gushed out of the Sky Extermination Spear continuously. Kill! Yechu Xingyang shouted loudly. His originally shriveled body swelled up, and he looked a lot younger. He took a step forward and instantly crossed hundreds of millions of miles of the starry sky, rushing towards the Qingfeng sword. He brandished the Sky Extermination power and swept it towards the Qingfeng sword. Clang! The two collided once again. This time, the collision was far more powerful than before. The Qingfeng sword trembled and floated backwards. Yechu Xingmia's body also shook violently. He held the Sky Extermination Spear in his hand and kept retreating. This attack seemed to be evenly matched. However, Yechu Xingmia's face was incomparably solemn. This Qingfeng sword only contained a strand of Tangfeng's aura, but it was actually so powerful that it was far beyond his expectations. I don't believe it. Sky Extermination Spear, kill again. Yechu Xingmia shouted. He fully controlled the Sky Extermination Spear to attack the Qingfeng sword. The others also continued to attack Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others. Fei Huang and the others were once again in danger. Fei Huang, don't be delusional. It's just a strand of Tangfeng's aura. It can't save you. Yechu Xingyang sneered. While attacking Fei Huang, his attacks did not stop at all. In an instant, the two collided several times in a row, but there was no clear winner. At this moment, there was a flame burning on Fei Huang's body. She was burning her soul power. This was Fei Huang's soul incarnation. Burning her soul power had no effect on Fei Huang's body. She had no other choice. Previously, when she was saving the third demon sword, she was hit by Yechu Xingyang and lost a lot of soul power, causing her strength to weaken. If she did not burn her soul power, she would not be the opponent's opponent. This was the only way to stop the opponent. On the other side, the third demon sword had lost his battle strength and was protected in the middle by the others. At the same time, the second demon sword joined in. However, on the heavenly human tribe's side, Yi Lu Xingqiang also did not have much battle strength left. Previously, when he controlled the Sky Extermination Spear, he had exchanged a few moves with the Qingfeng sword and suffered a lot of damage. At this moment, he could not exert much battle strength. Even so, the Heaven Extermination Spear's side still had a large number of people. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Chu-Jingmia was in a frenzy. He waved the Sky Extermination Spear and launched a frenzied attack on the Qingfeng sword. In just a short while, he had attacked the Qingfeng sword hundreds of times. The two sides clashed hundreds of times. However, they were both equally matched. Damn it! Yi Chu-Jingmia growled in his heart. He was even more shocked. Did this Qingfeng sword really only contain a wisp of Tangfeng's aura? How could a wisp of aura be so powerful? He even suspected that this battle sword was really Tangfeng's sword. Not only him, but Lu Ming and the others also had the same suspicion. If it was just a wisp of aura, then it was too terrifying. It's not a sword. It should be just a wisp of aura. It seems that he has become more powerful than before. Now, it's hard to predict, Xianxia whispered. Lu Ming completely believed Xianxia's words. Xianxia's previous life was Tang Qing, Tang Feng's biological daughter. In this world, not many people knew Tang Feng better than him. If she said that it was just a wisp of aura, then it should be true. Of course, this also made Lu Ming and the others even more shocked. Buzz, at this moment, the Qingfeng sword vibrated even more violently. At the same time, a light shadow appeared on the Qingfeng sword. This light shadow was a human figure. It was just that this figure was very blurry. It could barely be seen that it was a man. His figure was tall and straight, but his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Even his age could not be distinguished. However, when Xianxia saw this figure, her delicate body trembled and she whispered, "It's him. Master." Ha ha ha. It's Master. The third demon sword laughed loudly. The third demon sword had regrown its body, but its aura was still very weak. Sword Ancestor, Long Fan and the other reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer were excited. On the other hand, those from the Heavenly Palace looked fearful. Even old monsters like Ye Chu-Jingyang and Ye Chu-Jingmia were the same. It was an instinctive reaction. It's just a strand of aura. Today, I'll completely obliterate it. Ye Chu-Jingmia roared as if he was cheering himself on. Then, he controlled the Sky Destroyer spear with all his might and attacked the Azure Edge sword again. Beside the Azure Edge sword, the figure grabbed the sword and slashed out. The slash seemed very ordinary. When it slashed through the air, it was only a flash of light that was several dozen meters long. It landed on the Sky Destroyer spear. Clang, a shocking sound rang out. Then, Ye Chu-Jingmia's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was because he felt an extremely powerful force pass through the Sky Destroyer spear and blast toward him. Next, the Sky Destroyer spear collided with his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he retreated rapidly. Spurt. Spurt, spurt. Spurt. As he retreated, blood spurted out of his body. Wounds appeared one after another. These wounds were all sword wounds. They had almost cut him into pieces. He was heavily injured and his aura was weak. How is this possible? The other experts of the Heavenly Palace were also shocked. They were in disbelief. Ye Chu-Jingmia, who was at late reciprocity, had been heavily injured by a single slash. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. If the taboo sword ancestor had come in person, it would have made sense. However, this was only a strand of his aura. It could not even be considered a clone or a clone. This was just too unbelievable. It was just too shocking. Just what level of cultivation was the taboo sword ancestor at? Not only were the people of the Heavenly Palace dumbfounded, but Lu Ming and the others were also dumbfounded. Even Xianxia's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just what level of cultivation is he at now? Xianxia muttered to himself. Master, ha ha ha, Master is indeed invincible. After the third demon sword trembled, it burst into laughter. At this moment, the illusory figure holding the Qingfeng sword appeared again. With a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia and slashed down with his sword. Not good. Xianxia was shocked and retreated frantically. At the same time, he activated the Sky Extermination Spear with all his might, hoping to block his opponent's attack. Clang, another earth-shattering explosion rang out. This time, Xianxia was in an even worse state. He couldn't even hold on to the Sky Extermination Spear. The Sky Extermination Spear flew out while his body kept exploding. In the end, just like the third demon sword, only his head was left. He barely managed to keep his life. He used his remaining strength to protect his head and frantically retreated. Not good. Retreat. Retreat together and control the Sky Extermination Spear. Seeing this, Celestial Chef Xingyang roared. Then, he exchanged a palm with Fei Huang. Borrowing the power of that palm, he instantly retreated. His figure flashed again, and he appeared beside Xianxia's head. A wave of energy protected Xianxia's head as he brought it toward the Sky Extermination Spear. Kill. The illusory figure spoke for the first time. He took a step forward and charged toward Xianxia and Xianxia faster than teleportation. A terrifying sword light slashed toward them. Ah! Heavenly Master, save me! Xianxia screamed in horror. Buzz, the Sky Extermination Spear vibrated on its own as if it had awakened. Then, a figure appeared beside the Sky Extermination Spear. This figure was much clearer than the one beside the Qingfeng sword. Her face could be seen clearly. It was a woman. Her long golden hair was tied up in a bun. Her figure was invincible, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was an extremely beautiful woman from the heavenly human tribe. She looked to be about 30 years old and had a mature charm. Even so, it was clear that this was not her real body. She stretched out a jade-like hand and gently grabbed the Sky Extermination Spear in her hand. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura rushed out of the Sky Extermination Spear. Heavenly Master! Heavenly Master of Illusion! Xianxia, and the others shouted in surprise when they saw this figure. What? It's the Heavenly Master of Illusion. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Heavenly Master was not a cultivation realm. It was just a title. It was a title for the Master of the Heavenly Palace. The Master of each Heavenly Palace was called a Heavenly Master. Now, there were 5 Heavenly Palace, which meant that there were 5 Heavenly Masters. The woman in front of them was called the Heavenly Master of Illusion. It was obvious that she was the Master of the Illusion Heavenly Palace. Even a Heavenly Master had moved out, although this was not her real body. The Heavenly Master of Illusion held the Sky Extermination Spear in her hand. In a flash, she appeared in front of Xianxia and swept out with the Sky Extermination Spear. Clang, the Sky Extermination Spear and the Azure Edge Sword clashed, and then the 2 weapons were both pushed back. So, the Heavenly Master of Illusion left her mark on the Sky Extermination Spear long ago. Fei Huang's figure appeared not far from the Azure Edge Sword as her cold voice rang out. When the Heavenly Master descends, destroy the great enemy. Xianxia shouted. Destroy the great enemy. The other experts of the Heavenly Palace gathered behind Xianxia and shouted. Retreat. However, the Heavenly Master of Illusion only said one word. This stunned Xianxia, and the others. What did the Heavenly Master of Illusion say? She wanted to retreat. The Heavenly Master of Illusion had mobilized a wisp of her mark, which contained more power than a wisp of energy. Moreover, she controlled the Sky Extermination Spear. As for Tang Feng, he only had a wisp of energy and an ordinary Azure Edge Sword. The Heavenly Master of Illusion wanted to retreat? Retreat. The Heavenly Master of Illusion said the word retreat again, full of unquestionable meaning. This was an order, they could not refuse the order of a Heavenly Master. Retreat. Go. Xianxia and the others roared, gathered together, and retreated. When they retreated to the side of the other heavenly humans, such as Xianxia and the others, they used a powerful force to envelop these people and brought them away, breaking through the air and leaving this place in the blink of an eye. The heavenly master of illusion, holding the sky retribution spear, stood there from beginning to end, clearly wanting to block the pursuit of the azure-edged sword, Fei Huang, and the others. Tang Feng's phantom did not move, allowing the people of the heavenly humans to leave. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. The experts of the other races did not dare to stay, and brought their own people to break through the air and leave. Ling Yue also left with the elders of the elf race. When she left, she looked at Fei Huang with a complicated expression. As for Dark Knight Rose, Di Jianni, Yin Jiuling, and the others, they had already left quietly when the two sides were fighting. After all the people of the heavenly human tribe left, the figure of the heavenly lord of illusion dissipated, turning into a ray of light and entering the sky extermination spear. Then, the sky extermination spear shattered the void with a swoosh and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, only Fei Huang and the others were left in this universe. Master, disciple greets master. I haven't seen you for many years. I really missed you. The third demon sword flew to the front of Tang Feng's phantom and kowtowed. No need to be so polite. It's good that you can escape, but you have to work hard in the future. Back then, among the three of you, you and the heavenly sword were the most talented. But now, your second senior brother's cultivation is about to surpass yours. Tang Feng's phantom spoke. His voice was clear, like the voice of a young man. Haha, it's nothing to be surpassed by second senior brother, but I will definitely work hard. The third demon sword smiled cheekily. At this time, Tang Feng's phantom seemed to look at Fei Huang. To be precise, he was looking at Xianxia in the lotus. Two bright rays of light burst out from his blurry face, even brighter than the sword light. Xianxia's delicate body trembled, and her breathing was a little rapid. Obviously, she was a little excited. After all, this was her father in her previous life. Although her personality and thoughts were based on this life, she had awakened all the memories of her previous life. How could she not have feelings for this father of her previous life? How could she remain calm when the past was vivid in her mind? His gaze stopped on Xianxia for a while, and then fell on Lu Ming. Good, very good. Tang Feng's phantom nodded and said a few words. It was unknown whether he said good for Xianxia's return or for recognizing Lu Ming. After a pause, his voice continued, all of you have to speed up your cultivation and improve your strength. Catch up with your strength as soon as possible. In the near future, we will have a great battle. It will be incomparably difficult. Remember, speaking until here, Tang Feng's figure became more and more blurred until it disappeared. Clang, the Qingfeng sword let out a sword cry and returned to the second divine sword's back. There will be a great battle? Could it be that in the near future, we will have a decisive battle with the heavenly palace? Lu Ming's heart stirred as he pondered Tang Feng's words. Go. At this moment, Fei Huang lightly shouted. Everyone turned into rays of light and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, they returned to the base of the universe ruins. 3 days later. In a quiet courtyard, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Myriad God, and the others were gathered together. They chatted as they drank and tasted delicacies. They talked about what they had learned and what they had experienced during this period of time. Suddenly, the expression of Lu Ming, who was drinking, changed. His body glowed, and a ray of light rushed out from his body. It was a broken stone. A fragment of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. All these years, the fragment of the Natal Spirit Stone had been quietly kept by Lu Ming without any abnormalities. Now, why had it suddenly flown out? This is, the fragment of the Natal Spirit Stone? Xianxia exclaimed softly. He recognized the fragment of the Natal Spirit Stone at a glance. Myriad God, Autumn Moon, and the others also looked at the fragment of the Natal Spirit Stone. They had heard of the legend of the fragment of the Natal Spirit Stone, but this was the first time they had seen the real thing. Buzz, at this moment, the fragment of the Natal Spirit Stone vibrated violently and suddenly broke through the air, flying rapidly towards a place. Lu Ming's expression changed. He said, "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he rushed into the sky and chased after the fragment of the Natal Spirit Stone. This is not simple. I'll go take a look, Xianxia said. After saying that, he also chased after him. Sister Nianqing, wait for me. Autumn Moon followed closely behind. Don't follow me. I'll go take a look. Myriad God said to the others. After saying that, he also rushed into the sky and chased after Lu Ming and the others. At the front, the fragment of the natal spirit stone was still flying. It was like a meteor that flew across the universe at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming used all his strength but was unable to catch up. Furthermore, he constantly tried to control the fragment of the natal spirit stone but failed. He tried to communicate with the stone spirit in the natal spirit stone, but the stone spirit did not respond at all. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. He slowed down slightly, planning to ask Xianxia and the others when they caught up. Xianxia had the memories of his previous life and was knowledgeable. He might know something. Furthermore, the fragment of the natal spirit stone had recognized him as its master. As long as he was not too far away, he could still sense it. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that when he slowed down, the fragment of the natal spirit stone slowed down as well. This left Lu Ming even more surprised. Soon, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Myriad God caught up. Lu Ming voiced his doubts. Autumn Moon and Myriad God were dumbfounded. As for Xianxia, he was frowning in thought. Did the fragment of the natal spirit stone sense something and want to bring you over? Xianxia said. Sense what? Could it be a treasure of another natal spirit hall or the natal spirit heavenly court? But if that's the case, the stone spirit in the natal spirit stone should have reacted. Lu Ming said. With his understanding of the natal spirit stone, if it really sensed a treasure of another natal spirit hall or the natal spirit heavenly court, it would have made a fuss. But now, there was no reaction from the natal spirit stone. Something was clearly amiss. Did it sense some kind of summoning? Xianxia exclaimed softly. Some kind of summoning? Lu Ming was also alarmed. It's hard to say now. Let's follow and take a look. We'll know. The natal spirit heavenly court is of great importance. The master of the natal spirit heavenly court is the most ancient and powerful taboo. We can't miss it. Xianxia said. There might be other taboo bodies before the master of the natal spirit heavenly court, but those that didn't achieve great success didn't leave their names in history and were extinguished like meteors. There were only 4 most powerful taboo bodies in history. The master of the natal spirit heavenly court, the master of the primordial divine court, Tang Feng, and Fei Huang. And the master of the natal spirit heavenly court was the most ancient of the 4 taboo bodies. This ancient existence had left behind too many legends. When the natal spirit heavenly court rose, it was also when the heavenly palace was at its peak. The 9 heavenly palaces dominated the universe. No faction dared to compete with the heavenly palace. But the natal spirit heavenly court dared to do so, and it caused great losses to the heavenly palace at its peak. It was obvious how powerful the master of the natal spirit heavenly court was. Legend had it that the natal spirit heavenly court had 4 treasures and 18 divine weapons. The Bingxian rod in Lu Ming's hand was one of the 18 divine weapons. It was powerful and mysterious. Not to mention the 4 treasures. The natal spirit stone fragment was one of the 4 treasures. Now that there was something wrong with the natal spirit stone fragment, they naturally had to find out. There might be a great opportunity. The life spirit origin stone fragment maintained the same speed as Lu Ming and the others as it continued to fly. When Lu Ming and the others sped up, the life spirit origin stone fragment sped up. When Lu Ming and the others slowed down, the life spirit origin stone fragment slowed down. The life spirit origin stone fragment seems to be flying towards the universe ruins. Lu Ming said. That's right. It has indeed been flying in the universe ruins. It seems that the life spirit origin stone fragment is heading to the universe ruins. Xianxia said. Their expressions were grave, but they were not afraid. The universe ruins were very dangerous. Other than the outer regions, the other regions required the strength of an almighty to explore. However, Lu Ming and the others were no longer the same as before. Now, the 4 of them were all 9th level divine emperors, and their battle strength was extremely powerful. The weakest among them, Autumn Moon, had a battle strength of 11 stars. They could definitely fight an ordinary almighty. As for Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Wan Shen, their combat power was even stronger. Their battle strength was comparable to that of an almighty. They could easily explore the universe ruins. Moreover, looking at the trajectory of the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment, it did not seem to be deep into the universe ruins. This flight lasted for 7 days. On this day, a foggy area appeared in front of them. In the quiet void, a foggy area appeared. It was vast and blocked one's vision. It was impossible to see what was in the foggy area. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed slightly. In the universe ruins, they should not venture into such unpredictable and strange places. It usually represented danger. However, the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment flew straight in. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wanshan's expressions changed slightly. However, they did not hesitate and rushed in after the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment. As soon as they rushed into the foggy area, their vision was severely obstructed. They could only see within 100 meters. This was very shocking. It should be known that at the level of Lu Ming and the others, their eyesight was too strong. It was not a problem for them to see from one end of a star field to the other, as long as there was nothing in the way. But now, he could only see things 100 meters away. It was really shocking. His eyesight had been weakened many times. The 4 of them became even more cautious as they flew together. Because in such a place, once they were separated, it would be very troublesome and they would not be able to find each other. Fortunately, the natal spirit stone shard gave off a hazy light, like a guiding light. Even from a distance, it could be seen. Otherwise, they would have lost track of the natal spirit stone fragments long ago. They followed the vitality stone shard and kept flying. It was hard to tell which direction they were going, and they had no idea how far they had flown. Soon, they had been flying in the foggy area for more than a day. "Be careful, something is approaching," Lu Ming suddenly said. Because just now, he suddenly felt a sense of danger, and all the hair on his body stood on end. In fact, even without Lu Ming's reminder, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Myriad God had sensed it. They were all top-notch geniuses in the universe. Their spiritual senses were extremely sharp, and they weren't any worse than Lu Ming's. When Lu Ming sensed it, they sensed it too. The 4 of them leaned against each other and scanned the surroundings with their spiritual senses. However, in this foggy area, his spiritual sense was also greatly restricted. It was not much better than his eyesight, and could only extend to a distance of a few 100 meters. Creak, 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 within the fog, sharp sounds came from all directions. It was as if countless terrifying creatures were charging towards Lu Ming's group, surrounding them. There were more and more sharp sounds, and they were getting closer and closer. Then, Lu Ming and the others saw streaks of red light shining out. Balls of red light, like lanterns, were incomparably scarlet. These balls of scarlet light were the eyes, the light emitted by the eyes. There were at least a few 100 pairs of eyes. "Be careful!" Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted. This was because these scarlet lights were charging towards Lu Ming's group at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming's group of 4 unleashed their strength, forming layers of defenses around them. At the same time, they circulated their spiritual senses and eyesight to the maximum, observing their surroundings. The scarlet lights were approaching Lu Ming's group at an extremely fast speed. Closer, closer. Finally, Lu Ming's group saw the appearance of these creatures. They were a strange kind of creature. They were humanoid, but their appearance was ferocious, like a malicious spirit. Their bodies were not made of flesh and blood. They looked very illusory, and like the color of the fog, they looked like ghosts. Only their eyes were bloodshot and filled with terrifying murderous intent. For the time being, they would call these creatures the fog spirits. A few of the fog spirits rushed to the front and were already approaching Lu Ming's group. Swoosh, 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 they stretched out their sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming's group. Their speed was extremely fast and filled with cold intent. One of the claws grabbed at Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, and he slashed out, slashing at the opponent's claws. When his palm slashed out, the void exploded, and the fog rolled. The fog spirit also exploded with a bang. Ninth layer divine god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming sensed that the fog spirit's strength was only at the ninth layer of the divine god realm. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although their cultivation was also at the ninth layer of the divine god realm, their battle strength was many times stronger than that. Although there were many of these fog spirits, if they were only at the ninth layer of the divine god realm, they were nothing in their eyes. On the other side, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wanshen had also defeated a fog spirit. However, more and more mist spirits were charging at them from all directions. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and the other three's eyes flashed with murderous intent as they attacked. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, hundreds of spear lights shot out. Xianxia shouted and waved his hand. Hundreds of black lotuses appeared and flew out. The petals of the lotuses opened and turned into sharp blades. The lotuses spun rapidly, and each lotus turned into a great killing weapon. Autumn Moon activated the 9 orifices sacred heart. 9 divine lights filled the air and turned into 9 scimitars that flew out. Each scimitar slashed down, and a fog spirit was killed. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th layer of the divine god realm would be killed instantly when facing them. God power surged as the pantheon of gods unleashed a dozen or so essence secret magics, destroying large swaths of the misty specters. Hundreds of fog spirits seemed like a lot, but in a short while, they were all killed. They turned into clouds of fog and disappeared without a trace. After killing all the fog spirits, they realized that the life spirit vitality stone fragment hadn't left. It was still in the distance, emitting a dim light. Lu Ming and the other 3 quickly flew towards the life spirit vitality stone fragment. When Lu Ming and the others moved, the life spirit vitality stone fragment also moved. It continued to fly at the same speed as Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others became more cautious. They paid attention to their surroundings and took precautions. After all, this foggy area was in the ruins of the universe. No one knew what dangers there were. Although the previous foggy spirits were all at the 9th layer of the great god realm, no one knew if there would be divine master foggy spirits later on. If there were divine master foggy spirits and they launched a sudden attack, it would be a great threat to them. However, Lu Ming and the others worried too much. This was because they didn't run into any divine master realm mist specters in the later part of their journey. In the next few days, they encountered a few more waves of foggy spirits, but they were all at the 9th layer of the great god realm. Lu Ming and the others defeated them easily. Just like that, they followed the life spirit stone fragment and flew in the foggy area for 5 days. After 5 days, they finally passed through the foggy area and came to a void. This was a void surrounded by fog. It could be the center of the foggy area. There was fog everywhere. However, this region was the only place where there was no fog. Then, their eyes widened and they looked ahead. An ancient city, there was an ancient city floating in the void ahead. The ancient city emitted a hazy light, illuminating the void and making it look less dark. Could it be that this area was not shrouded by fog because of this ancient city? The 4 of them were shocked. However, they didn't have time to think too much because the life spirit stone fragment was flying toward the ancient city at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and the others quickly chased after it. Lu Ming didn't plan to use the greater teleportation technique to intercept the life spirit stone fragment because he had used it before and it was useless. After using the greater teleportation technique, he always appeared behind the life spirit stone fragment. They were getting closer and closer to the ancient city. Gradually, they could see the outline of the ancient city. It looked very ancient. The ancient city walls were covered with sword marks as if it had been through a fierce battle. Also, it was huge and vast. The closer they got to the ancient city, the more they felt the vastness of the ancient city. They couldn't see it from afar, but it was amazing up close. The planets in the universe were considered huge. However, compared to this ancient city, the difference was too great. Lu Ming felt that this ancient city was even larger than the home planet of the dragons. An ancient city was actually larger than a mother planet. It was truly shocking. Whoosh, after the fragment arrived, it emitted a dazzling light and flew into a huge city gate. There were city gates all around the ancient city. The city gate in their direction should be closed, but it was damaged. There was a huge hole in it, as if it had been blasted open by a punch. It was through this hole that the natal spirit shard had flown in. Lu Ming and the other three looked at each other, then nodded and flew into the city through the hole in the city gate. So many buildings. Arriving at the city, Xianxia looked around and saw countless buildings. These buildings were all incomparably tall. Buildings over 1,000 zhang tall could be seen everywhere. Many of the buildings had collapsed. Within the city, it was deathly silent. There was not a single sound, nor was there a single living being. Apart from Lu Ming and the other three, there was nothing else. However, one could speculate that this ancient city must have been extremely prosperous in the past. Young master, the natal spirit shard has stopped, Qiu Yu said. When the natal spirit shard entered the city, it stopped flying and stopped there. No matter how close Lu Ming and the others were, the natal spirit shard did not move. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside the natal spirit shard. He reached out and grabbed the natal spirit shard in his hand. It was so easy that Lu Ming was surprised. It seems that the purpose of the natal spirit shard is to lure you here, Xianxia said. Could this place be related to the heavenly court? Wanshan guessed. It's very likely that the natal spirit shard is a treasure of the heavenly court. If it wasn't related to the heavenly court, the natal spirit shard wouldn't have flown here on its own, Lu Ming said. As Lu Ming spoke, there were changes to the life soul essence stone fragments in his hands. On the natal spirit shard, there was a layer of light, and then an old figure appeared. It was the natal spirit shard. Lu Ming was elated. There was finally a reaction from his life soul, the stone spirit. Lu Ming grabbed the rock spirit of the life soul essence stone. Let go of me, the natal spirit shard immediately screamed and struggled. Old man, you're finally out. I kept summoning you, why didn't you respond at all? Lu Ming asked with an unfriendly look. He was very unhappy. I'm innocent. You can't blame me. I was sealed by a force and couldn't come out even if I wanted to. It was the natal spirit shard's own power that reacted. It wasn't until I came here that the power that sealed me disappeared. Look, I came out immediately. The natal spirit shard hurriedly explained. Then what is this place? Do you know? Lu Ming asked. Ha ha ha, of course I know. How could I not know where this place is? I didn't expect that after so many years, I would be able to return here. Ha ha ha. The natal spirit shard laughed crazily. Bam, Lu Ming's palm pressed down. Lu Ming's power was taboo. Even though the rock spirit was not made of flesh and blood, it was still sent spinning in the air by the slap. Don't go crazy here. Answer the question. Lu Ming said unhappily. You're pissing me off. The life soul, the stone spirit, glared at Lu Ming. When it saw Lu Ming raise his hand again, it was immediately discouraged and said, Don't do it. I'll talk, this is the heavenly court. This is the heavenly court. Lu Ming and company were shocked. That's right. This is the real heavenly court. It's not the life spirit palace, but the real heavenly court. Back then, the core of the heavenly court was here. The master of the heavenly court also lived here. The natal spirit shard said. This time, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wanshan were really shocked. This was the life spirit heavenly court. Lu Ming originally thought that this was one of the 9 life spirit palaces. He never expected that they would come directly to the heavenly court. Legend had it that after the heavenly court was destroyed by the heavenly palace, the real heavenly court disappeared. Over the years, countless people had searched for the heavenly court, but to no avail. They only knew that through the natal spirit shard, one could find the 9 life spirit palaces. Legend had it that the master of the life spirit heavenly court had been buried in the life spirit heavenly court. There were 3 other treasures buried with the master of the life spirit heavenly court. The life spirit was one of the 18 divine weapons of the celestial court. They were already considered top treasures in the universe. How precious and mysterious would the 3 treasures be? For countless years, countless people had been tempted by the life spirit celestial court's treasures. Countless people had searched for them, but unfortunately, there was no clue. In history, it was not that no one had obtained fragments of the Life Spirit Stone, but they had no clue about the Life Spirit Celestial Court. But this time, the fragments of the Life Spirit Stone would bring Lu Ming and the others to the real Life Spirit Celestial Court. What was going on? Could it be that something had happened in the Life Spirit Celestial Court? Or was the Life Spirit Celestial Court's treasures about to be born? The heartbeats of the four of them could not help but accelerate. Could it really be a great opportunity? Are you familiar with the Life Spirit Celestial Court? Lead the way. If you can find the Life Spirit Celestial Court's treasures, I promise you that I will find more fragments of the Life Spirit Celestial Court for you to fuse with, and try my best to restore you. Lu Ming said, making threats and promises. However, the Life Spirit Stone immediately cried and said, "You know that I'm just a fragment, and I know very little. I can only instinctively feel that this is the Life Spirit Celestial Court, but I don't have any more specific memories. I'm afraid I can't lead the way." Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, Lu Ming could only put away the fragments of the Life Spirit Stone and discuss with Xianxia and the others. In the end, everyone decided to explore. Countless people had searched for the Life Spirit Celestial Court but could not find it. And they had come here by chance, so how could they not explore? If they left just like that, they might have inner demons in their hearts. After some discussion, the four of them began to move. They were going to explore some of the nearby buildings to see if there were any treasures left inside. Although the Life Spirit Celestial Court had been destroyed a long time ago, many treasures would have decayed under the erosion of time. However, some of the top treasures could resist the erosion of time. Such treasures, once found, were priceless. Soon, the four of them came to a huge building. The building seemed to be in good condition and hadn't been damaged. However, the four of them were still very cautious. They covered their bodies with energy and were ready to fight at any time. After all, this was the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Although it looked dead silent, no one could guarantee that there would be any terrifying danger. It was better to be careful. They extended their spiritual senses into the building and found no signs of life. Then, the four figures flashed and rushed into the building. The building was huge, but there was nothing in it. There was no danger, and there were no treasures either. There was only some dust, which seemed to be the result of something corroding. He looked around but didn't see anything. The four of them left the building and entered other buildings to search. After checking 7 or 8 huge buildings, he still didn't find anything. Is it really a dead city? The myriad deities whispered. There was no danger, nor were there any living creatures. If this was not a ghost town, then what was it? Let's go to the depths of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court to take a look. This ancient city is too big. This is only the edge. If there are any treasures, they must be in the depths, Lu Ming said. The other three naturally did not have any objections. After that, the four of them stopped checking the buildings. Instead, they soared into the sky and flew into the depths. They found that they could fly in the city, but there was a pressure that suppressed them. They could only fly at a low altitude, and it was difficult for them to rush into the sky. Perhaps the Life Spirit Heavenly Court was shrouded by some kind of restriction. That was why the Life Spirit Primordial Stone fragment had entered through the city gate, and not directly from the ancient city's sky. Without any danger, the four of them relaxed a little and sped up a lot. They left a large number of buildings behind, and the distance of hundreds of millions of miles passed in a flash. Suddenly, be careful! Lu Ming shouted. A force spread out and blocked Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and Wan Xin. The four figures suddenly came to a stop. Swoosh, below them, 4 streaks of sharp sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming and the other three. Lu Ming took a step forward, and a powerful force exploded. He blasted downward and collided with the 4 sword lights. Boom! 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 The 4 sword lights collapsed. It's only the 9th level of the Divine God realm. No, this is the power of heaven? Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. The power contained within those 4 sword lights was actually the power of the heavens. Could there be a heavenly human tribe here? Soon, Lu Ming's guess was confirmed. Below them, a few figures dashed out from the destroyed building. There were 6 figures in total, and they rushed into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming and the other 3. They were 6 old men. Their faces were full of wrinkles, and their golden hair had lost its luster. However, Lu Ming and the other 3 could still tell that they were from the heavenly human tribe. The 6 heavenly human tribe members should be from the older generation. How could there be 6 old heavenly human tribe members here? Could they be from the heavenly human tribe that fought against the life spirit heavenly court? Impossible. The 4 of them quickly dismissed this idea. They could already tell that the 6 old men from the heavenly human tribe were only at the 9th level of the divine god realm. It was impossible for a 9th level divine god realm cultivator to live for such a long time. Although the 6 old men from the heavenly human tribe didn't look young, they hadn't reached the end of their lifespan. Could it be that they were also brought here by the fragments of the life spirit primordial stone? It was very likely. Because no one knew how many fragments of the life spirit primordial stone had been broken into. No one knew how many fragments of the life spirit primordial stone were in the universe. Since Lu Ming's fragment of the life spirit primordial stone was strange and had brought them here, it was very likely that the fragments of the others' life spirit primordial stones were also strange. However, the 6 old men from the 9th level of the divine god realm were nothing to Lu Ming and the others. Even if they didn't look young and had stayed in the 9th level of the divine god realm for many years, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't be compared to them. "Kill them!" shouted one of the old men from the heavenly human tribe. He slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. The sword light was sharp and contained a terrifying power. It was the power of the heavenly punishment. However, his heavenly execution power was very weak. Compared to Xianxia's heavenly execution power, it was many times weaker. The other 5 old men from the heavenly human tribe also attacked Lu Ming and the others. They all controlled the strongest heavenly punishment, but they were very weak. They couldn't be compared to the top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. "Leave these people to me," said Wan Shen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom, he unleashed his divine power. The muscles on his arms bulged as he threw 6 punches. The 6 punches were powerful enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. They destroyed the attacks of the 6 old men from the heavenly human tribe and landed on them. Wan Shen blasted out 6 fist forces, destroying the attacks of the 6 celestial elders. Not only that, the fist forces did not stop and continued to bombard the 6 celestial elders. Bang! 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 5 of the heavenly human elders' bodies exploded like balloons. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died on the spot. Only one heavenly human elder survived, but there was a big hole in his chest. He was severely injured. "You! How can you be so strong?" the heavenly human elder said as he spat out blood. He was shocked. He couldn't believe it. The heavenly human tribe was talented. It was much easier for them to fight above their level than other tribes. The 6 of them weren't young. They had cultivated for dozens of stellar years. They had been stuck at the 9th level of the great supreme god realm for a long time. After cultivating for such a long time, their sky power was pure, and their secret techniques were profound. They even controlled a trace of the ultimate sky power. Combined, their battle power was extremely strong. The other 5 elders all had 6-star battle power. And he was even stronger. He had 7-star battle power. 6-star battle power and 7-star battle power were top-tier existences in the great supreme god realm. Not many people could defeat them. 6-star and 7-star battle power were nothing in the Battle of the Origins. That was because the Battle of the Origins gathered a group of the strongest geniuses in the universe. There were too many geniuses. Those at the bottom of the universe prodigy list only had 6-star battle power. The reason why they could possess such powerful combat prowess was because of the natural talent of the celestial race and the accumulation of many years of cultivation. The time they had cultivated was far from what a young man could compare to. However, even with such combat strength and the 6 of them joining forces, Wan Shen had killed 5 of them with a single strike. Furthermore, Wan Shen himself had been severely injured. If he wasn't stronger than the other 5 and good at survival, he would have been killed. The one who attacked was a young man. He could see that Wan Shen was definitely young. He was definitely part of the younger generation. How could someone from the younger generation be so strong? Even if his battle power was so strong, his cultivation was too strong. He had reached the 9th level of the Great Supreme God realm at such a young age. As far as he knew, even the strongest young genius of the heavenly human tribe was only at the 6th level of the Great Supreme God realm. How could there be a 9th level Great Supreme God realm existence among the younger generation? He couldn't figure it out. Get rid of it. There was only one thought in the heavenly human tribe elder's mind. Then, he roared, "How dare you kill my heavenly human tribe? You're courting death." After roaring, the heavenly human elder dragged his injured body and retreated rapidly. "You can't escape. Kill." The myriad god shouted coldly as he punched out again. He unleashed his divine power, and a massive fist energy formed into a gigantic fist that blasted toward his opponent. "Ah, someone will avenge me." The celestial race elder roared loudly. His body erupted with dazzling radiance as he prepared to go all out. However, his strength was far inferior to myriad gods. There was no way he could withstand it. His attack crumbled under myriad gods' fist force, unable to form any resistance. The heavenly human elder was about to die under the 10,000 gods' fist. "How dare you? Stop." Suddenly, a loud cry rang out from the distance, shaking the void. A powerful aura exploded out from that direction. Following that, a long spear rapidly enlarged and stabbed towards Wan Shen in an attempt to stop him. Divine Master Realm. Upon sensing this aura, Lu Ming and the others were startled. This aura came from a Divine Master Realm expert. The one who had attacked was a Divine Master. However, what made Lu Ming and the others certain was that this Divine Master wasn't too strong. He should only be a first-layer Divine Master. First-layer Divine Master? Don't even think about stopping me. Wan Shen roared as a battle sword appeared above his head. This was an origin source secret technique. Whoosh, the battle sword enlarged and slashed at the long spear. His fist energy didn't stop as it continued to blast at the heavenly human elder. This time, the heavenly human elder couldn't withstand it any longer. He exploded from the punch, his body and soul destroyed. Clang, on the other side, the battle sword and long spear collided, erupting with a violent explosion. Powerful energy swept out in all directions, causing many tall buildings to crumble into rubble. This was the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Originally, the buildings here were sturdy and indestructible. Ordinary divine masters would find it difficult to destroy them. However, too much time had passed, and many things had decayed. Although the buildings here hadn't completely decayed, they were no longer sturdy and could be easily destroyed. The battle sword formed by the 10,000 deities was knocked back. It trembled violently and was covered in cracks. As for that long spear, it was also blocked and retracted. However, in the next moment, a beam of rainbow light flew over. The rainbow light faded, revealing a figure. It was also an elder who looked to be around 60 years old. Without a doubt, he was also a heavenly human. This heavenly human elder had a powerful aura. He was a first-layer divine master, but at this moment, his eyes were fixed on Wan Shen, revealing an incomparable shock. "So young, but a 9th-layer divine master. You can even block one of my attacks," the divine master elder muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. "These heavenly humans don't seem to recognize us?" Lu Ming and the rest glanced at one another, revealing a trace of doubt. Based on their performance in the Battle of Origins, most people in the heavenly human tribe probably recognized them. This was because during the Battle of Origins, many people had transmitted images of the battle to the illusory space through the illusory divine jade. Countless people in the universe had witnessed the battle. However, these heavenly human elders they had just met didn't seem to recognize them at all. Moreover, they seemed to find it hard to believe that Wan Shen had reached the 9th-layer Divine Master realm. However, in the Taishang Immortal City, many of the younger generation's geniuses had reached the 9th-layer Divine Master realm. Could it be that these people in front of them didn't know about the Taishang Immortal City? Could it be that these people had already entered here? So what if I blocked one of your attacks? Killing you isn't difficult at all. Wan Shen thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. With a loud shout, he charged toward the heavenly human, intending to capture him and interrogate him properly. The bodies of the 10,000 deities emitted brilliant glows as they executed various origin secret arts. In the end, dozens of origin secret techniques filled the void and attacked the heavenly human. The ferocious attack caused the Divine Master Heavenly Human Tribe Elder's expression to change drastically. The aura of a primordial divine spirit. You're a pure-blooded primordial divine spirit. Impossible, the Divine Master Heavenly Human roared in horror. Nothing is impossible. Kill. Wanshin's body mixed in with dozens of origin secret techniques and charged toward the heavenly human. A storm of attacks swept toward the heavenly human. At the critical moment, the heavenly human reacted. His long spear shook, turning into a sky full of spear light that pierced toward Wanshin. The spear light clashed with Wanshin's many secret techniques, blocking several dozen of them. However, Wanshin himself had managed to sneak in with the secret techniques. He wielded a giant battle sword and swept it toward the heavenly human tribe's divine master realm existences. The battle sword was a kind of origin secret art. When it was wielded by the 10,000 deities, it could unleash its full power. The sharp sword chi caused the heavenly human race divine lord's expression to turn grave. Buzz, he shook his spear, which was covered in a layer of strange energy and filled with a fiendish aura. This was one of the 4 strongest heavenly powers, the innate baleful energy. Those who could break through to the Divine Lord realm were all geniuses with decent talent. Thus, it was normal for a heavenly human race Divine Lord to be able to control one of the strongest heavenly powers. Clang, the spear and the sword clashed with a loud clang. Both of them trembled and retreated several dozen steps before they managed to stabilize themselves. This old fellow is so strong. Wanshin licked his lips, and the savage killing intent in his eyes grew even thicker. The heavenly human race is indeed stronger than the other races, regardless of cultivation level. Lu Ming also spoke from nearby. Logically speaking, a 9th-level God Emperor with 9 stars of combat strength should be able to fight against an ordinary 1st-level God Lord. However, ordinary 1st-level God Lords were very rare. This was because anyone who could break through to the God Lord realm was extremely talented. When they were at the God Emperor realm, they were already powerful geniuses with star-level combat strength. This heavenly human race Divine Lord was even stronger. He controlled the innate baleful energy, and his combat strength far surpassed an ordinary 1st-level God Lord. Wanshin had 12 stars of combat strength, but he was only able to fight to a draw. Thus, Wanshin was very shocked. However, his opponent was even more shocked. What sort of combat strength is this? 12 stars of battle prowess, he actually possesses 12 stars of battle prowess. How is this possible? The heavenly human race Divine Lord's heart was in turmoil, and he found it difficult to calm down. As far as he knew, only 2 people in the younger generation of the heavenly human race possessed 12 stars of combat strength. They were Yichu Tianji and Yiling Hongya. The 2 of them were known as the strongest son and daughter of heaven. Now, a pure-blooded primitive god spirit actually possessed such combat strength. This was truly shocking. I must kill this guy. At this thought, the heavenly human tribe's divine lord revealed a strong murderous intent. He brandished his spear and charged at Wanshin. Thousands of spear lights pierced through the void and shot toward the 10,000 gods. Kill! Wanshin roared as he took a step forward. Like a primordial beast, he lunged forward with his sword, aiming for a vital point. At the same time, the other origin source secret techniques also attacked the heavenly human tribe divine master. Boom! 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 The 2 of them were like 2 shooting stars as they collided with each other. They were constantly fighting and exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged over 100 rounds, but there was still no clear victor. Wanshin, end this quickly. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the myriad god. The myriad god's gaze flickered as a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. I wanted to play with you a little longer, but now, I'll send you on your way. As soon as he said that, a metal rod appeared in the myriad god's hand. This iron rod was pitch black, completely different from Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod, but it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a weapon of mass destruction controlled by the myriad gods, a top-grade divine weapon. Buzz, the pitch-black iron rod buzzed as it emitted a powerful aura. It rapidly expanded and pressed down on the heavenly human tribe's divine lord. The heavenly human tribe's divine lord's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously as he brandished his spear with all his might to block. However, when the two weapons collided, the heavenly human tribe's divine lord seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body shook violently as he retreated. The spear in his hand buzzed incessantly as its light dimmed significantly. It seemed to have been heavily injured. "This is an source-grade divine weapon," the heavenly human tribe's divine lord roared. His eyes were filled with shock and greed. An source-grade divine weapon was a divine weapon exclusive to Origin Realm experts. Only Origin Realm experts could use it to its full potential. Those below Origin Realm would find it difficult to use it to its full potential, but it was still no small matter. It could greatly increase one's strength. However, there were just too few source-grade divine weapons. In the primitive universe, source-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. This was because it was just too difficult to refine. It required materials that contained origin, which were extremely rare. Furthermore, there were just too few people who could refine source-grade divine weapons. As a result, source-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. There were even quite a few Origin Realm experts who did not possess a source-grade divine weapon. From this, one could see just how rare source-grade divine weapons were. There were quite a few young geniuses who possessed great weapons of mass destruction. However, these weapons differed in strength. Most of them were master-grade divine weapons. There were very few people who possessed source-grade divine weapons. The value of a single source-grade divine weapon was immeasurable. The pitch-black iron rod in Wanshin's hand was an source-grade divine weapon. It was no wonder that the heavenly human tribe's divine lord was so shocked and greedy. With his source-grade divine weapon, Wanshin's battle prowess had greatly increased. He could completely suppress his opponent. "Kill!" Wanshin roared as he continued to swing his rod at the heavenly human tribe's divine lord. The heavenly human tribe's divine lord's expression changed before he suddenly retreated. He did not dare to continue the battle. However, Wanshin was relentless in his pursuit. His rod shadows filled the air as dozens of thousands of feet-long rod shadows pressed down on the heavenly human tribe's divine lord. He had no choice but to take them head-on. With a furious roar, he pushed his strength to the limit and stabbed his spear upward. A spear light burst out, piercing through the sky. He hoped to block the incoming rod shadows. However, when the rod shadows pressed down, the spear light shattered. The heavenly human tribe's divine lord coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He was injured after taking the attack head-on. "No, this brat has used an source-grade divine weapon. I'm no longer his opponent. If I continue fighting, it'll be disadvantageous for me. I'll leave first and call for reinforcements to kill them. However, this brat is chasing me relentlessly. It'll be difficult to shake him off. I need to find a hostage to threaten him before I can leave. Who should I find?" The heavenly human tribe's divine lord quickly glanced at Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Qiu Yu. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Qiu Yu. In his opinion, a woman would be more useful as a hostage. Moreover, Qiu Yu would look more delicate. Therefore, he dashed toward Qiu Yu without hesitation. At this moment, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Qiu Yu were separated. They were afraid that the heavenly human tribe's divine lord would escape, so the three of them had split up and surrounded him. Seeing the heavenly human tribe's divine lord dashing toward Qiu Yu, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not react at all. They had no intention of helping him. Lu Ming knew Qiu Yu's strength very well. Although her combat strength of 11 stars was not as strong as Wanshin's, Qiu Yu still had a powerful weapon. Although it was not an source-grade divine weapon, it was still a top-grade divine weapon. If Qiu Yu used all her strength, it would not be a problem for her to block the heavenly human tribe's divine lord. As expected, Qiu Yu shouted and a machete flew out from between her eyebrows. Under the power of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, the machete slashed toward the divine lord. Autumn Moon's scimitar was covered by the power of the sacred heart of 9 orifices and was extremely powerful. It hit the spear of the heavenly human tribe divine master. With a clang, the heavenly human tribe divine master's body was blocked and he even took a few steps back. Although Autumn Moon also took a few steps back, the heavenly human tribe divine master's heart was pounding. How is this possible? How can this woman be so powerful? The power of 9 colors. Is this the legendary Sacred Heart of 9 Orifices? The heavenly human tribe Divine Master was extremely shocked. He did not expect another person to be so powerful. Although Autumn Moon's strength was not comparable to Wan Xin's, she was definitely powerful and had a combat strength of 11 stars. This combat strength was already at the level of the heavenly children. First, it was Wan Xin who was comparable to the strongest heavenly children. Now, it was a seemingly weak woman who was at the same level as the heavenly children. More importantly, her cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the divine god realm. This seriously exceeded the knowledge of the heavenly human tribe Divine Master. Since when were there two such terrifying geniuses in the universe? Autumn Moon did not think as much as the heavenly human tribe Divine Master. After she took a step back, she continued to control her scimitar and slashed at the heavenly human tribe Divine Master. The heavenly human tribe Divine Master reacted and blocked her attack. The two of them exchanged blows again and the outcome was a draw. Meanwhile, Wan Xin had already rushed over and was about to reach them. No, this woman is too powerful. It's impossible to take her as a hostage. I chose the wrong target. I should have gone for the other one. Thinking of this, the heavenly human tribe Divine Master did not continue fighting. He quickly retreated and rushed towards Xianxia. Wan Xin was speechless. Seeing the heavenly human tribe Divine Master rushing towards Xianxia, Wan Xin was not in a hurry and slowed down. Wan Xin was willing to give up Autumn Moon to go for Xianxia. Wan Xin really wanted to see his expression. Soon, Wan Xin's wish was fulfilled. Xianxia's face was cold. He did not want to waste time talking to Wan Xin, so he summoned his ultimate weapon. Xianxia's ultimate weapon was a black lotus. The black lotus spun rapidly and its petals opened, turning into the most terrifying weapon and attacking the heavenly human tribe Divine Master. Clang clang clang, the black lotus collided with the long spear of the celestial race's Divine Master. The black lotus spun crazily and cut the long spear. The terrifying power made the celestial race's Divine Master lose his grip on the long spear. He retreated rapidly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was injured again. No, this is impossible. How is this possible? The heavenly humans were the most hurt. He felt that his heart was about to explode from the shock. This was because he realized that Xianxia's strength was in no way weaker than myriad gods. A 9th-layer great god realm cultivator with 12 stars of battle power controlled a terrifying killing weapon. It was the best configuration. What's going on? What's going on? Has the world gone mad? The fact that several such terrifying geniuses had appeared consecutively had completely exceeded the limits of his imagination. He had stayed here for thousands of years. What had happened outside? If there was only one such terrifying heaven's favorite, he could still accept it. But now, it happened again and again. There were already 3 of them. He was dumbfounded. I don't believe it. I don't believe that all 4 of them are so powerful. I don't believe it, the celestial race's Divine Master roared in his heart. He immediately abandoned Xianxia and charged toward Lu Ming. Die, brat. The celestial race's Divine Master roared and unleashed his killing move. Terrifying energy surged toward Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. It seemed that he would only feel better if he killed Lu Ming. Only then would he feel that the world was not as crazy as it seemed. Only then would he feel that his previous understanding of the world was correct. Myriad God, Xianxia, and Qiu were speechless. Seeing the celestial race's Divine Master charging toward Lu Ming, they were speechless. They were even less anxious. They simply followed behind the celestial race's Divine Master and blocked his path of retreat. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's finish this in one move. A snow-white staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Bingxian staff. The Bingxian staff could not be used in the Taisheng Immortal City, but there were no such restrictions here. The Bingxian staff had been dormant for 1,000 years. It was time for it to shine. Buzz, Lu Ming activated his full strength. Rich and majestic forbidden energy surged wildly into the Bingxian staff. The Bingxian staff rapidly enlarged into a towering pillar. Then, it smashed toward the celestial race's Divine Master. Boom, then, the celestial race's divine master's body crashed into the ground like a meteorite. He crashed into a dilapidated building, creating a huge crater in the extremely hard ground. The celestial race's divine master lay in the crater. His bones were all shattered. He could not move at all. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his body kept convulsing. However, his eyes were blank. He was doubting life. His mind was also a mess. A few questions kept echoing in his mind. How is this possible? How can his combat strength be so strong? 13 stars? Impossible. This is crazy. This world has gone crazy. I must be dreaming. He could not accept the reality in front of him. Divine Lord Realm existences had extremely sharp senses, and their perception of power was also extremely shocking. In the collision just now, although Lu Ming had used the Bingxian staff, he could still feel that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed 12 stars and reached the legendary 13 stars. He was almost scared to death. What did 13 stars mean? He had learned about it before. Throughout the long history of the primitive universe, there were very few who could reach 13 stars. One could count them with one's fingers. In the history of the celestial race, there were only 2 celestial thearchs who had reached 13 stars of combat strength. Those 2 were people who had mastered the perfect power of heaven. As far as he knew, the current generation of the celestial race could be said to be full of talents. There were even 2 celestial race cultivators with 12 stars of combat strength. However, none of them had reached 13 stars. Now, a young man who had reached 13 stars of combat strength had suddenly appeared. He was completely dumbfounded. Haha, this expression is awesome. The myriad deities flew over and laughed loudly. This guy wanted to take the others as hostages, but in the end, he was beaten to the point of doubting life. Seeing a divine master like this, Wanshan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Let's leave this place first. The commotion just now was too big. There might be other celestial race cultivators nearby. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. He grabbed the Heavenly Human Clan's God Master in his hand. This Heavenly Human Divine Master had been severely injured by Lu Ming's attack and couldn't fight back. The Bingxian staff is stronger than I thought. Without a doubt, it's an source-level divine weapon, and not an ordinary one. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then, the Heavenly Court was so powerful that it could compete with the Heavenly Palace. As the Heavenly Court's 18 divine weapons, there was no doubt that they were all source-level divine weapons, and not ordinary ones. They were even more advanced than Wanshan's black staff. Together with Lu Ming's 13 stars of combat strength, it was normal for him to severely injure the Heavenly Human Divine Master with one attack. Grabbing the celestial race God Lord, the 4 of them left in a flash. Not long after, they appeared in an undamaged building in the distance. Speak. Why did the celestial race appear here? When did you arrive? How many people did you bring? Lu Ming coldly asked as he threw the celestial race God Lord to the ground. By now, the celestial race God Lord had come back to his senses. He glared at Lu Ming's group of 4 with hatred and murderous intent. I know that one of you is in control of the Life Soul Source Stone fragment, but don't even think about getting any information out of me. Is that so? Aren't you afraid of death? Lu Ming coldly said. Will you let me go if I tell you? Haha. The celestial race God Lord countered with a mocking tone. Clearly, he was very rational and knew that even if he told them everything, only death awaited him. Thus, he would not say anything. Today, you have to speak even if you don't want to. Wanshan coldly barked as he sent a stream of energy into the God Lord's body. Immediately, the celestial race God Lord's body began to tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his face. He was clearly enduring immense pain. But he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He did not even grunt. Humph, you're quite stubborn. Now, I'll let you have a taste of withered bones devouring your soul. Let's see how long you can endure. Wanshan coldly snorted as he waved his hands and sent several streams of energy into the God Lord's body. The God Lord's body began to tremble even more. More and more cold sweat broke out on his body, and his face turned red from the pain. However, he still managed to hold himself back. You better speak soon. I can give you a quick death. Wanshan said. Don't expect me to say a single word. Someone will avenge me. Just you wait. The celestial race god lord roared. Wanshan's expression turned somewhat ugly. This person's bones are truly stubborn. It seems like it won't be easy to get some information out of this person. Kill him. Lu Ming said. As you wish. Wanshan stepped forward, a violent energy exploded and destroyed the god lord's body. However, his forehead began to shine. One could see an extremely deep black hole. A golden divine bridge extending into the depths of the black hole. This was the universe bridge. Normally, almighty masters would form a universe bridge that led to the depths of the black hole. Their ultimate goal was to connect to universe ocean. Once he reached the pinnacle of the almighty stage, his universe bridge would connect to universe ocean, and he would be able to comprehend the origin. That was why it was impossible to comprehend origins without reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm. After the battle for the seat of origin in the Grand Supreme Immortal City, they were able to enter the cosmic ocean directly. Their methods could be said to be extremely powerful. The universe bridge kept trembling as though it was struggling to break through space. You still want to struggle? Break, the myriad god bellowed coldly. His strength erupted as he stomped down. With a loud boom, the black hole along with the universe bridge completely exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. This divine master of the heavenly human tribe had been completely annihilated. It seems like there are quite a number of people from the heavenly human tribe who have entered this place. From now on, we have to be more cautious, Lu Ming said. Next, they left this place and continued to head deeper into the ancient city. However, they were much more cautious. They did not fly in the air, but ran quickly on the ground. Even so, they were still attacked very quickly. A group of heavenly human tribe members blocked Lu Ming's path. There were more than a dozen of them, and they all looked very old. 1 divine master and 12 ninth-level great god realm cultivators. We can deal with them. Let's go. Lu Ming said. The divine master on the other side was only a first-level divine master. There was nothing to be afraid of. Set up the formation, shouted the heavenly human cultivator of the first godly leader layer. The other 12 cultivators of the 9th great supreme god layer moved and surrounded him. A terrifying chi dashed to the skies. Then, a huge battle sword was formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Be careful, it's the 9 heavens battle formation. Lu Ming rushed forward and took out the Bingshan rod. He swung it out and clashed with the huge battle sword. Boom, the battle sword shattered. The 13 people on the other side kept retreating. Their faces were pale, but they were not injured. The 9 heavens battle formation is indeed powerful. However, these people's strength is also extraordinary. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 12 ninth-level great god realm cultivators from the heavenly human tribe had at least 6-star fighting strength. Some of them even had 7-star fighting strength. There was also a powerful divine master. After setting up the 9 heavens battle formation, they managed to block Lu Ming's attack. However, the heavenly human tribe members were even more shocked. When they looked at Lu Ming, they were deeply shocked. The 9 heavens battle formation, which had a first-level divine master as its core and 12 powerful great god realm cultivators as its support, was actually at a disadvantage. However, before they could think about it, Wan Shen and the others had also arrived. Wan Shen, Xianxia, and Qiu Yu attacked together. The attacks fell like a storm. The 13 heavenly human tribe members were shaken and kept retreating. The 12 ninth-level great god realm cultivators were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Even with the support of the 9 heavens battle formation, they were still under great pressure. Where did these people come from? The 13 heavenly human tribe members were terrified. The strength of these 4 young people was beyond their imagination. Lu Ming and the other 3 were about to break the other party's 9 heavens battle formation in one go. However, there was a loud shout not far away. A few thieves, how dare you? Die. A loud shout rang out, and an overwhelming aura surged over. This is, a second-level divine master, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others turned grim. They might be able to fight against a first-level divine master with their powerful weapons, but they could even suppress him. Lu Ming, in particular, could even kill his opponent. However, a second-level divine master was much stronger than a first-level divine master. Even Lu Ming might not be able to defeat a second-level divine master. "Let's go!" Lu Ming shouted. The four stopped attacking. They turned around and fled into the distance. A second-level divine master heavenly human was not someone they could fight against. If it was just an ordinary second-level divine master, the four of them might be able to fight him if they worked together. However, the members of the heavenly human tribe were generally stronger than those of other tribes. This was not the point. The point was that they did not know how many heavenly human tribe members were in this ancient city and how many experts there were. However, it seemed that there were quite a few of them. Once they were surrounded, they would be in great danger. "Where do you think you're going?" An old man appeared not far away. He was a second-level divine master, and he chased after Lu Ming's group with astonishing speed. "Let's chase together." The 13 heavenly human tribe members also chased after Lu Ming's group. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming's group of 4 had unsightly expressions. This was because that second-level divine master was very fast, much faster than them. The distance between the two sides was constantly closing. As expected, it didn't take long for the two sides to close in on each other. "Heavenly annihilation palm, die for this old man!" The second-level divine master Celestial roared. His heavenly power erupted as he thrust his palm forward. A massive palm shot toward Lu Ming's group of 4. This palm was formed from heavenly annihilation power and was imbued with destructive power. The massive palm enveloped Lu Ming's group of 4. Before the palm even reached them, their faces paled. "Attack together! Block it!" The 4 of them roared as they attacked with all their might. Wanshan swung his pitch-black metal staff, and Lu Ming used his ice mystic staff to meet the attack head-on. Xianxia and Autumn Moon also used their trump cards, following behind Lu Ming and Wanshan's attacks to find an opening. But when the palm pressed down, Lu Ming's group of 4 shuddered and retreated, smashing through 5 or 6 tall buildings. Lu Ming felt his aura boil, but he quickly suppressed it and returned to normal. Xianxia and Wanshan were slightly pale. Their hands and bodies were trembling slightly. Autumn Moon's condition was the worst. Her slender body trembled as she vomited blood. Autumn Moon, how are you?" Lu Ming asked worriedly. "Young master, don't worry. I'm fine." Autumn Moon smiled. As she spoke, the 9 orifices sacred heart in Autumn Moon's chest throbbed. 9-colored power seeped into her body, giving her an exuberant life force. Autumn Moon's injuries healed at an astonishing rate. "You can block this old man's palm." "Let's do it again." The second-level divine master Celestial Race Elder was extremely shocked, but he suppressed his shock and attacked again. His yellow hair danced in the wind as his heavenly power boiled. He pushed his strength to the limit and fired off several palms. A few grayish palm prints that were as huge as mountains blasted toward Lu Ming and a group of 4. The 4 of them could only fight back with all their might. Boom! Boom! Palm imprints pressed down one after another, and Lu Ming's group was once again sent flying. This time even Lu Ming was slightly injured. His face was somewhat pale. As for Myriad God and Xianxia, their injuries were even worse. The one in the most critical condition was Autumn Moon. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was somewhat sluggish. Clearly, he was severely injured. "Autumn Moon, don't attack anymore. Stay behind me," Lu Ming shouted. "Young master," Autumn Moon was a little stubborn. She still wanted to attack, but under Lu Ming's stern gaze, she gave in and stood behind Lu Ming. "It doesn't matter who you are hiding behind. All of you are going to die anyway. Die for this old man," the second-level divine lord of the celestial race roared as he continued to attack. Large gray palms continued to bombard Lu Ming's group. "Lu Ming, I'll stop him. You wait for an opportunity to counterattack." Xianxing's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ear. As she spoke, she took a step forward and unleashed her heavenly demon domain. At the same time, lotus flowers appeared. These lotus flowers wove together to form a shield. Lu Ming saw a mysterious and strange energy in these lotus flowers. The energy of origin, yes, Xianxia could also use the energy of origin. After the battle for the origin seeds ended, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Myriad God, and Autumn Moon had verified what they had learned. As the champion, Lu Ming was in the best position. His connection to the cosmic sea was the best, so the origin seed he had condensed was naturally the best. The origin seed was the size of a longan. Lu Ming could use the origin energy within it to attack or defend, but he could only use it once. Second to Lu Ming was Xianxia. Xianxia's origin seed was about the size of a broad bean. However, Xianxia could also use the origin energy within it to attack or defend, but she could only use it once. Of course, the amount of origin energy she could use was less than Lu Ming's, so it was naturally weaker. Xianxia had been in the second position. As for Myriad God and Autumn Moon, they were in the third position. Their origin seeds were even smaller, only the size of a green bean. Moreover, because they were too small, they could not use them at all. They could only use them to cultivate. Now, Xianxia was relying on his origin energy to block his opponent's attack. "I'm coming too!" Myriad God roared. Although he could not use his origin energy, he pushed some defensive origin secret techniques to their limits, covering the area in front of him. Boom! Boom! The heavenly annihilation palm smashed down, causing a violent explosion. Plush, Myriad God was the first to succumb. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as his body was sent flying, smashing through some buildings before finally coming to a stop after crashing into a massive stone stele. His arms had been shattered, and his body was in tatters. He was severely injured. Xianxia was not faring much better. The lotus flower shield she had formed began to shatter. Her body was also sent flying, coughing up blood. She could not use much origin energy, but origin energy was still origin energy. Even though Myriad God and Xianxia were heavily injured, they were still able to block the attack. The annihilating palm imprints that the opponent had sent out crumbled. Bish, at this moment, a resplendent spear light pierced through the void toward the second-level divine lord of the celestial race with astonishing speed. Lu Ming had made his move, his timing was impeccable. The moment the annihilating palm imprints crumbled, he used the heaven-cleaving style. At the same time, he used origin energy. Yes, this move was shockingly powerful. At this critical moment, the second-level divine lord of the celestial race could not use any powerful defensive skills. He could only use his palms to block. His palms collided with the spear aura. With a loud boom, a powerful force swept out. Plush! The spear light pierced through the celestial race second-level divine lord's palms. The spear light did not stop and continued to stab into his body. Ah! The celestial race second-level divine lord screamed as he retreated, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. His chest had been pierced through, leaving a hole that went straight through the front and back of his body. The power of the origin continued to rush left and right in his wounds, causing destruction. However, this person had used heaven's power to block it. The divine power of a second-level divine lord is truly powerful. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. In the end, there was still a gap between his strength and that of a second-level divine lord. He had used his strongest attack to launch a sneak attack, but he had still failed to kill his opponent. Let's go. Since he did not manage to kill the other party with one strike, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He turned around and left. Taboo power gushed out, sweeping up Qiuyu, Xianxia, and Wan Shen as they flew into the distance. Little brat, don't think of leaving. The celestial race second-level divine lord roared. He was about to give chase, but his body trembled and he vomited blood, his face ghastly pale. That move just now had contained origin energy and was shockingly powerful. It had already dealt him a heavy blow. Source energy, this is the source energy. How can a god emperor control the source energy? The second-level god lord of the celestial race roared in his mind, disbelief written all over his face. He could sense origin energy in Lu Ming and Xianxing's energies. As a god lord, he had interacted with heavenly venerables many times, so he naturally understood origin energy. There was a great difference between origin energy and the ancient origin characters, so he could easily distinguish them. shock, confusion, envy, his heart was instantly filled with a myriad of emotions. At that moment, the cultivator of the first divine master layer arrived with 12 elders of the ninth great supreme god layer. He suppressed his shock and injuries and roared, "After them! Don't let them go!" Having said that, he endured his injuries and flew out, chasing after Lu Ming and the rest. He could not let Lu Ming's group escape. It was not only because Lu Ming's group was too dangerous and needed to be eliminated, but also for himself. He had to capture Lu Ming's group of 4 and learn how to control origin energy from Lu Ming's group. A mere God Emperor was able to control the power of origin. With his divine master cultivation, he would definitely be able to succeed if he knew the method. If he could control origin energy in advance, he would have a chance of reaching origin energy in the future. His heart burned with passion. Thus, he put his life on the line, ignoring his injuries and the consequences as he madly pursued Lu Ming's group. The other celestial race experts also began to pursue. This scoundrel, Lu Ming's expression turned rather unsightly. Although the second-tier divine master from the heavenly human tribe was severely injured and weakened, he seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. He chased after Lu Ming with all his might. Not only was Lu Ming unable to shake him off, but the distance between them was also closing. Moreover, he was carrying Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen, so his speed was somewhat affected. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. "Young master, put me down. Let me stop them," Qiu Moon called out. "Lu Ming, you go first. Don't worry about me," Xianxia also called out. "That's right. Put me down. I don't like this guy. Put me down and I'll cut off his head," Wan Shen also called out. They did not want to implicate Lu Ming and wanted to lighten the burden on Lu Ming. At the same time, they also wanted to stop the celestial race experts and buy Lu Ming time. How could Lu Ming not know what Qiu Moon and Xianxia's group's intentions? Thus, he ignored them and continued flying at full speed. However, the distance between them and the God Emperor's group's group and their group. "Kid, you can't leave. Stop right there and I'll give you a quick death," a second-tier divine master from the heavenly human tribe shouted, trying to put psychological pressure on Lu Ming. His God. "Damn it, the power of the origin source is truly terrifying," he roared in his heart. Pursuing Lu Ming with all his might was extremely harmful to him. If this continued, there would be many side effects. In the best-case scenario, his cultivation base would deteriorate, and in the worst-case scenario, he would be left with injuries that he would never be able to recover from. His cultivation base would never be able to improve. However, compared to the method of controlling the origin source, he still decided to risk his life. He was no longer young, and his potential was about to be exhausted. However, his cultivation base was only at the second tier of the Godmaster realm. If he did not encounter any heaven-defying opportunities, reaching the third tier of the Godmaster realm would be his limit. Hence, even if he was left with injuries that were difficult to recover from, his losses would not be too great. However, once he obtained the method of controlling the origin source, his potential would skyrocket. His cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even be able to break through to the reciprocity realm. Compared to the potential gains, risking his life and taking the risk was completely worth it. He continued to suppress his injuries and continued his pursuit. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. "Eh? Fog is rising." Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Fog suddenly rose from the ancient city. It was unknown where the fog came from. It seemed to have come directly from space or from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the void was filled with a thick fog. And it was getting thicker and thicker. In the future, it would become similar to the void they had come from. This fog could cut off vision and spiritual sense. Lu Ming sensed that his visibility was rapidly decreasing, and the range of his spiritual sense was also rapidly shrinking. Not good. It's time for fog to rise again. The celestial race second-tier God-master realm expert grimaced, his expression turning extremely unsightly. He desperately burned heavenly power to increase his speed so that he could catch up to Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure in front of him was still growing more and more indistinct. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming was not alarmed. On the contrary, he was delighted. This fog was far too useful to him. He could use this opportunity to throw off the celestial race second-tier God Master Realm expert. Swish, Lu Ming rushed to the surface, and then his body began to flicker as he passed through various buildings. The fog was already getting thicker and thicker, and with the addition of the tall buildings, it affected his vision even more. A little while later, the celestial race second-tier God Master Realm expert had completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! You can't get away. Once the fog disperses, you'll all die. The celestial race expert roared, then he stopped and sat down cross-legged. He took out several pills, swallowed them, and began to treat his injuries. I've finally shaken that fellow off. Lu Ming inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not stop and continued to fly. Only after flying far enough did Lu Ming find a building and stop. After stopping, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan swallowed divine pills and began to treat their injuries. Their bodies were different from ordinary people's, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. They recovered very quickly, and it didn't take long for the three of them to basically recover. At this time, the fog was extremely thick, about the same as the void outside the ancient city, and it severely affected their vision. Even in the air, they could only see objects that were 100 meters away. Even with their spiritual senses, they could only see a few hundred meters away. Fortunately, their hearing was somewhat better, but it was still greatly obstructed. I wonder how long this fog will last. Will it never disperse? Xianxia muttered, his expression grave. If it really didn't disperse, it would be troublesome. In such an environment, it would be very difficult to distinguish directions. Moreover, they had been flying randomly, so they didn't even know where they were. It would be very difficult to get out. How could it be so coincidental that the fog started not long after we entered? Perhaps the fog will disperse after a while. Lu Ming said. What do we do now, young master? Qiu Moon asked. The four of them discussed for a while and decided to continue their search in a certain direction. They couldn't just stay where they were. If the fog didn't disperse, wouldn't they have to stay here for the rest of their lives? Of course, that was impossible. They moved along the ground in the opposite direction. Of course, they did not move very quickly for fear of encountering some terrifying danger. Lu Ming and the other three moved forward in the mist. Their speed was not fast as they walked along the streets and alleys of the buildings, focusing on their surroundings. Half a day later, watch out. There's something up ahead. Suddenly, Lu Ming said and sent a message to Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the other two also stopped and looked in one direction. Because from that direction, they heard the sound of explosions and weapons colliding. Someone was fighting. The four exchanged glances. Who was fighting? Was it the heavenly human race and the others, or the horrifying creatures in the mist? Lu Ming was confused, but he decided to go and check it out. The four hid their auras and rushed toward the direction of the sound. It's close. Hide. Lu Ming said. The four hid their bodies with the help of the tall buildings and continued to approach. Finally, a blurry figure appeared not far ahead. The heavenly human race. That's right, they saw a dozen heavenly human race members at first glance. Through their auras, they could see that one of them was a divine master. The other heavenly human race members were all at the 9th layer of the Great God Realm. However, they were not the ones who had chased after Lu Ming and the others, but the other heavenly human race members. The number of heavenly human race members here was indeed shocking. Right then, the divine master heavenly human race member did not attack. Only a dozen elders at the 9th layer of the Great God Realm joined hands and formed the 9 Heavens battle formation to attack a young man. It's him. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan saw that young man and were all shocked. They knew this young man. Xiao Chuhe was one of the top geniuses on the universe ancient genius rank, ranked 18th. Everyone had seen him in the battle for the origin seed. He had an 8-star battle power and a cultivation base at the 9th layer of the Great God Realm. However, he was surrounded by more than a dozen elders from the heavenly human race and had no power to fight back at all. In a one-on-one battle, none of the heavenly human elders would be able to beat Xiao Chuhe. But, With all of them setting up the 9 sky battle formation, Xiaochuha was completely suppressed. Right then, Xiaochuha was already wounded, and his clothes were dyed with blood. He kept backing out, and it looked like he was about to die. Lords of the Heavenly Human Tribe, if you want the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment, I'll give it to you. Please spare my life. Xiaochuha screamed and started to beg for mercy. Humph, since you've come here and seen us, you have to die. After all, we can still get the fragments of the Natal Spirit Stone in your hands after killing you. The Divine Master of the Heavenly Human Race sneered and stood to the side with his hands clasped behind his back, looking calm and composed. So, Xiaochuha also has a piece of his Life Spirit Yuan Stone. Back in the top immortal city, it was suppressed, and I could not sense it at all. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Originally, the owner of the Natal Spirit Stone fragment would be able to sense it when they were close. However, in the Taisheng Immortal City, everything was suppressed, including the fragments of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. They were also suppressed, so they couldn't sense each other. Therefore, Lu Ming did not know that Xiaochuha had the Natal Spirit Stone fragment in the top Immortal City. The Battle of the Origin Seeds had gathered all of the top martial geniuses in the entire universe. Lu Ming estimated that Xiaochuha might not be the only one with the Natal Spirit Stone fragment. However, since he could not sense it, he did not know who it was. Pooh. Ah. Right then, Xiaochuha was no match for the heavenly human race. A beam of sword chi pierced through his body, and his body exploded into 2 halves. Spare my life. Xiaochuha screamed, but the heavenly human race warrior would not show any mercy. The 9 sky battle formation was activated, and the sword chi increased drastically as it continued to attack Xiaochuha. This time, Xiaochuha would not be able to survive. His head was pierced through by the sword chi and exploded. Shoo, shoo, Xiaochuha's head exploded, and his sea of consciousness collapsed. A couple of beams of light shot out. Soul Origin Stone Fragment. Lu Ming could clearly see that one of the beams of light was indeed the Natal Spirit Stone fragment. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Lu Ming's Natal Spirit Stone was getting impatient, revealing a deep desire. However, it was suppressed by Lu Ming. That heavenly human race warrior reached out his hand and grabbed the Natal Spirit Stone fragment. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Very good. Another Natal Spirit Stone fragment is in our hands. If we succeed this time, our master will definitely reward us handsomely. This time, I wonder how many people have come in here. It would be great if we could get a couple more of them." A 9th level heavenly human race elder said. Yeah, let's not waste any more time. Let's give this Natal Spirit Stone fragment to our master first, and then come out to look for the others, that heavenly master said. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression changed as he looked in one direction and yelled, "Who is it?" From that direction, 4 human figures suddenly shot out. These 4 human figures were naturally Lu Ming and the other 3. The other party was able to discover them because the 4 of them had done it on purpose. Because Lu Ming and the others had decided to attack. These heavenly human race warriors were not strong. They could sense that the heavenly master was only at the 1st level of the divine master realm. They could definitely deal with him. There were 2 reasons for killing these heavenly human race warriors. One was, of course, the Natal Spirit Stone fragment. The other was to capture a few heavenly human race warriors and ask them some questions they wanted to know. Not every heavenly human race warrior was so stubborn that they would rather die than talk. For young people, more than 10 heavenly human race warriors were relieved when they saw Lu Ming and the other 3. They could already tell that Lu Ming and the other 3 were only God Emperors. God Emperors were not a threat. Buzz, at that moment, the Natal Spirit Stone fragment in the heavenly human race warrior's hand trembled and emitted a dim light. They also have the Natal Spirit Stone fragment. Good, very good. He was overjoyed. Young man, the Natal Spirit Stone fragment is in your hand. Hand it over. The heavenly human race warrior took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. He grabbed at the air and grabbed at Lu Ming. He thought that with his strength, dealing with a young man at the 9th level of the divine god realm would be a piece of cake. Even a peerless genius was nothing in his eyes. A heavenly human race warrior at the 9th level of the Divine God realm could fight against the most ordinary 1st level of the Divine Master realm. However, he was not the most ordinary 1st level of the Divine Master realm. Therefore, even if Lu Ming had a heavenly human race warrior of 9 or even 10 stars, he was confident that he could suppress him. Moreover, how many heavenly human race warriors had 9 or 10 stars? I'll leave the others to you. I'll deal with this one. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the myriad gods. Then, he sped up. At the same time, the Bingxian staff appeared in his hand. Lu Ming used his strongest combat strength to end the battle quickly. Boom, the Bingxian staff enlarged and charged toward the heavenly human race warrior with unparalleled power. The Bingxian staff hit the heavenly human race warrior's palm first. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The heavenly human race warrior's palm exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The 1st level god lord of the celestial race widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Not only was he stronger than he had imagined, but he was also much stronger. How could this be? His heart was filled with confusion and shock, but this was not the time for him to be shocked. He roared, and heavenly energy erupted from his body in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. But it was all in vain. Under the mysterious ice staff, his defenses and heavenly energy were pushed back again and again, crumbling apart. A terrifying pressure pressed down on him, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Finally, a large crater appeared in the ground. The 1st level god lord of the celestial race lay in the crater, coughing up blood as his body twitched. His muscles and bones had already been shattered. In one move, Lu Ming had heavily injured him, and he was no longer able to fight. After Lu Ming used the mysterious ice staff, his strength completely overwhelmed this person. Moreover, this person had been too careless when facing Lu Ming, so it was normal for him to be beaten to a pulp in one move. As for Xianxia and the others, they were about to finish their battle. The 9th level god emperors had originally wanted to set up the 9 heavens battle formation, but Xianxia had acted first, using the celestial demon domain to disrupt the formation. Without the 9 heavens battle formation, these people were on the same level as Xianxia and the others. There was no suspense. The difference was too great, and they were easily defeated. At this time, these people were all heavily injured and lying on the ground, unable to move. They were no longer able to fight. However, no one had been killed. Lu Ming and the others still had questions to ask. Let's leave this place first, Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, he swept up the 1st level god lord of the celestial race and took him into the fog. Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan followed with 10 some 9th level god emperors. Not long after, they entered a building. He threw the dozen or so heavenly humans onto the ground. Lu Ming reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture. The original soul fragment that the opponent had gotten from Xiaochuhe was caught in his hand. You! How dare you! Don't you know that we are the heavenly human tribe? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of implicating your 9 generations? The Divine Master Realm heavenly human shouted. He actually wanted to threaten Lu Ming and the others. Bang, Wanshan did not hold back and kicked the Divine Lord in the face. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as his old face came into close contact with the ground. Half of his face was swollen. Ah, how dare you, the Celestial Clan's Divine Master roared. 9 familial extermination? Audacious? I'm a heaven destroyer, why would I be afraid of your heavenly palace? The myriad god sneered. The other party immediately shut his mouth, his expression extremely ugly. He held in his heart. It was actually a heaven destroyer. The heaven destroyer specialized in fighting against the heavenly palace. Of course, they would not be afraid of the heavenly palace. Facing the heaven destroyer, their hearts kept sinking. Speak, why are you heavenly human tribe here? Was it attracted by the life spirit vitality stone? When did you come? How many of you are here? Lu Ming asked several questions. Traitor, don't even think about getting any information from me. I won't say anything. Just give up. The Divine Master Realm heavenly human said coldly. Is that so? Wan Shen, teach him a lesson. Lu Ming said. Hee, leave it to me. Dry bones devouring soul, the myriad god sneered and moved his hands, sending several streams of energy into the other party's body. Soon, the other party's body began to tremble, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Clearly, this person's endurance was far inferior to the first-layer divine master that Lu Ming had interrogated earlier. After a while, this person let out a shrill scream. The faces of the other dozen god emperors of the heavenly human tribe turned pale. What kind of technique was this? Even a god emperor couldn't withstand it and let out a scream. However, this person was quite strong-willed. Although he screamed, he didn't say anything in the end. The myriad god waved his hand and put away the dry bones devouring soul. Hoo, the heavenly human tribe's god emperor panted heavily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Ha, use whatever means you have. I won't say anything. Not a single word. Ha. Then, this person laughed loudly. There's no need for you to say that. There are still a dozen people here. Lu Ming curled his lips and looked at the dozen ninth-layer god emperors. The heavenly human tribe's god emperor's expression changed. He looked at the god emperors and roared, if you dare, bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming had already stepped on this person's head. Violent energy exploded, and the first-layer god emperor's head exploded like a watermelon. The universe bridge inside was also destroyed. A god emperor had been killed just like that. When Lu Ming killed the man, he quickly scanned the dozen elders who were at the 9th level of the Great God Realm. The expressions of the elders at the 9th level of the Great God Realm changed drastically. However, a few of them looked terrified and Lu Ming noticed it clearly. Lu Ming nodded. He knew what was going on. These heavenly human tribe's elders were quite old. They had lived for a long time and had experienced many things. They were mentally tough. If he wanted to get something out of them, he had to think carefully. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia and the rest. He wanted to interrogate these few people who had revealed looks of fear at the end. Then, Lu Ming walked to an elder of the 9th-layer god emperors. The heavenly human tribe's elder's expression changed slightly when he saw Lu Ming kill the heavenly human tribe's god emperor. However, his expression didn't change much. He looked as if he was ready to die. Speak. Why would your heavenly human clan appear here? Are you attracted by the fragments of the life spirit primordial stone? When did you come? How many of you are here? Lu Ming repeated the question that he had asked earlier. Don't even think about it. The heavenly human tribe would rather die than surrender. We won't say a single word, the elder shouted. Bang, Lu Ming hit the elder with the Bingxian staff and destroyed his body and soul. Then, he immediately looked at the next elder of the heavenly human tribe and said, You say it. The elder's lips trembled. He looked hesitant, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Kill me if you want to. Don't even think about it. Bang, the Bingxian staff hit the elder and he died. Then, he walked to the third elder of the heavenly human tribe, bang. Bang. Bang, then, Lu Ming killed 3 more people in a row. He was very decisive. As long as the elder said no, he would kill him with one move. Sure enough, this person was ruthless and swift. This caused the remaining heavenly human clan elders to all reveal expressions of fear. This was especially true for the few old men who had previously revealed looks of fear. At this moment, they were already filled with intense fear. I'll talk. Finally, one of the elders of the heavenly human tribe shouted. The last line of defense in his heart was broken by Lu Ming. Oh, go ahead. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the heavenly human elder. I'll tell you, but you have to promise to spare my life. The elder from the heavenly human tribe said. He was scared. He was really scared. If he had died in a battle, he would not have been afraid. However, if he had to wait for death, he was really scared. Okay, I'll let him go as long as he answers one of my questions in detail. If he's satisfied with your answer, I'll let him go. Lu Ming said. Really? The elder from the heavenly human tribe's eyes lit up. Of course. First, the first question is, why did the heavenly human tribe come here? Lu Ming said. Master brought us here. His name is Yi Wu and he's a peerless genius from the heavenly human tribe. Although he's not young or in his prime, he's a peerless genius from the previous 2 eras. He said that he found the legendary life spirit heavenly court and brought us here to look for opportunities. The elder quickly replied. Then, he looked at Lu Ming hopefully and said, I've already answered one question. Can you let me go now? Of course. I'm a man of my word. Let's go. Lu Ming said. The elder was a little skeptical, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and ran away. Lu Ming and the others did not attack him. They let him go. He was just a cultivator of the 9th great god realm. It was not a big deal to let him go. Moreover, he had betrayed the heavenly human tribe by revealing their secret. That was a serious crime. Therefore, even if he went back, he would not tell anyone about the situation here. Letting him go would give the others hope. Then, it would be easier for them to ask questions later. As expected, when the others saw that they could live if the elder answered one question, they collapsed. Their desire to live surpassed everything else. I'll tell you too. I'll tell you too. Ask me, I'll tell you everything. The others began to cry out one after another. They had thought that they were going to die, but now, they saw a chance to live. Naturally, they were tempted. Very good. Tell me, how did you come here? Were you attracted by the fragments of the life spirit primordial stone? Lu Ming said. I don't know if we were attracted by the vitality stone because Master Yi Wu didn't tell us. Maybe our levels are too low. A divine master might know. I only know that this is the life spirit heavenly court and there are great opportunities here. That person replied. Lu Ming frowned. He was not satisfied with this answer. Asking was as good as not asking. When the man saw Lu Ming frown, he immediately panicked and shouted, This question, I really only know this much. Why don't you change the question? I will definitely tell you in detail. Very well. How many people have come from your heavenly human tribe? What are their cultivation levels? Tell me. Lu Ming said. This time, Lord Yi Wu has brought close to 300 people with him. There should be more than 20 divine lords, most of whom are at the 1st or 2nd layer of the divine lord realm, but there are definitely some who are stronger. My level is too low, so I don't know what the cultivation levels of those who are stronger are. I'm telling the truth. They don't know either. The person hurriedly replied. Beside him, the others also nodded. More than 20 divine lord realm existences, more than 300 people, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan all wore grave expressions. Even a 2nd level divine master wasn't someone they could deal with, let alone someone even stronger than that. Alright, you can go now. Lu Ming waved his hand. The person was overjoyed. He quickly got up and rushed into the distance, disappearing into the fog in the blink of an eye. Then, Lu Ming asked the next person, Where are Lord Yi Wu and those stronger experts that you mentioned? They had to know this so that they could guard against them and avoid them. The life spirit heavenly court is too big. It's hard to describe its exact location. I only know that they're in an ancient place. There must be some important treasures there, but they need life spirit stones to open it. Not just 1 or 2 pieces, but many. That's why Lord Yi Wu sent us to different places to hunt down experts who have life spirit stones and give them to him, the person answered. How did he know that someone with a piece of the natal spirit stone would come here? Lu Ming continued to ask. They had just arrived not long ago, and Lord Yi Wu must be very far away. They did not sense the vitality stone fragments. How did Lord Yi Wu know that they had come here with the fragments of the natal spirit stone? Did he encounter other existences with vitality stone fragments? I don't know about that. My rank is too low, and Lord Yi Wu won't tell us many secrets. The person said, looking at Lu Ming uneasily. He was afraid that he would be killed by Lu Ming if he was not satisfied with his answer. You can go now. Lu Ming waved his hand. The person was overjoyed and hurriedly left. There were still 4 heavenly human tribe elders present. They looked at Lu Ming hopefully, hoping to answer Lu Ming's question and get a chance to live. Tell me in detail about the life spirit heavenly court. Is it dangerous? What's with the fog? Lu Ming asked. This fog will automatically disappear after 7 days. After that, it will appear again after a period of time. It will continue to deteriorate. Furthermore, there are no other dangers here. One of the heavenly human tribe elders told him everything he knew in detail. After hearing this, Lu Ming and the others finally understood a lot about the life spirit heavenly court. When did you come here? Lu Ming asked the next person. I came here 3,000 years ago. A heavenly human tribe patriarch answered. 3,000 years ago? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. These heavenly human tribe members had come 3,000 years ago. No wonder they did not know them and did not know about Taisheng Immortal City. They would be shocked by their cultivation. These heavenly human tribe members had come 3,000 years ago, but they had only come recently. That Xiao Chuha must be the same as them, having just arrived recently. What was going on? Did something happen in the life spirit heavenly court that caused the vitality stone fragments to act strangely? Was that why they were brought here? Did this have something to do with Yiwu? According to these heavenly human tribe members, Yiwu had only sent his subordinates to hunt down people with vitality stone fragments not long ago. Apparently, Yiwu knew they were here. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others thought of many things and had many questions in their minds. Unfortunately, these celestial race cultivators' levels were too low. They were like soy sauce characters, so they didn't know much. If they were divine lords, they would definitely know more. Unfortunately, the 2 divine lords they had captured were too stubborn and could not open their mouths. After that, Lu Ming asked the remaining heavenly human tribe elders a few more questions and obtained some unimportant information. Then, he let them all go. After letting those people go, Lu Ming and the other 3 left as well. They found another place to let the rock spirit devour Xiao Chua's soul stone piece. In this way, the life soul primordial stone fragment in Lu Ming's hand could be considered a fusion of 3 fragments. This made the vitality stone spirit very excited. Even its memories were more complete. It could remember a few secrets of the life spirit palace. Unfortunately, it still had no impression of the life spirit heavenly court or this ancient city. However, there were always benefits to fusing with more life spirit vitality stone fragments. Although they hadn't gained much in the life soul heavenly court, they still hadn't gained much. But one thing was for sure, there was definitely a treasure in the life spirit heavenly court. This was because Yiwu of the heavenly human tribe was about to open an ancient ruin and needed more fragments of the natal spirit stone. Perhaps there were other similar historical sites. Also, were the other 3 treasures of the life spirit heavenly court also in this ancient city? The group of 4 continued to move through the mists, advancing carefully. Along the way, they also sensed the aura of the celestial clan, so they avoided them ahead of time. Just like that, 7 days of fog passed. When the 8th day arrived, the fog in the world quickly dissipated, and the world regained its clarity. When the fog dissipated, Lu Ming's group of 4 hid in an intact building. To them, the absence of the fog was more dangerous than the presence of the fog. It was because the celestial clan's experts could move out without any restraint. They could target them even from far away. Once he encountered an expert above the 2nd layer of the Divine Master realm, he would not be able to shake them off. They decided not to take action when there was no fog. They would only take action when there was fog. Although the speed was much slower when the fog rose, they had plenty of time, didn't they? He's here. In less than half a day, Lu Ming suddenly whispered. The 4 of them retracted their auras to the extreme. They were like stones, using the buildings as support to look outside. Swish! Swish! In the sky, there was the sound of air being torn apart. One figure after another appeared. Their eyes were like lightning as they scanned their surroundings. It was precisely the celestial race. There was no lack of divine masters among them. At the same time, their spiritual senses kept scanning the area. Under Xianxia's sky demon domain, Lu Ming's group of 4 was completely isolated from the outside world's spiritual senses. Xianxia had the memories of his previous life and had many tricks up his sleeve. It wasn't difficult for him to block the probing of other people's spiritual senses. The heavenly humans scanned the area, but they did not discover anything. They then left in a flash. Lu Ming and the other 3 stayed in the building, cultivating and waiting at the same time. Especially Xianxia needed some time to cultivate. Because Xianxia's cultivation had long reached the peak of the God Emperor realm, he could already break through to the Divine Master realm. Divine Masters SSS Divine Master. If she could break through to the Divine Master realm, her battle prowess would skyrocket, which would be of great benefit to them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During these dozen or so days, they had discovered at least 3 groups of celestial clan cultivators. They had investigated this place, so they naturally didn't discover them. Half a month later, fog began to appear again. Soon, the entire ancient city was shrouded in thick fog. Let's go. Lu Ming's group of 4 began to move again. They charged into the fog, heading toward the center of the ancient city. Nothing unusual happened for the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, they encountered a group of celestial race cultivators. This group of celestial race cultivators had a 2nd-level divine master. Lu Ming's group was no match for them, so they turned and fled. Finally, they managed to shake off the celestial race cultivators with the help of the fog. Careful! After shaking off the members of the heavenly human clan, Lu Ming suddenly shouted softly. This was because he sensed a terrifying crisis descending in that instant. At this critical moment, forbidden energy erupted, turning into a ribbon that wrapped around Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen, forcing them to retreat. Swish! Swish, swish! Several terrifying bursts of energy descended from the sky, landing where Lu Ming's group had been standing. They struck the ground, creating several craters. Above us! Xianxia roared as the celestial demon domain erupted. Black lotuses appeared in the domain and soared into the sky. Swish! Swish, swish! Above them, the fog churned and the terrifying energy howled as a bony claw swiped at them. This attack was simply too fast. From the sneak attack to the second wave of attacks, there was no gap in between. It was so fast that Lu Ming could not even take out the Bingxian rod to block it. Heaven cleaving style. At this critical moment, Lu Ming could only use the heaven cleaving style. Spear energy poured out of his pores as his body transformed into a spear and soared into the sky. Qiu Moon and Wan Shen hurriedly used all their strength to block this attack. The attacks of the 4 people collided with the bony claws. With several explosions, Lu Ming's group of 4 shuddered. They felt a mountain-toppling pressure from the bony claw, and their bodies slammed into the ground like meteors. Plush, Qiu Moon was the weakest, so she couldn't help but vomit blood. What a powerful attack! Xianxia's expression turned grave. This bony claw's attack was equivalent to a 2nd-level god lord's attack. However, the fog made it difficult for them to sense the opponent's cultivation. They only knew that this attack was extremely powerful. And it's not from the celestial race. Lu Ming said. The celestial race controlled the power of the heavens. And the attack just now was definitely not the power of the heavens, but the divine power cultivated by the various races of the universe. Who is it? Get out here! Wan Shen roared like a frenzied lion. But the only response they received was another bony claw, swiping at them from above. At the same time, the sound of air being torn came from all directions. Because the fog obstructed their vision, they couldn't see what was attacking them, but they were sure that this attack was no small matter. Profound Ice Staff. The Profound Ice Staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shout, he poured his forbidden energy into the Profound Ice Staff. The Profound Ice Staff rapidly expanded as it swung at the bony claw. Boom, there was a loud roar and the Bingxian rod vibrated violently, causing Lu Ming to retreat continuously. However, the bone claw was also blocked. Moreover, there was a gush of icy coldness covering the bone claw and spreading rapidly. At the same time that Lu Ming attacked, Xianxia's group also attacked, taking out their trump cards. However, they ignored the bony claw above them and focused on dealing with the attacks coming from all directions. Only when they got closer did they realize that the attacks coming from all directions were bone swords. The bone swords were sharp and contained terrifying energy. They constantly clashed with Xianxia's group, suppressing Xianxia's group. Even after using their trump cards, they were still no match. Break out of the encirclement. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wan Xin. Then, the four of them gathered together and suddenly rushed in one direction. With the combined strength of the four of them, they finally shattered a few bone swords. Then, they used their movement techniques and ran quickly. After a few exchanges, they understood that the person who attacked them was very strong. Even if they used all their strength, they were definitely not a match for him. As they ran, the person who secretly attacked them chased them relentlessly. Bone swords flew through the air. At the same time, the giant white bone claw in the air condensed again. It emitted a terrifying aura and grabbed at Lu Ming and the others. "Break!" Lu Ming shouted. He waved the obsidian staff and continued to attack the white bone claw. He blocked the white bone claw's attack. He used the force of this attack to rush forward. At the same time, he swept up Xianxia and the others and accelerated forward. At the same time, Xianxia activated the heavenly demon territory to envelop a large area of defense. No matter how the other party hid, they would be enveloped by the heavenly demon territory and be greatly restricted. Lu Ming and the others took the opportunity to run forward. It was not convenient to chase in the thick fog, but it was convenient to escape. It did not take long for Lu Ming and the others to successfully shake off the other party. However, the four of them had a grave expression. "Lu Ming, who do you think attacked us? If it's not the heavenly human tribe, who else could it be?" Wan Xin said. "It seems that other than the heavenly human tribe who wants the vitality stone fragments, there are also some other people who want to seize others' vitality stone fragments," Lu Ming said. Xianxia and the rest understood that Lu Ming was referring to someone like them, someone who also had fragments of the primordial stone. Now, there were only two kinds of people in this ancient city. The first kind was the heavenly human tribe. The second kind was like them, people who had vitality stone fragments and were brought in by the vitality stone fragments. And the person who had attacked them was likely someone like them, someone who possessed a fragment of a life soul essence stone. They had been brought in by the fragment. Someone wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob others of their life spirit vitality stones. The life spirit vitality stone shards only chose top geniuses, but it did not mean that they were all from the younger generation. It was very likely that he was a prodigy of the previous generation. If it was those older geniuses, then their cultivation levels were very likely to have stepped into the Divine Master realm long ago. In a battle between peers, Lu Ming and the others naturally did not fear anyone. However, it was hard to say when it came to fighting across generations. It seemed like the ancient city was getting more and more dangerous. Not only did they have to guard against the heavenly human tribe, but they also had to guard against the other owners of the life spirit source stone fragments. However, they couldn't stay where they were. Even if they were not looking for treasures, they would still have to make a move in order to get out. If they didn't move when the fog was thick, when the fog receded, there would be celestial race experts everywhere. It would be even more difficult to move. Therefore, Lu Ming's group of four did not stop and continued to move forward according to the original plan. Not long after, they made another discovery. They saw a corpse in an alley. It was a blood-red bat with golden wings. A member of the blood tribe, it was obvious that this was a blood tribe expert. However, this blood tribe expert's forehead was pierced by a sword light. Killed with a single sword strike. This member of the blood race is a first-level divine master. Xianxia carefully sized up this person and determined this person's cultivation level based on the remnant aura on his body. Moreover, he wasn't killed by the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming continued. This blood tribe expert had clearly been killed not long ago. There were still remnants of energy in his wounds that had not dissipated. That energy was clearly not the power of the heavens. Could he have been killed by the existence that attacked them earlier? This blood tribe expert was very likely the owner of the life spirit source stone fragment. That was why he was killed. The soul spirit source stone fragment on him had obviously been taken away. How many people have come this time? The myriad gods whispered. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others did not speak. Their brows were tightly knitted. Lu Ming found it difficult to answer this question. He did not know how many fragments the life spirit source stone had shattered into. A dozen pieces? A few dozen, apart from the heavenly human tribe. How many people had come this time? Were there any extremely terrifying existences? It felt more and more dangerous in this ancient city. There were murderous intents everywhere. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Since they were already here, they could only give it a try no matter what. The four of them continued forward. The next day was calm and peaceful. They did not encounter any danger. However, one day later, there's someone ahead. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the others stopped. This was because they felt that there was someone ahead. Moreover, the person was very close to them, just 1,000 meters away. 1,000 meters away was already beyond the range of their eyesight and spiritual senses. However, a distance of 1,000 meters was too short for them. If they attacked, 1,000 meters would be covered in an instant. There was no difference between 1,000 meters and 1 meter. It could be said that this was a very dangerous distance. Once they attacked, it would be difficult to react in time. Fortunately, the other party did not attack. They seemed to have stopped there and did not move. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Lu Ming and the others channeled their power and set up layers of defense around their bodies, ready to attack at any time. Swoosh, suddenly, there was a sharp sound in front of them. It was piercing toward them. At the same time, there was a cold aura rushing toward them at an astonishing speed. Kill! Lu Ming shouted softly, and the Bingxian staff suddenly enlarged and pressed forward like a mountain. Clang, the Bingxian staff collided with a battle sword. The battle sword vibrated violently and flew back. This sword, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This battle sword was rusty and looked very old. This was a great killing weapon, a source-level divine weapon. More importantly, Lu Ming recognized this rusty battle sword. This was Di Jianni's sword. He had fought with Di Jianni before. Di Jianni's great killing weapon was this rusty battle sword. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! At this moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. The black hole kept spinning and exploded with a terrifying devouring power. Even the surrounding fog was devoured by the black hole. The surrounding vision suddenly became clearer. It was not a black hole but a flower. Sky-devouring rose flower. Dark night rose, it's you. Xianxia's demonic aura spread out. A huge figure appeared around her and pressed its hands toward the black hole. Rumble, the black hole shook violently and the devouring power was also decreasing. Lu Ming, it's you. Xianxia, it's you. A few figures appeared in succession. So it's you. Die, kill. Wanshan roared and his divine power erupted. His body became huge and burly as he controlled more than a dozen origin source secret techniques and attacked in a direction. Over there, the dark aura was extremely dense. A figure turned into dark aura and turned into various demons, ghosts, and skeletons to resist with all his might. That was Yin Jiuling. End of chapter. Boom. On the other side, Autumn Moon brandished his saber and exchanged blows with someone. That person was enveloped in flames. Every move he made caused a strong gust of wind and exuded a terrifyingly high temperature. The aura of the origin ancient word, that's Ling Heng. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The person who was exchanging blows with Autumn Moon was actually the #1 exceptional genius on the universe prodigy list, Ling Heng. Ling Heng had actually walked together with Anya Rose and the others. Swoosh, in front of him, the iron sword flew over and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he shouted, Di Jianni, today, I will completely suppress you. Just as his voice fell, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged out like lightning. At the same time, the mysterious Bingxian rod struck down. When the huge mysterious Bingxian rod pressed down, the fog rolled and the void shook. Lu Ming finally saw the figure in front of him clearly. If it wasn't Di Jianni, who else could it be? Di Jianni was controlling the rusty saber. Dang, the saber and rod clashed again and there was a shocking explosion. However, Di Jianni's fighting power was originally 2 stars lower than Lu Ming's. Although the rusty saber that he controlled was also an origin-level weapon, it still couldn't be compared to the mysterious Bingxian rod. Hence, he wasn't Lu Ming's opponent at all. The saber and rod clashed and the rusty saber was sent flying. Di Jianni's body shook and he retreated. he coughed out blood and was severely injured. Di Jiani, Anya Rose shouted and waved her hand. A saber flew towards Lu Ming. The saber quickly enlarged and slashed out, cutting through the void. Hall Guardian weapon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Back then, he, Ling Yue, Anya Rose, Di Jiani, and Xiao Wuji had explored one of the 9 Life Spirit Halls. In the Life Spirit Hall, they had discovered 2 Hall Guardian weapons. One of them was the mysterious Bingshan rod, which had landed in Lu Ming's hands. The other one was a saber that had landed in Anya Rose's hands. Obviously, it was this one. Lu Ming waved his hand and the mysterious ice rod blasted out, clashing with the war blade. With a clang, the battle saber was blocked. However, Lu Ming's body also swayed slightly. What power! This Dark Knight Rose is indeed someone who has lived a lifetime. The power she can bring out when controlling the divine weapon is clearly stronger than mine. Lu Ming pondered. Dark Knight Rose was a reincarnated person. In her previous life, she was Xianxia's pet. However, according to what Xianxia had said, Xianxia had been at reciprocity in his past life. The Dark Knight Rose had been at reciprocity as well. They had the experience of reaching Origin Realm, so they were naturally more powerful when controlling divine weapons of the same level. Dark Knight Rose, your opponent is me. Xianxia shouted. A huge lotus flower pressed down on Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose could only recall her saber to resist. However, how could Dark Knight Rose and the others be a match for Lu Ming and the others? They were all at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, Xianxia, we just have different ideologies. There is no big grudge between us. Why did you sneak attack us before? Dark Knight Rose shouted. Nonsense, it was you who sneak attacked us just now. Before Lu Ming could answer, the Pantheon god roared and kept attacking like a storm. Yin Jiuling kept flashing and could only dodge with all his might. However, he was still injured by the powerful force of the Pantheon god. We attacked you? It's a misunderstanding. Stop, this is a misunderstanding. Dark Knight Rose shouted and retreated quickly. However, Xianxia controlled the lotus to continue attacking. Xiaoqing, wait a minute. Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia stopped and recalled the lotus, but he still stared at Dark Knight Rose. Autumn Moon, Myriad Gods, stop. Lu Ming shouted again. Then, everyone followed Lu Ming's lead. When Lu Ming asked them to stop, Autumn Moon and Myriad Gods naturally stopped. Yin Jiuling, Ling Heng, and Di Jiani quickly came to Dark Knight Rose's side. Lu Ming realized that besides Yin Jiuling, Ling Heng, and Di Jiani, there were a few other young men and women. There were 4 other people who came to Dark Knight Rose's side. Xiao Wuji, Lu Ming saw Xiao Wuji at first glance. In the past, when Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak, Xiao Wuji had fought with Lu Ming. But then, Xiao Wuji's combat power was far behind Lu Ming's. Although Xiao Wuji had awakened the King Azura bloodline at the beginning, he had had many fortuitous encounters and had received guidance from Dark Knight Rose. But his current combat power was 10 stars. Lu Ming had seen Xiao Wuji in the Battle of the Origin in Taishang Immortal City. However, Xiao Wuji, who had 10 stars of combat power, was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. Xiao Wuji didn't even make it to the end before he was defeated and didn't fight with Lu Ming. But then, Xiao Wuji looked pale and dispirited. He seemed to be injured. Not only him, but the other 3 young men and women were also injured. 2 of them are top geniuses on the Universe Prodigy list. Dark Knight Rose's methods are really shocking, Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. As for the other 3 young men and women, Lu Ming had seen 2 of them before. They were top geniuses on the Universe Prodigy list and were very powerful. But now, they had joined Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose had created Huiying Alliance back then to network all the heroes in the world and build a force that was comparable to the Heavenly Palace. Back then, Lu Ming had scoffed, but now, he couldn't help but admire Dark Knight Rose's methods. Up until now, the number of geniuses that Dark Knight Rose had recruited was already very shocking. These were top geniuses. In the future, even if Huiying Alliance couldn't compare to the Heavenly Palace, it could at least become a powerful force in the primitive universe. Dark Knight Rose, you said it was a misunderstanding. Tell me, what misunderstanding is it? Xianxia said coldly. You said that we attacked you. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't attack you. We were attacked ourselves. Previously, I thought that you were secretly attacking us? Dark Knight Rose said. You think we didn't attack you just because you said so? Wanshan said unhappily. Then I would like to ask, how is the combat power of the people who attacked you? Do we have the combat power to do so? Dark Knight Rose said. Her words made Wanshan's expression freeze. Indeed, the people who attacked them previously were very powerful. The four of them together weren't a match for them. Dark Knight Rose and the others obviously didn't have the strength. If I'm not wrong, the people who attacked you are stronger than us. Similarly, the people who attacked us previously are stronger than you. If I didn't use a special method, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape. Dark Knight Rose said. Looks like it's really a misunderstanding. Lu Ming smiled. In fact, he had thought of this when they exchanged blows earlier. That was why he had asked Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wanshan to stop. But just now, you were the ones who attacked first. The myriad god said with some displeasure. In fact, Dejiani had already believed the other party's words. Although he looked boorish, he was not reckless. Instead, he was very meticulous and could naturally figure it out. However, Dejiani was the one who had attacked first, which made him very unhappy. That's why I said it's a misunderstanding. Just now, we felt that someone was watching us in the dark. We were afraid that the person who attacked us would catch up with us, so we took the initiative to attack. Anya Rose explained. Previously, the atmosphere was indeed very tense. Both of them had been attacked in the dark. Hence, when they sensed that there was someone in the dark, they instinctively felt that it was dangerous and that someone had ill intentions towards them. When one party attacked, it naturally led to a huge battle. Hee hee. Wanshan chuckled unhappily. Lu Ming, Xianxia, why don't we work together? Anya Rose suddenly turned her gaze and said. Work together? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That's right. I guess you guys have also been attacked by the heavenly human tribe. In this ancient city, the heavenly human tribe is undoubtedly the strongest. The heavenly human tribe wants to kill us and take our vitality stone fragments. We are definitely no match for the heavenly human tribe alone. Only by working together can we contend against the heavenly human tribe. Anya Rose said. Even if we work together, we can't contend against the heavenly human tribe with just the two of us. Lu Ming said. Although we can't contend against them, we have a higher chance of success. If we encounter the heavenly human tribe, it will be less dangerous. Moreover, we can work together with more people. This time, all of the people who have vitality stone fragments have gathered together. We can all work together. As far as I know, some of them have already joined forces. There is no lack of divine masters among them. As long as we work together, we may be able to contend against the heavenly human tribe. Anya Rose said. One had to admit that this woman was indeed very scheming. Although they were both reincarnated, Xianxia was far less scheming than Anya Rose. What do you guys think? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wanshan. Lu Ming, you make the decision. Xianxia said. I'll listen to young master. Autumn Moon nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming, you've always been resourceful. You make the decision, and I'll follow suit. Haha. The myriad god laughed. Seeing this, Dark Knight Rose was very envious. She intended to gather all the heroes in the world to create the Huiying Alliance. Although she had successfully recruited a group of top geniuses, no matter how talented they were, how could they compare to Lu Ming and the others, putting Lu Ming aside for now? Xianxia and Wanshan both had 12-star battle prowess. In the Huiying Alliance, only she, as the alliance leader, had such combat power. As for the weakest, Autumn Moon, she had a 9-aperture sacred heart and possessed 11 stars of battle prowess. Her potential was enormous. It would be great if these people could join the Huiying Alliance and become her people. Of course, she could only think about it. Alright, I promise you. Lu Ming nodded, agreeing to Dark Knight Rose's request. He had made this decision after careful consideration. If they did not cooperate, it would indeed be very inconvenient for the four of them to move around in the ancient city. Firstly, they had to guard against the heavenly human tribe, and secondly, they had to guard against other people's sneak attacks. It could be said that it was difficult to move an inch. It was not easy to stay alive, let alone obtain any treasures. However, if they cooperated with more people, the situation would at least not worsen. Therefore, Lu Ming agreed to cooperate. Alright, then let's leave this place quickly. I happen to know where some people are. We can go and find them. Dark Knight Rose. Immediately, Lu Ming's group of four and Dark Knight Rose's group left this place. Dark Knight Rose led the way and flew in a direction. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming and the others to completely trust Dark Knight Rose and the others. It was not that easy. Similarly, Dark Knight Rose and the others could not completely trust Lu Ming and the others. On the surface, the two sides were cooperating, but they were still wary of each other. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Although they had encountered the heavenly human tribe in the past few days, they had avoided them in advance. In addition, they did not encounter any attacks from other people. It seemed that after they joined forces, the other party was also afraid of their strength. After a few days, the fog dissipated. They did not move forward anymore, but found a hidden place to stay. They would wait for the fog to reappear half a month later before continuing their journey. After a few days, Di Jiani, Xiao Wuji, and the others had recovered from their injuries. They were all seizing the time to cultivate. The people here had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. The next step was to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. They were all preparing to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Especially Dark Knight Rose and Xianxia, who were the closest to the Divine Lord Realm. They were cultivating all the time, preparing to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Then, the fog rose again. Lu Ming and the others set off again, moving forward with the help of the fog. After a few days, they arrived at a place full of rocks. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court was too big. It was even bigger than the Dragon Tribe's mother planet. Naturally, it was not all kinds of buildings. There were many other complicated terrains. For example, this area was full of rocks. These rocks were tall and majestic. Some were like mountains, some were like sharp swords, and some were even like various living beings. These rocks seemed to have formed some kind of formation, Xianxia whispered. It has indeed formed some kind of formation. It's easy to get lost. But it shouldn't be difficult for us to get in and out, Dark Knight Rose said to Xianxia. After all, they were experts of the origin realm in their previous lives. They were experienced and knowledgeable. This kind of formation formed by rocks was not particularly profound. It could not trap them. There are some people in these rocks. Let's go in. Dark Knight Rose said. After saying that, she rushed into the rocks first. Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling, Ling Heng, Xiao Wuji, and the others followed closely behind. Let's go too. Lu Ming said and followed them into the rocks. As soon as they entered the rocks, the surrounding rocks seemed to move on their own. But when they looked closely, they did not seem to move. However, Lu Ming found that the terrain had changed. The surroundings seemed to be full of rocks and it was difficult to distinguish the direction. It's really a formation. But this formation is not profound. Lu Ming was also proficient in formations in the past. Although he had fallen behind in these years, his foundation was still there. After careful observation, he found something fishy. However, Dark Knight Rose and Xianxia found it earlier. They took the lead and moved in one direction. 2 hours later, who are you? Stand there. If you continue to move forward, we will attack. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Everyone, don't misunderstand. We also have the fragments of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. We want to cooperate with you to fight against the heavenly human tribe together. Dark Knight Rose said hurriedly. It's you, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dark Knight Rose, Wan Shen. Suddenly, there were a few exclamations. Obviously, someone recognized Lu Ming and the others. Someone recognized Lu Ming and the others and exclaimed in shock. Now, only the heavenly human tribe in this ancient city would not recognize Lu Ming and the others since they had been cooped up in one place for thousands of years. It would be hard not to recognize Lu Ming and the others if they had dreamed sacred jade in a bigger place. Of course, it would be a different story if they did not have dreamed sacred jade in places like the Taishu dynasty. As a few shocked voices rang out, a figure flashed, and a dozen figures appeared in the surrounding rubble. Among them, there were 5 young people. The rest were either middle-aged or elderly. Lu Ming and the others were not surprised. It was impossible for all of them to have life spirit vitality stone fragments. It was possible that only the young ones had them, and the older ones did not. They just happened to come in together. For example, Xianxia, Qiu, and Wanshan did not have life spirit vitality stone fragments. They had come in like Lu Ming. It was the same for the others. For example, Anya Rose and the others did not have life spirit vitality stone fragments. In fact, only Anya Rose, Di Jiani, and Xiao Wuji had life spirit vitality stone fragments. The others were brought in by Anya Rose, mainly for opportunities. These few people, Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were a few young people who were on the universe prodigy list. They were ranked very high. One of them was even in the top 10 of the universe prodigy list. Everyone, how about we work together? Anya Rose asked again. You were attacked by the heavenly human tribe too? Asked one of the young people. His name was Baio, and he was ranked 5th on the universe prodigy list. He was an absolute demon with a battle power of 10 stars. That's right. The heavenly human tribe came 3,000 years ago, and there are many of them. As far as I know, there are more than 20 almighty beings. Now, they are hunting people who have life spirit vitality stone fragments. If we don't work together, we will be defeated one by one and be robbed of our life spirit vitality stone fragments, Anya Rose said. Dark Knight Rose said, wanting to facilitate this cooperation. In fact, Dark Knight Rose didn't care about these young men at all. The strongest among them was Baio, who only had a battle prowess of 10 stars. He was not enough to be defeated by her with a single slap. She was only interested in the older ones. These people were most likely the elders or subordinates of those young men. Their auras were astonishing, and no less than 5 of them had reached the Divine Master realm. With the addition of these people, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Alright, I agree to cooperate. What about you? Baio said as he looked at the other young men. I have no objections. Now it seems that we can only deal with the heavenly human tribe by working together. The other young men nodded in agreement. Since both sides had no objections, they naturally hit it off and quickly reached an agreement. Then, it was time to discuss the details. In the end, everyone decided to find more people to work with. It would be best to gather all the people who had fragments of vitality stones together to fight against the heavenly human tribe. At the same time, they would work together to find the ancient ruins in the heavenly court. As long as they had enough people working with them, they would have enough life spirit vitality stone fragments in their hands. At that time, if they encountered something similar to what the heavenly human tribe encountered and needed enough life spirit vitality stone fragments to open, they would be able to open it directly. As for the treasures inside, it would depend on their own abilities. After discussing, they planned to send people to the vicinity of this rocky area. As long as they saw living beings who were not from the heavenly human tribe passing by, they would pull them over to cooperate. Of course, their base camp was still in this rocky area. This rocky area formed a formation. Once the heavenly human tribe attacked, they could use the formation here to easily escape. Even if the fog dissipated, they could still escape. If there was no fog in other places, once they were surrounded by the heavenly human tribe, it would be difficult to escape. Lu Ming, Anya Rose, and the others first familiarized themselves with the operation of the formation in this rocky area. After a few days, when they were completely familiar with it, Lu Ming and the others scattered around the rocky area and waited for others to pass by. As for looking for people to cooperate with, it was too unrealistic and too dangerous. They could only wait in the vicinity. They cultivated and waited at the same time. When there was no fog, the heavenly human tribe would also come to this area to investigate. However, once they sensed the heavenly human tribe approaching, they would hide in advance. Therefore, the heavenly human tribe would fail every time. Just like that, time flew by. Soon, Lu Ming and the others had been in this area for more than half a year. In this more than half a year, their team grew stronger and stronger. Now, there were almost 50 people in total. Of course, there were only a dozen people who actually had fragments of vitality stones. The rest of the people had followed along. Among them, there were as many as 10 divine masters. This gave them a lot of confidence. Among the 10 divine masters, the strongest was a second-level divine master. There were a total of 3 second-level divine masters. This was also the reason why their team could exist. There was no imbalance in strength. If one of them was especially strong, such as a third-level divine master, it would be very difficult for them to cooperate. It was very likely that the third-level divine master would directly attack the others and steal their fragments of vitality stones. 3 second-level divine masters and 7 first-level divine masters could form a restriction. Only by cooperating could they achieve success. At this time, the group decided to leave this rocky area. They were going to look for opportunities in the Life Soul Heavenly Court. This was the Life Soul Heavenly Court. Everyone was tempted. If they could find one of the 3 legendary treasures of the Life Soul Heavenly Court, they might be able to soar. This was especially true for the weaker geniuses, such as Baio, who were even more excited. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, and the others were now looking down on the younger generation of the primitive universe. They were envious, jealous, and even more eager to obtain the treasures of the Life Soul Heavenly Court. Once they obtained them, they might surpass Lu Ming and the others. They could look down on the primitive universe and suppress an era. The group chose to leave the rocky area during a period of fog and headed toward the center of the Life Soul Heavenly Court. The more people there were, the braver they became. They sped up. Nearly 50 figures flashed forward in the fog. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. Damn it, it's the heavenly human tribe. Friends, kill them. Kill them all. A loud roar came from the front left. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others heard the roar and immediately rushed toward the front left. According to the agreement, no matter who was attacked by the heavenly human tribe, the others had to go and help. However, when Lu Ming and the others arrived, there was no need for them to do anything. This was because the dozen or so heavenly human tribe members had been surrounded. At this time, the heavenly human tribe members were pale. They looked at the 50 people around them in a daze. End of chapter. What are you trying to do? Are you going to rebel? I recognize you. Devil race, blood race, Buddha race. One of the celestial clan members shouted loudly. His eyes were cold as he threatened everyone. Humph, even at a time like this, you're still threatening us? Simply laughable. If we don't kill you, you'll kill us. Dark Knight Rose said. That's right. As long as we kill them all, who will know that we did it? Lu Ming continued. You two brats, you're courting death. The eyes of the Divine Master Realm Heavenly Human widened as he stared at Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose. He wanted nothing more than to eat them alive. However, his heart was trembling. He was a first-tier Divine Master. However, there were a total of 10 first-layer Divine Masters surrounding him. Even though he was confident that the fighting strength of the celestial race far surpassed those of the same level, there was still a second-layer Divine Master among them. He would definitely be no match for them and would be killed. Originally, he wanted to threaten these people. Most of these people were from races under the rule of the Heavenly Palace. Threatening them might work. After all, the heavenly human tribe had accumulated too much power. Originally, he had already seen fear in some people's eyes. However, because of Dark Knight Rose and Lu Ming's words, the fear in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by cold killing intent. Damn it, he really wanted to skin Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose alive. Everyone, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Once the heavenly human race's reinforcements arrive, the ones who won't be able to escape will be us. Lu Ming shouted. Little bastard, shut up, the heavenly human clan's Divine Master roared. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and punched out. A fist energy rushed towards the celestial race expert. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. As soon as Lu Ming made his move, the others immediately followed suit. Kill. Wave after wave of attacks rained down on the heavenly human tribe members. There were so many experts, including 10 divine lords and 3 second-level divine lords. These heavenly humans simply couldn't withstand them. They roared, they threatened, they despaired, and they were killed. After a single wave of attacks, the dozen or so heavenly humans were all killed. Then, they burned the corpses of the dozen or so celestial race cultivators and quickly left this place. Awesome. Yeah, it's so King satisfying. Killing the heavenly humans is so satisfying. That's right. These heavenly humans are usually high and mighty. It's as if other than the heavenly humans, all the other races in the universe are ants. It's really annoying to look at them. This time, if I have the chance, I'll kill a few more. Some people discussed in secret, their eyes filled with excitement. These people had been oppressed by the heavenly human tribe for too long. Now that they had killed more than a dozen heavenly human tribe members, they immediately felt refreshed. They continued forward. In the following day, they didn't encounter anyone from the heavenly human tribe. Gradually, the crowd became bolder. The distance between them gradually widened and widened. After all, they belonged to more than 10 different factions. Although they had cooperated, they all had their own thoughts. Once they encountered any fortuitous encounter, they could take it for themselves and not share it with others. In the end, there's still a sheet of loose sand. If they really encounter a third-level divine master from the heavenly human tribe, they probably won't be able to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. Third-level divine masters were much stronger than second-level divine masters. With the strength of so many people, if they worked together, they might even be able to contend against a third-level divine master. However, looking at the situation, it would be difficult for them to work together if they really encountered danger. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, 2 screams came from the right side. However, after these 2 screams, they immediately fell silent. The expressions of the others changed. Were they attacked by the heavenly human tribe again? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Dark Night Rose, and the others quickly rushed in the direction of the screams. When they arrived, they saw 2 corpses. One was a young man, and the other was an old man. At this moment, there were already some people surrounding them. These people's expressions were somewhat ugly. This was because the old man was a first-level divine master. What's going on? Don't you see the heavenly human tribe? Someone asked among the people who arrived later. No. When we arrived, we saw that they were already killed. However, we didn't see anyone else. He was also a divine master. I don't see anyone else. Could it be that the celestial race immediately retreated after they succeeded in killing the celestial race? Are they hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack? Someone said, his expression becoming serious. Many people involuntarily scanned their surroundings. They were incomparably vigilant, fearing that the celestial tribe's experts would suddenly attack. Has the Yuan Road's life spirit Yuan stone fragment disappeared? Dark Night Rose asked. Yuan Lu was the young man who had been killed. That's right, his primordial stone fragment has indeed disappeared. A divine master old man replied. Let me take a look at his wound, Dark Night Rose said. There's no need to look anymore. We've already examined them. It was indeed done by the celestial race. There's heavenly power left in their wounds. The old man from before said. However, Dark Night Rose didn't pay attention to him. She walked over and checked carefully. Then, Dark Night Rose retreated expressionlessly. She came to Lu Ming's side and said, Lu Ming, why don't you go and have a look too? Oh? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Dark Night Rose also asked him to have a look. Could it be that she had discovered something? Lu Ming also walked over. He used his spiritual senses to check the wounds of the 2 men. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. He also retreated without saying a word. It seems that the celestial race is really hiding in the dark. We have to be careful later. Someone said. We were too scattered and too far away from each other before. That's why the celestial race had an opportunity to take advantage of us. Later, they'll be closer. That's right. Everyone chimed in one after another. Lu Ming, let's stay closer to each other. What do you think? Dark Knight Rose transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming replied. After a while, they continued to set off. However, they did not dare to be too far apart from each other. Instead, they gathered together and continued to move forward. In particular, Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose's groups were even closer to each other. For the next half a day, there was no movement at all. The celestial race did not continue to attack. Everyone's hearts relaxed a little. It seemed that as long as they gathered together, the celestial race would not dare to attack. They were afraid of their strength. However, Lu Ming, Dark Knight Rose, and the others did not think much of it. They could kill a first-layer divine master with a single blow and disappear without a trace before the others arrived. Would they be afraid of them? End of chapter. Lu Ming, Anya Rose, and the others didn't dare to relax. They were constantly looking around. Suddenly, in the thick fog, a few more screams were heard. Who is it? You're courting death. Then, a few angry roars were heard. A few attacks were launched in that direction, but after one attack, they stopped. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The others rushed over, but they only saw 3 corpses. Among the corpses, one was a young genius. Everyone recognized him. He was a genius on the universe genius list, but he was dead. The other corpses were a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man had the strength of the 9th great supreme god layer, and the old man was a godly master. Now, they were all dead. What's going on? We were so close. How could they kill us? Why didn't I sense anything? Did you see them? No. Everyone was talking at once. The more they talked, the uglier their faces became. They were already very close to each other, but they were still ambushed. A divine master expert and a genius were killed, and a life spirit origin stone fragment was taken away. How did they do it? Of course, they couldn't be within 100 meters of each other. They were at least a few hundred meters away from each other. A few hundred meters was really close to them. They could arrive in a blink of an eye. Although their vision was limited to 100 meters in this place, they would be able to detect the slightest movement in an instant. Logically speaking, it was difficult for the heavenly human tribe to ambush them at such a close distance. But the fact was, someone was really ambushed and killed. Without anyone noticing, by the time the others arrived, the enemy had already disappeared. This was a bit strange. Damn the heavenly human tribe. How did they do it? Damn it. Some people roared. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, Lu Ming and Anya Rose went forward to check the wounds. Then, they looked at each other and retreated. No matter what, they had to continue walking. Everyone calmed down and continued on their journey. But this time, they were more cautious. More than 40 people gathered within 100 meters. They moved forward under the double detection of sight and spiritual awareness. This time, there was no movement for a few days, and they were not attacked by the heavenly human tribe. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe saw that we were gathered together and couldn't do anything, so they left? It's very likely that we're heading in the opposite direction of Yi Wu of the heavenly human tribe. We're getting further and further away from the heavenly human tribe. It's normal for them to leave after seeing that they can't do anything to us. However, I still can't let my guard down. Everyone discussed for a moment. Another day later, the fog receded. His field of vision suddenly widened, and his spiritual sense was no longer obstructed. He was able to explore very far places. Everyone immediately extended their spiritual senses to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. Look around. Many people flew up and flew in all directions to see if there were any traces of the heavenly human tribe. Now that the fog had retreated, there was one advantage, and that was that there was no need to worry about sneak attacks. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still see each other. If there was any movement, the others would be able to help in an instant. However, even after searching a large area, they still couldn't find any traces of the heavenly human tribe. There was no trace of the heavenly human tribe's aura either. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the heavenly human tribe had really retreated. With a wide field of vision and no heavenly human tribe around, everyone sped up. It had to be said that the ancient city was really huge. Moreover, they couldn't fully utilize their speed here. After a few days of traveling, they were still in the outer area. They had not reached the core area yet. Look, that mountain is very special. Suddenly, someone pointed at a large mountain in the distance. Everyone looked over, and their expressions changed. The mountain was shaped like a ferocious beast. Its mouth was wide open, but there was a stone door in its mouth. The stone door was closed. Other than that, there were no other doors around it. Everyone's eyes flickered. There was indeed something strange about that mountain. The various buildings that they had encountered before could be entered at will, but there were no stone doors in those buildings. However, that place was different. The stone door was closed. Could there be treasures in that mountain? Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Let's go. Needless to say, everyone rushed toward the mountain. Soon, they arrived not far away from the stone door. Someone directly attacked and blasted out a burst of energy, bombarding the stone door. Boom! When the energy hit the stone door, dense runes suddenly appeared on and around the stone door, blocking the energy. An array formation, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they became even more excited. That was the first time they had seen a place protected by a rune array formation after entering the ancient city. There might really be treasures inside. The heavenly court has been destroyed by the heavenly palace for countless years. Even if there is a rune array formation, it must not be very powerful after so many years. If we join forces and attack it together, we will definitely be able to destroy this rune array formation. Someone suggested. Of course, no one objected. They all attacked. Powerful attacks bombarded the stone door. The stone door rumbled and exploded. The sound spread far and wide, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They were afraid that it would attract the powerhouses of the heavenly human tribe. However, in the face of a possible treasure, no one was willing to give up. That was a treasure left behind by the heavenly court. What if it was a heaven-defying treasure? Everyone gritted their teeth and continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Fortunately, it did not attract the attention of the heavenly human tribe. However, what made everyone speechless was that after half a day of bombardment, the stone door still did not move. Looking at the runes on the array formation, the light did not seem to have weakened. This rune array formation is so difficult to break. If this continues, we might not be able to break it even after a few months. It will be troublesome if the powerhouses of the heavenly human tribe are attracted. Someone said. Let's see if the vitality stone fragments are useful. Let's take them out and try. An old man suggested. The old man's name was Chui, and he was one of the 3 second-level Divine Master experts. Moreover, this old man was very special because he controlled a vitality stone fragment. The other older people had followed the younger people and did not have life spirit primordial stone fragments themselves. This was because the vitality stone fragments would choose the more talented people as their masters. Alright, let's try it together. Hearing Chuyi's words, everyone nodded and had no objections. Then, they took out the life spirit vitality stone fragments. Buzz. Buzz, as soon as the vitality stone fragments were taken out, they trembled slightly and resonated with each other. End of chapter. When everyone took out their life spirit vitality stone fragments, all of them resonated with each other and emitted a rich light. The radiance gathered together and flew towards the stone door. When the radiance enveloped the stone door, the runes on and around the stone door quickly melted like snow meeting fire. It works. Everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out that the natal spirit stone fragments were really useful. With enough natal spirit stone fragments, one could really open some ancient ruins in the natal spirit heavenly court. Could it be that the natal spirit stone fragments were equivalent to a key? That was really possible. In just a few breaths, the runes around the stone door had completely disappeared. Boom, someone made a move and continued to blast out a beam of energy, bombarding the stone door. This time, there was no rune array blocking it. With a click, the stone door opened under the force of the energy. Many people's eyes lit up and they could not hold back. In a flash, they rushed into the stone door. Let's go. Let's go too. Those who had fragments of life spirit primordial stones put them away and led their people towards the stone door. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Anya Rose and the others also rushed into the stone door. Behind the stone door was a passageway. It was obvious that this passageway had been forcefully carved out of the mountain and it was slanted downwards. Everyone followed the passageway and before long, they arrived at a huge underground space. This underground space was very wide and one could not see the end of it. It was like a world. What a rich divine qi. And what a rich metal qi. Lu Ming and the group's hearts stirred as they looked around. This underground space had an extremely special environment. It had an extremely rich divine qi that floated in the air like a mist, as if it was about to materialize. At the same time, it had an extremely rich metal qi. Rare metal materials could probably be born here. I'll breathe, I'll breathe, I'll breathe, breathe, breathe. On Lu Ming's wrist, Qiu opened its mouth and tried its best to absorb the metal qi in the air. It was obvious how rich the metal qi was. Even Qiu was alarmed. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed and looked at the stone door in front of them. Everyone flew over and arrived before the stone tablet. The stone tablet wasn't big. It was only 10 feet tall, and there were some words written on it. The ancient chaotic heaven sword is Divine Lord Chaotic Heaven's personal sword. It fought alongside Divine Lord Chaotic Heaven for half of his life, and after it was destroyed, it was sealed here. These were the words on the stone tablet. At this moment, everyone realized that there was a big box under the stone tablet. It was impossible to tell what material the chest was made of, but it was covered with magical symbols that formed a spell formation that constantly absorbed the god items and metal energy in the area. Could it be that the ancient chaotic heaven sword is in this chest? Unfortunately, it's a broken sword. Even if it's a broken sword, it's still a main-grade divine weapon. If it's well preserved, the materials used to refine it can be used to forge a main-grade divine weapon. Not bad, open it and take a look. Immediately, several people made their moves. The rune array on the big box was not a defensive array. It was only used to absorb the surrounding divine artifacts and metal qi, so it could be easily destroyed. In just a few moments, the rune array on the box was destroyed, and then the box was opened. Immediately, a powerful sword qi rushed out of the chest. Furthermore, a dense black fog appeared. Within the mist, there seemed to be souls howling and howling. What powerful sword qi! Look! It's a sword! Several people cried out in alarm. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, there was a pitch-black battle sword in the chest. However, this sword was not complete. The tip of the sword had been broken, but it still retained a powerful intelligence. This could be seen from the sword qi it exuded. Such powerful sword qi. This sword is definitely a main-grade divine weapon, and a top-class one at that. Although it's broken, it's been preserved too well. Its intelligence is intact. If a master artificer were to extract the materials inside and combine them with other materials, he might be able to forge a new main-grade divine weapon. I want this sword. Swish, someone reached out to grab the ancient chaotic heaven sword in the box. But how could the others just give it up? They immediately made their own moves. Boom. Boom, boom. After exchanging a few blows, they were forced to retreat and stand off. I found this steel first. You want to fight with me? A youth shouted. Who said you found it first? You were the first to speak, so you found it first? This old man found it before you even spoke. An old man sneered. I found it as soon as I entered. Another youth called out. No one was willing to back down. This old man wants this ancient sword. Suddenly, Chewy made his move. He took a step forward, unleashing a berserk aura that forced the others back. Then, he reached out to grab the ancient chaotic heaven sword. He was a second-level god lord, so the others would find it difficult to contend against him. Only the other two god lords could contend against him, but their eyes flickered several times, but they did not make a move. It was not worth it to risk their lives against an expert of the same level for a broken main-grade divine weapon. In the end, the ancient chaotic heaven sword fell into Chu Yi's hands. Eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. Cho struggled on his wrist, but he was suppressed by Lu Ming. It's really good stuff, but this old man is too strong. He's hard to deal with, Lu Ming sighed softly. This broken ancient sword was well preserved and full of spirituality. It was a great supplement for Cho. Lu Ming really wanted to snatch it for Cho to eat and increase his strength. Cho's strength had fallen too far behind theirs. Cho was in a miserable state in Zenith's supreme immortal city because his strength had not increased by much. Cho could only continuously increase his strength by continuously absorbing metallic materials or divine weapons made of metal. He was not interested in the divine medicines mentioned above and had no effect on them. The desolation pills in Zenith's supreme immortal city were great supplements for others and could allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, but their effects were limited for Cho. Refining the desolation pills made Cho's strength increase very slowly. The weapons and pill furnaces in Zenith's supreme immortal city were protected by the intents and laws of Zenith's supreme immortal city, so Cho could not eat them at all. During his 50 years in Zenith's supreme immortal city, Cho had found several pieces of special metals. However, the metals in Zenith's supreme immortal city were no small matter. Cho had only found 3 pieces, and after refining them, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. He was now at the 6th level of the great supreme god realm. But compared to Lu Ming and the others, he was still too weak. Lu Ming wanted to find some precious metals or high-level broken divine weapons for Cho to devour. The ancient chaotic heaven sword was a very good food. End of chapter. The ancient chaotic heaven sword was a top-grade divine weapon, and the materials used to forge it were extremely precious. If Cho had devoured it, it would have been of great help. Unfortunately, it had fallen into Chu Yi's hands. Trying to take it from a second-level god lord was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. There's also a steal over there. All of a sudden, someone shouted softly. Everyone hurriedly looked over. While this person was speaking, someone had already charged over. Let's go. Everyone's figure moved, and they rushed over there. There was indeed a steal there, almost identical to the one on the ancient chaotic heaven sword. Boom, at this moment, a great battle had already broken out, divine power bursting forth. The first few groups of people to arrive had already begun to attack. By the time Lu Ming and the others arrived, they discovered that there was indeed a large chest under the steel. The chest had already been opened, and terrifying ripples were emanating from within. These ripples were boundless and lofty, as if they were the origin of everything, the core of the universe. Origin, this was an source-level divine weapon. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled, their eyes blazing with desire. The remaining 8 god lords in particular had even more fervent looks in their eyes. The 8 divine lord realm experts all charged at the chest. Then, a great battle erupted. The chaotic battle between the 8 god lords was incomparably intense. Terrifying ripples of energy swept out in all directions like a terrifying wave. Those below the god lord level retreated. Only a small number of people were able to block this wave of energy. For example, Lu Ming's group and Anya Rose's group had to be at least a 9th level god emperor to be able to stabilize themselves. However, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, and the others did not move. Although there was an source-level divine weapon in the chest, it was clearly incomplete, with only half of it remaining. Of course, it was very well preserved, and its spirituality was still present. If one could extract the materials within, it would still fetch an astonishing price. However, it was truly too difficult to take it from the hands of 8 greedy god lords. Moreover, there were 3 second-level god lords. Even if they could take it, they would become a target for everyone. The 8 god lords exchanged several dozen blows, and the battle grew more and more intense. Kill! Chu Yi roared as his sword pierced through the forehead of a first-tier divine lord. Destructive sword chi instantly obliterated this person's soul and cosmic bridge. A first-layer divine master expert had fallen. Bang! At the same time, another first-layer divine master was struck by a second-layer divine master. His body was torn apart, and as he screamed, his body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, 2 first-layer divine lords had been killed. Out of the 8, only 6 remained. 3 second-level Divine Masters and 3 third-level Divine Masters. At this moment, the 3 first-layer Divine Masters were greatly shocked. They retreated frantically, not daring to participate in the fight. The difference in strength between a first-level Divine Master and a second-level Divine Master was still too great. Fighting over treasures among second-level Divine Masters was an act of courting death. Boom. Boom. Boom, there were still 3 second-layer Divine Masters left, and the battle became even more intense. All sorts of killing moves were unleashed, and the sky darkened. One could see that of the 3, Chui was slightly stronger. In this chaotic battle, he slowly gained the upper hand, almost obtaining the damaged soul-level divine weapon several times. However, each time Chui was about to obtain it, the other 2 would work together to push him back. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had exchanged more than 100 blows. All 3 of them were injured, and their auras were rather weak. They retreated, cautiously looking at each other. Everyone, let's stop fighting. We weren't strong to begin with, and if we continue to suffer losses, if we leave this place and run into the celestial race, we'll probably all be wiped out. That won't do anyone any good. At this moment, Dark Knight Rose stood out and said, "That's true, but who will this damaged soul-level divine weapon belong to?" A second-layer Divine Lord Elder asked. "Senior, why are you so concerned about this damaged divine weapon? I estimate that this place is where the Life Soul Heavenly Court buried the damaged divine weapon. There are probably more in other places. Some people have already gone to other places to search. If the 3 of you continue to fight like this, the gains will not make up for the losses." Anya Rose said. Just now, some people had indeed left to search in other directions. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were also planning to leave. The eyes of the 3 second-layer divine lords flashed. They knew that Anya Rose's words were reasonable, but they were still unwilling to give up the soul-level divine weapon in front of them. This damaged soul-level divine weapon in front of them truly existed. There might not be any other damaged divine weapons in other places. And even if there were, there might not be any damaged soul-level divine weapons. The 2 of you, this damaged soul-level divine weapon is of great use to this old man. How about you give it to this old man? This old man can compensate you," Chui said. The other 2 second-layer divine lords inwardly looked at him with disdain. Who wouldn't be of use to a damaged soul-level divine weapon? Only you would be of use to it? Compensation? What kind of compensation do you want to give? In the end, another second-level divine master spoke. He was still somewhat wary of Chuyi's strength. Chui was indeed slightly stronger among the 3 of them. Moreover, continuing the battle would be disadvantageous for them. He might not be able to take this damaged divine weapon in the end. More importantly, there might really be damaged soul-level divine weapons in other places. Many people had already gone there, so he was getting anxious. "I will compensate you with some primary divine medicines and divine pills. I guarantee that you will be satisfied," Chui said. "Let's go." While Chuyi's group was discussing, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen had already left to search elsewhere. At the same time, Anya Rose led her group away. The 3 second-layer divine lords were even more anxious when they saw this. Not willing to delay, they casually discussed the compensation and left after receiving it. Chui also obtained the damaged soul-level divine weapon as he wished. There should be more in this place. Chuyi's eyes burned with passion as he also left. The group spread out to search the underground space. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others didn't have to search for long before they found a stone stele. The 4 of them hurriedly rushed over. God Lord Fanye's divine weapon, the Myriad Leaves Halberd, was destroyed and buried here. These were the words carved on the stone stele. There was indeed a large chest beneath the stone stele. The chest was covered in runes that absorbed the energy of the divine weapon and metal. The 4 worked together to break open the rune array on the chest. After opening it, they saw a damaged halberd. This was a broken primary grade divine weapon. "Eat, I want to eat." Qiu couldn't hold himself back and began to struggle on his wrist. He bared his teeth and sent sparks flying. "For you." Lu Ming grabbed the broken halberd in the air and passed it to Qiu. End of this chapter. Lu Ming handed the broken halberd to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was overjoyed. It flew out from Lu Ming's wrist, opened its mouth, and swallowed the broken halberd. Then, it revealed a satisfied and intoxicated expression. Lu Ming, it would be great if you could find me a few broken source-level mystical weapons. A few broken source-level mystical weapons? This guy, Lu Ming, was a little speechless. This guy was really insatiable. Source-level mystical weapons, even if they were broken, were not that easy to find. In the primitive universe, even broken source-level mystical weapons were considered great treasures. They were controlled by the powerful races and were extremely precious. Even in the merit exchange hall of the Heavenly Palace, there were no broken source-level mystical weapons. The best they had were broken master-level mystical weapons. Back then, Lu Ming had exchanged a few broken mystical weapons worth 1,000,000 merit points for Qiuqiu. They were broken master-level mystical weapons. The Heavenly Palace also treated broken source-level mystical weapons as treasures. Why would they exchange them? This was also the place where the Heavenly Palace buried the broken mystical weapons. It was possible for them to appear here. It was very, very difficult to buy a broken source-level mystical weapon in the universe. Even if one had the money, one might not be able to buy one. Also, Autumn Moon doesn't have a source-level mystical weapon yet. If there's a chance, I have to get one for Autumn Moon, Lu Ming thought to himself. Now, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Wanshan all had source-level mystical weapons. Only Autumn Moon's weapon was still a master-level mystical weapon. This would have a significant impact on Autumn Moon's strength. Lu Ming planned to find a source-level mystical weapon for Autumn Moon. Of course, a source-level mystical weapon could only be found by chance. I'll try my best to find one for you. Digest it well. Lu Ming said to the ball. Qiuqiu's round body happily spun a few large circles before returning to Lu Ming's wrist. It transformed into a bracelet and began to digest that main-grade divine armament. Lu Ming and the other three continued to search in other directions. Not long after, they saw another stone tablet. However, the large chest below the stone tablet was already empty. Clearly, someone else had taken the lead. Lu Ming and the other three sped up. Finally, after a while, they saw another stone tablet. The divine weapon of Han Shen Yuanzun, broken beyond repair, was buried here as a memorial. The words on the stone tablet made Lu Ming's heart beat faster. An origin exalt. This was a divine weapon at the origin realm. Could it be a source-level divine weapon? Lu Ming wasn't sure either. After all, a source-level divine weapon was too precious. There were extremely few source-level divine weapons in the primitive universe. Some of the weaker origin realm experts didn't even have a source-level divine weapon. Only a small number of source-level divine weapons in the primitive universe were forged by the experts of the primitive universe. Most of them were found in the ruins of the universe. They were products left behind from the previous era. Every path led to the origin. At the origin realm, many things were interconnected, whether it was weapons or other things. Therefore, although this was a divine weapon left behind by an origin realm expert, it might not be a source-level divine weapon. Open it and let's see. Lu Ming and the other three took action, constantly destroying the rune formation on the large chest. Not long after, the rune formation was broken. Lu Ming waved his hand and opened the chest. A vast aura permeated out. This aura was extremely shocking. It was extremely similar to the broken halberd that had caused the battle between Chui and the others. Source-level divine weapon, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiuqiu jumped out from Lu Ming's wrist excitedly. Congratulations, young master. Qiuqiu Moon was also full of smiles. Then I'll use this divine weapon to feed this guy. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and Wanshan. What are you looking at me for? Is there a difference between your item and mine? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, take it. As long as it's useful to you, take it. You don't need to ask me. I already have a source-level divine weapon. Wanshan laughed straightforwardly. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't hold back anymore and extended his hand to grab the broken source-level divine weapon. However, at this moment, a powerful force came from afar and went straight for Lu Ming's vital spot in the middle of his back. Be careful. Qiu Moon and the others hurriedly warned. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and blasted backward, colliding with the force. With a loud bang, Lu Ming blocked the force. Lu Ming looked in that direction. Another figure continued to head in this direction. It was an old man. It's him. Lu Ming's lips curled as he recognized this old man. He was one of the 3 remaining first-layer god lords. The one who had attacked just now was clearly this person. The moment this old man arrived, he looked at the large box with a fiery gaze. And source-level divine weapon, the old man's eyes burned with passion. Gentlemen, this old man wants this broken source-level divine weapon. Gentlemen, please do as you please. The old man said. His eyes were fixed on the big box, unable to shift his gaze away. You want it? Old man, who do you think you are? You think you can get your hands on an source-level divine weapon? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and scram. Wanshan immediately roared. Little guy, what a big tone. What a big temper. The old man's gaze fell on Wanshan as he said indifferently, I know all of you. I saw the recording of the battle in Taisheng Immortal City in the illusory divine jade. All of you are peerless geniuses, but you are only god emperors. Do you really think you can fight against divine lords? This old man had seen the recording of Lu Ming and the others fighting in Taisheng Immortal City in the illusory divine jade and knew that they were the top geniuses of the universe. However, the recording in the illusory divine jade was still a recording, so it was difficult for him to sense the powerful auras of Lu Ming and the others. Therefore, he couldn't truly sense the strength of Lu Ming and the others. As for him, he had full confidence in the fighting strength of a divine lord. He had once been a 9th-layer god emperor for more than 100 stellar years before breaking through to the divine lord realm by chance. The moment he broke through to the divine lord realm, he felt his fighting strength skyrocket. He felt that the divine lord realm was much stronger than the god emperor realm. He didn't believe that someone at the god emperor realm could fight against someone at the divine lord realm. He had heard that a 9th-layer god emperor with 9-star fighting strength could fight against an ordinary divine lord. However, he still didn't believe it and thought that the rumors were exaggerated. This was the blind confidence that powerful strength gave him. Hee, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. If you don't, then don't. Wanshan shouted coldly, his face darkening as killing intent appeared. What a big tone. I'd like to see how you're going to make me scram. The old man sneered. Before Wanshan could start the countdown, his figure flashed and he pounced on Wanshan. Boom, he punched out, his fist energy condensing into a towering mountain that pressed down on Wanshan. End of chapter. Paltry tricks. Myriad God bellowed coldly as he punched out as well, striking the mountain. Boom, the mountain exploded, but Wanshan continued to charge at the elder. He reached out and grabbed at the air, causing a massive stone gate to appear. This was the origin secret technique, the God's Gate. The God's Gate was massive, and Wanshan grabbed it and smashed it at the elder. Sensing the berserk power of the God's Gate, the elder paled and hurriedly used all his strength to block. He punched out with both fists, condensing a star in the air. Boom, the star collided with the Sovereign's Gate, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Next, cracks appeared on the star, and then it exploded. The elder retreated, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been injured by Wanshan in one move. Such strength, yet you're so blindly confident. You're far inferior to the celestial race's god lords. Wanshan mocked. Indeed, they were both first-level god lords, but this elder's strength was far inferior to the celestial race's god lords. Wanshan could even suppress a first-level god lord of the celestial race, let alone this elder. It was normal for him to injure him in one move. Bang, Wanshan grabbed the God's Gate and took a step forward. The earth rumbled, and his aura surged toward the elder like a raging ocean. The elder was nearly frightened to death. He hurriedly yelled, "Wait a moment. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." He was truly frightened to death. Wanshan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He finally knew that the rumors were true. A 9th-level god emperor with 9-star combat strength could contend against the most ordinary first-level god lord. Although god lords were powerful, those monsters were even more heaven-defying. He had seen the recording of the competition in Zenith's supreme immortal city. Of the 4 people present, Wanshan was not the strongest. Xianxia and Lu Ming were ranked above Wanshan. One was first and the other was third. Wasn't this strength even more terrifying? He cursed himself in his heart. He shouldn't have been so greedy and confident to provoke these monsters. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The myriad god sneered. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. I was just testing your strength so that I could make better arrangements when dealing with the heavenly human tribe later. Now, it has proven that your strength is beyond my imagination. So, I can rest assured. The old man was spouting nonsense without batting an eyelid. Don't spout nonsense. Die. Myriad god bellowed and was about to attack. The old man's expression changed drastically. He turned around and ran. However, Lu Ming had unknowingly appeared behind this person and pressed down with his palm. The old man hurriedly raised his fist to block. With a boom, half of the old man's body was trapped in the ground. Indeed, even more perverted. The old man roared in his heart, but his mouth was shouting, spare me, it's really a misunderstanding. He screamed miserably, tears almost falling out of his eyes. As a divine master, it was quite difficult for him to have such acting skills. Hand over your storage ring and I'll spare your life. Lu Ming said. He was just a first-tier divine master, and he wasn't that strong, so he didn't take him seriously. Ah. Hand over your storage ring. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was about to cry. You won't hand it over? Then die. Myriad god shouted. I'll hand it over. In the end, the old man reluctantly handed over his storage ring to Myriad god. Scram. Myriad god waved his hand. The old man felt as if he had been pardoned. He turned around and ran, wailing in his heart. He was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Lu Ming, here you go. Myriad god tossed the old man's storage ring to Lu Ming. I only want the damaged divine weapon. The rest is yours. Lu Ming scanned the ring with his spiritual sense and found 2 damaged divine weapons. However, they were both main-grade divine weapons. Lu Ming put them away and returned the storage ring to Myriad god. Myriad god put it away without hesitation. With their relationship, there was no need for such courtesy. Lu Ming put away the damaged origin-grade divine weapon as well. This broken divine weapon looked like a mirror, made of ancient bronze. However, it was already broken, and a hole had appeared in the middle of it. Lu Ming's group of 4 found it hard to remain calm. An origin-grade divine weapon had a hole punched through it. It looked like it had been punched through by a finger. This was truly astonishing. What sort of existence could have such fighting strength? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Myriad god all possessed origin-grade divine weapons, so they knew just how tough they were. They were completely indestructible. Let alone origin-grade divine weapons, even main-grade divine weapons were extremely powerful. Unless they were struck by an origin-grade divine weapon, they would be very difficult to destroy. Needless to say, someone had punched through them with a finger. I'll eat, I want to eat. Upon seeing the origin-grade divine weapon, Xiaoqiu became extremely excited, its round body constantly twisting and turning. Xiaoqiu, this is an origin-grade divine weapon. Its spirituality is perfect. Can you really eat it? Lu Ming asked. Origin-grade divine weapons were not to be underestimated. The materials used to forge them were even more extraordinary and contained an astonishing amount of energy. He was afraid that after Xiaoqiu ate it, not only would it not be able to digest it, but it would also cause major problems. Direction, I have a feeling that I can even digest an origin-grade divine weapon in perfect condition. Why don't you give me an origin-grade divine weapon in perfect condition? Xiaoqiu revealed a row of neat rows of teeth, looking very cunning. Go away, go away. Lu Ming unexpectedly kicked Xiaoqiu away, then threw the damaged origin-grade divine weapon to Xiaoqiu. As for the 2 main-grade divine weapons he had obtained from the Divine Lord Realm Elder, Lu Ming did not give them to Xiaoqiu. He was really afraid that Xiaoqiu would not be able to digest them and die from overeating. Then, they continued forward and continued their search. This underground space was truly extraordinary. They concluded that this was the place where the Life Soul Heavenly Court used to bury the damaged divine weapons of the Life Soul Heavenly Court experts. Therefore, a large formation had been set up here, which contained rich divine weapons and metal chi. It was used to nurture the divine weapons. Therefore, even after so many years, the damaged divine weapons here were still as good as new, with their spirituality intact. Next, Lu Ming and the others gained quite a lot. They found another 5 main-grade divine weapons and 1 origin-grade divine weapon. In that case, Lu Ming would have 7 master-level incomplete divine weapons and 1 source-level incomplete divine weapon. Lu Ming put away all the main-grade divine weapons they found. He did not give them to Qiuqiu. One could not become fat in one bite. It was better to take it slowly. After that, they did not gain much, because the other big boxes had been found by others before them. I really don't know how many damaged divine weapons there are, especially the origin-grade divine weapons, Lu Ming thought, feeling a little excited, but then he shook his head. It was just a thought. With their strength, they could not eat all the damaged divine weapons. End of chapter. After some time, Lu Ming and the others returned to the entrance. The others had also returned. However, Lu Ming discovered that some people were still missing. 6 people were missing. One of them was a first-level divine lord. Everyone looked at each other, knowing what was going on. Those missing people must have been killed by others while fighting over the divine weapon fragment. However, no one said anything. We've finished exploring this place. Let's go. Chui said. Everyone nodded and left together, continuing onward. Soon, 10 some days had passed. The fog descended once more, shrouding the ancient city in a thick fog. This time everyone was a lot bolder. This was because they had already left the celestial race. There were no longer any celestial race cultivators in this region. In the fog, the group once more distanced themselves from each other. After the divine weapon fragment, everyone's minds became active once more. If they could find such a treasure ground by themselves and not share it with others, wouldn't that be great? Only Lu Ming's group of 4 and Dark Knight Rose's group did not separate. Instead, they moved together. Sure enough, before long, something happened. Half a day after the fog had risen, several miserable screams resounded through the region. Everyone was shocked and rushed over to take a look. In the end, they saw a corpse lying on the ground, no longer breathing. A one-hit kill, just like before, it was a one-hit kill. One of them was a first-level divine lord. Damn it. What's going on? Isn't there no celestial race cultivators in this region? How could someone be killed? Someone roared, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Was it done by one of our own? Someone asked. Everyone's hearts immediately rose to their throats. Their figures flickered as they maintained their distance from the others. Moreover, everyone was looking at the remaining Divine Lord experts, especially the 3 second-level Divine Lords. It really was possible that one of them had done it. There was an extremely high possibility that they had secretly killed others and seized their natal soul origin stone fragments. And the most likely possibility was that the 3 second-level Divine Lords had done it. Only they were capable of killing a first-layer Divine Lord in a single strike when their opponent was caught off guard. It was very difficult for a first-level Divine Master to do so. Everyone, don't fall into their trap. Perhaps this is the Celestial Race's plan. They want us to be suspicious of each other and panic so that they can take advantage of us. Chui shouted. Heavenly Human Tribe? Where was the Heavenly Human Tribe? We didn't encounter any Heavenly Humans along the way. Someone said. But the residual energy in their wounds is clearly the energy of the heavens. How do you explain that? Chui said. Everyone fell silent. That's right, the remnant energy in these people's wounds was indeed the energy of the heavens. This point was undeniable. As for the heavenly energy, only the people of the heavenly human clan were capable of controlling it. The people of the other clans were unable to control it. Could it be that the heavenly human race really did it? He has mastered a terrifying concealment technique and is hiding in the dark to watch us. Someone said. His voice was trembling and filled with fear. Hearing this, the others also felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. Could it really be so? Was there a terrifying heavenly human tribe elite watching them from the dark, or could it be that the murderer was one of them? For a moment, it was difficult for everyone to tell who was real and who was fake. They only felt that there was danger everywhere around them. I think we'd better wait here and wait for the fog to recede. It won't be too late to take action then, a young man said. He and a few of his subordinates sat cross-legged on the spot and did not intend to leave. Now, it was safer to stay where they were and keep a distance from the others. At the same time, they also looked around. In this way, whether it was the heavenly human tribe or their own people, they could be on guard. I also think that's the best way. Let's wait for the fog to recede before we leave. The others also did the same. They sat where they were and kept a distance from the others. However, the distance was not that far. Once there was a movement, the others could immediately support them. Lu Ming, Anya rose, and the others looked at each other and also sat where they were. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. In my opinion, the murderer is among us. At that moment, Anya Rose spoke. However, she did not speak to everyone. Instead, she spoke to Lu Ming, Xianxia, Di Jiani, and the others. Her voice was only heard by the two groups of people. Oh? How do you know? Wan Shen's eyes moved and he also sent a voice transmission. Lu Ming has checked before. Lu Ming, you should have found something, right? Anya Rose said. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Di Jiani, Ling Heng, Yin Jiuling, Xiao Wuji, and the other three young men could not help but look at Lu Ming. That's right. I also think that the murderer is not from the heavenly human tribe. He is among this group of people. Because, although there is residual heaven's power in their wounds, there is also a trace of death qi in the residual heaven's power. Although it is faint, it can be discovered if one observes carefully. Lu Ming said, and he continued to send a voice transmission. Since he suspected that the murderer was among this group of people, he naturally could not let others hear it. Death qi? What does this mean? Wan Shen asked. However, there were a few people whose eyes lit up as though they had thought of something. For example, Xianxia and Di Jiani. Death qi, it means that the owner of heaven's power is dead. However, a dead person would not kill. This time, it was Anya Rose who was alive. Then, Wan Shen and the others who did not understand initially had their eyes lit up. I know. Someone made use of the dead heavenly human tribe members to kill and steal the vitality stone fragments. Wan Shen said. That's right. Although I don't know what means they used, this is probably the reason. Otherwise, even if they have some hidden means, they wouldn't be able to appear and disappear so stealthily that we did not notice at all. It could only be done by one of our own. The other party's guard was lower and hence, they could kill in one blow. The most likely culprits would be the 3 second Heaven Divine Masters. Lu Ming said. What should we do next? Wan Shen asked. Get rid of this person. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to move about. We have many vitality stone fragments in our hands and will definitely be targeted by this person. Even if we leave now, this person will follow us and secretly ambush us. This time, it was Anya Rose who spoke. Get rid of this person? The other party might be a second Heaven Divine Master. To put it bluntly, even if all of us join forces, we might not be able to kill a second Heaven Divine Master expert. Lu Ming said. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, if we plan carefully and work together with Xianxia and I, it might not be impossible. Anya Rose said. End of chapter. You teamed up with Little Qing? Lu Ming was puzzled, and so were the others. Of course, Xianxia was the only exception. She and I have a joint attack technique. Once we use it, its power is astonishing. With our current strength, we can even kill a second-tier Divine Lord. Dark Knight Rose explained. Everyone's hearts trembled. Dark Knight Rose and Xianxia had a joint attack technique that could unleash such astonishing power. In truth, joint attack techniques that could increase one's power were very difficult to cultivate and were very rare. Only after many years of cooperation and telepathy could one unleash the full potential of each person's talent. Only then could it be considered a truly powerful joint attack technique. That kind of cooperation through a formation could not be called a true joint attack technique. It was just a kind of formation. Lu Ming had seen Xianxia and Xianxia use a joint attack technique. Could Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose use it as well? It was very likely. After all, their relationship in his previous life was similar to his relationship with Qiu. It was just that they had spent much more time together. It was normal for them to be able to use a joint attack technique. Xianxia nodded silently, clearly agreeing with Dark Knight Rose's words. But we don't even know who our opponent is. Even if we have a joint attack technique, we can't use it. How can we lure the murderer out? Myriad God asked. The murderer wants the natal spirit stone fragments. As long as we give the murderer an opportunity to attack, won't he come out? Dark Knight Rose said. You want someone to be the bait, but in the current situation, if you deliberately use them as bait, the murderer will probably be suspicious and won't fall for it easily. Lu Ming said. Everyone was in danger and doubted the people around them. If they did something strange, such as deliberately leaving to be the bait, the murderer would most likely be suspicious. Because in the current situation, it was not normal for one or two people to deliberately leave. Anyone with a brain would suspect that there was something fishy going on. There are two conditions to lure out the culprit. First, the natal spirit stone fragments. Only with enough natal spirit stone fragments will it be attractive enough. Secondly, there needs to be a suitable reason. Therefore, we can only rely on Lu Ming and me. Dark Knight Rose smiled. The two of us have enough life spirit primordial stone fragments, but how can we leave without arousing suspicion? Lu Ming said. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, dry wood and blazing fire. Is there a better reason than this to sneak away? Dark Knight Rose said, staring at Lu Ming with her big watery eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. The others were also speechless, especially Autumn Moon and Xianxia. They looked at Dark Knight Rose with hostility. I think we should use other methods. Lu Ming said. Is there a better way? Tell me. Dark Knight Rose said. Lu Ming was silent. To be honest, there was no better reason than this. Using other methods would seem too deliberate and the culprit might not be fooled. But this method, are you afraid that your woman will be jealous? Ha ha ha, we're not doing anything. We're just leaving for a while to lure the culprit out. As long as the culprit shows up, we'll immediately send a signal and the others will arrive to suppress the culprit. It's that simple. Why are you hesitating? Are you a man or not? Dark Knight Rose said. Lu Ming was speechless. Lu Ming, I think this plan is feasible. Xianxia suddenly said. Young master, I think so too. Autumn Moon also quickly expressed her opinion, as if she was afraid of falling behind. Lu Ming, your woman has already expressed her opinion. What are you still hesitating for? Are you a man or not? Dark Knight Rose said. He had been repeatedly questioned if he was a man. Lu Ming really wanted to yell, do you want to test it? Of course, it was just a thought. What else could Lu Ming say? In the end, he naturally agreed. Then, everyone discussed the steps and details of the plan. After ensuring that it was foolproof, they began to act. After waiting for a few hours, Lu Ming and the Dark Knight Rose used the excuse of checking out the surrounding situation to leave and explore the surroundings. After the two of them searched around, they went in a direction and disappeared into the fog. Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose came to a dilapidated building dozens of miles away. Let's hope that the culprit will come. Lu Ming said, of course, using voice transmission. Before he finished speaking, a fragrance wafted over. Dark Knight Rose approached and was almost leaning against him. You. What are you doing? Lu Ming asked subconsciously. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. If you want to act, you naturally have to act more realistically. Otherwise, how will the other party believe you? Dark Knight Rose said in Lu Ming's ear. Her warm breath blew into Lu Ming's ear. As soon as she finished speaking, Dark Knight Rose fell into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming suddenly felt a little uneasy. Dark Knight Rose's seduction was not just for show. It was top-notch in the universe. You. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. It's enough. Lu Ming said. His voice was a little hoarse. It seems that I misunderstood you before. Now it proves that you are really a man, Dark Knight Rose said. Lu Ming was speechless. Coming. Suddenly, Dark Knight Rose said 2 words in Lu Ming's ear. Her body flashed and she quickly retreated. At the same time, she waved her hand and the petals of the sky-devouring rose flew out. Lu Ming's reaction was also very fast. He immediately withdrew from his uneasy state and flicked his fingers. Rays of spear light burst out and flew into the surrounding fog. Dang dang dang, a series of explosions sounded. Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose's attacks were directly defeated. Then, several terrifying rays of sword light slashed toward the 2 of them. It was too fast, and its power was astonishing. Second-level Divine Master, as soon as they exchanged blows, the 2 of them could tell that the person attacking them was definitely a second-level Divine Master expert. The 2 of them had attacked hastily, so it was normal that they could not block it. However, the 2 of them had been in a state of alert, ready to attack at any time, so their reaction was also very fast. With a thought, their killing weapons appeared. Lu Ming held the obsidian staff and poured forbidden energy into it. The obsidian staff quickly enlarged and swept out, colliding with a ray of sword light. With a clang, the obsidian staff vibrated, and Lu Ming's figure retreated. On the other side, Dark Knight Rose activated her saber and also retreated after exchanging a blow with the other party. However, the 2 of them had caused a huge commotion and alarmed the others. Something's happening. Let's go take a look. Those experts rushed toward Lu Ming's side. They covered the distance of several dozen miles in an instant. As for the expert in the dark, when he saw that he could not kill Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose in a few moves, he wanted to retreat. However, Lu Ming's side was already prepared. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and brilliant rays of light erupted from the ground. Dozens of ancient mystic skills were unleashed. Great sealing art, great binding art, end of chapter, dozens of secret techniques, all of which were secret techniques for trapping the enemy, shot toward the being in the fog. At the same time, Anya Rose took action. In the air, there was a huge sky-devouring rose. In the middle of the flower, there was a black hole that spun continuously and exploded with terrifying devouring power. The devouring power was continuously devouring the being in the fog. The purpose of double bind was to slow down the speed of the other party. However, the other party was really strong. With a roar, Sword Chi burst out and broke through Lu Ming's ancient secret skill. He broke through the devouring power of the sky-devouring rose and wanted to leave. However, he was still held back for a while. At that moment, there were suddenly attacks coming from the direction where the other party was escaping. A pitch-black iron rod, a rusty iron sword, and a black lotus. It was Xianxia, Wan Shen, Di Jiani, and the rest who had taken action. They were prepared. When they heard that Lu Ming, Anya Rose, and the other party were exchanging blows, they did not hesitate and rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. They were faster than the rest. However, they did not appear immediately. Instead, they changed their position in the fog and appeared in the direction where the other party might have retreated. At the crucial moment, they launched an attack. Xianxia, Wan Shen, Autumn Moon, Di Jiani, Ling Heng, Yin Jiuling, Xiao Wuji, and the other 3 supreme talents. A total of 10 young experts joined forces and the power was shocking. They successfully blocked the other party's sword light and stopped him from retreating. Chu Yi, it's you. At that moment, Lu Ming and Anya Rose were close to the other party and they saw the other party's face. The person was Chu Yi, one of the 3 experts in the second level of the Divine Master realm. Little brat, it was you guys who set this up. I'm going to kill you. Chu Yi bellowed. He controlled his voice well and only Lu Ming and the rest could hear him. However, the fog was tumbling and more people had arrived. They were the other experts. These people saw Chu Yi and Lu Ming and the rest. Everyone, Chu Yi is the one who secretly killed and stole the natal spirit stones. Let's work together and kill him. Lu Ming shouted. It's him. As expected, the murderer is among us. Damn it, kill him. The others were enraged when they heard this. Everyone, don't listen to this little bastard's nonsense. He's slandering us. Actually, the culprits are in cahoots with them, Chewie shouted, wanting to bite back. Our group is ridiculous. The strongest cultivator in our group is of the 9th grade Supreme God layer. How could he kill a cultivator of the 1st Divine Master layer in one strike? Lu Ming retorted with a sneer. That's hard to say. Everyone knows that you're all peerless geniuses with powerful combat strength. Furthermore, you might be hiding some special techniques. Furthermore, it's precisely because your cultivation is low that others won't guard against you. It's not impossible for them to be killed by you in a single strike. Chewie continued to quibble. It had to be said that this old man's ability to quibble was quite impressive. However, Lu Ming was also an expert in this aspect. He had never been afraid of anyone in this aspect. It's useless to say so much. Why don't you open up your storage rings and sea of consciousness and let everyone check? Won't we know who has the fragments of the natal soul primordial stones of those killed? Oh, and the storage rings of those killed seem to have been taken away as well. We can check them all together. Lu Ming said. This is a good suggestion. We'll know who the murderer is once we check. Another expert of the 2nd Divine Master layer said. I object. Storage rings and sea of consciousness are a cultivator's greatest secrets. How can we let others check them? Chewie said coldly. What? Feeling guilty? Lu Ming countered. The others also looked at Chewie with unfriendly eyes. What guilty? I object to this suggestion. Since none of you believe me, I'll just leave. Chewie said coldly and turned to leave. You still want to leave? You still want to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to kill us and steal the fragments of the natal soul primordial stones? Everyone, don't let him leave, or else we'll all be in danger. Lu Ming bellowed. As expected, the others paled, and their bodies flickered as they surrounded Chewie. Lu Ming is right. If we don't make things clear today, no one can leave. Today, we must get to the bottom of this. The crowd shouted. The person who had attacked them in the dark was too dangerous. If it really was Chewie, they would be in constant danger if they let him go. Thus, even if there was something suspicious about Chewie, they could not let him leave. Moreover, Chewie was currently the most suspicious. Compared to Lu Ming's group, the crowd was more convinced that Chewie was the murderer. After all, he was a genuine 2nd-level Divine Master. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Chewie suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was somewhat sinister. I originally wanted to deal with all of you one by one, but since all of you insist on seeking death, I'll deal with all of you together. Chewie's cold voice echoed through the air. Chewie, it really was you. Damn it. Chewie, you've got some nerve. If you commit suicide now, we'll leave your corpse intact. The crowd roared, unable to restrain their anger. It turned out that the murderer really was Chewie. The crowd stared at Chewie with murderous intent. Commit suicide? Ha ha ha, how laughable. Did you think that you could deal with me with just the few of you? Let me tell you, from start to finish, I have never used my full strength. Now, let me show you my true fighting strength. Chewie laughed, his aura growing stronger and stronger. Although he had not reached the 3rd level of the Divine Master realm, he was still a peak 2nd-level Divine Master. At the same time, a terrifying sword light shot out of Chewie's body. All of you will die. Kill. Chewie roared as his sword light trembled. Immediately, dense sword chi swept out in all directions, enveloping everyone with frightening power. Careful. All of you, retreat. The remaining Divine Master Realm experts shouted and stepped forward. They used their secret techniques to protect the people below the Divine Master Realm. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others also launched their own attacks, clashing with the sword chi. Boom. Boom, there was a violent explosion. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya rose, and the rest trembled violently and could not help but retreat. Those with weaker fighting strength, such as Qiu Moon and Yin Jiuling, vomited several mouthfuls of blood. In another direction, of the 4 Divine Masters, 2 were 1st-level Divine Masters, and they screamed as they retreated. Several terrifying wounds had appeared on their bodies, blood gushing out from them. The two second-level divine masters fared better, but they were also forced back. Chu-yi, your fighting strength, how is this possible? A second-level divine master roared. End of this chapter. Chu-yi's fighting strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although Chu-yi's fighting strength had been very strong, it had only been a little stronger than the other two second-level god lords. But in the clash just now, Chu-yi's fighting strength was not just a little stronger than the other two second-level god lords, it was a whole level higher. Even when so many people worked together, he had still managed to suppress them. Why do you think I was able to obtain the acknowledgement of the Life-Soul Origin Stone Fragment? This is because when I was young, I was also a peerless genius. If I hadn't encountered a great disaster that slowed down my cultivation, my current cultivation would have been far more than second-tier Divine Lord. I would have long since become a high-level Divine Lord. You people think that you can kill me? Today, I will eliminate all of you. Chu-yi roared, his face turning even more savage, and the sword light on his body grew even stronger. Clang, with the clanging of swords, Chu-yi's body flickered as he swung his sword, unleashing one sword light after another. All of you, fall back. A second-level god lord shouted, ordering those below the god lord level to fall back. He erupted with all his strength, taking out a golden pagoda and thrusting it forward. The other three god lord experts also went all out, using their ultimate moves. Lu Ming and the rest also constantly activated their powerful killing weapons and charged toward Chu-yi. As they attacked, Lu Ming shielded Qiuyu behind him. Amongst the four of them, Qiuyu was the weakest, so Lu Ming could not let Qiuyu take the risk. In this clash, Lu Ming and the others were still no match. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Wan Shen, Dark Knight Rose, and the others all retreated, their bodies covered in sword wounds from which blood seeped out. They had been injured by sword chi. They still had their source-level divine weapons to block, so their situation was somewhat better, but the god lords were in dire straits. This was especially true for the two first-level god lords. One of them was heavily injured, his body in tatters. As for the other, he had his forehead pierced by sword light and died on the spot. Kill, all of you must die, especially you, Chu-yi shouted, his cold gaze fixed on Lu Ming and the others, especially the source-grade divine weapons in Lu Ming's hands. Greed and greed flashed in his eyes as he said, after I kill you, your source-grade divine weapons will all be mine, ha ha ha. Chu-yi laughed, and the sword light moved. Today, the one who will die will be you. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose had appeared behind Chu-yi at some point. Kill. As for Xianxia, he stood in front of Chu-yi and shouted. His hands formed a seal, and his body emitted a shocking demonic aura. At the same time, Dark Knight Rose was also wrapped in a mysterious energy, which resonated with Xianxia's devil chi. Devil Devour. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose shouted at the same time and pushed their hands forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The heavens and earth roared, and energy surged. Then, a black lotus appeared under Chu-yi's feet. The huge black lotus emitted a dense demonic light, and a huge flower appeared above Chu-yi's head. It was the sky. Devouring Rose. The two flowers, one above and one below, connected with each other in multicolored light, producing a terrifying energy that instantly enveloped Chu-yi. This energy was like a field that was terrifying and could destroy everything. Chu-yi's body shook violently, and the divine power protecting his body shook violently. It was like ice meeting fire, and it melted quickly. Not only that, but Chu-yi's body, skin, and flesh were also melting. In an instant, Chu-yi's appearance became unbearable to look at. Ah! Chu-yi shouted, and his divine power surged in all directions. He wanted to break through the field around him, and break through Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose's joint attack. However, the divine power he unleashed was also melted by this field. Break! 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 Chu-yi roared, and a frenzied sword intent surged out of his body, transforming into sharp sword light that slashed at the sky-devouring Rose. Broom, the sword light clashed with the field, creating terrifying sounds of friction and explosions. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose began to tremble. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and kill him. We can't hold on much longer. Dark Knight Rose roared. Chu Yi's divine power was far above her expectations. Given her and Xianxia's current cultivation, they could kill an ordinary second-level divine lord if they used a joint attack. If the other two second-layer divine masters got caught in their joint attack, they would definitely die. They would be turned into ashes by the terrifying field energy. However, Chu Yi was much stronger than an ordinary second-level divine lord. The two of them could only trap him for a moment, but they couldn't kill him. Attack! Lu Ming roared, activating the mysterious ice staff with all his strength to attack Chu Yi. Myriad God, Emperor Jianni, and the others also attacked Chu Yi with all their strength. The two second-level God Lord experts seemed to have woken up from a dream and used their strongest moves to attack Chu Yi. At this moment, Chu Yi was trapped and had to use all his strength to resist the terrifying field energy. There was no way he could block their attacks, but if they hit him, they would definitely be able to kill him. You want to kill me? Dream on. Doppelganger, come out. Chu Yi roared, and two figures suddenly charged out of his body. One of the figures was a skeleton that was as white as jade and carried 5 bone swords on its back. White Bone waved its hand, and the 5 bone swords flew out, rapidly growing in size as they charged at Lu Ming's group. The other figure had a head of golden hair. It was a large man from the celestial race. He held a golden sword in his hand and sent out several sword lights at the two second-level God Lord experts. Boom, clang, clang, clang. The attacks of Lu Ming's group were blocked by the two figures. These bone swords, the one who attacked us earlier was him. The eyes of Lu Ming, Myriad God, and the others flashed. Before encountering Anya Rose's group, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Myriad God had been ambushed. The attacker had used a white bone claw and a bone sword to attack them. Now, it seemed like it was Chu Yi's doing. This skeleton's attack was exactly the same as the one that had ambushed them. In addition, Emperor Jianni and the others had gloomy expressions because they had also been ambushed by the skeleton. And that celestial race, everyone's gaze turned toward the large man from the celestial race. The large man from the celestial race had his eyes closed, and there was no sign of life on his body. He was clearly a corpse. These were all Chu Yi's doppelganger puppets. The wounds of the people who had been ambushed had traces of heaven's power. It was obvious that Chu Yi had controlled the doppelganger puppets to attack. That was why there were traces of heaven's power in their wounds. He had used this method to bluff his way out and push all the blame to the celestial race. However, this celestial race member was dead, so there was a trace of death chi in his heaven's power. Lu Ming and Anya Rose had detected it. This was something that Chu Yi had not expected. End of chapter. It was precisely because Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose had realized that the celestial race wasn't responsible that they had set up this trap and drawn out Chu Yi. Upon seeing the corpse of the celestial race expert, there was no need for explanation. Everyone understood. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming's group launched a second attack. However, this attack was blocked by Chu Yi's two doppelganger puppets. Although the two doppelganger puppets were injured, Lu Ming and the rest did not manage to break through their defenses for the time being. Chu Yi struggled with all his strength, causing Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose to tremble even more. If this continued, they really wouldn't be able to hold on. Once I come out, it'll be the time of your deaths. Chu Yi roared, his face savage. Dark Knight Rose, Little Qing, use your origin energy to launch your strongest attack. Lu Ming messaged Dark Knight Rose and Xianxia. Okay. The two replied, preparing to use their trump cards. Seniors, if we don't go all out now, when will we? Lu Ming roared at the two second-level God Lords. These two second-level God Lords were very important, as they were the main offensive force. Without them holding down Chu Yi, they were even less of a match. The two of them hesitated for a moment before nodding, decisive looks on their faces. Boom. Boom, the two second-level God Lords exploded with powerful energy. This was divine power burning. The two of them were truly putting their lives on the line. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dark Knight Rose began to mobilize their origin energy. Dark Knight Rose had been at the same level as Xianxia, a second-level God Lord. Thus, the origin energy she controlled was not any weaker than Xianxia's, so she could also use an attack. Devil Devour. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose roared as they used their origin energy in this joint attack. With the addition of the origin energy, the power of the joint attack technique increased a little. That terrifying field energy was even stronger. Chu Yi's body trembled, and the sword energy he had unleashed trembled and almost collapsed. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and the others launched another attack. This time, the 2nd-layer Divine Master experts burned their divine power and went all out to launch their strongest attacks. The power was astonishing, and Chu Yi had no choice but to divert even more of his energy to control the celestial race doppelganger puppet to resist the 2nd-layer Divine Master experts. In that case, the strength of the other skeleton would be slightly weaker. Boom! The attacks of the 2 second-level god lords clashed with the avatar of the celestial race. After a few loud booms, the heavenly human tribe's doppelganger puppet was sent flying. However, the attacks of the 2 second-level divine lords were also blocked. Following that, Lu Ming, Wan Shen, and the others' attacks also collided with the puppet. It was like metal clashing against metal, and energy rippled out in all directions. The attacks of Lu Ming and the others also froze. Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod, Wan Shen's black iron rod and Emperor Jianyi's rusty battle sword were all blocked by Skeleton's bone sword. Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me? Seeing the attacks of Lu Ming and the others being blocked, Chu Yi laughed arrogantly. The desperate attacks of Lu Ming and the others had been blocked by Skeleton. Let's see what else they can use to fight him. At this moment, Origin. Lu Ming inwardly roared. The origin seed trembled, and the origin energy within it flowed along his arm and into the mysterious ice rod. The mysterious ice rod was an origin-level divine weapon, and the addition of the origin energy was like adding oil to a fire, causing it to explode. Boom! The mysterious ice rod violently shuddered, and a powerful energy erupted from it and struck the bone sword. Kacha, the bone sword shattered, and the mysterious ice rod smashed into Skeleton's body. With a bang, Skeleton's body exploded. The mysterious ice rod did not stop and continued to bombard Chu Yi. Chu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He roared, "Damn it! How is this possible? This is the power of origin." He was really shocked, and he also knew that he had underestimated Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming had been hiding his trump card before. Damn it, at the same time, he wanted to use his strength to resist, but how could Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose let him do as he wished? They tried their best to operate the joint attack technique to suppress Chu Yi. Chu Yi was just about to divert some of his strength to resist Lu Ming's attack, but that terrifying field energy took advantage of it. Chu Yi's body quickly melted, and he was so scared that he hurriedly circulated his strength to resist. However, the mysterious ice rod did not stop, and directly smashed down. Boom! The mysterious ice rod solidly smashed onto Chu Yi's body. Chu Yi let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew out like a meteor and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. But he did not stop, his body continued to slide backwards, creating a deep ditch on the ground. He kept sliding backward for tens of thousands of meters before stopping. All the bones and muscles in his body had been completely shattered. They were in tatters, and it was unbearable to look at. His head had almost exploded, and cracks had appeared on the universe bridge in his sea of consciousness. With such serious injuries, Chu Yi could no longer fight. This Chu Yi was really strong. When he was young, he was definitely a top genius who could crush people of the same level. Even the heavenly human tribe people of the same level could not compare to him. The second-level Divine Master heavenly human tribe that Lu Ming had met before definitely did not have such strength. Just like he had said, if it were not for the problem, his cultivation would be much higher than this. Speaking of which, the Life Spirit Essence Stone Fragment was not something that only outstanding talents would recognize. But in the end, Chu Yi was still defeated by Lu Ming and the others. Chu Yi lay in the large pit, spitting out blood, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Everyone's figures flashed, and they surrounded Chu Yi. Chu Yi, you are doomed to death for your sins. Today, we will kill you. A second-level Divine Master Elder said coldly, and his killing intent was thick. If you kill me, how will you divide the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments in my body? The Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments are in the storage ring on my finger. Chui roared. These words caused the second-level Divine Master experts' expressions to change, and their eyes flickered. Yes, after killing Chui, how would they divide the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments in his body? You still want to sow discord at this time? Everyone, we can discuss the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments after we kill Chui. But now, we can't fall into his trap. Lu Ming said. The two second-level Divine Master experts were shocked and came back to their senses. They thought to themselves that they had almost fallen into Chuyi's trap. If they had fought out of greed, it would only have benefited Chui. If Chui escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. This little bastard, Chui roared in his heart, wishing that he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Die. A second-level Divine Master Elder stepped forward, about to attack. Everyone, wait a moment. I have a huge secret, Chui roared. End of chapter. Chui roared, causing the second-level Divine Master to stop in his tracks. Speak, what secret? The second-level Divine Master coldly demanded. It's the secret of the Heavenly Court. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you, Chui said. Humph, you still want to use this method to survive? Ridiculous. Besides, who knows if the secret you're talking about is true? Lu Ming sneered and said to the others, everyone, I still think it's better to kill this person. Don't fall into his trap. Once you let him go, there will be endless trouble in the future. Damn it, damn little bastard. Chui roared in his heart. His little scheme had been seen through by Lu Ming time and time again. He really hated Lu Ming to the bone. But there was nothing he could do. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the others revealed killing intent. He could only roar again, I'm telling the truth, absolutely true. It's the secret of the Heavenly Court. You know about the 3 supreme treasures of the Heavenly Court, right? I know where one of them is hidden. What? Upon hearing this, not only the others, but even Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, and the others were shocked. The life spirit was the ultimate treasure of the Celestial Court. This phrase was too tempting. Chui actually knew where one of the supreme treasures of the Heavenly Court was hidden? Nonsense. Who knows if you're telling the truth or not? This time, it was the second-level Divine Master who spoke. I can swear on my life origin that it's absolutely true. Also, I have a map of the Heavenly Court marked with the specific location of the treasure. It's hidden in my sea of consciousness. As long as you promise to spare my life, I can give it to you. Otherwise, I'll just destroy my sea of consciousness. That map is fragile and can be easily destroyed by me. Chui said. Map? Haha, Chui, it's often foggy here, making it difficult to tell directions. We can't even find the right direction. You have a map? This lie is too low level. Lu Ming sneered. The others' faces also darkened. Indeed, this lie was too low level. The life spirit Heavenly Court was too big, and fog would appear every once in a while. It was like a maze. It was a joke that Chui would have a map. You all have just entered, so it's naturally difficult for you to determine the direction. However, I have already been here for 300,000 years. How could I not know? I am extremely familiar with this place. Even in the fog, I will be able to find the right path. Chui said. What? You've been here for 300,000 years? This time, Lu Ming and the others were really shocked. Originally, they thought that Chui came in with them. They really did not expect that Chui had already come in. Yes, when I was young, I had a great battle and damaged my foundation, causing my cultivation to progress extremely slowly. I was unwilling to give up, so I spent my whole life studying the life spirit Heavenly Court. The purpose was to find treasures to achieve a transformation and restore my potential and talent. Finally, 300,000 years ago, I found a clue and entered the life spirit Heavenly Court. Unfortunately, the ancient land of the life spirit Heavenly Court cannot be entered by a fragment of the life spirit primordial stone. Only by gathering many fragments of the life spirit meteorite can one enter, especially the place that contains the treasures of the life spirit Heavenly Court. Many fragments of the life spirit primordial stone are needed. Although I came in early, it was useless. I could only waste time. It wasn't until 3,000 years ago that the heavenly human tribe entered that I became cautious. I hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to kill a few of them. After that, I waited until now. When you people entered, I knew that my opportunity had come." At this point, Chui stopped and did not continue, but everyone knew what he was going to say next. It was nothing more than pretending to be a newcomer like them. He would blend in with the crowd, secretly attack, seize the fragments of the Life Spirit Primordial Stone, and then go alone to obtain the treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Chu Yi's words were indeed self-justifying. But everyone was still skeptical. "If you don't believe me, I can swear with my life origin." Immediately, Chui swore with the origin of life that what he had just said was true. Seeing Chui swear with his life origin, everyone had to believe him. Unless Chui did not want to live anymore. But even if he did not want to live, there was no need to use such a method. "Now, as long as you swear with your life origin that after I tell you the details of the location, you will spare my life, and I will tell you. I will also give you the map and the fragments of the Life Spirit Primordial Stone that I have." Chui said. "Okay, I promise you." "Everyone, what do you think?" A second-layer Divine Master Old Man answered, looking at Lu Ming and the others. Obviously, he was tempted. In fact, he was not the only one. Lu Ming and the others were also tempted. That was the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Court. In the universe, it was a top treasure, even more precious than the 18 divine weapons. Who would not be tempted? "I also agree," Anya Rose said. Needless to say, she was also tempted. "I agree." In the end, Lu Ming nodded. Chui was overjoyed to see everyone agree. Then, Lu Ming and the others all swore with their life origin that they would spare Chuyi's life as long as he handed over the Life Spirit Primordial Stone and the map. Good, good, good. Chui was overjoyed, but a savage killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He roared in his heart. As long as he survived this time, he would madly seek revenge after his injuries had healed. He had been here for 300,000 years and could not be more familiar with this place. He could come and go freely in the fog. When the time came, he would take advantage of his familiarity with the terrain to hunt down all these people. Especially Lu Ming, Anya Rose, and the others. He would madly seek revenge and make them regret their actions. "Now, hand over the map and the Life Spirit Primordial Stone fragment." A second-level God Lord Elder barked. "Okay, I'll give it to you," Chui said as his forehead shone, and a jade token flew out. The jade token was about the size of a palm, and one could see that the jade token was covered in fine carvings. The old man at the second-level Divine Master realm hurriedly grabbed the jade tablet. Everyone's eyes flashed, but they said nothing. The second-level God Lord Elder then poured his divine power into the jade token. The jade token shone, and a map appeared in the air. The map was very detailed, and there was a red dot on it that represented their current location. In addition, there was a yellow dot some distance away. That yellow dot is where the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Court is hidden. Chui explained. Everyone's eyes burned with fervent light. It seemed like everything Chui had said was true. As long as they followed the map, they would not get lost even in the fog. It wouldn't be long before they arrived at the location of the treasure. End of this chapter. Also, the Life Soul Origin Stone is in the storage ring on my finger. I'm injured and can't touch it, so you can take it, Chui said. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Bang! Bang! Several people stepped forward, wanting to take Chuyi's storage ring, but they were all obstructed by each other's energies. Their energies erupted and clashed in the air, none of them willing to back down. The two second-tier God Lord experts in particular were exuding an intense fighting spirit as their energies clashed. Everyone, there are so many of us here that no one can take the Life Soul Origin Stone fragments for themselves. I suggest that we divide them equally. Once we reach the treasury of the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Court, we can take out the Life Soul Origin Stone fragments together and open the treasury. What do you think? Anya Rose suggested. The eyes of the two second-tier God Lord experts flashed. If an ordinary God Emperor dared to speak to them like this, dared to suggest splitting the fragments equally, they would have long since slapped him to death. A God Emperor dared to dream of being on equal footing with a God Lord. However, Anya Rose, Lu Ming, and the others were truly too terrifying and could not be judged by common sense. When they had surrounded Chu-Yi, Xianxia and the Dark Knight Rose had used a joint attack. It was so powerful that even they were terrified. They were afraid that if they were trapped, only death awaited them. And Lu Ming's strength was also unimaginable. Earlier, when they were dealing with Chu-Yi, Lu Ming had defeated him with a surprise move, breaking through Chu-Yi's defenses and capturing him. They were all monstrous geniuses. Although they were divine masters, they had no choice but to suppress their pride in front of these monstrous geniuses. Okay, then we'll listen to Miss Rose. The second-tier God Lord Elder smiled. The other second-tier God Lord expert also had no objections. Since the strongest experts of each group had no objections, the others had no objections either, nor did they dare to. A hint of disappointment appeared in Chu-Yi's eyes. He had been hoping that Lu Ming and the others would fight over the Life-Soul Origin Stone fragments, but he hadn't expected it to end so easily. Several people worked together to take the storage ring from Chu-Yi's hand. After opening it, they found several Life-Soul Origin Stone fragments. A total of 5 pieces. The forces represented by the 2 second-stage Divine Masters each got a piece of land. Lu Ming got one, while Dark Knight Rose got the other. The 5th piece was given to the last first-stage Divine Master. Everyone, I've given you first place and the Life Spirit Vitality Stone fragment. Can I leave now? Chu-Yi said. The Divine Lord Realm existences all showed a hint of unwillingness. They really didn't want to let Chu-Yi go, because if Chu-Yi left, it would be very dangerous. However, for the sake of the Heavenly Court's most precious treasure, they had no choice but to swear on their life essence. They had no choice but to let it go now. Let you go? You're too naive. After we let you go, are we going to wait for you to take revenge on us? Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his fist and a long spear condensed in his hand. What? The Divine Lord Realm experts and Chu-Yi were all stunned, looking at Lu Ming in shock. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to break his oath and kill Chu-Yi? Chu-Yi reacted very quickly. He cried out, Lu Ming, what are you doing? Don't forget that you swore on your life essence that you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll face a calamity and die. Do you want to die with me? Perish together with you? Haha, you're not worthy. Don't you know that reciprocity existences don't furrows on life essence? Lu Ming sneered. Cold killing intent erupted from his body, so dense that it seemed to be tangible. Those are reciprocity existences who control origin energy. You're just a god emperor, Chu-Yi roared. However, his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Origin energy. The reason why reciprocity experts did not fear ozone life essence was because of origin energy. However, Lu Ming had also mastered the power of origin. Earlier, Lu Ming had only managed to break through Chu-Yi's defenses by erupting with origin energy. However, Chu-Yi was in a hurry to save his life, so he did not think of this. Who would have thought that the other party would be able to use source energy to go against the life source oath when facing some god emperors? Subconsciously, they ignored it. But it was too late to think of it now. No, don't kill me. You can't break your oath, Chu-Yi cried out in horror. He did not want to die. He had already found the life spirit heavenly court. As long as he killed Lu Ming and the others and obtained enough life spirit origin stone fragments, he might have a chance to recover his talent and potential and reach a higher realm. Therefore, he struggled frantically. Unfortunately, his injuries were very serious. Even if he had recovered a little, he could only barely move his body. Chu-Yi, go well. Lu Ming said coldly as he stabbed out with his spear. Puff, the spear directly pierced through Chu-Yi's forehead, killing him there. Chu-Yi's eyes widened. He was unwilling to accept this. Good. The others shouted in their hearts. They did not dare to kill Chu-Yi. Lu Ming had killed him. If they let Chu-Yi go, they would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. As for whether Lu Ming could really resist the backlash of the oath on life essence, they were too lazy to care. It would be best if Lu Ming died from the backlash. Young master, is it really okay for you to kill him like this? Xiao Yu hurriedly asked, her small face full of nervousness and worry. Lu Ming, can your origin energy withstand it? Xianxia also asked, also a little worried. She also used origin energy, but the amount was very small. She felt that she could not withstand the backlash of the oath on life essence. She was a little worried about whether Lu Ming could withstand it. Don't worry, the backlash of the oath on life essence will not happen now. It will happen later in the cultivation. I am confident that I can withstand it. Lu Ming said with a smile. The amount of origin energy he controlled was not small. Although it was definitely not comparable to the existence of the origin realm, it should be able to withstand the backlash of the oath on life essence. Moreover, he had a forbidden body and controlled forbidden energy. Fei Huang once told him that forbidden energy also had a strong effect in resisting the backlash of the oath on life essence. With the combination of the two, Lu Ming was confident and confident. Otherwise, he would not take the risk so easily. Everyone, let's go. Lu Ming said. Then, everyone set off. According to the map left by Chui, they headed in the direction of the treasure of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. With the map, their speed was very fast. At the same time, they did not encounter any more attacks. However, according to the map, the treasure was not far from them. In fact, it was a long way away. They were in the south of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, and the treasure was in the north. They had to cross almost half of the ancient city of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Along the way, everyone had their own thoughts. They were all thinking about a problem. How would they divide the treasure after obtaining it? End of this chapter. There was only one treasure, so how could they split it? There were 7 or 8 groups of people here, and all of them wanted the treasure. Who should the treasure go to? Everyone's eyes flashed, each with their own thoughts. The 2 second-level divine lords even had killing intent in their eyes, but they quickly hid it. They really wanted to kill everyone else and take the treasure for themselves. However, when they thought about the strength of Lu Ming's group, they were extremely afraid. They didn't want to be killed by Lu Ming's group before they could kill Lu Ming's group. In truth, they weren't the only ones with such thoughts. Lu Ming, Dark Knight Rose, and the others also had such thoughts. They also wanted to kill everyone here. However, the other side had 2 second-level divine lords and 1 first-level divine lord. They wouldn't be so easy to deal with. As long as Xianxia and the Dark Knight Rose's combined attack enveloped a second-layer divine master, only death would await them. However, there was still a second-level divine lord. Even if he recovered his origin energy and used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to keep them here. If a few of them managed to escape with the Life Soul Origin Stone fragments, they wouldn't be able to gather enough Life Soul Origin Stone fragments. Even if they reached the treasury, it would be useless. Moreover, the other side was very wary of them. It wouldn't be easy to suddenly attack and kill one of them. In addition, they were only cooperating with Dark Knight Rose and weren't on the same side. Thus, they didn't attack. Everyone had their own misgivings and were wary of each other as they headed toward their destination. However, Lu Ming's group didn't know that their destination had long since been occupied by someone else, the celestial race. On the empty ground, there were many tall bronze statues. These bronze statues all looked like warriors. They were clad in armor and wielded swords. Each statue was tens of thousands of feet tall. There were 108 bronze statues on this plain. They were arranged in a strange pattern, forming an array. In the center of the bronze statue, there was a tall altar. 12 divine weapons floated around the altar. These 12 divine weapons were of different shapes and sizes. None of them were the same. Spear, sword, halberd, axe, battle axe, hook, fork, whip, truncheon, hammer, dagger, and saber. There were a total of 12 types. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura that resonated with the surrounding 108 bronze statues, increasing the power of the formation. A group of people was floating in the air of this region. There were about 30 of them. 12 of them had shocking auras, and they were all divine masters. Moreover, they were not ordinary divine masters. Their auras were much stronger than a first or second layer divine master. These were all existences at the 3rd level of the divine master realm or higher. The one in the center was even more terrifying. His aura was shocking, causing the void to tremble, forming an incomparably terrifying pressure. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely be shocked because this was an existence on the level of the Lord of Heaven. Only the strongest of the divine masters could be called the Lord of Heaven. Every Lord of Heaven was extremely powerful. Who would have thought that there would be a Lord of Heaven here? With the Lord of Heaven at the center, the 12 experts laid down a massive array. Powerful energy poured down as if they were trying to destroy the formation below and refine something. The 108 bronze statues and 12 divine weapons below had already dimmed. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Han Ming, accept your fate. Even if you summon 12 divine weapons, it's useless. At most, you'll be able to struggle at death's door for a little longer. Sooner or later, we'll break through it. A man on the side coldly said. This man looked very young, only in his 20s, but his aura was astonishing. He was also a divine master. One naturally couldn't judge a person's age based on their appearance. Although he looked to be in his 20s, he was actually very old. At the very least, he wasn't a member of the younger generation. This was because no one in the younger generation had never been to the Grand Supreme Immortal City and had such a high cultivation. This person was speaking to the altar, as if the Han Ming he spoke of was within the altar. However, there was no response from the altar. Han Ming, 4 of the 18 divine weapons are in the hands of the Heavenly Palace. If the 18 divine weapons aren't complete, they won't be able to stop us. Also, if you want to summon the Vitality Stone fragments and reform them to strengthen yourself, you can stop dreaming. I've already sent people to hunt down those who control the fragments. Now, half of the fragments are in my hands, so your fate is sealed. Han Ming, you're the master of the Heavenly Palace. You've been struggling at death's door for so long, but in the end, you still have to strengthen me. I'll extract the remaining half of the taboo body from you and complete my taboo body. I, Yi Wu, will be the first heavenly human to completely control the taboo body. The young man shouted. It turned out that this person was the Lord Yi Wu that the heavenly humans had mentioned. How dare a heavenly human try to control the taboo power? How naive. You'll reap what you sow. This time around, a rough voice sounded from the altar. Merely, it sounded very weak. Ha ha ha, nothing is impossible. I've already completely controlled half of the taboo power, and my combat strength has increased tremendously. Once I extract the other half from you, I'll be able to completely control it. At that time, I'll use both the supreme heavenly power and the taboo power at the same time. Who in the world will be my match? I'll be invincible against those of the same level, and I'll surpass the strongest person in the history of the heavenly human tribe. Ha ha ha. Yi Wu laughed. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were burning with anticipation. This time, there was no response from the altar. Humph, Han Ming, despair. Yi Wu snorted. At this time, someone flew toward them. It was a second-level divine master heavenly human elder. You guys, how is it? Have you killed all the remaining people? Yi Wu asked. Lord Yi Wu, please forgive us. The second-level divine master heavenly human elder cupped his fists, fear written all over his face. Yi Wu frowned, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Speak. What happened? Lord Yi Wu, the heavenly court is too big, and we're severely understaffed. Moreover, it's difficult to capture them during the fog. We don't know where the rest of the people have gone, so, the second-level divine master heavenly human elder stammered. Trash. What a bunch of trash. Yi Wu shouted. The second-level divine master heavenly human elder lowered his head, not daring to reply. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't leave, I would have gone there myself. Go, continue the search. You must kill all of them and bring me the fragments of the primordial stone of fate. The complete primordial stone of fate will be my treasure. Yi Wu ordered. Yes. I'll do my best. Don't do your best. You must complete it. Yi Wu's face darkened. The other party hurriedly replied and left. End of chapter. With the map and no one ambushing them, Lu Ming and the others moved much faster. When the fog dissipated, they moved even faster. They flew at full speed according to the map. In just 7 days, they were close to the hiding place of the Life Soul Heavenly Court's supreme treasure. At this time, the atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone wanted the supreme treasure, so they were hostile to each other. Therefore, they kept a distance from each other for fear of being ambushed by others. We're almost there. Everyone, why don't we discuss how to split the treasure after we find it? A second-layer Divine Master expert said. Of course, it's based on our strength. Lu Ming said. Okay, then it's based on our strength. The second-layer Divine Master expert said. This was the law of the cultivation world. If they couldn't work together to split the treasure, they could only rely on their strength. The others had no objections. According to the map, we'll reach a plain after flying over this mountain. We'll be there soon, another second-layer Divine Master Elder said. This person had been holding the map all this time. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. They used their movement techniques and flew over the top of the mountain. In the next moment, everyone stopped abruptly. Their eyes widened as they stared in front of them. Then, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They naturally saw the heavenly human experts, the altar, and the formation below. Lu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the heavenly human tribe to be here. Shouldn't the heavenly human tribe be in the east? Ha ha ha, I've searched high and low, only to find it by chance. These people actually delivered themselves to me. Take them down. Yiwu laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, two heavenly human elders stepped forward and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. These two elders didn't participate in the formation, so their cultivation wasn't too high. They were only second-layer Divine Masters. But they were also very terrifying. They pressed toward Lu Ming and the others like two stars. Oh no, we've been tricked. Let's go. Lu Ming roared, his power bursting forth as he pulled Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Myriad God back. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Myriad God also reacted and quickly retreated. Dark Night rose and the others reacted very quickly. Just as Lu Ming and the others retreated, they also retreated. The other groups of people reacted a little slower, and by the time they were about to retreat, the two second-tier Divine Masters of the celestial race had already closed in. A long spear and a battle sword, both formed from the most powerful heavenly force, slaughtered towards the crowd. The power was extremely shocking. Block it. The two second-layer Divine Master Realm existences shouted angrily. They erupted with their full strength and blasted out a blow. However, they were no match for the celestial race's experts. After exchanging a blow, they coughed up blood and retreated. The two second-layer Divine Masters of the heavenly human tribe didn't stop their attacks. Screams filled the air as the only remaining first-layer Divine Lord was killed. In addition, a few other young prodigies were also killed. Their storage rings fell into the hands of the celestial race. Among them was the peerless genius ranked 5th on the universe prodigy list, Bao. He was also killed in a single blow. Let's go. After the two second-layer Divine Masters were injured, they turned around and left. They didn't dare to linger. The two of you, go after those two Divine Masters. Leave those little fellows to me. Yiwu's voice rang out as he charged forward, chasing after Lu Ming and the others. His speed was extremely shocking. After a few flashes, the distance between him and Lu Ming and the others was rapidly closing. Boom, he punched out, and a blazing fist energy blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. The violent power caused Lu Ming and the group's expressions to change drastically. Third-layer Divine Master. The moment Yiwu attacked, Lu Ming and the others sensed that Yiwu's cultivation was at the third-layer Divine Master realm. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary third-layer Divine Master. The fist energy was like a blazing sun. It was formed by countless lightning bolts. This was the power of heaven's punishment. In an instant, it enveloped Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Dark Night Rose, Di Jianni, and the others. Buzz, Lu Ming shouted as he used the obsidian staff. He unleashed his full strength and attacked the fist energy. At the same time, Xianxia, Dark Night Rose, and the others all attacked. They knew that if they couldn't block it, they would all die. Now, they were intimately interdependent. With so many people attacking at the same time, all kinds of powerful weapons bombarded the blazing fist energy, causing a series of earth-shattering explosions. Then, these powerful weapons vibrated violently and were sent flying. Lu Ming and the others retreated like kites with broken strings and fell to the ground. They all suffered different degrees of injuries. What a powerful force. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. This person's combat power was too strong. Although he was only a third-layer divine master, his strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary third-layer divine master. When this person was young, he must have been a top genius. However, at this moment, Yiwu's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. Forbidden power. You have mastered the forbidden power. Good, very good. As long as I can suppress you and send you back to the heavenly palace, it will be a great achievement. Yiwu laughed as he put his hands behind his back and stepped forward. He looked as if he was invincible. He was very conceited. However, with his strength, he had the right to be conceited when facing Lu Ming and the others. Attack! At this moment, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose shouted as they moved at the same time. They flashed out and quickly formed seals with their hands. Combined attack technique, explode. The next moment, a huge black lotus appeared under Yiwu's feet. On top of his head, a sky-devouring rose appeared. The two flowers, one above the other, released a terrifying burst of field energy that enveloped Yiwu. At the same time, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose circulated the origin energy in their bodies. Although they had used it the last time, it had been many days since then. The origin energy in the seat of origin had long been restored. Sizzle, the field energy made Yiwu's body tremble slightly. Even his protective heavenly energy was trembling. Combined attack technique. Interesting. No, this is the origin energy. Yiwu's face suddenly changed. He was shocked. He could feel the origin energy in the terrifying field energy. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose were only ninth-layer divine gods, but they had mastered the origin energy. This made Yiwu very surprised and curious. At this moment, Lu Ming also made his move. He also released the origin energy and merged it with the forbidden power into the obsidian staff. He activated the obsidian staff with all his might and attacked Yiwu. Boom, the attack went through the field energy and hit Yiwu's face. You. This is also the origin energy. Yiwu's eyes were shining. There was greed, passion, and surprise in his eyes. However, he didn't stop there. He threw a punch. When he punched out, a terrifying power erupted from his body. This power was not the power of the heavens. It was the forbidden power. End of chapter. Clang, Yiwu threw out a punch and hit the Bingxian staff. Instantly, Lu Ming felt an indestructible and overwhelming force rushing toward him from the Bingxian rod. His body could not help but retreat as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His arm was almost shattered by the powerful force. It was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. Forbidden power. This is the forbidden power. Lu Ming was shocked. He was all too familiar with taboo powers. Once Yiwu used it, Lu Ming could sense that this was taboo power. At the same time, Xianxia, Anya Rose, and the others were also shocked. They stared at Yiwu. How could a member of the heavenly human tribe control the forbidden power? It was unbelievable. Legend had it that the forbidden power was the natural enemy of the heavenly human tribe. The forbidden body was the natural enemy of the heavenly human tribe. How could a member of the heavenly human tribe control the forbidden power? No, it's an incomplete forbidden power. It's not complete. There's only half of it. It might have been extracted from someone else. Lu Ming shouted. He remembered that when he was captured, the heavenly human tribe wanted to extract the forbidden power from him. Perhaps the forbidden power controlled by the heavenly human tribe was extracted from other forbidden bodies. That was why there was only half of it. A forbidden power and origin in advance. Good, very good. It's a great achievement to capture someone like you. Suppress, Yiwu shouted. The energy in his body erupted like a volcano. This time, he used his full strength. His terrifying power directly destroyed Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose's combined attack. The two of them spat out blood and flew back, crashing to the ground. Then, Yiwu stretched out his hand. A huge palm formed and grabbed at Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, and the others. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming and the others with a single move. Yiwu was too powerful. His cultivation was at the third level of the Divine Master realm, which was far beyond what Lu Ming and the others could handle. Coupled with his terrifying combat strength, he was much stronger than Lu Ming and the others. He didn't use his full strength when he attacked Lu Ming and the others. Otherwise, he could have killed Lu Ming and the others in an instant. At this moment, he stretched out his palm. The huge palm covered the sky like a small world. The terrifying energy suppressed Lu Ming and the others and made them unable to move, let alone fight back. We still fell into Chuyi's trap, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. At this moment, he knew that Chuyi had tricked them. What Chuyi said sounded true. He said that there was a supreme treasure of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court here, and that it needed many pieces of the Life Spirit Origin Stone to open it. He also said that his map was true. Otherwise, Chuyi would not have dared to swear on his life origin. However, he had hidden the most important piece of information. That was, this place had long been occupied by the heavenly human tribe. Even if Chuyi had obtained many life origin stone fragments, he wouldn't have dared to come here. He told Lu Ming and the others about this place so that Lu Ming and the others could come here and die. Lu Ming and the others didn't understand at that time, but it was too late now. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Down below, on the ground, the altar that had been motionless suddenly shone brightly, and a burst of energy rushed toward Yiwu. Yiwu was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the target of this force wasn't Yiwu, but Lu Ming and the others. With a bang, the giant palm formed by Yiwu was crushed by this force. Then, this force enveloped Lu Ming and the others. This force was like a strong suction force, trying to suck Lu Ming and the others into the altar. Don't resist. I'm saving you. A rough voice sounded in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others were moved. They didn't resist at all and let the force pull them toward the altar. Although they didn't know who the other party was and whether they had any ill intentions, they had no choice now. If they were outside, they would definitely be suppressed or even killed by the heavenly human tribe. If they followed this force, they might have a chance. Soul Destiny. Yiwu roared, his anger soaring to the sky. Stop him. Yiwu continued to shout. The 12 people who set up the array shouted at the same time and shot out a divine light to cut off the force from the altar. However, the altar shone and rushed out another force to attack the divine light. Boom, an earth-shattering rumble resounded, and energy overflowed in all directions. The entire area was covered by a sky full of multicolored light. Bang! Bang! Bang, the bronze statues kept exploding. 18 of them exploded in a row. In the end, they managed to block the force from the heavenly human tribe. There seemed to be a vortex on the altar and the suction force suddenly increased. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Dark Night Rose, Di Jianni, Ling Heng, Yin Jiuling, Xiao Wuji, and 3 other young men and women flew into the altar and disappeared. D***, Yiwu roared in anger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures flew over. They were the 2 heavenly human tribe elders who were at 2nd level Divine Master realm. They had gone to kill the other 2 heavenly human tribe elders and had returned. Have you killed them? Yiwu asked coldly as he let out a breath and calmed down. Yes, they have been killed. Here are the fragments of the Soul Destiny Stone. One of the elders replied as he passed 2 storage rings to Yiwu. Yiwu took the 2 storage rings and scanned them with his spiritual consciousness. He looked much better. Humph. Hun Ming, you can't even save yourself. You want to save them? What a joke. You destroyed 18 bronze statues to save them. Let's see how long you can resist us. Once the formation is broken, none of you will live. Yiwu stood in the air and said to the altar. The people on the altar ignored Yiwu. At this moment, there was a group of people staring at each other on the altar, sizing up their surroundings. The inside of the altar was very spacious and large. It was like an underground space. There was also an altar here. The altar was made of divine jade and it was covered with runes. There were also runes on the ground around the altar. These symbols shone and interweaved together to form a formation. Waves of mysterious aura were condensed from it. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the altar. The figure was in the shape of a human. He was tall and burly, but he looked miserable. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones. His eye sockets were sunken in. Occasionally, a few rays of light would flicker in them, proving that he was still alive. There was a layer of strange flames on the surface of this person's body. The flames were constantly jumping about, burning at all times. Lu Ming and the others looked at the figure carefully. It was obvious that he was the one who had brought them into the altar. "Thank you for your help, Senior. Thank you for your help, Senior." Lu Ming and the others cupped their fists in gratitude. End of chapter. You don't have to be polite. I just don't want to see you die in the hands of the heavenly human tribe. You are all talented and have endless potential. It would be a pity to die in the hands of the heavenly human tribe. The withered figure sitting on the altar spoke. His voice was rough, just like what they had heard before, but his aura was weak. "Senior, how should I address you?" Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. "You heard that heavenly human brat call me, right?" "My name is Han Ming," the withered figure said. "Han Ming?" Everyone was confused. They had never heard of it before. "You may not have heard of my name, but you should have heard of my other title. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here," the withered voice continued. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. This person must have a shocking background. That was their guess. They could tell by looking at the layout of the area. There were 108 bronze statues surrounding the altar. There were also 12 powerful divine weapons around the altar. The divine weapons gave off a shocking aura. Lu Ming and Anya Rose felt a sense of familiarity. Those were the 18 divine weapons of the palaces. Thinking up to this point, the two of them became even more bewildered as their imaginations ran wild. Han Ming's voice continued, "Back then, all the races in the primitive universe called me the master of the heavenly court." Rumble, it was like a clap of thunder in everyone's mind. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the withered figure in shock. Shock and disbelief were in their eyes. It was shocking. It was really shocking. They had heard of the master of the heavenly court. His full name was the master of the life spirit heavenly court. This person was actually the master of the life spirit heavenly court, known as one of the most powerful taboos in history. Legend had it that the master of the life spirit heavenly court died with the destruction of the life spirit heavenly court. He was still alive. This was a truly legendary figure with an incomparably long history, even before the primordial divine court. Back then, the master of the life spirit heavenly court had created the life spirit heavenly court with his own strength. In the end, he developed the life spirit heavenly court to fight against the heavenly palace. Although they were defeated in the end, the heavenly palace, which was at its peak, suffered a great loss. After the battle with the life spirit heavenly court, the heavenly palace began to decline from its peak. Only then did the archaic divine court rise. This legendary figure had appeared before them just like that. However, his appearance was a bit too miserable. After a while, Lu Ming and the others came back to their senses. "Senior, didn't you die in battle back then? What was going on now? Are those heavenly humans outside trying to deal with you? Also, why does the heavenly human tribe member outside possess half a wisp of forbidden power?" Lu Ming asked several questions. Everyone revealed curious expressions because these were the same questions in their hearts. This little fellow has so many questions. The voice of the life spirit, the owner of the heavenly courts, sounded, making Lu Ming feel a little awkward. However, he still looked at the other party, hoping that the other party could answer his question. "First, I'll answer your last question. The heavenly human outside is called Ji Wu. The half-taboo power in him is mine," Han Ming said. It turned out that this person was the Lord Yi Wu that the heavenly human tribe members had talked about. What was even more surprising was that the half-taboo power in Yi Wu's body actually belonged to the life spirit heavenly court's master. Back then, the life spirit heavenly court was defeated and I was severely injured. A few old fellows of the heavenly human tribe wanted to extract the taboo power from me. In the end, they extracted half of it. However, I managed to escape in the end and escaped with the life spirit heavenly court to hide in the ruins of the universe. I didn't expect that after so many years, they would still find me. Yi Wu's purpose was to extract half of the taboo power from me and merge it into one to form a complete taboo power. The Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master briefly explained. Although it was very simple and understated, it was very difficult to explain. However, everyone could imagine that the battle back then must have been extremely tragic. The process of his escape must have been extremely difficult. Senior, after so many years, you still haven't recovered? Lu Ming asked again. After knowing Han Ming's identity, Lu Ming could not help but feel a lot closer to him. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that they both had taboo bodies. Therefore, he became bolder and asked whatever questions he had. In front of an overlord like Han Ming, the others were a little reserved. Even Xianxia and Anya Rose were the same. Although they were reincarnated, even in their previous lives, they were still children in front of Han Ming. They were the juniors of the juniors. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Han Ming sighed and said the word difficult 3 times. In the battle back then, my injuries were too severe. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that half of my taboo power was extracted and I was struck by the heavenly human tribe's 3rd generation soul fire. It's the same kind of fire that's on my body. The 3rd generation soul fire is difficult to extinguish. It's said to be able to stay with me for 3 lifetimes and constantly erode my soul, essence, and spirit. Even after the new year, it was difficult for me to recover. Han Ming said. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. The 3rd generation soul fire. There was actually such a terrifying fire in the world that could stay with him for 3 lifetimes and could not be extinguished. It was the same even for someone as powerful as Han Ming. For countless years, he had to endure the pain of the 3rd generation soul fire without being able to recover his strength. Just thinking about it made one shudder. This is also because of the confidence of Yi Wu and the others. Otherwise, I would be able to crush these heavenly humans outside with a finger as long as I recover some of my strength, Han Ming said. A glint flashed in Han Ming's sunken eyes. Everyone felt as if they were looking at that invincible powerhouse again. Senior, how should we get out of here? Lu Ming asked. It's difficult to get out of here. Han Ming sighed. Everyone's heart sank. Even Han Ming said that it would be difficult to get out. Were they really going to be trapped here until they died? Now, I'm using my remaining strength to control the array formation outside too. Resist. However, the other party has set up a great array formation, and there's even a heavenly monarch leading it. He's constantly breaking the array formation. Although I've summoned the 12 Palace Garrison divine weapons, they're not complete. They won't be able to resist for long. Han Ming said. We have 2 guardian divine weapons here. I don't know if they'll be useful. Lu Ming said. It's useless. Even with the 2 of you, we only have 14 of them. The 18 Hall Garrison divine weapons are incomplete, so they won't be of much use. The remaining ones should be sealed in the Celestial Palace, so I can't summon them. Han Ming shook his head and continued, originally, I wanted to summon the fragments of my Life Spirit Stone to form a complete Life Spirit Stone. The Life Spirit Stone can provide me with great strength and allow me to resist the other party for a while. However, most of the fragments have been intercepted by the other party. Bookhouse Reading website. According to the Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master, he had wanted to summon the fragments of the Life Spirit Primordial Stone to form a complete Life Spirit Primordial Stone. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Human Clan had intercepted most of it. Even though Lu Ming had brought a few pieces with him, they weren't useful. Lu Ming and the others finally understood why the Life Spirit Primordial Stone had acted strangely all of a sudden. It was because the Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master had summoned it. The people of the Heavenly Human Tribe set up a formation to destroy the formation protecting me. It has already been 3,000 years. My strength is constantly weakening. If this continues, I estimate that they will break through the protective formation in at most 3 years. With my current strength, I am definitely not their match. Now, if you want to leave safely, there's only one way, said the Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master. What way? Everybody's eyes lit up. It's up to you. The Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master opened his turbid eyes and looked at Lu Ming. If it's up to me, I only have the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. I'm afraid I won't be of much use, said Lu Ming. No, you'll be of great use. More precisely, your forbidden strength will be of great use, said the Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master. After a short pause, he continued, you have a forbidden body, so you have complete forbidden strength. As for me, I have a forbidden body too. I can lend you my strength and fuse it with your forbidden strength. That way, you'll be able to explode with incredible strength. It won't be difficult for you to defeat the heavenly human clans people outside. Lend me your strength? How? Asked Lu Ming. Let me enter your body and fuse with your strength. Half of my forbidden strength can fuse with half of your forbidden strength. That way, I'll be able to recover some of my strength, said the Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master. Let you enter my body. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. At the same time, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan's expressions changed drastically. Letting someone else enter one's body was extremely dangerous. Especially someone like the Life Spirit Heavenly Quartz Master, it was even more dangerous. Besides, he looked miserable. He had been tortured by the three-world soulfire for countless years. He looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. If he entered Lu Ming's master's body, would he have any evil intentions? Possession? Lin Fan had to be on guard. After all, it was impossible to judge a book by its cover. Moreover, they had only just met. Lu Ming, don't accept him. Young Master, Heavenly Quartz Masters, Heavenly Quartz Masters Master. Comms Master, Heavenly Court Spirit, Heavenly Court. Heavenly Human, Heavenly Court Master. Heavenly Human, Heavenly Human, Heavenly Human Body. Had Life Spirit, Heavenly Court Spirit, Heavenly Quartz Master? Heavens, Heavenly Quartz Master, Heavenly Quartz. Heavenly Human, Heavenly Court Spirit, Spirit, Heavenly Court. Said King Heavenly Court. It. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court Spirit, Heavenly Court Spirit shook his head. No matter what I say, no matter how nice it sounds, you will still have concerns. After all, we are not familiar with each other. Moreover, the oath of life origin is ineffective on me. So, even if I swear, you will not believe me. Lu Ming did not say anything. Indeed, he would not believe the master's words. He would still have concerns. It's up to you to choose. If you choose to believe me, you can live. If you don't, we will die together when the protective array is broken. Everyone was silent. Dark night rose and the others naturally hoped that Lu Ming would agree. That way, whether Lu Ming would be possessed or not, they would have a chance to live. However, they could not persuade Lu Ming. Moreover, you don't have much time to consider. I can at most resist for 3 more years. However, it's impossible for you to have 3 years to consider. Even if you agree to let me enter your body and fuse with the taboo power temporarily, with your current cultivation, you still don't have the qualifications. Only when your cultivation reaches the Divine Master realm will you have the right to do so. Otherwise, you will explode and die before your power can fuse. The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, said. It requires the cultivation of the Divine Master realm. That's impossible in 3 years. Lu Ming sighed and nodded slightly. The others also shook their heads and sighed. 3 years was too short. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dark Night Rose, and the others who had the strength at the top of the 9th Great Supreme God layer couldn't break through in 3 years. How could Lu Ming break through to the Divine Master realm in 3 years, and Lu Ming knew that it was unlikely. Up until now, he still hadn't found the direction to break through to the Divine Master realm. It was as if there was a dense fog in front of him, and he didn't know where to go. Obviously, his accumulation was far from enough. Not to mention 3 years, under normal circumstances, even 300, 3,000, or even 30,000 years would be impossible. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, with my help, it might not be impossible. The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was the Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court. It was the oldest and strongest forbidden body in history. Perhaps it really could help him break through to the Divine Master realm in 3 years. Originally, even with my help, I wouldn't have been able to help you break through to the Divine Master realm in 3 years. However, you have the origin seed. This is a great shortcut that can save you a lot of time. I really didn't expect that you would be able to condense an origin seed at such a young age. You must have had some heaven-defying opportunity, right? The life spirit, the lord of the heavenly court, swept its gaze over Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Myriad God, Dark Night Rose, and the others. That's right. We only managed to condense the origin seed by chance. However, how will the origin seed help us break through to the Divine Master Realm? Lu Ming asked humbly. It will be of great help. For those who cultivate divine power, if they want to break through from the Divine Emperor Realm to the Divine Master Realm, they need to cultivate a universe bridge in the black hole in their body. The universe bridge will extend to the depths of the black hole. The ultimate goal of the universe bridge is to connect to the universe sea so that they can comprehend the universe origin energy. However, where is the universe sea? There is no direction. Ordinary people only know how to cultivate the universe bridge and extend it to the depths of the black hole until they reach the 9th level of the Divine Emperor Realm. Only then can they find the direction. However, you are different. You already have the origin seed and can sense the universe sea. It's like there are 2 points in space. As long as you connect the 2 points, you will be able to find a clear direction. You just need to keep going in this direction. Therefore, once you cultivate to the Divine Master Realm, your progress will be many times faster than ordinary people. Ordinary people need to cultivate and comprehend at the same time to find the direction. However, you have already set the direction. As long as you keep accumulating energy, you can continue to improve. Do you understand this explanation? The life spirit, the lord of the heavenly court, said. Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up. They felt enlightened. They had heard that condensing the origin seed would be of great help to the cultivation of the Divine Master Realm. However, Lu Ming did not understand what kind of help it would provide. Now, after the life spirit, the lord of the heavenly court's explanation, he suddenly understood. End of chapter. In fact, the black hole in a cultivator's body is equivalent to a door that leads to the universe sea. Anyone who wants to break through to the Divine Master Realm needs this door. The life spirit master of heavenly court continued to explain. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly at these words. Senior, I have no door, how can I break through? Lu Ming asked. Cultivating the taboo power was completely different from ordinary cultivators. There was no black hole in his body, which meant that there was no door. How could he connect to the universe sea? So, if there is no door, you have to create one. The life spirit master of heavenly court said, there are 2 main obstacles for a taboo body to break through to the Divine Master Realm. First, you have to create a door. Second, there will be many restrictions when breaking through to the next realm. You need to be extremely strong to break through the restrictions. You have to create your own secret skill. Create your own secret skill? When I broke through to the God Emperor realm, I created a secret skill. I wonder if it can be used? Lu Ming asked. Upon hearing this, Anya Rose, Di Jianni, and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming could create his own secret skill. This was absolutely shocking. Lu Ming was more terrifying than they had imagined. What? When you broke through to the God Emperor realm, you wanted to create your own secret skill? You even succeeded? This time, even the life spirit master of heavenly court was shocked. Cough cough, yes. Lu Ming coughed dryly. Young man, how many secret skills have you mastered? It seems that there are some incredible people in the universe over the years. The life spirit master of heavenly court exclaimed. In the era when the life spirit was the master of the heavenly court, there were no ancient secret skills in the universe. There were only some ordinary secret skills. Therefore, he did not expect that Lu Ming would create his own secret skill after breaking through from the Divine Emperor realm to the Divine the Arch realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming had mastered too many ancient secret skills, so there were many restrictions. After a while, the life spirit master of heavenly court reacted and said, no, the secret skill that you created when you were at the God Emperor realm can only help you break through to the God Emperor realm. If you want to break through to the Divine Master realm, you have to create your own secret skill. He wants to create his own secret technique within 3 years? Lu Ming was bewildered. This was simply impossible. It was too difficult. It had taken him several hundred years to create the heaven-crushing art, and he had only succeeded on the Bodhi tree stump in the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Now, he had no idea how to create the second style of the secret skill. It was almost impossible for him to succeed in creating it in 3 years. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, with my help, it is possible. The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, said. Although the Master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court had personally made this promise, Lu Ming still found it hard to believe. Suddenly, the altar below the Life Spirit of the Lord of the Heavenly Courts lit up. At the same time, the runes around the altar also emitted a glow. The entire underground space changed drastically all of a sudden. It was as if time and space had been reversed. Lu Ming and the group seemed to be in a starry universe. In the starry sky, there were countless stars. At this moment, they were all emitting dazzling light. Waves of gentle starlight fell on their bodies. Comfortable, being enveloped by the starlight, the only thing they felt was comfort. It was as if their bodies had relaxed. Every pore on their bodies opened up, and every cell in their bodies started operating. At the same time, their minds were extremely clear. All the negative emotions in their hearts disappeared, as if their souls had been sublimated. This state, Lu Ming was shocked. This state was very similar to the feeling he had on the Bodhi tree stump, but the effect was much stronger. In an instant, dozens of secret techniques flashed through his mind. It was as if he had a new understanding of these secret techniques. The starlight was constantly seeping into his pores and activating his cells. It was constantly improving and strengthening his body. Not only his body, but also his taboo energy. Lu Ming felt that by absorbing this energy, his taboo energy would be strengthened. However, at this moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed again. The stars disappeared, and the feeling of clarity also disappeared. They had returned to the underground space. Lu Ming looked around and saw Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Dark Night Rose, and the others. They all looked like they had not had enough. Obviously, they had also entered the starry sky. How do you feel? In such an environment, can your cultivation speed be greatly increased? The Life Spirit, the Master of the Heavenly Court, asked. In such an environment, we can indeed improve quickly, but in 3 years, Lu Ming replied. Towards the end of his sentence, he started to ponder. Even in such an environment, it was still impossible to comprehend a second secret technique that belonged to him in 3 years. The array here is called the Divine Creation Array. As its name suggests, one can obtain supreme fortune in the array. This is a backup plan that I set up in the early years. I was entangled by the 3 lifetimes soul fire. The 3 lifetimes divine fire can continuously corrode one's body and soul, causing one to become muddle-headed and eventually sink into oblivion. Back then, I was severely injured and half of my taboo energy was sucked away. If not for the Divine Creation Array to keep my mind clear, I would have sunk into oblivion. Even if I did not die, I would have become a walking corpse. Similarly, when an ordinary person is in the Divine Creation Array, their mind will be clear and free of impurities and impurities. It can also strengthen the power of the soul, greatly increasing the comprehension of the living beings in it. Also, this formation contains a huge amount of treasures. Although I've used up a lot of them over the years, it still contains a lot of energy once it's activated. Most importantly, this formation also contains the spine of a primitive godly spirit. That primitive godly spirit is a primitive godly spirit that can control time and space. It can be said that it's the ancestor of the stone spirit and spirit rats. When it's in the formation, it can control time and speed it up to 100 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 3 years of cultivation inside is equivalent to 300 years of cultivation outside. The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, explained in detail. So mysterious, Lu Ming was excited. 3 years was equivalent to 300 years of cultivation outside, and in such an environment, it was entirely possible for him to comprehend his second secret skill. There are 2 main difficulties for you to become a divine master. One is to create a door that can be used to build a bridge to the universe ocean. This is actually very simple. It's easy to construct it using your own cells that have fused with the secret skill. The most difficult part is to comprehend your own secret skill. Once this is solved, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the Divine Master realm. Also, once I activate the array, all of you can cultivate inside. With your foundation, most of you can break through to the Divine Master realm. What do you think, little guy? Do you want to consider it? The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, said in a tempting voice. End of chapter. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had to admit that the Life Spirit Heavenly Court Master's words were very tempting. Not only could he break through to the Almighty Realm, but so could Autumn Moon and the others. Once they did, their strength would increase tremendously. Alright, I agree. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing. Under such circumstances, he had no choice. If he did not agree, they would all die when the heavenly human tribe refined the formation and broke in. According to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court Master, there was someone at the level of the Lord of Heaven among the heavenly human tribe outside. Previously, the Lord of Heaven was busy refining the protective formation and did not have time to attack them. Once the Lord of Heaven attacked, they would not be able to resist. The Lord of Heaven could kill them as easily as killing an ant. The difference was too great. If he agreed to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court Master's conditions, he would at least have a chance of survival. Even if the Lord of Heaven had evil intentions and possessed him, at least Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, and Qiu Qiu would survive. It could be said that he had no choice. Hence, Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Lu Ming. Young Master. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others were worried. However, Anya Rose, Di Jianni, and the others were delighted. No matter what happened to Lu Ming, it was great news for Di Jianni and the others. Lu Ming glanced at Dark Knight Rose and the rest. He really wanted to suggest to the Life Soul Heavenly Court Master to exclude Dark Knight Rose and the rest from entering the Creation Divine Array. However, on second thought, Lu Ming rejected the idea. With Anya Rose and the others' talents, it would not be a problem for them to break through to the Almighty Realm. It was just a matter of time. If they were not allowed to enter the formation now, they would be able to break through later. Another thing was that it was hard to predict what would happen 3 years later. Who knew if the Life Spirit Heavenly Court Master could deal with the people from the Heavenly Court after merging into his body? After all, the Life Spirit of the Lord of the Heavenly Court looked too weak. If Dark Knight Rose and the others broke through to the God Lord realm and became much stronger, they would attract a lot of firepower and change the situation. This was beneficial to Xianxia and the others. After all, Dark Knight Rose and the others did not have any deep grudges with them. It was just that they had different ideologies. Even if it was Di Jianni, who had been enemies with Lu Ming in the Taishu dynasty, it was because they had their own masters. Hence, there was no grudge between the two of them. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's begin. I'll open the array. You guys enter the array and cultivate. Lu Ming, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, let's start the formation. The voice of the Heavenly Court rang out. As soon as it spoke, the runes on the altar and the ground glowed again. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others returned to the starry sky. They bathed in the starlight and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged in the starry sky. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. First, he had to open a door. A black hole would appear in the elixir field of others. That was the door to the universe C. But he did not. He had to do it himself. However, it was not difficult. He had mastered tens of thousands of secret skills and had integrated them into the cells in his body. He only needed to use the cells that had integrated the secret skills as the foundation to create a door. His body began to shine with spots of light. Those were the cells that had been fused with the secret technique runes. Each cell was as bright as a star. What I need to do is to connect these cells together, Lu Ming said to himself and began to try. Soon, there was movement. A cell between his eyebrows shone. Then, a thread extended and connected to another glowing cell nearby. Then, a thread extended out from the second cell and connected to the third cell. In this way, the second cell connected to the third to the fourth, and the fourth to the fifth. About half a month later, the tens of thousands of cells in his body that had integrated the secret skill runes were connected. It was like a painting. Under Lu Ming's meticulous drawing, the tens of thousands of points connected to form a pattern. This pattern looked like a door. "Open!" Lu Ming shouted softly. All the cells in his body trembled. Taboo power gushed out of every cell and surged into the tens of thousands of cells. All of a sudden, the tens of thousands of cells shone brightly. Then, an extremely powerful force gathered in the middle of the door. The space in the middle of the door started to tremble and crumble. In the end, a pitch-black vortex appeared. This vortex kept spinning. It was unfathomable. No one knew where it led to. "I did it!" Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had finally evolved a door. This door was the door to the universe C. Its effect was similar to the other people's black holes. However, the others evolved step by step through star cores and stars. He, on the other hand, evolved with the surrounding cells as the foundation and the forbidden power as the carrier. "Senior, does my cultivation in the Divine Lord realm also require me to open a universal bridge through this door?" Lu Ming's spiritual sense vibrated and sent out a message. He knew that the master of the heavenly court could hear it. Sure enough, the next moment, the master of the heavenly court's voice rang out. "Not necessarily," the life spirit, the lord of the heavenly court, said, "I can't say for sure. After all, there are too few taboo bodies in history. Before me, as far as I know, there was only one taboo body that cultivated to the Divine Master realm. Unfortunately, that taboo body perished at the Divine Master realm. As far as I know, when he broke through to the Almighty realm, he didn't open a universe bridge. Instead, it was a platform. As he continued to cultivate, the platform would carry his consciousness deeper and deeper. However, that person didn't break through to the origin realm. I don't know what the result of his cultivation will be. As for me, what I opened was a path. A path paved with white jade. Following this path, you can reach the universe C. Therefore, I speculate that the path to the universe C created by the forbidden body may be different." The master of the heavenly court's life spirit said. "Is that so?" Lu Ming muttered. "Now that you've opened the door, you can begin to comprehend your own secret technique. Once you succeed, it shouldn't be difficult for you to break through to the Almighty realm." The master of the heavenly court's life spirit said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the cells in his body dimmed and the door disappeared. Of course, it didn't really disappear. As long as he willed it, the door would reappear. In this aspect, he was different from ordinary cultivators. For ordinary cultivators, the black hole in their dantian existed at all times. However, the door he created could open and close at will. End of chapter. After completing the first step, Lu Ming began the second step, which was to comprehend his own secret technique. This step was also the most difficult. Because Lu Ming still had no clue. Lu Ming closed his eyes. Under the creation divine formation, his mind was clear and his comprehension was greatly improved. In his mind, all kinds of ordinary secret techniques and ancient secret techniques flashed continuously. Originally, Lu Ming had almost cultivated all of these secret techniques to greater mastery, but now, he suddenly had a new understanding of these secret techniques. Although there are many changes, there are still similarities. As long as I can comprehend the core and use it as a reference, it won't be difficult to comprehend my own secret technique, Lu Ming pondered. After reviewing all the secret techniques, there was only one secret technique left in his mind. Previously, he had only briefly reviewed them. Now, he was going to carefully comprehend each of the secret techniques. Buzz, at this moment, the primordial celestial stone in his sea of consciousness vibrated, and a mysterious aura spread out. On the primordial celestial stone, there were fine lines of runes. These runes seemed to be alive as they constantly swam and intertwined to form different patterns. Then, they scattered and intertwined to form new patterns. There were endless changes, and it was mysterious and unpredictable. Looking at these patterns was also beneficial to Lu Ming's comprehension of the secret technique. With the support of the primordial celestial stone, Lu Ming's comprehension of the secret technique became faster. When comprehending a single secret technique, he would gain new insights almost every moment. Lu Ming spent a day comprehending this secret technique, and then changed to another secret technique. In a day's time, Lu Ming's comprehension of this secret technique had increased by a large margin. Compared to before, it was much stronger, and its power was also much stronger than before. It was a step further. With the support of the creation divine formation, 3 years in the outside world was equivalent to 300 years in here. Therefore, Lu Ming had the time to comprehend all kinds of secret techniques. Fei Huang said that at the end of cultivation, one had to forget all the secret techniques that one had comprehended in the past. Only the secret techniques that one had comprehended were left in one's heart. However, Lu Ming was still very far from that level. They needed to reach reciprocity at the very least to touch upon that realm. At this stage, Lu Ming did not need to do that at all. At this stage, Lu Ming did not want to forget. Instead, he wanted to deepen his comprehension. After comprehending it to the extreme, then forget it. Lu Ming only spent 1 day on each secret technique. Of course, Lu Ming would spend more time on the primordial secret skills. However, there were only over 1,800 types of primordial secret skills. Even if he spent more time on them, it would not take too long. Just like that, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Of course, these 10 years referred to the 10 years in the creation divine formation and not the 10 years in the outside world. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming felt that there was a powerful force not far away. This force was too familiar. It was Xianxia. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and looked in that direction. Xiaoqing is about to break through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Obviously, Xianxia was about to break through to the Divine Master realm. Anya Rose is also about to break through. Lu Ming's eyes moved and looked in the other direction. Anya Rose was also emitting a powerful aura. Obviously, she was also about to break through to the Divine Master realm. Xianxia and Anya Rose were already very close to the Divine Master realm. In the highest immortal city, they were almost able to break through. They had been suppressing their cultivation and did not break through. After this period of cultivation, their breakthroughs were completely achieved when the conditions were right. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger, alarming the others. Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling, Ling Heng and the others woke up and looked at the two of them. After a while, their auras reached the peak. With a loud boom, the two of them had entered the Divine Master realm. Huff huff huff, in the starry sky, the stars shone brightly. Rays of gentle starlight gathered towards the two of them and were absorbed into their bodies. This starlight was actually the treasures in the creation divine formation. It contained a huge amount of energy and was extremely pure. It was constantly being converted into the two of them's power. These two, at this moment, the master of the heavenly court was also carefully sizing up Xianxia and Anya Rose. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. This seems to be the power of reincarnation. Could the two of them be reincarnated? Who are they? Are they people from the previous era? No, judging from their expressions, they should have appeared later than me. Could it be that the younger generation has already mastered reincarnation? The master of the heavenly court could not calm himself down and let his imagination run wild. Slowly, Xianxia and Anya Rose's aura stabilized and concealed themselves. Of course, they had just broken through to the Divine Master realm and needed some time to consolidate. The others also began to cultivate, trying to break through to the Divine Master realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming also began to cultivate again. He began to comprehend one secret technique after another. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. In these 200 years, Lu Ming had comprehended tens of thousands of secret techniques. He had a completely new understanding of each secret technique. My secret techniques, Lu Ming muttered. In his mind, secret technique after secret technique flashed. The advantages and disadvantages of each secret technique appeared in his mind. Intertwine, converge, evolve, Lu Ming muttered to himself. His hands involuntarily danced. His 10 fingers streaked across the void like lightning, drawing out patterns. These runes intertwined with each other to form a secret technique. However, this secret technique soon collapsed and disappeared. No, it's still an ancient secret technique, Lu Ming muttered and continued to evolve. The secret technique that his hands had just formed was still an ancient secret technique. It was not a secret technique that he had comprehended himself. At most, he had only changed it a little and mixed in some other secret techniques. But it was far from being a secret technique that belonged to him. Continue. Lu Ming seemed to be crazy as he immersed himself in comprehending the secret technique. Time passed day by day. During this period, Wanshan had broken through to the Divine Master Realm. Qiu Yu had also broken through to the Divine Master Realm. Even Qiu had become a 9th-level Divine God after refining the incomplete origin Divine Weapon. In addition, Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling and Ling Heng had also broken through to the Divine Master Realm. However, Lu Ming was still focused on cultivating. Lu Ming's hands did not stop at all. He was constantly practicing the secret technique. A secret technique was formed and then collapsed. Soon, another few dozen years had passed. The secret technique that Lu Ming had evolved had a great change. In the beginning, the secret technique that he had evolved had the shadow of other ancient secret techniques. But slowly, the shadow faded. It seemed to form a new secret technique. The apex, however, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. The secret skills he created later still had the shadow of other secret skills. They didn't seem to be very powerful, and there was a big gap between them and the heaven-breaking style. Secret skills, my own secret skills, the 3,000 ancient secret skills. There is no need to divide the secret skills into 3,000 types. There are too many of them. How powerful would it be if they could be combined into one secret skill? Not only were there ideas in Lu Ming's mind, but his hands were also dancing like lightning, reflecting the ideas in his mind. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled. Hundreds of cells lit up, and tens of thousands of secret skills appeared around Lu Ming's body. They kept changing according to Lu Ming's thoughts, and finally, they slowly intertwined and merged together. But soon, with a bang, the secret skills collapsed and disappeared without a trace. He failed, however. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that it was very feasible. Continue. Lu Ming continued to activate all the secret skills. Under Lu Ming's control, they continued to intertwine and merge, but soon, they still failed. However, Lu Ming didn't give up. He continued. Failure. Lu Ming didn't know how many times he had failed, but each failure gave Lu Ming some experience. The next time, the intertwining of the secret skills would last longer. Failure after failure, the experience after experience. Another 20 years later. At this time, Lu Ming had been cultivating for 260 years. He was almost 300 years away from the Master of the Heavenly Court. At this time, the Master of the Heavenly Court was getting weaker and weaker. Its eyes were dim and its breath was weak. Little guy, you have to hurry up. I can't take it anymore. The Master of the Heavenly Court sighed. At this time, hundreds of heavenly humans were standing in the air outside the ground. Yiwu stood in the crowd, his eyes full of expectation and ferocity. Soon, this great formation will be completely refined. Han Ming, half of the taboo energy in your body will be mine. I will also suppress the taboo body, Yi Wuxin roared, filled with excitement and anticipation. Inside the Fortune Divine Formation, Lu Ming was still comprehending. After failing a few more times in a row. Condense. All of a sudden, Lu Ming let out a loud shout as his hands danced at an astonishing speed. Tens of thousands of secret techniques rapidly intertwined and fused together. In the end, they actually formed a world. This seemed to be a continent. Mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees could be vaguely seen on it. Lu Ming stood on the continent as if he was the ruler of the world. This continent, could it be an imitation of the legendary desolate continent? The life spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, muttered to himself. At first, he was shocked, but then, he was pleasantly surprised. Success, he knew that Lu Ming had succeeded in comprehending a secret skill that belonged to him. Yes, the continent that Lu Ming had condensed was the secret technique that Lu Ming had just comprehended. Genius, what a genius! The secret technique that he has comprehended is even more amazing than I thought, the life spirit exclaimed in his heart. The life spirit of the heavenly courts was right. Lu Ming had indeed comprehended the mystic skill by imitating the primordial continent. In the last epoch, the entire universe, including the universe ruins and the current desolate universe, was actually a continent. It was a vast and boundless continent. Countless living beings multiplied on it and gave birth to countless overlords. This made Lu Ming fascinated. He had imagined the glory of the desolate continent more than once in his mind. Therefore, when he comprehended his secret technique, he had unknowingly deviated in this direction. After using the secret technique that he had comprehended in the end, he had also condensed the desolate continent that he had imagined. Disperse. Lu Ming's heart stirred and the continent under his feet dispersed. Condense. In the next moment, Lu Ming's hands quickly formed seals. In his body, tens of thousands of cells shone like stars. Tens of thousands of secret techniques appeared. Under the guidance of Lu Ming's seals, they intertwined and merged. In the end, another continent was condensed. It was not a fluke. Lu Ming had truly mastered this technique. This secret technique shall be called the desolate style. Lu Ming smiled. The first secret technique was called the heaven-breaking style. It meant to destroy the heavenly palace. This technique was modeled after the desolate continent and was called the desolate style. So far, Lu Ming had created a total of 2 secret techniques that belonged to him. The heaven-breaking style and the desolate style. Alright, Lu Ming, now begin to break through. Break through the bottleneck, connect to the cosmic sea, and enter the almighty realm. The voice of the life spirit rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming nodded silently. Then, he closed his eyes and let the starlight bathe his body. After a period of time, Lu Ming's state reached its peak. His body suddenly moved, and a dazzling light burst out. Desolate style. Lu Ming shouted softly. The aura on his body soared and kept rising. He rushed toward the peak of the Emperor God realm. Soon, Lu Ming's aura reached its peak. It had reached a limit. It was blocked by something and could not go any further. This was the bottleneck. The bottleneck of the forbidden body was stronger than that of others. It could not be broken unless one comprehended a secret technique. There were gains and losses. The power of the forbidden body was exchanged for a bottleneck that was more difficult to break through. Lu Ming's second secret technique, the desolate style, was displayed again. A vast continent appeared and suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently. There was a rumbling sound coming from his body. It was as if something was constantly shaking. Boom! Finally, Lu Ming's body exploded. Then, his aura suddenly soared like a flood breaking through a dam. It was unstoppable. He broke through. Lu Ming finally broke through the bottleneck and let his aura enter a new realm. However, this was not a real breakthrough. He was only half a step into the Divine Master realm. There was still an important step that had not been completed. The other cultivators had to open up the universal bridge next. Lu Ming also had to open up something similar. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Tens of thousands of cells that had been integrated with secret technique runes connected together and formed a door. Rumble, the space in the center of the door kept exploding. A pitch-black vortex appeared. At this moment, the vortex kept roaring and trembling. The light on the door frame on the side became stronger and stronger. Slowly, something began to emerge. It was the universal bridge. No, it was not the universal bridge, but something similar to it. A road, it was actually a road. At first, it was very blurry, but it slowly became clear. It was a yellow mud road. It was withered, ancient, and not big. It was only 2 meters wide. There's blood. The next moment, Lu Ming was shocked. He saw bloodstains on the yellow dirt road. A pool of blood dyed the yellow mud road red. He could not tell that this was definitely not an illusion. There was really a pool of blood on the yellow mud road. The peak he had opened up a path leading to the universe sea on the door. It was a yellow muddy road, and there was blood on the yellow muddy road. Lu Ming was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing before. The nature of the yellow mud road should be the same as the cosmic bridges of others. They were both paths to the cosmic sea and should be formed by energy. However, why would there be blood on a yellow mud road formed by energy? Lu Ming suppressed the shock and doubt in his heart and focused on breaking through. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The starlight in the starry sky kept rushing toward Lu Ming as if it was real. Lu Ming has also broken through. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Dark Night Rose, and the others stopped cultivating to watch Lu Ming break through. Lu Ming bathed in the rich starlight. The starlight was a vast amount of energy, and it was incomparably pure. It kept pouring into Lu Ming's body and turning into forbidden energy. Lu Ming's strength kept increasing, and so did his forbidden energy. A few days later, Lu Ming's aura stabilized, and his cultivation completely stabilized at the first level of the Divine Master realm. Lu Ming felt that the forbidden energy in his body was surging. It was much stronger than when he was at the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. That yellow mud road, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the yellow mud road had become much clearer, and it led all the way to the depths of the door. It extended into the darkness without end. Suddenly, Lu Ming's figure appeared on the yellow mud road. Of course, this wasn't Lu Ming's real body, but the manifestation of Lu Ming's consciousness. It was formed by Lu Ming's consciousness. This yellow mud road feels so real. Lu Ming's consciousness landed on the yellow mud road, and he carefully observed it. It was too real. The yellow mud road was almost exactly the same as the real one, but it had a special aura that gave people an ancient and lonely feeling. It was as if it had crossed over from an ancient era to time and space. Or perhaps it gave people the illusion that they had returned to ancient times. Lu Ming stepped forward, arriving in front of the pool of blood. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain on his skin, as if he was being cut by a knife. His figure involuntarily retreated. This blood is real. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. He discovered that this blood was real blood, as if it had just been left behind by a terrifying creature. It contained terrifying killing intent. Just now, he had been forced to retreat by the terrifying killing intent in the blood. This was the yellow mud road that he had condensed. It was the road that led to the cosmic ocean, and he had complete control over it. However, something like this had happened, which made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. He felt that things were out of his control. What the hell was this thing that he had condensed? Whose blood was this? Why would it appear on the condensed path? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Let's ask Han Ming. Maybe he knows. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He dispersed his consciousness and restrained his aura. When he restrained his aura, the door on his body disappeared, and the yellow mud road in the door also disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Xianxia, Mid-Autumn Moon, and all the gods came over one after another to be happy for Lu Ming. Haha, little guy, you've finally broken through. Not bad, not bad. Your talent is really amazing. However, if you don't break through soon, these old bones of mine won't be able to hold on any longer. The Lord of the Heavenly Court laughed, and his voice was much louder. Obviously, he was also very happy to see Lu Ming break through. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lu Ming clasped his fists. I'm just the icing on the cake. The main thing is still up to you. By the way, what's condensed in your door? The Lord of the Heavenly Court asked. He was also very curious about this because he speculated that every forbidden body would condense a different path after breaking through to the Almighty Realm. Senior, it's like this. Lu Ming wanted to ask the Lord of the Heavenly Court, so he immediately explained his situation in detail. What? There are bloodstains? What's going on? After hearing this, the Lord of the Heavenly Court fell into deep thought. This situation was beyond his expectations. If it was just a yellow muddy road, he wouldn't be too surprised. However, there were bloodstains on the yellow muddy road that contained a terrifying killing intent. This shocked him. There's actually such a thing. I've never heard of it, nor have I seen any records of it in the ancient books. The Lord of the Heavenly Court frowned and looked at Lu Ming with both surprise and curiosity. Senior, you don't even know. Lu Ming's heart sank. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. Are there any other forbidden bodies after me that have reached the major success realm? Perhaps you can go and ask them. The Lord of the Heavenly Court said. The major success realm forbidden body he was talking about was a forbidden body that had reached the origin realm. In history, only 4 people had reached it. After I get out, it seems like I'll have to ask Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming pondered. Bam. Bam. Bam, at this moment, there was a violent rumble. The starry sky shook and then collapsed. Lu Ming and the others reappeared in the underground space. This was the sign that the Fortune Divine Formation had stopped operating. The bronze statues outside have collapsed a little more. I can hold on for another 2 months at most before I run out of fuel. Fortunately, you've broken through. Lu Ming, let's begin, the Lord of the Heavenly Court said. The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, said. His aura was weaker than before. Clearly, he was truly on the verge of death. All right. Senior, you can begin at any time. This junior won't resist. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming. Young master. Xianxia and Autumn Moon couldn't help but cry out. They were still worried even at this point. Lu Ming, why don't you just refuse? Let's kill our way out and fight to the death. The myriad gods shouted. You don't have to worry. Senior Han Ming is an expert who has dominated the universe for countless years. Why would he care about my insignificant body? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Little guy, don't try to goad me into action. However, you're right. I really don't want your body. Let's begin. As soon as the Lord of the Heavenly Court spoke, his body emitted light and his eyes became incomparably bright. However, his eyes soon dimmed. This was because a ball of energy had rushed out of the Lord of the Heavenly Court's body. This was the condensation and manifestation of the Lord of the Heavenly Court's essence, vitality, and spirit. It also carried half of the forbidden power. Naturally, the Lord of the Heavenly Court wouldn't enter Lu Ming's body entirely. His body was covered by the third reincarnation soul fire. The third reincarnation soul fire was extremely terrifying. If it entered Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming would probably be burned alive. The ball of energy was extremely fast. In a flash, it rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming didn't resist. He allowed the Lord of the Heavenly Court to do it. As soon as the Lord of the Heavenly Court entered Lu Ming's body, it took control of Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the half of the forbidden power seeped into every cell in Lu Ming's body. End of chapter. However, as soon as the taboo energy seeped into Lu Ming's cells, the taboo energy in his cells began to resist. It wanted to expel the taboo energy. However, the life soul was the master of the heavenly courts. After all, his cultivation level was extremely powerful. In the past, his realm was too high. His control of the taboo power was not something that Lu Ming could compare to. He soon found a balance. The two taboo energies coexisted peacefully and resonated with each other. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The resonance of the two taboo energies had completely stimulated the hidden power of the master of the heavenly court. Moreover, without the interference of the 3 lifetime soulfire, he could unleash even more power. Very good. Now we can go out. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, the ground above began to rumble, and a rift opened up in the ground. Above them, the heavenly human tribe powerhouses had been refining the protective array formation non-stop. After this period of refinement, more than half of the bronze statues had already exploded and collapsed. The remaining bronze statues were dull and lifeless, like ordinary pieces of metal. Even the 12 divine weapons were dimmed, and their auras were dispirited. It would not be long before they could completely refine the protective formation of the master of the heavenly court. Then, they would be able to find the master of the heavenly court, Lu Ming, and the others. Killing intent flashed in Yu Wu's eyes. Right at that moment, the ground began to rumble as a crack appeared on the altar. The altar began to split into 2 halves. Yu Wu and the others were stunned. The protective formation had not been completely refined. How could the altar open on its own? Could it be that the master of the heavenly court knew that he could not hold on for much longer and wanted to fight with his life on the line? Get ready, Yu Wu said as he silently retreated. He was about to face the master of the heavenly court, the master of the heavenly court. It was impossible for him not to be afraid. It was better to let the others deal with him. He's already at the end of his rope. There's no need to be afraid. I can kill him with 1 blow, said an old heavenly human powerhouse among the 12 powerhouses who had set up the formation. His domineering aura caused the void to tremble and distort. This person was a genuine Lord of Heaven-level figure, incomparably powerful. Hundreds of heavenly humans stared at the altar. Soon, a crack that was several meters wide appeared on the altar, and a figure stepped out from it. It's him. That brat has a forbidden body. Yiwu's eyes flashed with killing intent. The person who walked out was naturally Lu Ming. Following closely behind Lu Ming was Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shen. Behind Xianxia and the rest, Dark Night Rose, Di Jianni and the rest followed and stood in a row behind Lu Ming. So it's you little bastards. That old man Han Ming hasn't come out yet. Could it be that he's already exhausted and can't walk anymore? Is he waiting for death inside? Yiwu sneered. When he saw that it was only Lu Ming and the rest, he became bolder. He took a few steps forward and his cold killing intent pressed towards Lu Ming and the rest. However, he was stunned and his face was filled with astonishment. This was because he had discovered that Lu Ming and the rest had made a breakthrough in their cultivation. This shocked him. Less than 3 years ago, Lu Ming and the rest were only rank 9 Emperor God Realm cultivators. Now, they had reached the Divine Master Realm. If only 1 or 2 of them had reached the Divine Master Realm, he would not be surprised. After all, Lu Ming and the rest had been rank 9 Emperor God Realm cultivators and were not far away from the Divine Master Realm. In 3 years, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to make a breakthrough. However, Lu Ming and the rest had made a breakthrough. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Dark Night Rose, Di Jianni, Yin Jiuling, Ling Heng, and Xiao Wuji. A total of 9 people had made a breakthrough. The other 3 were slightly weaker and had not made a breakthrough yet. However, they were not far away from it. It was not normal for 9 people to make a breakthrough in one go. It seems like Han Ming did something. Han Ming must have paid a price for these people to make a breakthrough. However, does Han Ming think that it would be useful for these people to make a breakthrough? That's too naive. The Lord of Heaven sneered. 9 first-level divine masters were no different from 9 celestial thearchs in his eyes. He could kill them with a single slap. Boom, the Lord of Heaven took a step forward and a violent aura surged out. He was about to attack Lu Ming and the rest. Don't make a move first. You have to guard against Han Ming's counterattack before he dies. Leave these brats to me. Yiwu Dao called out to the heavenly monarch. At the same time, he took a step forward and walked towards Lu Ming and the rest. Very well. Lu Ming's eyes, or more accurately, Han Ming's eyes, looked at Yiwu Dao with a murderous look on his face. Kneel. Yiwu Dao swooped forward like a bird. He channeled half of his forbidden energy and combined it with his ultimate heavenly energy. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. He had used 90% of his strength in this punch. He was confident that even if Lu Ming had reached the Divine Master Realm, he would be severely injured by this punch. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Whoosh, his body trembled slightly and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he was near Yiwu Dao. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Yiwu Dao. Lu Ming's hand enlarged rapidly and collided with Yiwu Dao's fist energy. With a puff, Yiwu Dao's fist energy was extinguished like a weak candle flame. Lu Ming's hand did not stop there. He continued to grab at Yiwu Dao. Ah, impossible. Yiwu Dao screamed in horror. Yiwu Dao screamed in horror. He was in disbelief. His punch, which contained 90% of his strength, was easily broken by Lu Ming. How was this possible? He was shocked. He tried to retreat with all his strength, but he realized that he could not move. He was completely locked in place by Lu Ming's giant hand. No. Who are you? You can't be so powerful. Save me. Save me. Yiwu Dao screamed in shock. He did not believe that Lu Ming was so powerful. He was a peerless genius with great combat strength. Even if Lu Ming had the forbidden body, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. Yiwu Dao was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming, but he could not resist Lu Ming at all. It was impossible. The Divine Master Realm was not the Divine Emperor Realm or the Divine Emperor Realm. It was easy to overcome the difference of 2 levels. Before the Divine Master Realm, it was difficult to overcome even 1 level, let alone 2. Moreover, he was as weak as a little chick. This was completely impossible. Let go of Yi Wu Dao. The Lord of Heaven shouted and attacked Lu Ming with his palm. A heavenly monarch's attack was too terrifying. Xianxia, Anya rose, and the others' faces paled when they saw the terrifying palm energy. They felt that they would be killed easily in the face of this attack. The Lord of Heaven. Only those who stood at the peak of Divine Master could be called the Lord of Heaven. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. They were basically invincible below reciprocity. They were far too powerful for Lu Ming and the others to contend with. Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan's expressions changed drastically. They could not help but worry. Could the Lord of the Heavenly Court, who was controlling Lu Ming's body, really contend with the Lord of Heaven? If the Lord of the Heavenly Court was at his peak condition, they would not have any doubts. He could probably crush a Lord of Heaven with a single finger. However, the life soul of the Lord of the Heavenly Courts was already at the end of its life. Even if it controlled Lu Ming's body and made use of Lu Ming's taboo power to fuse their taboo bodies temporarily and unleash powerful potential, could it really contend with the Lord of Heaven? They really had no idea. Whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming struck out as well. He struck out with his palm, colliding with the Lord of Heaven's palm. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. After that, the two figures involuntarily drifted backwards. The Lord of Heaven retreated, and so did Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still held on to Yi Wu. He blocked it. Xianxia and the others were overjoyed. Yi Wu and the others from the heavenly human clan looked like they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had actually blocked an attack from a Lord of Heaven. It was like a fantasy. You're not that kid. Who are you? Shock flashed through the Lord of Heaven's eyes as he stared fixedly at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He focused on Yi Wu. A powerful suction force erupted from his palm and enveloped Yi Wu. Yi Wu let out a miserable shriek. He could feel that half of the forbidden power in his body was about to be sucked out. Yes, the taboo power that had originally fused with all the cells in his body was now constantly surging out of his cells. It gathered together and rushed out of his body towards Lu Ming. "Han Ming, you're Han Ming," Yi Wu roared in horror. He finally knew who the person in front of him was. It was definitely Han Ming. Only Han Ming could strip the forbidden power from his body so easily. Due to the fact that the two of them had grasped half of the taboo energy, they were of the same origin, making it easier for them to separate the taboo energy. If it had been anyone else, regardless of how high their cultivation was, it would have been difficult for them to do so. What? Han Ming, the rest of the heavenly human tribe cultivators were shocked by Yi Wu's cry, and they stared at Lu Ming in horror. Could it be that Lu Ming had already been possessed by the soul? That must be the case. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have become so terrifying? "Stop it, Han Ming!" The Lord of Heaven cultivator shouted and charged towards Lu Ming again. This time, he unleashed all of his strength. A halberd appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. The halberd contained a powerful heavenly annihilation power. Its power was terrifying and could destroy the world. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. His fingers moved quickly as he shouted, "Calamity of Chaos!" The next moment, a ray of divine light shot out from Lu Ming's finger and blasted towards the Lord of Heaven cultivator. Boom, the two of them collided for the second time. Just like before, both of them were pushed back violently. However, this time, the Lord of Heaven was pushed back less, while Lu Ming was pushed back more. Apparently, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Of course, this had to do with the fact that he was concentrating on extracting Yi Wu's taboo energy. At this moment, half of Yi Wu's taboo energy was about to be extracted. "Come out!" Lu Ming shouted and exerted force in his palm. With a whoosh, half of Yi Wu's taboo energy was completely extracted. It rushed into Lu Ming's body and merged with the taboo energy in Han Ming's body. Yi Wu's taboo energy originally belonged to Han Ming. The two of them were originally one. Now that they had returned, they merged perfectly. Yi Wu's eyes were filled with fear and despair. Now that Han Ming had extracted his taboo energy, the next step would be to kill him. However, Han Ming did not kill Yi Wu. Instead, he pressed his palm against Yi Wu's body. Yiwu's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, creating a large crater. Kill. The Heavenly Lord Realm powerhouse charged toward Lu Ming again. At the same time, the other members of the Heavenly Human tribe also launched their attacks. Numerous attacks surged toward Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming spat out coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. This aura was many times more powerful than the Lord of Heaven's aura. The attacks from the Heavenly Humans immediately collapsed when they were hit by this aura. Reciprocity, the Lord of Heaven narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled. It's too late for you to leave now. Han Ming shouted coldly. He slammed his palm into the air. In the next moment, a huge palm appeared above the Lord of Heaven's head and pressed down on him. No matter how the Lord of Heaven tried to block it, it was useless. When the palm pressed down, the Lord of Heaven let out a miserable shriek. His body exploded, and he died on the spot. An expert on the same level as the Lord of Heaven was killed just like that. The other Heavenly Humans were scared out of their wits. They felt a chill run down their spines. Let's go. In the next moment, some of the faster ones turned around and tried to escape. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, beams of divine light flew out. Pft. Pft. 7 or 8 Heavenly Humans were struck by the divine light. They turned to dust and dissipated in the air. Turned to dust. These Heavenly Humans were all 4th-layer Divine Masters or higher. They were also the ones who had set up the array to protect Han Ming. Now, they had all been killed by Han Ming. However, after killing these people, Han Ming did not continue to attack. Lu Ming's body glowed, and a ball of light shot out. It was Han Ming. He brought the strand of forbidden energy with him as he charged down the crack in the altar. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the bottom of the altar. A figure charged out. It was Han Ming himself. After obtaining the complete forbidden energy, Han Ming's strength skyrocketed. The 3 lifetime fire soul on his body seemed to have dimmed. It was suppressed by Han Ming's forbidden energy. Life Soul Origin Stone, gather. Han Ming shouted as he grabbed the air with his hand. Lu Ming immediately felt the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment in his mind fly out of his control. Ah! Lu Ming, save me! Shi Ling, who was in the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment, screamed. However, Lu Ming could not help him. The Life Soul Origin Stone fragment was completely out of his control. It was not only his. The Life Soul Origin Stone fragments on Anya Rose, Di Jenny, and Xiao Wuji also flew out and flew into Han Ming's hand. At the same time, the Life Soul Origin Stone fragments flew out of Yiwu's body. A total of more than 20 fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone flew into Han Ming's palm. In the end, they gathered into a complete crystal. This was a complete Life Spirit Origin Stone. It emitted a dazzling light that captured one's soul. A complete Life Spirit Origin Stone. Wait, no, Ling Yue. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He thought of Ling Yue. Ling Yue also had a fragment of the Life Spirit Origin Stone in her hands. Now, a complete Life Spirit Origin Stone had appeared. This meant that all the fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone had arrived. However, in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, Lu Ming did not meet Ling Yue. And just now, other than Lu Ming, Dark Knight Rose, and the others, the remaining fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone had all flown out from Yiwu's body. Didn't this mean that Ling Yue's Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment was also on Yiwu's body? Could it be that Ling Yue had also come to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, only to encounter a heavenly human race expert and be killed by him, and the fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone were taken away? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. He was panicking. He was really panicking. At this moment, the complete Life Spirit Origin Stone flew into the space between Han Ming's eyebrows. Immediately, strands of divine light spread out from Han Ming's body. The moment these divine lights appeared, the 3-world fire soul on the surface of his body became even dimmer. At the same time, his shriveled body became a little fuller, and his original appearance could be vaguely seen. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy physique. As his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with a domineering aura. My treasure has been buried here with me for countless years. Now, it's time for it to appear, the life spirit heavenly quartz lord whispered as his palm made a grabbing motion in the air. This time, the direction of his palm was the cracked altar. At this moment, in the underground space, the altar that Han Ming had been sitting cross-legged on exploded with a loud bang. 3 rays of light flew out from it and flew to Han Ming's surroundings, circling around him non-stop. Everyone saw that there were 3 treasures. The first was a ring. The second was a battle sword. The third was a set of armor. Every single one of the treasures exuded an extremely shocking aura. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes as their breathing quickened. Could these 3 treasures be the 3 most precious treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court? Legend had it that the Life Soul Heavenly Court had 4 supreme treasures. They were all top treasures in the primitive universe. With the addition of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone, wouldn't there be exactly 4 of them? The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, waved its hand. The battle sword and armor flew into his body and disappeared. Only the ring remained outside. I'll take the 9 Tribulations sword and 9 Tribulations armor with me. They're of great use to me. Lu Ming, I'll leave the Ancient Desolation ring to you. It'll be useful to you. Also, I'll leave these divine weapons to you. The voice of the Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, rang out. Before it finished speaking, it had already shot up into the sky, intending to leave this place. Senior, wait! Lu Ming shouted. He had one question that he had yet to ask, and that was about Ling Yue. He wanted to ask the master of the Life Soul Heavenly Court if Ling Yue was alright and if she had come with the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment. Lu Ming, hurry up and cultivate. We'll meet again. Han Ming's voice rang out in the sky. Then, his figure completely disappeared. Senior, no matter how Lu Ming called out, Han Ming did not respond. Only the Ancient Desolation ring was still floating in the air, emitting endless temptation. Many people's eyes fell on the Ancient Desolation ring. Dark night rose, Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling and hundreds of heavenly human tribesmen. Han Ming had only killed 7 or 8 of the strongest heavenly human tribesmen. He did not kill the rest of them. Although these heavenly human tribesmen were almost scared to death and ran away frantically, they did not run far away. They had clearly seen what had happened just now. At this moment, their eyes fell on the Ancient Desolation ring, revealing intense greed. Han Ming left? Yes, he left the Ancient Desolation ring. The Ancient Desolation ring is one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. We must get it. It's mine. Suddenly, hundreds of heavenly human tribesmen rushed towards the Ancient Desolation ring. They were not the only ones. Dark night rose, Di Jiani and the rest were the same. This Han Ming, at this moment, Lu Ming was speechless. It was fine that he did not answer his question. Before he left, he said that he wanted to give him the Ancient Desolation ring. However, why did he leave the Ancient Desolation ring in the sky for everyone to see? Was this a test for Lu Ming? Lu Ming could only suppress his worry for Ling Yue and shift his attention to the Ancient Desolation ring. No matter what, he must obtain a supreme treasure like the Ancient Desolation ring. Moreover, the Ancient Desolation ring was originally given to him by Han Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped hard on the ground and his body soared into the sky. He pounced toward the Chaos Ring at an alarming speed. At the same time, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and Wanshan also took action. They followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed towards the Ancient Desolation ring. They were not here to fight for the Ancient Desolation ring, but to help Lu Ming obtain the Ancient Desolation ring. Kill. Scram. Before they even arrived, all sorts of attacks were already flying towards the others. Lu Ming's group also faced a bunch of attacks, most of which came from the heavenly human tribesmen. 3 third-level divine lords. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that there were 3 third-level divine lords among the heavenly human tribesmen. Third-level divine lords of the heavenly human tribesmen were extremely powerful. Even though Lu Ming's group had already broken through to the divine lord realm, they still had to treat them with caution. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming shouted. A spear quickly condensed in his hand, turning into a dazzling ray of light that shot towards one of the third-level divine lords. Bang! The spear light trembled and was shattered. However, the third-level Divine Lord's attack was also blocked. Dark Knight rose, Xianxia and the others used their trump cards to block the attacks of the others. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. Without stopping, the Bingxian rod appeared and a massive amount of taboo energy surged into the Bingxian rod. The Bingxian rod expanded rapidly and charged toward one of the third-tier Divine Master experts. Boom! The third-level Divine Lord was sent flying like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth. One had to admit that third-level Divine Lords were truly powerful. They were much stronger than second-level Divine Lords. Even though Lu Ming had broken through to the Divine Lord realm, he still couldn't instantly kill them. The main reason was that the gap between each level of the Divine Lord realm was too great. For example, if the gap between each level of the Divine Lord realm was 1 point, then the gap between the 9th level of the God Emperor realm and the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm was 1.5 points. Although Lu Ming had broken through from the 9th level of the God Emperor realm to the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm, his ability to fight those above his level did not increase as much after reaching the Divine Lord realm. Of course, compared to the God Emperor realm, his improvement was still significant. This was because the gap between each level of the God Emperor realm was only about 0.2 points. When Lu Ming was at the 9th level of the God Emperor realm, he could easily suppress a 1st-level God Lord with his full strength, but he was no match for a 2nd-level God Lord. Even if he used the mysterious ice staff, he was no match for a 2nd-level God Lord, especially one from the celestial race. All he could do was flee. Thus, now that he had broken through to the 1st level of the God Lord realm, killing a 2nd-level God Lord wasn't difficult at all. It was even easier than killing a 1st-level God Lord when he was at the 9th level of the God Emperor realm. Even when facing a 3rd-level Divine Master, Lu Ming could easily suppress the other party. However, it would not be that easy to kill them. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and continued to attack. He was like an invincible god of war. The Bingxian cudgel swept out continuously. He was like an invincible god of war. Bam! Bam, bam. Lu Ming struck several celestial race experts in succession. A 2nd-level God Lord screamed as his body was torn apart and he died. 2 other 1st-level God Lords were also killed, their bodies and souls annihilated. The other celestial race experts felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't dare approach Lu Ming and retreated. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to the primordial ring. A devouring power enveloped the primordial ring. It was Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose suddenly appeared next to the primordial ring, her devouring power erupting as she tried to take the primordial ring. However, a black lotus shot toward her with astonishing power. Dark Knight Rose had no choice but to focus and block it. She sent the black lotus flying, but she also retreated. Dark Knight Rose, Han Ming left this primordial ring for Lu Ming. Do you want to take it? Xianxia coldly said as he took a step forward, pressing toward Dark Knight Rose. This primordial ring doesn't recognize Lu Ming as its master. Anyone who sees it has a share. Dark Knight Rose replied. She transformed into the heaven-devouring rose and exchanged several blows with Xianxia. The two of them were very familiar with each other, so it was naturally not that easy to determine the victor. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Instead, the other 2 third-stage Divine Master Heavenly Humans charged toward the Chaos Ring. No one could stop them. Wan Shen, Autumn Moon, Emperor Jenny, and the others were all sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the mysterious ice staff pressed down on the 2 third-layer Divine Master Celestial Race powerhouses with the momentum of Mount Tai. The mysterious ice rod was so huge that it filled the entire sky. It was like a vast mountain range as it crossed the void and blasted toward the 2 third-level Divine Master Heavenly Humans. The 2 third-level Divine Master Heavenly Humans were sent flying. Lu Ming was unstoppable. With a few flashes, he appeared beside the Great Desolate Ring. He reached out and grabbed the Great Desolate Ring. Damn it! When the Heavenly Human tribe saw that Lu Ming had obtained the Chaos Ring, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. After the Dark Knight Rose and Xianxia exchanged a blow, they separated. When they looked at Lu Ming, they were very jealous and envious. This was one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. The master of the life spirit heavenly court had taken away the other three supreme treasures. Only the chaos ring remained. Now, the only supreme treasure was in Lu Ming's hands. Buzz, suddenly, powerful ripples came from the ground below as powerful auras spread out. Following this, 10 or so rays of light shot out in all directions. It's the guardian divine weapons of the life spirit heavenly court. After them. I must get one. Everyone was alarmed and chased after those beams of light. These beams of light were the 12 guardian divine weapons. Everyone's attention had been completely drawn to the chaos ring, so they had almost forgotten about the 12 guardian divine weapons. At this moment, the 12 guardian divine weapons began to vibrate on their own, as if they wanted to break through the air. Everyone finally reacted and flew toward the 12 divine weapons. Autumn Moon had her eyes on a soft whip. She flew up and pounced toward it. Wanshan pounced toward a halberd. Xianxia pounced toward a silver mace. Lu Ming pounced toward a long spear. The others, such as Dark Knight Rose and Di Jianni, also had their own weapons and pounced toward them. For example, Di Jianni naturally had his eyes on a battle sword. The heavenly human tribe's 3rd tier and 2nd tier divine master experts also pounced toward the weapons. There were a total of 12 guardian divine weapons. Many people had their eyes on each of them and were fighting over them. Of course, the heavenly human tribe had the most people. Many heavenly human tribe members had their eyes on each of the guardian divine weapons. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent cold. He did not show any mercy as he swung his mysterious ice rod. Rod shadows appeared and blasted toward the heavenly human tribe members. There was no 3rd tier divine master among them. The strongest one was only a 1st tier divine master. The others were all 9th tier divine masters. How could they stop Lu Ming? Under the rod shadows, these heavenly human tribe experts exploded one by one, their souls scattering. This wave of attacks killed dozens of heavenly human tribe members, including the 1st tier divine master expert. The others were terrified and did not dare to compete with Lu Ming. They quickly retreated and rushed toward the other guardian divine weapons. Lu Ming grabbed the long spear with one hand. Great! Lu Ming was delighted. He swung the long spear a few times and felt that it was very comfortable. The long spear was still more comfortable. He had been using the long spear all this time. He had no choice in the past as he did not have a suitable long spear weapon. He could only make do with the mysterious ice rod. In fact, the mysterious ice rod was not as comfortable as the long spear. Moreover, his first move, the sky-breaking move, was a spear technique. With the mysterious ice rod, it was very difficult to unleash its power. However, with this long spear, it was different. The heaven-breaking style could unleash a very strong power. However, he had not refined it yet, so he could not use it. Lu Ming put the long spear away. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming looked in the direction of Autumn Moon, his face darkening. Autumn Moon's opponent was a 3rd tier divine master expert of the heavenly human tribe. Autumn Moon was no match for a 3rd tier divine master expert. Autumn Moon had broken through to the divine master realm, and with her strength, she could easily suppress a 2nd tier divine master. However, she lacked a source-level divine weapon. In terms of fighting strength, there was still a big gap between her and Wanshan, Xianxia, and Dark Knight Rose. She was no match for a 3rd tier divine master. Bam! Autumn Moon coughed up blood and retreated into the distance. The 3rd tier divine master of the heavenly human tribe waved his hand, sweeping up the soft whip and putting it into his storage ring. Then his figure flashed as he charged at Autumn Moon, unleashing a destructive sword light. He wanted to exterminate Xiaoyu. You're courting death. Lu Ming roared as he activated the greater extreme light art. His body seemed to turn into an aurora, and in a flash, he appeared near Autumn Moon and swept out with the mysterious ice rod. Clang! The mysterious ice rod shattered the opponent's destructive sword light, and the attack did not stop as it continued to bombard the opponent. The opponent was sent flying like a cannonball, coughing up blood. Lu Ming injured a 3rd-level divine master heavenly human with one move. His figure did not stop at all as he continued to charge toward the other party. This person had wanted to kill Qiu Moon, so Lu Ming had placed him on his must-kill list. The 3rd-level divine lord paled and hastily retreated into the midst of the other heavenly humans. He wanted to use the other heavenly humans as a shield. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging as he pushed forward. The heavenly humans in his way exploded, their bodies and souls annihilated. Lu Ming's speed was not affected at all, and he quickly closed the distance between him and the heavenly human expert. Swish, with all his strength, Lu Ming threw out the mysterious ice staff. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The mysterious ice staff pierced through space, whistling through the air as it smashed toward the other party. Fast, it was too fast. The other party did not even have time to dodge, so he could only do his best to block. The power of a third-level Divine Lord was fully unleashed. The heavenly annihilation power, one of the strongest heavenly powers, was fully unleashed, transforming into a gray sword light that slashed at the mysterious ice staff. Boom, there was a heaven-shaking explosion as boundless energy erupted from the point of collision, spreading out in all directions. Some of the heavenly humans with weaker cultivations who had not retreated in time were killed in midair. Then, a figure retreated, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. It was the third-level Divine Lord of the heavenly human race. Heaven Sundering style. The moment Lu Ming threw out the mysterious ice staff, he used the Heaven Sundering style. As the heavenly human expert retreated, Lu Ming's attack also erupted. Swish, his entire body transformed into a spear of light that pierced through space, thrusting toward the third-level Divine Lord of the heavenly human race. This person had just been injured by Lu Ming and was forced to retreat. There was no way he could dodge or resist. The spear gleam transformed from Lu Ming's body pierced through the man's glabella. The terrifying power not only destroyed his sea of consciousness and soul, but it also destroyed his dantian completely, killing a third-tier Divine Master expert. Lu Ming rushed over. The spear light disappeared, and his figure reappeared. He was already holding a storage ring in his hand. It was the storage ring of the heavenly human race cultivator. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared beside Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, are you okay? Lu Ming asked with concern. Young master, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Thank you for saving me. Chiao Autumn Moon said. At this moment, her complexion was much better. She was no longer pale. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Here. Lu Ming said as he handed the storage ring of the heavenly human tribe member to Autumn Moon. Then, he looked around at the battle situation. At this moment, Xianxia and Wan Shen had both obtained the divine weapons they wanted. With their fighting strength, this was not surprising. Both of them were in control of powerful weapons like origin-grade divine weapons. If they unleashed their full power, it would be easy for them to kill a heavenly human expert of the second level of the Divine Master realm. They could even fight a heavenly human expert of the third level of the Divine Master realm. If Xianxia used his origin energy and unleashed his strongest attack, even third-level Divine Lord heavenly human race experts would not be his match. On the other side, Dark Knight Rose, Di Jiani, Ling Heng, and Yin Jiuling all obtained the divine weapons they wanted. There were also 2 third-stage Divine Lord experts from the celestial race who had obtained a divine weapon each. In this way, there were only 2 divine weapons left out of the 12. A group of people surrounded the last 2 divine weapons and fought crazily. At this moment, Xianxia, Wan Shen, Dark Knight Rose, and the 2 third-level Divine Lord heavenly human race experts all rushed toward the last 2 divine weapons. Swish, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the last 2 divine weapons like a beam of light. Oh no! Seeing Lu Ming charging toward them, all of the heavenly human race experts were shocked. Lu Ming's fighting strength was too strong. Everyone had seen how he had killed the third-level Divine Lord heavenly human race expert. No one present was Lu Ming's match. The heavenly human race experts were furious and unwilling to accept this. If not for the fact that the 4th-level Divine Lord heavenly race experts had been killed by the Life Spirit Master of the Heavenly Court, any one of them could easily suppress Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so arrogant now? But now, they had no choice but to retreat when they saw Lu Ming charging toward them. Set up the formation to deal with them, roared a third-level Divine Lord heavenly human race expert. He wanted to set up the 9 heavens battle formation to deal with Lu Ming's group. The heavenly human race had nearly 4 Divine Lord heavenly human race experts and more than 200 ninth-level Divine Lord heavenly race experts. After setting up the 9 heavens battle formation, its power would be astonishing. The heavenly human race experts immediately began to set up the formation. Great sealing art. Lu Ming thrust out his palm. Dense runes covered the void and intertwined together to form ribbons that climbed up the bodies of the heavenly human race experts and sealed them. Heavenly Demon Field. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. He used the heavenly demon field to envelop the heavenly human race experts and prevent them from setting up the formation. The heavenly human race experts were greatly restricted by the heavenly demon field. For a moment, they couldn't set up the 9 heavens battle formation. Suddenly, the expressions of Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others changed. Because a terrifying force suddenly came from the ground, crushing toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. It was a fist energy formed by countless tiny lightning bolts. It was the power of heavenly punishment. Wherever the fist energy passed, the void collapsed. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He waved the mysterious ice rod and attacked. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. He controlled the origin-grade divine weapon, Black Lotus, and it pressed down like a mountain. Boom! Boom! The 2 weapons collided with the fist energy of heavenly punishment. However, the result was that the 2 weapons shook violently and were thrown into the air. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also thrown into the air by the strong recoil. Lu Ming retreated for 100 miles before he steadied himself. He waved his hand and the mysterious ice rod returned to his hand. However, his qi and blood were in turmoil. Xianxia was in a worse condition. Her face was pale and blood was seeping out of the corner of her mouth. She was clearly injured. Yi Wu! Lu Ming muttered. His face was gloomy. At this moment, a burly figure stepped into the air and slowly rose to the sky. This person was Yi Wu. Lord Yi Wu! It's Lord Yi Wu! That's great! Lord Yi Wu is fine. Ha ha ha, we can turn the tables. The heavenly human race experts were ecstatic when they saw Yi Wu. Previously, Yi Wu was captured by the life spirit of the heavenly court. Half of his forbidden energy was extracted and he was smashed to the ground. Everyone thought that Yi Wu had been killed by the life spirit of the heavenly court. Now, it seemed that Yi Wu was fine. He wasn't injured at all and his aura was still very strong. What is Han Ming thinking? Is he really trying to test me? Lu Ming was speechless when he saw Yi Wu. He was willing to bet that Han Ming had done this on purpose. With Han Ming's cultivation base, there was no way he didn't know that Yi Wu was still alive. He must have let him go on purpose. There were other heavenly humans as well. With Han Ming's strength, it would be easy for him to kill them all. However, he only killed 7 or 8 of the strongest heavenly humans. This was definitely on purpose. Otherwise, he could have just given the Chaos Ring to Lu Ming. He even said it so loudly so that everyone could hear. It was hard to understand why someone like Han Ming would do things so strangely. At this moment, Han Ming's gaze fell on Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, and the others. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He was indeed injured by Han Ming earlier, but he didn't know why Han Ming didn't kill him. In fact, Han Ming didn't even seriously injure him. He had been healing himself on the ground. Of course, there was another reason why he waited until now to make a move. He was afraid. He was afraid that Han Ming wouldn't go far. He was afraid that Han Ming would suddenly come back. Until just now, he finally made a move. Firstly, Han Ming had been gone for a while and hadn't shown up. He must have really left. Secondly, if he didn't make a move, Lu Ming and the others would have taken all the treasures. First, it was the Chaos Ring. Now, it was the sacred weapon. Both of them were precious treasures. If Lu Ming and the others got the treasures and left, he would vomit blood. Therefore, he couldn't help but make a move. Meanwhile, the other heavenly humans weren't just standing around. Just now, Lu Ming and Xianxia were sent flying by Yi Wu. Naturally, the Great Seal and Heavenly Demon territory were broken. The heavenly humans moved quickly and set up 9 battle formations. Kill! The heavenly humans shouted. They formed a huge battle sword and slashed at Anya Rose, Wan Shen, and the others. Anya Rose, Wan Shen, and the others wanted to take the last two sacred weapons. Their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't care less about the sacred weapons. They quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Following this, the celestial race's 9 heavens battle formation released a powerful energy and grabbed at the last two divine weapons. The celestial race put away the last two divine weapons and temporarily placed them in the hands of 2 third-layer divine lord experts. Now that Han Ming isn't here, who can save you? Yiwu swept his cold gaze over Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest. In the end, his gaze landed on Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, greed, and desire. No, maybe all of this is a blessing and not a curse for me. I already have enough experience in fusing with taboo energy. I'll capture you, bring you back to the heavenly palace, and extract your taboo energy. Then I'll be able to fuse with a complete taboo energy, ha ha ha. Yiwu sneered. He took a step toward Lu Ming. His aura became stronger and stronger. Boom. Boom, he punched out with both fists. The heavenly punishment energy turned into fist energy and bombarded Lu Ming and Xianxia. Ha, Lu Ming shouted. He waved the obsidian staff and attacked continuously. The sky was filled with staff shadows. Xianxia also attacked with all his strength. He controlled the Black Lotus. The petals of the Black Lotus flew out. Each petal turned into a powerful weapon and flew toward Yiwu. The attacks of the two sides collided in the air, creating a violent shockwave. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were still no match for Yiwu. They were forced to retreat. This guy is really strong. Even without the forbidden energy, Lu Ming's mind raced. Yiwu was definitely a top genius. He was extremely powerful. If he was in the Divine Emperor realm, his combat strength would not be weaker than the average heavenly princess. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully fuse with half of the forbidden energy. Therefore, although he was also a third-level divine master, his combat strength was much stronger than the other third-level divine masters of the heavenly human tribe. On the other side, the 9 heavens battle formation set up by the other heavenly human tribe members did not stay idle. They formed a huge heavenly human tribe king. He held a huge battle sword. When he swung the battle sword, the sky was filled with sword energy. The sword energy slashed toward Anya Rose, Di Jiani, Wan Shen, and Autumn Moon. Other than Xianxia and Lu Ming, everyone was enveloped in the sword energy. Anya Rose, Wan Shen, and the others gave up fighting and joined forces. However, they were still no match for Yiwu. They were forced to retreat. On Anya Rose's side, one of the geniuses was careless and had his forehead pierced by a sword energy. He died instantly. A top genius was killed just like that. The 9 heavens battle formation of the heavenly human tribe contained 2 third-level divine masters, 7 second-level divine masters, and nearly 200 ninth-level divine emperors. These were all seniors who had cultivated for many years and were very powerful. When they set up the 9 heavens battle formation together, its power was even more shocking. It was not something that Anya Rose and the others could fight against. Seeing this, Yiwu's smile widened. So what if you have the treasure? In the end, it will fall into my hands. Little bastards, I'll send you on your way. Yiwu sneered. A gray energy appeared on his left hand. This was the heavenly extermination energy. Obviously, Yiwu also controlled 2 types of heavenly powers. He held the heavenly punishment energy in one hand and the heavenly extermination energy in the other. He charged toward Lu Ming and Xianxia again. Battle Character Manual, 8 times combat strength. Lu Ming shouted in his mind. In his sea of consciousness, the Battle Character Manual gave off a hazy glow. The power in Lu Ming's body increased by another notch. This was 8 times the combat strength of the Battle Character Manual. That's right. For such a long time, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only been focused on comprehending his secret skills and improving his cultivation level. Whenever he had time, he would also comprehend the Battle Character Manual. He could have triggered the Battle Character Manual to increase his combat strength by 7 times a long time ago. Even if the Battle Character Manual increased his combat strength by 8 times, there was still a 10% chance of triggering it. He had been trying to trigger it earlier and had finally succeeded. Boom, the mysterious ice rod became extremely large and smashed toward Yiwu. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. The heavenly punishment energy and heavenly extermination energy collided with the mysterious ice rod and the black lotus, turning the void into a chaotic mess. The energy blasted the ground, causing it to explode continuously. The ancient buildings crumbled one after another. If the Life Spirit Heavenly Court had been at its peak, their attack power would not have been able to destroy the buildings or cause any damage. However, after such a long time, the Life Spirit Heavenly Court had become much weaker and was about to decay. But soon, Xianxia retreated, blood flowing from his mouth. Although Lu Ming had blocked most of the force, Yiwu's combat strength had increased after using 2 types of heavenly powers. He was no longer someone Xianxia could fight against. Even Lu Ming's blood was boiling. On the other side, Wan Shen, Autumn Moon, and the others were in even more danger. They had been forced to the point where they could not fight back. All they could do was defend. Moreover, even if they defended, they did not feel like they could last much longer. Xianxia, come and help us. Otherwise, if we die, you won't be able to leave either. Dark Knight Rose shouted. She and Xianxia could only fight against the 9 Heavens battle formation if they worked together. They couldn't fight against the heavenly human race's 9 Heavens battle formation alone. Xianxia hesitated. She wanted to stay and help Lu Ming, but on the other side, the 10,000 gods and Autumn Moon were in danger. If she didn't work together with Dark Knight Rose, the 10,000 gods and Autumn Moon would be in danger. Little Qing, go and work with her. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia. But this guy, Xianxia looked at Yiwu. Yiwu was too strong. She was afraid that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to stop him alone. Don't worry. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. I might even be able to kill him. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Of course, it wasn't Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu was only at the 9th level of the Divine God realm. Lu Ming wouldn't let him fight. As for Gu Mo, he couldn't help much either. His trump card was his origin energy and the second move of his self-created secret technique, the Desolate style. There was also the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming would take out the purple copper coffin if he couldn't do it. However, the purple copper coffin was too strange. Ever since his past self was sucked into the purple copper coffin, he had been traumatized by it. He didn't want to take out the purple copper coffin unless he had no other choice. Also, taking out the purple copper coffin at the drop of a hat would not help him train. Seeing Lu Ming's confident expression, Xianxia finally nodded and flew toward Dark Knight Rose. You still want to help? Do you think I'm not here? Yiwu shouted coldly. A battle sword appeared in his hand. It was also a top-tier divine weapon. He slashed it towards Xianxia. However, Lu Ming had his eyes on Yiwu from the start. As soon as Yiwu moved, Lu Ming moved as well. He swept the Bingxian staff horizontally and blocked Yiwu's sword. You still want to stop Xiaoqing? Do you think I don't exist? Lu Ming followed suit and said coldly. Ha ha ha. Yiwu laughed coldly and said, so what if we let her go? Would they be able to fight against the 9 Heavens battle formation with her help? How naive. However, he was immediately rendered speechless. This was because Xianxia had already arrived and was cooperating with Dark Knight Rose to perform a joint attack. A black lotus and a heaven-devouring rose, one on top and one on the bottom, exploded with astonishing field energy, enveloping the entire 9 Heavens battle formation. The power of the field energy had an incomparably powerful destructive power. Ordinary experts would be turned into ashes in an instant if they were inside it. Now, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose had both broken through to the Divine Master Realm. They were the first to break through to the Divine Master Realm, which meant that they had cultivated in the Divine Creation formation for hundreds of years after breaking through to the Divine Master Realm. Their cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Although they hadn't broken through to the second level of the Divine Master Realm, they had almost reached the peak of the first level. Now, the joint attack that the two of them performed was even more terrifying. It was many times stronger than when they were in the Divine Emperor realm. If a third-level heavenly human expert was enveloped by the joint attack, he would be killed in an instant. Even a fourth-level divine master would be injured or even killed if they were enveloped by the joint attack. Therefore, the nine heavens battle formation of the heavenly human tribe kept shaking. The heavenly human tribe king kept swinging his battle sword, but he couldn't break through the joint attack of the two. The two of them were in a stalemate. The others heaved a sigh of relief and had time to catch their breath. Yiwu was dumbfounded. Although he knew that Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose had a joint attack, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then, he exploded with killing intent. "I'll kill you first, then I'll break their joint attack." Yiwu shouted and charged at Lu Ming. The two supreme heavenly powers were activated to the extreme. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He waved the obsidian staff and charged at Yiwu. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged rapid blows. Lu Ming kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it wasn't a one-sided battle. He could barely block Yiwu's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Primitive style. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming used the primitive style. A boundless continent suddenly appeared, exuding a vast and majestic aura. It pressed down on Yiwu. Boom! Yiwu held the combat sword in his hand and slashed at the continent, causing a deafening explosion. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the continent. Finally, it exploded with a bang. However, the Great Desolation style was made up of all kinds of secret arts, and it was modeled after the Great Desolation era. It contained the boundless might of the Great Desolation era, and when it burst forth, it was so powerful that even Yiwu was forced to retreat. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and stepped into the void. The obsidian staff flew out of his hand and smashed toward Yiwu. As for Lu Ming, he continued to use the primeval style to attack Yiwu. The continent continued to condense and covered a large area of the void. It was like a world, pressing down on Yiwu. Mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen on the continent. It was a breathtaking sight and contained infinite power. Yiwu's face was solemn. He shouted and pushed his strength to the extreme. The two supreme heavenly powers intertwined and activated the combat sword to fight Lu Ming. However, Yiwu's combat strength at its peak was not wasted. Half of the taboo energy in his body was drained, which had a great impact on him. Otherwise, with his combat strength, Lu Ming would not be able to fight him who was 2 levels above him. However, Lu Ming could do it now. The two of them exchanged another blow. They were evenly matched and retreated. Then, they clashed again. "I have to end this quickly. I have to catch him off guard," Lu Ming thought to himself. Whether it was activating the obsidian staff or the primitive style, it consumed a lot of taboo energy. Although he had reached the Divine Master realm and his combat strength had increased tremendously, he could not withstand such consumption. However, if he wanted to defeat Yiwu, he had to catch him off guard. He only had one chance, and that was the origin energy. Primitive style. Lu Ming bellowed and launched another primeval style. After exchanging a blow with Yiwu, he retreated continuously. At the same time, the Bingxian rod also flew back. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the Bingxian rod. He then threw it out abruptly. When Lu Ming threw out the Bingxian rod this time, he infused the power of origin in the origin seed into the Bingxian rod. However, it did not explode. While throwing out the mysterious ice rod, Lu Ming arched his body and shot toward Yiwu like a beam of rainbow light. His hands moved at lightning speed, activating the primeval style. The obsidian staff was about to hit Yiwu's head. Yiwu swung his combat sword and slashed at the obsidian staff. Just like before, Yiwu did not use his full strength. He wanted to use more of his strength to deal with Lu Ming's next move. However, the origin seed in the obsidian staff exploded. End of chapter. The origin energy was hidden in the obsidian staff. It only erupted when the obsidian staff clashed with Yiwu's sword. The origin energy ignited a sliver of the obsidian staff's power, causing it to skyrocket. The obsidian staff was one of the best source-grade divine weapons. Lu Ming and the others couldn't unleash the true power of the source-grade divine weapon. They could only unleash a sliver of its power. Source-grade divine weapons contained origin imprints. Only reciprocity cultivators could unleash their true power. This was because Origin Realm existences could control Origin energy. Lu Ming's control over Origin energy was too weak. He could only unleash a sliver of the Obsidian Staff's power, but it was enough. The Obsidian Staff unleashed a shocking power that shattered Yi Wu's attack. The sword in Yi Wu's hand was also a source-grade divine weapon, but it trembled and flew out of his hand. Spurt, Yi Wu's body shook violently. He was sent flying like a meteor as he coughed up blood. His arms had exploded from the recoil of the weapon. His body was also injured in many places. His neck was broken. Not only that, but the Obsidian Staff also contained a terrifying power of ice. It covered his entire body, trying to freeze him. Block it. Block it. Block it for me. Yi Wu roared as he unleashed the heavenly force in his body to block the terrifying power of ice. However, Lu Ming's follow-up attack arrived at the same time. He used the primeval desolation style. A continent formed and crashed down on Yi Wu. Despair filled Yi Wu's eyes. He could only watch as the continent crashed down on him. He couldn't stop it. Boom, Yi Wu was hit by the continent. He screamed as his body slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Yi Wu wasn't dead yet, but he was severely injured. His body was in tatters. His foundation had been damaged. The universe bridge in his dantian had many cracks, so he couldn't muster any strength. He couldn't fight anymore. However, Lu Ming was still worried. He swooped down and used the Great Sealing technique to seal Yi Wu. Only then did he rush to the battlefield where Xianxia and the others were fighting. How is this possible? At this moment, the heavenly humans were extremely shocked. Lu Ming had actually defeated Yi Wu. They were well aware of how talented Yi Wu was. If Yi Wu hadn't spent so much time and energy to fuse with the forbidden power, his cultivation level would have been higher than the third-level Divine Master realm. Such a powerful person had actually been defeated by Lu Ming, a first-layer Divine Master. This shattered their understanding of the world. The members of the heavenly human tribe were shocked, while Xianxia, the myriad god tribe, and the others were overjoyed. Boom, Lu Ming made his move. He wielded the obsidian staff and attacked the heavenly human tribe's 9 heavens battle formation. When the mysterious ice staff entered the range of Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose's combined attack, it did not affect him at all. Of course, this was controlled by Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose. Then, the mysterious ice staff crashed into the heavenly human tribe monarch formed by the 9 heavens battle formation. With a loud boom, the heavenly human tribe monarch's body shook violently, and the light on his body dimmed. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose took advantage of this and attacked the heavenly human tribe monarch. The light on the heavenly human tribe monarch grew dimmer and dimmer, as if he would collapse at any moment. Steady, steady, you must steady yourself. Attack with all your might. Charge toward the east. The 2 third-level Divine Master heavenly humans roared. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others had exceeded their expectations. Now, they could only rely on the 9 heavens battle formation. Without the 9 heavens battle formation, they were no match for Lu Ming and the others. They would be crushed mercilessly. All the heavenly human tribe members roared angrily. They burned the power of heaven and activated the 9 heavens battle formation with all their might. The light on the heavenly human tribe monarch brightened again. Boom, at this time, Lu Ming attacked again. The mysterious ice staff struck down, causing the heavenly human tribe monarch to tremble violently. Among them, the 9th-level divine gods trembled violently and some even spat out blood. They had to defend against Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose's combined attack and Lu Ming's attack at the same time. It was too difficult. At the same time, Wan Shen, Autumn Moon, Di Jianni, and the others also attacked the 9 heavens battle formation with all their might. Although their combat strength was not as strong as Lu Ming's, they still brought great pressure to the heavenly human tribe. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not speak. He only activated the mysterious ice staff and attacked continuously. The heavenly human tribe members burned the power of heaven and fought with all their might. However, their power of heaven was limited. Especially the 9th-level divine gods of the heavenly human tribe. They could not even withstand the rebounding power. Their faces were pale and blood was seeping out of the corners of their mouths. The power in their bodies was getting weaker and weaker. Break! Lu Ming let out a long cry and made a move with all his might. At the same time, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose also used all their strength to maximize the power of their combined attack. Boom! This time, the huge body of the Heavenly Human King that was formed by the Heavenly Human King directly exploded. Many cultivators of the 9th grade Supreme God layer gave horrible shrieks. Their bodies exploded and they died. There were close to 209th layer God Emperor experts of the Heavenly Human clan, and at least 50 of them had died. The others were also injured. The 9 heavens battle formation had been broken. However, at this moment, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose also trembled. Blood flowed out of their mouths as they staggered backward. The two of them had been using their combined attack with all their strength. After persisting for so long, they had reached the end of their rope. The energy in their bodies was about to be exhausted. With the disappearance of the joint attack, the heavenly humans seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. Run! Spread out! Many heavenly humans roared. The remaining 150 to 60 heavenly human tribe powerful beings fled in all directions. You want to leave? Stay. Stop them. The 10,000 deities, Autumn Moon, and the others shouted as they chased after the heavenly humans. Try to keep them alive. I have something to ask them, Lu Ming said to the 10,000 deities and the others. His body did not stop as he charged at the 2 third-layer divine masters. The 2 third-layer divine masters paled as they fled in 2 different directions. Humph. None of you can escape from me. Lu Ming snorted as he threw the obsidian staff at one of the third-layer divine masters. The obsidian staff tore through the void with incredible speed. It caught up to the third-layer divine master in an instant and swung it at his body. Now that Lu Ming had activated the battle incantation, his combat strength had increased by 8 times. His strength was at its peak and he was able to fight Yi Wu. The third-tier divine master heavenly human was unable to withstand the blow. He was sent flying by the cudgel and smashed into the ground in the distance. His body was severely damaged by the powerful force and he was sealed in ice by a gust of cold energy. As for Lu Ming himself, he had caught up with another third-level divine master expert. End of this chapter. Lu Ming caught up with the other third-tier divine master expert and directly used the heaven-breaking move, piercing through the person's dantian and crippling his cultivation. The 2 third-level divine master realm experts from the heavenly human tribe were killed instantly. They couldn't resist Lu Ming's attack at all. Not far away, Anya Rose, Di Jiani, Ling Heng, and the others saw this and their faces were solemn. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ming's fighting power is getting more and more terrifying. No one can stop him. If Yi Qiuxian can't catch up, he will be left behind. It's the sorrow of other geniuses to be born in the same era as him. Ling Heng sighed. He was originally the number 1 on the universe genius list, overlooking countless geniuses in the universe. Not many of the previous number 1 on the universe genius list were as powerful as him. He used to be confident that he wouldn't be afraid even if it was the heavenly human tribe's heavenly princess. In the history of the universe, how many people could fight against the heavenly sons and heavenly daughters? He was high-spirited and thought that there were only a handful of people in the universe who could match him. He could only look for them in the heavenly human tribe. However, the battle in Taishang Immortal City had a huge impact on him. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, Wan Shen, one after another, they weren't from the heavenly human tribe but they displayed terrifying strength. All of them were stronger and more powerful than him. In addition, Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others were all outstanding geniuses in the universe. They weren't any weaker than him. This made him realize that he had been a frog in a well. That was why he joined Dark Knight Rose in the end, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Now that he saw Lu Ming's fighting power, he felt a sense of helplessness. How could he catch up with such a freak? How could he surpass him? Crack! Di Jiani clenched his fists and his face was filled with unwillingness. Lu Ming's rise is unstoppable. Don't offend him in the future. Now, let's leave quickly. This place has nothing to do with us. Dark Knight Rose's voice rang in Di Jiani, Ling Heng, Yin Jiuling, and the others' ears. Then, their figures flickered and disappeared. Lu Ming knew that Dark Knight Rose and the others had left, but he didn't stop them. After Lu Ming suppressed the two third-layer Divine Master existences, he didn't stop at all. He continued to attack the other members of the heavenly human race. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly humans were crushed to the ground like raindrops, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Ming didn't kill these heavenly humans. He still had questions for them. Myriad God and Autumn Moon joined forces to suppress the heavenly human tribe members. Because Xianxia had lost too much power, he was already powerless to attack. However, he was still able to protect himself. A heavenly human tribe cultivator wanted to take Xianxia as a hostage, but he was killed by her with a single strike. The other members of the heavenly human tribe could only give up on the idea. However, there were too many people from the heavenly human tribe. There were a total of 150 to 60 of them who were fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming, Wan Shen, and Qiu Yu could not suppress all of them. In the end, about 50 heavenly human tribe members were suppressed. They were severely injured and couldn't move. The other members of the heavenly human tribe had fled. Swoosh, Lu Ming landed in front of a third-tier Divine Master Elder. He grabbed the air with his hand and grabbed the storage ring of the Elder. He remembered that this person had obtained 2 divine weapons of the Divine Hall. He scanned the storage ring with his spiritual consciousness. As expected, he saw 2 divine weapons in the storage ring. The Elder looked at Lu Ming in horror. He knew that since he had fallen into Lu Ming's hands, his fate wouldn't be good. Therefore, he didn't beg for mercy. "You're a smart person. Now that you've fallen into my hands, only death awaits you. However, if you honestly answer a few of my questions, I can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you won't be able to die even if you want to," Lu Ming said coldly. "Ask away. If I can answer, I will naturally answer. If I can't, even if I want to die, I won't answer," the third-layer Divine Master said. "I won't answer," the third-layer Divine Master expert said. Those who had lived to this age and reached this level of cultivation all had extremely firm wills. "Alright. Let me ask you. Have you seen this woman before?" Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman glowed, and a portrait appeared in the air. It was a woman. Naturally, it was Ling Yue. From the looks of it, she's from the fairy race. This woman looks familiar. Right, she seems to be the fairy princess. The third-layer Divine Master Heavenly Human muttered. Lu Ming's heart sank. "You've seen her before? I mean, have you seen her in the Life Soul Heavenly Court?" "I've seen her portrait in the Dream Divine Jade, but I've never seen her in the Life Soul Heavenly Court." The third-layer Divine Master shook his head. "You've never seen her before? But her Life Soul Origin Stone Fragment is in the hands of the Celestial race," Lu Ming said coldly. "I've been setting up a protective array to refine the Life Soul Origin Stone Fragment. Those who went to seize it were first-layer Divine Masters and second-layer Divine Masters, as well as God Emperors. If you want to ask this, you can ask them." The third-layer Divine Master Tao of Existence. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat gloomy. In the end, he walked up to a second-layer Divine Master Heavenly Human. When Lu Ming attacked just now, he had specifically targeted the Divine Masters. Therefore, other than the 2 third-layer Divine Masters, there were 3 other Divine Masters left behind by Lu Ming. "Have you seen her in the Life Soul Heavenly Court?" Lu Ming asked, pointing at Ling Yue's portrait. "No." The other party replied. "No? But her Life Soul Origin Stone Fragment is in your hands," Lu Ming said coldly, his expression dark. "So what if it's in our hands? We killed a group of people and seized their Life Soul Origin Stone Fragments, but not all of them were obtained by killing people. 2 of them were ownerless and were flying around this ancient city. We just happened to bump into them." The second-layer Divine Master Heavenly Human looked at Lu Ming without any fear in his eyes. "Ownerless?" Lu Ming frowned, and then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He remembered the abnormality of the Life Soul Origin Stone Fragment. It was the Life Soul Origin Stone Fragment that had flown in this direction. He had come here to pursue it. If he had other matters to attend to and didn't have the time to chase after the Life Soul Origin Stone Fragment, he wouldn't have come here. Could it be that Ling Yue was delayed by other matters and didn't chase after the Life Soul Origin Stone Fragment? Of course, this was only Lu Ming's guess. He wasn't sure. Next, Lu Ming asked another heavenly human, and the answers he received were similar. After that, Lu Ming asked more than 10 people, and they all said that they had never seen Ling Yue. Perhaps Ling Yue was really delayed by something and didn't come here. Lu Ming pondered, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Lu Ming, how should we deal with these people? The myriad god asked. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. Not long after, Lu Ming and the other 3 headed toward the periphery of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. As for the heavenly humans, Wan Shen took care of them all, including Yi Wu, who was also killed by Wan Shen. The primordial divine spirits and the heavenly human tribe were mortal enemies. The myriad gods were born from the essence, qi, and spirit of dozens of primordial divine spirits. They were born to hate the heavenly human tribe and would not rest until the heavenly human tribe was dead. Therefore, he never showed mercy to the heavenly human tribe. After killing the heavenly humans and taking their storage rings, Lu Ming and the others prepared to leave the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. After all, the news that some of the heavenly humans had escaped would spread quickly. It was not good to stay here for long. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip. Their cultivation had soared and they had broken through to the Divine Master Realm. In the primitive universe, the Divine Master Realm was a threshold. Only when one reached the Divine Master Realm could one truly enter the ranks of the top experts in the universe. This time, they could be said to have entered the ranks of the top experts in the universe. Moreover, their greatest gain was the treasures. Each of them had obtained an origin divine weapon. Xianxia had obtained a silver mace. Autumn Moon had obtained a soft whip. Wan Shen had obtained a halberd. They were all the Life Spirit Heavenly Court's 18 guardian divine weapons and were considered the top among the origin divine weapons. Lu Ming's gain was, of course, the greatest. Not only did he break through, but he also comprehended the second secret technique of his own, the primitive style. In addition, he had obtained the primitive ring, a treasure of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. He had also obtained 5 of the Palace Guardian divine weapons. Yes, 5 of them. 4 of them were snatched from the 2 third-level divine masters of the heavenly humans. The 2 third-level divine masters of the heavenly humans had each obtained one of the 12 Palace Guardian divine weapons when they first fought over them. Later, the 2 extra weapons were also taken by the 2 of them after Yi Wu made a move. In the end, Lu Ming benefited from all of them. Lu Ming had also taken them out and planned to share them with Xianxia, Wan Shen, and Autumn Moon. However, the 3 of them shook their heads. They had obtained 1, which was more than enough. They were all attack-type soul-grade divine weapons. 1 was enough, and more wouldn't be of much use. They didn't have enough energy to activate them, so they left them with Lu Ming for the time being. Apart from these gains, Lu Ming also obtained quite a number of broken divine weapons which could be used as Qiuqiu's rations. This trip could be said to be a great harvest. However, Lu Ming was worried about Ling Yue's safety. It was not difficult for them to return. They had memorized Chuyi's map before. According to Chuyi's map, they would not lose their way. In addition, there was no danger, so they were very fast. It didn't take long for them to leave the Life Spirit Heavenly Court and enter the thick fog. A few days later, they left the fog and headed towards the Heaven Destroyer. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court was originally in the ruins of the universe, so it wasn't too far away from the Heaven Destroyer. After some time, they returned to the Heaven Destroyer. As soon as they returned to the Heaven Destroyer, Lu Ming and the others immediately went to look for Fei Huang. Lu Ming had 2 main purposes for looking for Fei Huang. Firstly, regarding Ling Yue, he wanted to ask Fei Huang to use some resources to investigate Ling Yue's safety. Secondly, it was about the Life Spirit. The master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court was not dead. The taboo power had fused into one and was reborn. This was a big deal. For someone like the master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, once he recovered to his peak, he had the ability to overturn the universe. He had to inform Fei Huang and the others as soon as possible so that they could prepare countermeasures. It would be best to pull the other party into their camp. However, before they arrived at the place where Fei Huang was cultivating in seclusion, they met an old acquaintance. Yi Ling. It seems like you guys have made a wasted trip looking for Senior Fei Huang. Senior Fei Huang has something to do and left. Yiling said. Senior Fei Huang left? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. It's because of a big matter that has something to do with you. I've been looking for you for a long time, but you haven't been around during this period of time, Yiling said. It has something to do with me. What is it? Lu Ming was stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. It's about the space-time spirit rats and the World Turtle clan. The Heavenly Palace has made a move against these two clans. They want to destroy the two clans or leave a part of them behind to completely control the two clans. Yiling said. What? Lu Ming, Xianxia, Wan Shen, and Xiao Yu were all shocked. Lu Ming was even more shocked. The Heavenly Palace dared to make a move against the World Turtle clan and the Spacetime Spirit Rats. It must be because of him. In the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Bubbles and Dandan had helped him deal with the heavenly human race. He did not expect the heavenly human race to be so ruthless and decisive. They actually wanted to destroy the two clans. Also, how were Bubbles and Dandan? Lu Ming was extremely worried. Lu Ming, you don't have to worry too much. The Spacetime Spirit Rats and the World Turtle clan seemed to have guessed that they would be in big trouble, so they contacted us in advance and wanted to join forces with us. Yiling said. The Spacetime Spirit Rats and the World Turtle clan want to join forces with the Heaven Destroyer? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was beyond his expectations. That's right. In fact, you don't know. The Spacetime Spirit Rats have long wanted to join forces with us, but they haven't made up their minds. This time, we forced them to make a decision. After receiving the news from the two clans, Senior Fei Huang and the others went to support the two clans as they retreated to the universe ruins. With many senior experts supporting them, I think the two clans will be fine. Yiling said. Hearing this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The two clans were one step ahead of time and passed the news to the Heaven Destroyer. With Fei Huang and the others supporting them, they should be fine and could safely retreat to the universe ruins. This was even better. Now, Lu Ming and the Heavenly Palace were on opposite sides. They would not rest until one of them was dead. As for Dandan, his relationship with Bubbles had always been a big rock in his heart. He was afraid that the Heavenly Palace would deal with Dandan and Bubbles because of him. Now that the two clans had joined forces with the Heaven Destroyer and arrived at the universe ruins, they did not have to be afraid that the heavenly human race would deal with Bubbles and Dandan. Lu Ming, you guys can wait here with peace of mind. I believe that it won't be long before Senior Fei Huang and the others return. Yiling said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wanshan returned to their residence. The four of them took out their god weapons and began to refine them. Without refining them, it was difficult to control and exert their power. Lu Ming also took out his long spear. The long spear was golden as if it was cast from gold. Lu Ming played with it for a while and showed a satisfied look. He still preferred the spear type of weapon. It was time for the ice mystic rod to retire. Immediately, Lu Ming began to refine it. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was not difficult to refine the long spear. Soon after, it was refined by Lu Ming. War God Spear. After refining the golden spear, a name automatically appeared in Lu Ming's mind. It was the name of the spear. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and stabbed it a few times, piercing a few pitch-black holes in the space. However, Lu Ming had excellent control of his power. The space was pierced, but there wasn't much movement. Soon, the pitch-black holes in the space automatically healed and disappeared. Then, with a thought, the War God Spear turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. The next moment, a ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. This was one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Heavenly Court. How mysterious would it be if it was above the 18 divine weapons? Lu Ming began to refine it. A day later, Lu Ming stopped refining. His face was a little surprised. It's so difficult to refine. It's many times harder than the divine weapons, Lu Ming muttered, but his eyes were filled with joy. The harder it was to refine, the more mysterious the Great Desolation Ring was. Continue, Lu Ming continued to refine it, and the forbidden power was constantly injected into the Great Desolation Ring. Just like that, a few more days passed and Lu Ming finally refined the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming quickly probed with his spirit sense. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on a boundless continent. Lu Ming opened his eyes wide. This was naturally formed by his spirit sense, but there was no difference between his senses and his body. What entered his eyes was a boundless continent. There was actually a continent inside the Great Desolation Ring. This continent exuded an unbelievable aura. Ancient, grand, vast, majestic, heavy, Lu Ming felt that it was difficult to find words to describe this continent. Moreover, the aura that this continent gave him was very similar to the universe ruins and the Taishang Immortal City. However, whether it was the universe ruins or the Grand Supreme Immortal City, their auras were not as strong as this continent. Could this be the Great Desolate Continent? Lu Ming suddenly had a thought. He was somewhat flabbergasted. At the same time, he was shocked by his own thoughts. The primeval continent was hidden in this world? That's impossible. Wasn't the Great Desolate Continent destroyed in the last era? Lu Ming immediately rejected this idea. The reason for that was because even though the continent in the Great Desolation Ring was enormous and appeared to be boundless, there was actually a limit to it. Lu Ming had already refined the Great Desolation Ring. As the owner of the Great Desolation Ring, he could clearly sense the size of this continent. The area of this continent was very large, 10 times larger than the Dragon Clan's mother planet. However, it was definitely not the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch. In the previous era, the Eldritch Continent contained all the stars and energy in the universe ruins and the Eldritch universe. It was so huge that it was comparable to many Dragon Mother planets. No, it's not the Great Desolate Continent. Perhaps it was refined from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent, Lu Ming guessed in his heart. This ring was called the Great Desolation Ring, which explained a lot of things. However, everything was just Lu Ming's guess. There was no other information. He would have to ask the life spirit of the heavenly court in the future. What a rich energy. Is this energy the Great Desolation Qi? Lu Ming muttered and observed carefully. This continent was filled with rich energy. This energy was very similar to the Great Desolation Qi in the Grand Supreme Immortal City. On the continent, there were mountains, rivers, and ancient trees. It was full of vitality. There were even many heavenly treasures growing in the mountains. Ancient trees and spirit herbs were everywhere. However, other than that, Lu Ming didn't see any other living beings. There was no living being on this continent, not even a mosquito. Treasure, it's really a treasure. If I cultivate here, my cultivation level will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, it's not very useful to me. Lu Ming thought. The Great Desolation Ring was definitely a rare treasure. If he let other people cultivate here, their cultivation speed would definitely increase rapidly. The manifestation realm was too good. It really seemed like the Great Desolation Continent of the previous epoch. However, that was only for those below the Divine Master realm. It was not very useful for those above the Divine Master realm. No, it might not be useless to me. Suddenly, Lu Ming had a flash of inspiration. The second secret technique that he comprehended, the Great Desolation style, was based on the Great Desolation Continent. When executed, it would form a Great Desolation Continent to suppress the enemy. However, that Great Desolation Continent was only Lu Ming's imagination. Hence, the Great Desolation Continent that he formed lacked spirituality. The mountains and rivers on it were also blurry. If the continent in the Great Desolation Ring was really made from the fragments of the Great Desolation Continent, Lu Ming could use the Great Desolation Ring as a template to continue comprehending the Great Desolation style and perfect it. He could make the Great Desolation style continuously stronger. Could this be the reason why the life spirit of the heavenly court left the Great Desolation Ring to Lu Ming? The life spirit had taken away the other 3 great treasures of the heavenly court, but it had left the Great Desolation Ring to Lu Ming. It was not unreasonable. The continent in the Great Desolation Ring was completely different from the floating continent fragments in the universe ruins. Although the floating continent fragments in the universe ruins were formed after the Great Desolation Continent collapsed, too much time had passed and the epochs had changed. they had long decayed and changed. They had long lost the charm of the Great Desolation continent and had become some dead continents. However, the continent in the Great Desolation Ring was like a miniature version of the Great Desolation continent. It was alive. Although he did not know how the life spirit of the heavenly court was refined, he did not know. Perhaps, the life spirit was not refined by the life spirit of the heavenly court, but obtained by him. He did not know any of this. Not bad, not bad. This Great Desolation Ring is very useful to me. Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. He had family and friends. In the past, he had wandered everywhere. His family and friends were either in the chaotic astral river or in the corners of the Taishu dynasty. They did not have a good cultivation environment. Lu Ming had never gone back to visit them, mainly to protect them. The Taishu dynasty or the chaotic astral river were too remote. He did not leave any clues when he came out. The heavenly palace might not be able to find him. However, once he returned, he would leave behind clues that could be captured by the heavenly palace. However, it was different with the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming planned to go back when he was free and send his family and friends into the Great Desolation Ring. Then, he would bring them to the universe ruins. However, Lu Ming still had a question in his heart. Was the Great Desolation Ring only used for this? After all, the Great Desolation Ring was one of the life spirit's 4 great treasures of the heavenly court. If it only had these functions, it felt a little lacking. The life spirit was one of the 4 great treasures of the heavenly court. It was the top treasure in the universe. Even the origin realm experts would be jealous and fight over it. It could only be used to nurture existences below the divine master realm. It did not seem to be worthy of the title of 4 great treasures. Legend had it that the life spirit was one of the 4 great treasures of the heavenly court. It was extremely useful to reciprocity cultivators. Even reciprocity cultivators would covet it and fight for it with their lives. However, looking at the effects of the Chaos Ring, it did not seem to be worthy of being one of the 4 great treasures. At the very least, reciprocity cultivators would not fight for it because it was useless to them. Those from large organizations and clans would be tempted, but those lone reciprocity cultivators would not be interested at all. That was why Hun Ming had given him the Chaos Ring to repay him for saving his life. Had the other 3 treasures been taken away, or did the Chaos Ring have other uses that he had not discovered? Many thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Overall, the Chaos Ring had disappointed Lu Ming slightly because it did not meet his expectations. However, Lu Ming adjusted very quickly. At the very least, he could use it to nurture his family and friends. With a thought, the Chaos Ring turned into a streak of light and flew into his sea of consciousness. Oh, Yiling has sent a message. Lu Ming took out a communication jade talisman. This communication jade talisman had been refined by a reciprocity cultivator from the Heaven Destroyer. It could transmit messages very far away. Although it was not as profound as the illusory god jade from the Heavenly Palace, it was enough for normal use. Moreover, the illusory god jade could only be used in the Chaos Universe. Once he entered the Chaos Universe, the illusory god jade would be useless and the messages would be cut off. Lu Ming scanned the message in the jade talisman with his spiritual sense and was pleasantly surprised. The World Turtle and Spacetime Spiritual Mouse clans are here. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He opened the door and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan walking out as well. Clearly, they had also received the message. The 4 of them flew towards where Fei Huang was cultivating. However, halfway there, they saw a wormhole suddenly appear in the distance. The wormhole was extremely large. Following that, figures flew out from it. They were from the World Turtle clan and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan. Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. Needless to say, this wormhole was definitely opened up by a powerhouse of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse race. According to legend, the top experts of the Spacetime Spirit Mice were able to open up wormholes in the universe at will, and they were profound and unfathomable. Therefore, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse race had always been very mysterious in the universe and had a noble status. Although it wasn't one of the top 10 races, in many people's eyes, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse's status wasn't below the top 10 races. Xianxia, Myriad God, and Autumn Moon were also amazed. Although Myriad God also had the ability to open wormholes, it was still inferior to an expert like the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. The Myriad God's ability to open wormholes was inherited from a certain primordial god. He was not very proficient in it, and he was not very good at it to begin with. In the universe, Spacetime Spirit Mice are very useful. I really don't know if the Heavenly Palace has lost their minds. Why would they attack Spacetime Spirit Mice? Myriad God's Tao. He might not have lost his mind. It might have been premeditated. Lu Ming said. Oh? What do you mean? Myriad God's eyes flickered. The Spacetime Spirit Mouse race has long intended to join the Heaven Destroyer. Perhaps the Heavenly Palace has already heard some rumors. It's good that the Spacetime Spirit Mice can be used by themselves, but once they join the enemy, it will be a disaster. The Heavenly Palace is probably looking for a reason to get rid of the Spacetime Spirit Mice to prevent future trouble. Lu Ming analyzed. Myriad God and the others nodded. Perhaps this was the reason. Dandan, Bubbles, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he saw Dandan and Bubbles flying out of the wormhole. Lu Ming finally felt relieved. He was relieved that Dandan and Bubbles were fine. Lu Ming. Big brother Lu Ming. Dandan and Bubbles also noticed Lu Ming and the others and quickly flew over. Lu Ming, something big has happened, Dandan shouted as soon as he arrived. I know that you are being hunted down by the Heavenly Palace. Fortunately, you are fine. Lu Ming smiled. It's not us, it's the elf race, Dandan said. What? The elf race? Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace also attacked the elf race? We received news that the Heavenly Palace sent an army to kill the elf race. They want to eliminate the elf race from the universe, Dandan said. Lu Ming's expression was extremely ugly. He asked, how is the elf race now? When we received the news, it was already too late. It is said that the elf race's mother planet has been breached. Countless elves have been killed. I'm afraid the destruction of the elf race is inevitable. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming's heart sank. He thought of how he had interrogated the celestial race in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court if he had seen Ling Yue. The people of the celestial race all said that they had not seen Ling Yue. Lu Ming had guessed at that time that perhaps Ling Yue had not gone to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court and had been delayed by something. From the looks of it, it was very likely that it was because of the Heavenly Palace's invasion of the elf race. The Heavenly Palace had attacked the elf race. Even if the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment had undergone a mutation and flown away by itself, Ling Yue probably wouldn't have the mood to care about it. Then, how was Ling Yue now? Lu Ming took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and asked, do you guys have any news about the elf princess Ling Yue? No, it is said that the star fields where the elf race is located are in complete chaos. There are experts from the Heavenly Palace hunting the elf race everywhere. Fei Huang and some seniors of our two races have already rushed to the elf race. They want to save a portion of the elf race and bring them to the universe ruins. However, it is hard to say how many elves they can save. Dandan said. Dandan, Bubbles, you guys can stay here and have a good rest. I still have things to do, so I won't entertain you guys. With that, Lu Ming turned around and left. Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Young master, wait for me. Xianxia and Autumn Moon called out one after another, following closely behind Lu Ming. They were very clear about Lu Ming's thoughts. They naturally knew that Lu Ming wanted to go to the elf race's star field alone to look for Ling Yue. That's right, Lu Ming. Let's go together so that we can take care of each other. Myriad God also walked over. Big brother Lu Ming, bring me along. Bubbles also flew over. No, you guys can't go. Stay here. Lu Ming's face darkened as he said. Right now, they were all thorns in the eyes of the Heavenly Palace, and the star fields where the elf race was located were filled with experts from the Heavenly Palace. Once they went over and were discovered by the Heavenly Palace, they would definitely be hunted down and killed. It would be extremely dangerous. Lu Ming didn't want Xianxia and the others to take the risk with him. However, he had to make this trip. He had to find Ling Yue, regardless of life or death. He had owed Ling Yue too much. It could be said that a large part of the reason why the elf race had encountered such a calamity was because of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was pretending to be Ling Yue's fiancé, the elf race wouldn't have been so close to him, and wouldn't have been hated by the celestial race. Why can't we go? But you can. Xianxia said coldly. Little Qing, why do you have to? I know that the elf race is in danger now, and you don't want us to take the risk together. But can we be at ease if you take the risk alone? Xianxia said, staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. In the end, Lu Ming showed a helpless look. He walked over and pulled Xianxia and Autumn Moon's hands, saying, "All right, let's go together." Only then did Xianxia and Autumn Moon smile. However, at this moment, dance runes suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's palm. They crawled all over Xianxia and Xiaoyu's bodies, shrouding them within. This was the Great Sealing technique. Xianxia and Autumn Moon did not expect Lu Ming to attack them. Lu Ming suddenly performed the Great Sealing technique. The two were not prepared at all and were sealed by the Great Sealing technique. Then, Lu Ming reached out and pointed at Xianxia and Autumn Moon's bodies, sealing their cultivation. The two of them widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Wan Shen was shocked. Wan Shen, I'll leave the two of them to you to take care of. You all stay here. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu Ming, I want to go, Bubbles said. You're not allowed to go. Lu Ming's face turned cold, and his voice became louder. Ow. Bubble let out an obedient howl, pouted, and stood at the side, not daring to make a sound. Lu Ming, you must be careful. Don't force it. Dandan said. He knew Lu Ming very well. He knew that once Lu Ming decided on something, it would be useless even if others tried to persuade him otherwise. Don't worry, I have mastered the great imitation technique. The people of the Heavenly Palace might not be able to discover me. Lu Ming said. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Lu Ming flew towards the elves with all his might. Fortunately, this was only the edge of the universe ruins, not too far away from the primitive universe. After some time, Lu Ming arrived at the primitive universe. He had already turned into a middle-aged man. Not only had his appearance changed, but even his life origin aura had changed. This was the power of the great imitation art. It could imitate anything that Lu Ming had ever seen, including the aura of the origin of life. This was Lu Ming's confidence. The fact that the great imitation art was ranked in the top 3 of the 3,000 ancient secret skills was not just for show. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. With Lu Ming's current cultivation level, even divine masters would not be able to see through the great imitation art, even if they were in close contact with him. Only those in the origin realm who observed with rapt attention would be able to see through the clues. However, how many people in the origin realm were there? After arriving at the primitive universe, there were wormholes that could be used. Lu Ming took a wormhole in a nearby star field and headed towards the elves. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the core star field of the elves. The elves occupied many star fields. However, the star field where the elves' mother planet was located was the core star field. It was also the star field where the elves had been passed down for countless years. It had the most elves and was the star field with the best development. Swish, like a stream of light, Lu Ming dashed in the direction of the mother planet of the elves. However, not long after, Lu Ming stopped above a huge star. This was a planet where the elves lived. However, this planet was almost completely destroyed now. Standing in the starry sky and looking at the planet, he found that the planet had completely turned into a purgatory. The planet was covered with huge craters. Huge cracks appeared on the continent on the planet. Magma was constantly spewing out and thick smoke was billowing. It was a scene of doomsday. There were no living creatures on the planet. There were corpses everywhere. They were all ordinary elves. Many of the corpses were swallowed by the magma and completely disappeared. Anger, endless anger emerged from Lu Ming's heart. It was too cruel. The entire planet had been destroyed. The main reason was that most of the elves on it were ordinary elves with low cultivation. However, they were all killed. Lu Ming's spiritual sense covered the entire planet and found that there were no survivors. This was a true extermination. Even the ordinary civilians were not spared. Usually, in a war between races, the major forces would only kill the other side's experts. They would not deliberately kill the ordinary civilians. However, the Heavenly Palace had started a massacre. This was the method of the Heavenly Palace, the supreme force that controlled the universe. The Heavenly Palace, the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Then, his figure flashed and left this place. He continued to go to the Elven Mother Planet. Along the way, he saw a few more planets with life of the elves, but they were all destroyed. Some of the planets were directly blown up. None of the living creatures on them were spared. The anger in Lu Ming's heart became stronger and stronger. The killing intent in his heart towards the heavenly human tribe also became stronger and stronger. Finally, a huge planet appeared in the starry sky in front of him. This planet was the Elven Mother Planet. The Elven Mother Planet was the same as the Dragon Mother Planet. It was also born at the beginning of the universe. It was sturdy and immortal. It was not blown up. However, it could be seen that the Elven Mother Planet was full of craters. Looking from afar, one could also see huge cracks. It seemed to be slashed out by sword chi. The Elven Palace. Lu Ming flashed and went to the Elven Palace. After a while, he arrived at the Elven Palace. At this moment, the Elven Palace was completely different from when Lu Ming came back. Back then, the Elven Palace was incomparably prosperous. There were elven ancient trees everywhere. Each elven ancient tree was at least 100 miles tall. Some were even 1,000 miles tall. The lush ancient trees formed a forest. Countless elves lived on it. But now, it was all destroyed. At a glance, all of the elven ancient trees were cut, smashed, and burned. The prosperous elven palace was gone forever. On the huge ancient trees, there were elven corpses everywhere. Lu Ming's heart kept sinking. It was too late. It seemed that everything was too late. The elven race was completely destroyed. He still remembered that the elven race still owed him 100,000 elvenwood cores. The elven emperor still owed him a favor. The past was vivid in his mind. When he came back, the world had changed. Things were still there, but people were different. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of the air being pierced rang out. Figures flew from afar and surrounded Lu Ming. They were people from the Heavenly Palace. A few of them were from the Heavenly Human Tribe. The rest were heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals from the Heavenly Palace. There were people from all races. Who are you? What are you doing here? The leader of the Heavenly Human Tribe shouted and looked at Lu Ming with hostility. What? This is not the territory of the Heavenly Human Tribe. What's wrong with me coming to take a look? Lu Ming replied coldly. How dare you talk to a heavenly general like that? What kind of attitude is that? Slap yourself right now and we can leave your corpse intact. A few heavenly soldiers immediately shouted. A few Heavenly Human Tribe heavenly generals sneered at Lu Ming. End of chapter 4494. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.